I gotta just get this shit off my mind, you know what I mean? Yeah. Been going crazy lately. It's fucking bullshit. These are some weird times, cause you know, JT's a little bit psycho. I might go deep inside of myself with these lyrics, like spirits that haunting me, they're taunting me, making me do all kinds of debauchery. Who's stopping me? Who's gonna get the drop on me? Cause this shit's got me grinning, I'm sinning, swimming up out of the fiery lake I've been living in. Just let me in, but not without your mask. So when you ask, I've been wearing a mask from the beginning, but I tore that shit off when the earth stopped spinning. Gentlemen, let me introduce you to the crew. Like Charlie Sheen, that's right, we winning. You know the lights were dimming, and nothing is what it seems, cause life is but a dream. When I woke up, I put my middle finger in the air and I spoke up. Never choke up, I stay toed up. You stay locked down in confusion. They're trying to pull off these illusions. You can see through the delusions in my mind are killing me. This shit is really sickening. Yeah. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck. The news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck. The penguins call the bluff.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades. New categories of conspiracy theorists. Coronavirus deniers, 5G truthers. And we're not the same. And we're not deniers. They're coronavirus liars.
The world's gone undercover, people got a new lover. COVID introduced an even bigger brother. Cover your mouth, distance from your mother. No hugs, no grins, no face to even bother. We're all playing poker now, taxes sold and fucking locked up. A pandemic sold us on as fuck, you can see the graphic mock-up. We could use some good luck, we're gonna need those socks, but bets who people gone insane as fuck. Driven by fear, they hold a mask up. I just wanna breathe freely and after vacation, this is silly.
The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff, yeah.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades.
I can see all faces, motions and souls. I wanna see all lips, smiles and grins. I crave expressions, I wanna see all anger. And I wanna see an end to this government interference with the social life. I'm tired of being patronized. Fuck social distancing, I'm ready to hug a stranger. Think before you follow.
You see, the person who's augmenting reality, the person who's bringing the extraordinary claim with no evidence, they're the ones who are denying reality by actually superimposing something fake onto it. We're insisting on reality and we're pointing out the hospitals are empty. That's not a conspiracy theory. So if anything, they are reality deniers. We're not coronavirus deniers. I mean, just to get that straight, the term conspiracy theorist was there to shift the burden of proof to the person who no longer believes the news, so they could call you a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. And it's kind of interesting that now that they have to wage a war against conspiracy theorists questioning the narrative, they bring out tinfoil hatters.
The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff. The earth is flat as fuck, the news is fake as fuck. The rest of us are stuck, the penguins call the bluff, yeah.
This is CIA stuff. They've done this for decades.
Yeah. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Globe. The globe is my home. I'm too infinite. Globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Telling me the globe is my home. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. I'm too infinite. I'm too infinite. And I'm killing it. I'm drilling it. And I said it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. I I'm in a spaceship, cause it's fake shit. Got on my camera, and I'm guiding the challenger. I'm smashing the actress, cause that's all that NASA is. Space isn't real, the stars are a spirit, and I'm trying to do the real. I'm counting it. I'm trying to show space is so fake. Nobody can relate. So infinite, yeah. I'm so infinite. Oh, I'm so different. Infinite, yeah. Knowledge.
I'm always flexible.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report come out of the House Intelligence Committee as to what happened with Russia.
A flat Earth report. That's those are striking terms. Those are striking terms. are striking terms.
Okay, go ahead and... All right, thanks for joining. Phones are open as of right now, 833-311-1984. Open topics. We're live on Mixlr, Periscope, Float, YouTube, DLive, Facebook, Twitch, Picarto. And even though they shut down 3 YouTube channels, we've actually already replaced them. So didn't really help their case. And then once those strikes are lifted, and they will be, we will have 3 additional channels to broadcast from. So if you're listening from any of those. Also, we're on float.app/infiniteplainradio. Float.app is kind of like Twitter without Antifa. It's more like centrist. It's not really as big as Twitter, but it has all the great features. It streams, no censorship. It's the one thing it's lacking. And also Mixlr, which you can access by going to infiniteplainsociety.com. It's the default player, and Mixlr is audio only. And right now what I'm doing is I'm broadcasting on Mixlr whenever I'm live taking calls. So it's another way you can get notifications if you have that app on your phone. And then tonight, I want to point this out, if you missed it, we premiered episode 3 of Southpole. Going through some comments, let's see. Jason says, did anybody hear Tim Osman get tore up by Nathan Oakley? No, I missed it. If it was a flat earth debate, I missed it. But I did reach out to Tim Osman. He's one of the Globe believers, if you can believe it. And I invited him to speak at the Flat Earth International Conference. So if you didn't know, this is probably the first time you're hearing it. Actually, I think I haven't announced it live yet. I've talked about it in Discord. We're going to go ahead and host the International Flat Earth Conference for 2020. And we're going to bring the discussion back to reality, out of the religion, out of the celebrity drama. There's no celebrity host or anything like that to distract from the fundamentals. And we want to really analyze, what is it that we have? What are we really looking at? And as you know, the usual organizers have left the scene. I believe they literally stepped off the edge of the flat earth. So we're filling in that vacuum. But I don't see a point in engaging in civil disobedience to the point of, counterproductivity. I don't think it'll help us to say, yeah, let's go meet in person and violate all kinds of restrictions, and we can all go to jail like other people have, standing up against the masked world order, which I understand and I appreciate that, but what we want to do is we want to elevate the discussion, the conversation, and so there's no reason to openly flaunt the medical protocols. That's not the purpose of this conference. So we don't want to mix this up. The media is trying to conflate questioning the shape of the earth with promulgating misinformation, disinformation, dangerous misinformation by their definition. But they're trying to conflate the two. So you can't talk about flat earth. That's going to give somebody COVIDs. It's dumb. But it works on the dumb down. So in order to counteract that, we are doing a virtual conference. It will be a Zoom conference. I will have speakers. There are a number of people interested. There will be music. There will be a 4-episode premiere of Southpole, more than likely, during some of the off hours, because it's a 2-day event. But it's going to be a Zoom event, like I said, virtual. I already have been contacted by a couple of individuals from the representatives of the mass media who will be there watching and probably taking notes and who knows what else, looking for something to attack, maybe just there because maybe they're convinced. Maybe multiple years of covering flat earth conferences has actually converted some of these bigger outlets. So there will be media, there will be presentations, there will be discussions. I'm not sure about debate. I mean, there are some things I'm willing to entertain. I would like to have someone on the other side, someone such as Fight the Reds Rhetoric or one of those types to come down and pro-offer their points of view. What's that smudge on the ground when the ISS flies over from the cupola? Is that a shadow or is that something on the lens? And they can correct us. We can debate whether that's a green screen or whether it's just interference from the Van Allen radiation belt, causing the astronauts to look like they're in a low-budget film. But anyway, it's open, in other words. We're open to debate, open to the media. The whole point of this, of course, is to elevate the discussion and answer the question, well, what's at the edge? And this has never really been answered. I'm going to really point out a number of logical fallacies that need to be eradicated. And I also think it's important to address, almost more than anything, I think we need to address the non-existence of low Earth orbit itself. I think it's time to just question the existence of Starlink satellites, because they're about to start dropping things on you. You're going to get a bombardment, like World War II style, but it's going to come from, quote, outer space. And if you accept that premise, you're lost. And I think we can get past that, at least undermine it and talk about the existence of low Earth orbit. Let's get past the question of the flatness. Let's get into these other things that they are asserting. Let's challenge those. Has the burden of proof been met? I've come across a lot of interesting information in recent days about how satellites have been simulated in the past for the purposes of training astronomers at observatories. There's a lot of information there that we'll be going through. And there will be an itinerary published within the next couple of days as far as what the topics, how the time's going to be divided. And of course, there will be some Q&A. Let's see. Lloyd Miller says, those balloons holding internet routers over rural areas are really interesting. Right. Why don't they just use orbiting satellites? Why do they have to use balloons? Isn't that a step down? It's what they've been using the whole time. And that's one of the things we've been uncovering here. But again, the purpose to the International Flat Earth Conference of 2020 is to talk about the shape of the Earth. It's just that. Too often, and as you've seen in the past, the whole conversation gets sidelined by other things. Like this person's a Nazi, or you have some sort of infiltration by mainstream media agents who then usurp and undermine the whole thing. The last conference, in fact, was taken over by ABC News, posing it, well, actually it was Jimmy Kimmel's crew posing as ABC News. And they used this as an opportunity to clown everybody. Before that, they were clowned by Logan Paul. And moreover, many of their speakers have been individuals who are overtly, I would say, biblical, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. However, I'm talking about elevating the discussion past logical fallacies, going past the realm of, conjecture and fantasy, mystification, fake science. And when we're talking about biblical flat earth, you're going against logic itself. We're trying to get into things that we can observe tangibly. No more arguments from authority, whether it's the authority of this painting from NASA or this particular book. So the point of this, again, 2-day conference to ask the question, what's at the edge? Discuss the future of the topic. Is there a future to it? Where is it going? And it is kind of morphing. I heard in one of the larger, and I think I've been kicked out of it, flat earth servers, they no longer tolerate discussion about the dome, the quote dome. Like, who invented that? And that's one of the things we've been talking about. There are so many misconceptions that the people who are suggesting that NASA is lying believe that we live under a dome, surrounded by ice, on top of a footstool or something. And there is no model. So we've been subjected to 3.5, 4, 5 years of nonstop straw man arguments. And why can't we take it past that? And what's more, I think we need to attach to this topic other things that are open to debate that most people don't think are open to debate. Because ultimately what we're questioning is settled science. Is there a thing? So we also have to address a parallel issue, settled journalism. Is there such a thing? You have accounts of things, and of course, new information can change it. You can reopen a case. But what they've done is the media has taken on the role of the church, and they're carving their stories in cuneiform. The New York Times, in fact, is cuneiform. And then, of course, you can't question it without committing blasphemy. So questioning the news is a hate crime.
questioning the science, well, now you're endangering everybody. You tell somebody the earth is flat, yeah, they might go drive off the edge. It's very dangerous. So my point is, part of this event will be discussing mainstream news events that should be debated. I'm willing to conduct a debate on whether or not David Hogg is actually a crisis actor. And I think that it's important to have these discussions and have somebody who believes he's not. Is Kobe Bryant actually dead? Is there anything fishy about the timing of the death of Chadwick Boseman and the way they adjusted his age? I mean, there are so many stories that we've picked up on in the last few years. The levels of not just mainstream media psyops, but the celebrities playing in these roles, like kind of like the death fakers, for example. They're all there to cheerlead this whole thing. You know, it used to be that the rappers would fake dead to sell records, and now they fake COVID. But it's the same thing. We're seeing these patterns. So I want to have all these things open to debate. You know, are these celebrities who claim they have COVID lying? Did Tom Hanks really catch it? How come in Wuhan, when the thing broke out, people were falling on their faces? It's one of the reasons why we called it the Kung Flu. We said it's like you get kicked on the head by an invisible ghost. Like the ghost of Bruce Lee kicks you on the head and you fall on your face. You got the Kung Flu. We were joking about this because the way that it was taking people down. Well, now when they catch it, they get the sniffles, and they pretty much get a pat on the back for, you know, it's almost like Narcotics Anonymous. Like they come out with COVID and they all get some sort of like love bombing. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, I have a disease. Oh, congratulations. But they're all a bunch of crisis actors. So my point is, it's not just about the shape of the earth. It's about going beyond the parameters of acceptable discourse as defined by people who prefer to have us muzzled, literally muzzled. I mean, really, this whole thing, we know, has been about quarantining ideas. All right, let me go ahead and go through some of my voicemails before we get much further. And I'm getting a lot of messages from the filmyourhospital.com website, by the way, which I'm in the process of revamping it. Let me go ahead and listen to this. This is a voicemail from, I believe it's someone who's called before. So let me go ahead and hit play. It's about 2 minutes. So I'm going to go through about a quarter of it at a time.
Hey, what up, IPS? Hey, man. Was thinking about, I think I listened to your show yesterday, and you were talking that that the money that you put on Trump to win, it may have got paid out in return for Biden. And I was thinking that possibly, like, Trump ran as an independent, but then he flipped, obviously, to Republican, you know, to win, I guess, you know?
Yeah, let me bring this up. Out of my 3 bets on BetMoose, because I did bet on Trump, I put a little bit of Bitcoin, like literally a little bit, didn't really have much, but the bet paid out to Biden like last week. So now we have this attempt to steal back the election, to overthrow democracy, to make the libs cry. And if that happens, it's like, well, what happens to the money? It already changed hands. And I had actually said that I won't believe the results of the election until my Bitcoin wallet notifies me. So I find it strange, but no, actually, I don't believe it. Even though that's happened, I have to move the goalpost. Lloyd says, if enough people know about Hogg, possibly he could be exposed in a way to convince everyone. Well, everybody knows. That's the thing. Everybody knows David Hogg is a crisis actor. That's the one time I'll accept that argument. Ad populum. We all know it. It's an open secret. And the thing is, he walked off the stage. He walked out of the TV screen onto the world stage as an activist. And this is a whole story here worth going into. If you look at it from the Metascript perspective, the post-Parkland shooting Children's Crusade narrative, which was huge. I mean, they have these stories, these guiding stories behind these major transformative events where these characters are written into the world and they become real. It's an amazing thing. So there's 2 different accounts. In one account, he's at home watching cartoons. He hears gunshots 3 miles away. He knows there's a shooting at his school, so he gets on his bike, he grabs his camera, and he tells his parents, I'm going to be the next Dan Rather. And he speeds down the street 3 miles, and then he runs into a classroom where the shooting is happening. He runs into a closet, and he starts interviewing students. It's like 9:38 in the morning. How is it living through your first school shooting? And she's like, I don't know, we're not done yet. He's going around interviewing people. How fake is that? So then later, people are like, wait, how was he interviewing people in the closets at 9:30 in the morning when the shooting happened in the afternoon? Well, later, the story was revised to he was already at school. He wasn't at home. He didn't speed down the street, ringing his bell on his bike, telling people, move, move. I'm going to get my break. Like he's basically a media student, as were all the rest of the participants. Like one of the stories with this Parkland, it's one of my favorite episodes of Keeping Up with the Crisis Actors. One of my favorite scenes is when Nick Cruz, white neo-Nazi with the MAGA hat, runs into Holocaust class. It's what it was called. The crisis actress is like, yeah, I was in Holocaust class, and the Nazi with the MAGA hat came in, and he shot my friend, but she threw a copy of the Diary of Anne Frank at me. So when he shot at me, it hit the book. The tiny book saved my life. And the people listening to her story were completely credulous. They're like, wow, a tiny book, a copy of the Diary of Anne Frank, stopped the rounds from the assault rifle 15, from the racist who was shooting your class about the Holocaust. And the other classes were like environmentalism. I mean, the whole thing, it was just like a bunch of communists, basically. A bunch of communist performance artists. I noticed early on when they were showing the helicopter footage, you had a dummy being placed in the back of a truck. And later there was like some sort of drama about the deputy who was a coward because he didn't run in and save lives. No, that's not the truth. He was making sure nobody got in. One of my favorite actresses in that one was the blonde one who said, I was walking with Nick Cruz when the shooting happened, and I laughed at him and said, hey, Nick, I'm surprised it's not you. Like, so she tells Nick Cruz, I'm surprised you're not the one shooting up the school, and they have a laugh at it. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's an alibi. That's an alibi. When did he have time to put on his body armor and MAGA hat and get his gun if he was running out the door with this actress? Very, very fake. I actually called the media there in Florida. I called a number of reporters about this, and I said, hey, you guys know that Nick Cruz is still, like, that the shooter is running free. Whoever committed the horrific crime is still out there. There's a bowl cut on the loose, and Nick Cruz, you got the wrong one. But that story never came back up because, of course, it conflicts with the narrative, and they don't want facts to get in the way of their stories. And this is one of the things that we're going to talk about, though. Just getting back to that, we are going to discuss everything having to do with really the acceptance of the burden of proof when it comes to mass media events, and what should we accept. And one of my favorite things to do here is this meta script analysis, just looking a little bit deeper, and you can see the script writer. You can see the actual writers thinking, like, okay, this makes sense, let's plug this in. So much of it is made for TV drama. And it is actually mostly just theater. It's stagecraft, New World Order theater. I was looking today, there's a memorial up where the individual who shot the Prayer Patriot Western chauvinist in the chest back in August, there's actually a memorial. His name was Michael Reinl. You may remember him. He shot Aaron J. Danielson in Portland, Oregon, late August, in the chest, 8:46 p.m. So when I saw this, I just thought, okay, wait a minute. This is a memorial set up for an Antifa martyr who was introduced to us on Vice, which is always connected, if you've noticed. Vice is always there whenever there's some sort of damage control going on, some sort of psyop. They want to paint up a certain group. Vice was there with some staged character named Sidethorn Journalist to make people questioning the news look unhinged and violent, look like extremists, which has been one of their narratives. As you know, conspiracist equals terrorist, conspiracist. So Michael Ryanell shoots Prayer Patriot Aaron J. Danielson at 8:46 p.m. August 29th, 2020, if you want to believe it. Now, the reason why I don't believe it is that this has established a narrative. This was the first shot of the Civil War. In Michael's own words, before Trump sent out a tweet, we know where this guy is, why isn't he dead yet? And then they shoot him. So made for TV drama. But the giveaway here is, what are the odds that this guy would be shot at 8:46 when he's on the other side of the story as the guy who was kneeled upon for 8 minutes 46 seconds? And both of these obviously correlating to 9/11 2001, 8:46 a.m. when the first towers were hit. So we're talking about instigation, but the time, the numbers are pointing at the same exact it's an incitement, an assassination, a surprise attack. But these things are coded. And we've discussed this at length on this channel. One of the things, too, is George Floyd's death day, the sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. These are all what I'm referring to when I say that we're seeing evidences of script writing, fabrication. Birdman says, if you book a flight from Australia to Iceland, do you go south over the South Pole? Well, I don't know if I believe in the South Pole. I mean, when you say South Pole, it's somewhat arbitrary, if you ask me, like at this point. I mean, in theory, yes. I mean, if you just go off of the globe, obviously, it's a major thing. In fact, they always have some 33-year-olds like, oh, I just went across the South Pole, so the Earth's not flat. Didn't some guy just do that, South Pole? And I'm pretty sure he was 33. I think he was part of the Explorers Club. Buzz Aldrin is part of that Explorers Club. And he's also highly questionable. Okay, here we go. Yes, there was an individual who went... This has been done time and again, and you can believe it if you want to. Here we go. A U.S. man finishes solo race across Antarctica. A 33-year-old man became the first person to cross. So I'm like, okay, what are the odds? You know, the number that the gatekeepers always use when they're running an operation happens to be a 33-year-old. First guy to run across Antarctica, tweeting selfies the whole way. Unbelievable. In fact, some of these images were just so hokey. Almost as fake as the moon landing. They probably used the same parking lot. Lloyd says they just crossed a peninsula. Birdman says, wouldn't you see Antarctica? It's a good question. And okay, let me bring this up. So let's say hypothetically that we're not on a big, beautiful ball. Let's say that the Earth is flat or something. We don't know how it ends. We don't know that it's a perfect circle. Now, these are all assumptions, and this is the source of all these straw man attacks that we've been relentlessly subjected to. What we would have to figure out is, what's at the edge, and nobody's figured that out yet. It's like I've heard endless discussions about the North Pole. There are people who are convinced that if you can just make it there, you respawn, you live forever or something. But I'm suggesting that you just have to go anti-north, or against, just 180 degrees from what they say is the center, and eventually you'll find out. But there's really no basis for assuming that we're completely surrounded by ice, or an ice wall 100 feet tall that holds in all the water. That's my favorite part. They say it's a 100-foot tall ice wall. Like, that's not even impressive. But the ice wall theory assumes quite a bit. If anything, Antarctica could just be Antarctica. Perhaps if you look at this as a clock, with the North Pole being the center, maybe it occupies the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock position. But we don't know what's around the rest of it, if this is true. A commenter says, a 12-hour flight from Australia to Iceland nonstop. Again, one of the things that we have to agree upon is that we cannot make assumptions or arguments, rather, from some authority unless you have a lot of faith in it. And I don't at this time when it comes to, I won't accept an argument from the Bible. People say, well, it's in the Bible. The earth is flat on a footstool. It's got a dome over it, and there's water on top of that, so it's an underwater footstool. It's like you're underwater. Why do you need a footstool, God? But that's their story, and I don't buy it. So when someone says, well, if you just go from here to here on this flight, according to this website, done. Maybe, but it still assumes quite a bit. There's so much deception involved. They've completely misrepresented what it looks like from the point of view of space, quote unquote. So I don't know. And I would just suggest that we don't know. What we have is a false explanation. And false explanations are usually defended with arguments from authority, appeals, ad populum, ridicule specifically. Ridicule has been used against flat earthers for some time. But when I look around, it's like, well, who are the crazy ones here? The ones who, here's the craziest people out there, in my opinion. The mask shamers. They're psychotic. And here's why I say so. The mask shamer is in an environment where it's lethal, that you could literally die, cause a chain reaction, kill your family, kill your family's friends, their friends' friends, their friends' families. You just wiped out perhaps 200,000 people because you didn't wear a mask. Like, that's how dangerous it is outside, according to the mask shamers. So then I ask myself, well, what are they doing outside? If you believe it's that dangerous, that you're actually outside shaming somebody for not wearing a mask, but you're wearing a mask, well, then you're either really brave or you don't really believe it. You don't really believe it. There's no way. I mean, we're talking about a lethal virus, and you're actually just walking out. I'm gonna go to Target when there's a lethal virus. It's like, that's just not believable. It's just power tripping is what it is. In fact, I was watching a live stream. Zach Hubbard was at the post office sending off some of his books or something, and he wasn't wearing a mask because he won't wear a mask. He knows what it is, and he refuses to. And he gets away with it. Well, one of the customers in the post office carried out on him, started screaming at him to wear a mask, obscenities, middle finger in his face. And the manager of the post office ran her out, kicked her out for it. So it's kind of nice to see the mask shamer, power tripper, getting kicked out of a post office, and they were calling the cops on her. And he said, worry about yourself, don't worry about him. I was like, that's perfect, right? Worry about yourself. Vax yourself, please. Go vax yourself. Quarantine yourself. Nobody's stopping you. Make your own vax. All right, let's see. Let's move on. At the conference, we are going to go over some of the footage that I found that shows how they fake the passing of satellites convincingly. And it's actually not that complicated. They've been doing this for some time. It involves a low-flying plane and a flashlight bulb, essentially. But they calculate it, and it's either or. Either you're looking at a low-flying plane and a flashlight, or you're looking at an orbiting object far enough away from the Earth to reflect the light of the sun. And Occam's razor rules out 99% of the miracles that NASA claims to have performed. Okay, let me go ahead and continue on with this message a little bit. I'm trying not to get too stuck in the political conversation, because then it doesn't age well.
Let's say 9/11 story, and him hiring Giuliani and so on and so forth, and during his campaign he said he would.
Like, to be quite honest, the election is pretty much, I think, over. I think we all know how it's going to end. So let's just move on to the next topic. Unless you have some new information about Hunter Biden's laptop. Okay, here's another one.
Hey, Tim, it's Frank Zen. I know on your show that you say that calling everything fake is kind of lazy or not thinking, but I'd argue that it's the more prudent approach, just assuming everything they say is fake until they can prove it real, especially after this whole COVID thing.
Okay, a couple of things here. One, when he said, especially after this COVID thing, my translator spelled it as Kobe, capital, like Kobe Bryant. But just to answer his point here, to respond to this, it's lazy to automatically assume it to be a hoax. And, it's lazy if you claim it and you tell somebody else it's a hoax, but you can't explain how. But yes, he's right. It is prudent. It makes more sense to be an auto hoaxer, to assume it's fake until proven real in all cases. Well, rather extreme claims, extraordinary claims. But what I'm saying, the lazy part is when somebody says, well, this event was fake. Well, how do you know? It was on the news. Well, that's not an argument. Any argument not attended by evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, are we on the air?
Yes, we are on the air right now. We're talking about, at the moment, well, we're covering different things. What we're talking, I was addressing a phone call, and the topic was, is it lazy to call everything on the news fake? What do you think?
Yes. According to you, at least, you can't automatically auto hoax. I mean, you have to look at what the probabilities are and everything. But hey, I have a comment about the conference.
Oh yeah, what do you think about the conference? And this is, of course, the International Flat Earth Conference 2020.
Yeah. Sounds like you've already got a lot of the topics at least outlined, but I was listening to that part of it, and I was like, with the space junk and the parallels with the ocean filling up from all of the people and all the nations. And I was wondering if you could have a special guest call in, Ghislaine Maxwell. This is Echo Charlie, by the way.
Oh, yes. Oh yes.
Because she did that Terramar thing, and like a lot of people don't even think she's in jail. And if you could get her to call in and talk about the ocean and all the junk in it, I think that would just, that would just be incredible.
I put that in my notes, Ghislaine Maxwell, and you're right.
That was it. That was my bright idea. Oh, and I just watched the episode 3, and it was fantastic.
Okay, you watched Southpole. So, yeah, what'd you think?
Yeah, I just watched it. Yeah.
Okay.
I was late. I meant to watch the premiere, but I was doing something.
Okay, excellent. Any favorite parts in there? Anything that stood out to you?
I just thought the animation was a lot better. I mean, I don't know. It just flowed, and I was like, this is this could be on TV.
Thank you. Well, hey, I appreciate the feedback on that. And yeah, we're improving every week, recruiting more and more people into the fold. So thanks for the call, and I'll try to contact Ghislaine Maxwell, her reps.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, if you could get her, and call into the jail or whatever, then that would prove she's actually there or she's not, or who knows.
I'll do it because this Terramar thing is strange. Appreciate the call, Echo Charlie. Have a great night.
Yeah. All right, you too.
All right, everyone, that was Echo Charlie. And yeah, we should reach out to Ghislaine Maxwell. What she's talking about is Terramar, which is her nation. She's a citizen of a land or a place that exists in the hypothetical high seas outside of the reach of any nation. Apparently, 64% of our world is such designated commons, more or less. You can just go claim it or whatever. It's like outer space. That's why I say I don't even trust anything they tell us about the map. Who knows what they're hiding? Maybe Terramar is where they have fake Mars. Maybe they are sending kids to Mars, like that CIA agent said. Jordan says the term auto hoax is self-explanatory. Actually, it's not. I mean, in a way it is, but I think it's more nuanced. Because the issue here is this. The person who automatically disbelieves without seeking evidence for it is just as blind and falls into the same illogic as the person who automatically believes it all. So the auto non-believer and the auto believer, both of them are just lazy, or they're not perceiving directly. And the whole concept of automatically hoaxing is actually shifting the burden of proof, which implies that at a minimum, you're appraised of the facts and why you're rejecting something, why some claim can't be true with the evidence presented. And it's just, if you knee-jerk call things fake, it's very easy to miss, I think, some of the bigger pieces here. But at the same time, and I made this point too, if you say everything is fake, you're going to be right 99% of the time, which is fine. You could just turn off the TV and live a happy life. But for the sake of making arguments, you kind of have to know. But I'll tell you, if I was going to just retire, let's say I retired tomorrow, I could tune out and I wouldn't need the news media. I would assume it all just to be fake. I'll catch up in 10 years. But another thing too, when you take that perspective, there's a certain laziness to where they believe everything on a screen is fake. And it's like, well, what about independent reporters? I had people saying, well, there's no way the hospitals are empty. The empty hospital videos are all just videos, so it's all fake. Aren't you going to auto hoax that? I'm like, yeah, I did. I did. The burden of proof was met. Every independent reporter who reported back provided a burden of proof. I was here at this time. These are the conditions. It's raw information. No editorializing. It wasn't cut, produced, delivered to us by somebody, with a hairdresser. It's just raw footage. And so we have to differentiate here, because if you aren't able to account for what you do and don't believe, then you're confused. And I'm not confused. I'm not like, did 9/11 happen? I'm not Mandela affected. Like, I'm pretty much an objectivist. And that's one of the reasons why MSM is such an affront. Really, just it's an awful thing to have a fallacious worldview being deliberately fomented. And a lot of it is the basis for a lot of the things that we don't like. I mean, I would posit here that racism itself, that a lot of what we see is spread by the media. It gets its inception there. Any real hate probably comes from the media, even though more than 66% of hate crimes are reported to be fake, which is an important figure. We're talking about an entire industry built around scapegoating, and that's the other side of it. It's not just that they're faking hate crimes to get attention, to get money, to get political clout, but they're demonizing another group. So it's like, oh, you've already been convicted. You've already been infected with the hate virus. Mimi's cat said, all in trial of Queensland vaccine trial tested positive to HIV. Not sure if I believe in HIV. I mean, I think HIV and COVID are just two different applications of the same mind control program. And I think it's the same program that they've used when they used to convict people of sin. You have to confess your sins. Sin was a useful concept for regulating people and their thoughts for a long time, but it no longer fits. So they've had to update it using sciencey language. So virus is the new sin, and it comes from the devil, COVID. And if you look at that particular aspect of it, the rest of it all makes sense. It's all just a cult. Like the thing over your face, the mask is a religious garment. And a lot of people really do believe that these measures work. Like, you have true believers. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. If you think you're going to reverse it, even if the science doesn't back it up, the faith will. Hand sanitizer is holy water. I've seen a lot of reports about people getting vaccinated. You got this guy named William Shakespeare out of Warwickshire. It's like, this is the first guy to get the vax. Other people getting vaxes through their shirts or by ungloved nurses. Who's about to get a vax is Prince Philip. And Prince Philip is just such a perplexing character to me. One minute he's like, I can't wait till I die because I can come back as a virus and wipe out the human race. Well, now we have a virus, and he's like, put on your mask. It's like, wait, I thought you hated me. Now you can't afford to lose me? The same people who are like waiting, like Bill Gates. He's like, we just got to cut our carbon emissions in half to save the world. Well, here, hello, COVID. And he's like, he wants to stop it. I thought you were in favor of this. So it's really peculiar that you have the loudest mouths, among the exterminationists who are suddenly concerned with us not catching something that has a 0.0001% chance of possibly killing us. It's not the Kung flu. Some people are still waiting for that. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave. I'm still waiting for the first. I want a wave of the Kung flu to go through Hollywood. Like a wave of the Kung flu. All these crisis actors. And when you watch a lot of these reports of people in the news who claim that they caught it, they've got great makeup. I'll say that. Like, I didn't know that you had makeup when you were in the ER. Birdman says, Prince Philip getting vaxxed, Tom Cruise going to the moon, everything is fine. These things are all interconnected. Remember, Tom Cruise lived with Stanley Kubrick. He was privy to the secrets. And Stanley Kubrick told us about the moon landing being faked. He told us. Now, if you didn't want to listen, that's on you. 8% of the population has figured it out. Only 8%. Now, one thing else, Stanley Kubrick's film Space Odyssey 2001 came out in 1968, and much of what we've seen this year has been essentially templated off of 1968. So it's just another example. And I've been talking about this for months, probably since June, about this 1968. Right when the riot started, that's when that kicked off. It was a comparison that was deliberately created by the media. And many events rhymed with 68 in some very interesting ways. So to see these monoliths popping up, it's very 1968. Infinite Plane Radio.
Wow, are you still? I caught you on the air, right?
Yeah, you just caught me. Hey, 1 second here. I saw a comment here. Finbar says they want to make a vax that takes your soul away. What do you think about that?
Well, the mRNA thing is on so many different levels. Well, for one thing, apparently the vaccines are coming out with now, there's an app, and you can actually hold a device up to your body, and the app will show what you've been vaxxed with. In other words, the vax itself in your bloodstream or wherever it's depositing itself, and I don't think this is the digital tattoo. I think this is the vax itself, although the digital tattoo would serve that purpose of, it would basically be a whole database of your everything about you that they could scan. This is the Human Barcode Project. I think you're aware of this, right? This hasn't been talked about a lot.
I think this is, look, I've been rethinking it, because one of my positions is that the vax itself is more or less a holy sacrament. It's the communion for the NWO church. It's the new, schism between the Protestants and the Catholics, and you have to get the vax or you're anti-vax. You're protesting it. But on the other end, I'm kind of looking at the possibility of it being a pretext for some sort of mass tagging system, like you're describing.
The act of submitting to the vax is selling your soul, effectively. So yes, I agree. Who said that in your Discord?
Finbar said it. He said it, and I've heard a few people say that it will cut you off of God, but you're suggesting that just the act of submitting, and I agree with that, selling out.
Yeah, it's right. Symbolically, that's what it's all about. And you have maintained from the beginning that a lot of these vaccines may be just nothings, basically. So the question is, in other words, they're completely ineffective, but, if they were all that dangerous, we'd see a lot more people getting sick from them. But then again, I'm starting to look at these test trials from Pfizer and AstraZeneca. I haven't heard anything about the Moderna tests. Maybe somebody can call in and talk about that. They've already got one death. They've got what are you likely to come up with? Bell's palsy. That's where like half your face is paralyzed, and it can become permanent.
I've seen that. I've seen pictures going around and you have this half Joker smile, and I'm like, okay, that's gonna be a turnoff for some people as far as this goes. I've seen some articles suggesting that they're gonna guinea pig the prisoners first. I've seen other articles suggesting that they ought to give it to minorities first as for a sort of like social justice as a cover for eugenics.
Yeah, the whole thing is definitely has the flavor of a new religion, but that's how they tried to sell climate change as a sort of an apocalyptic vision. Yeah, basically you've got this high priesthood in their white coats with their credentials, Fauci and them, and people just they abandon all independent critical thought because they have these high priests with the impressive titles, and they wouldn't have been appointed to these positions, head of NIH or head of allergies and infectious diseases, and all these prestigious titles and honorary degrees, and surely they would never be in such prestigious positions if they didn't truly know what they were talking about and didn't truly have our best interests at heart. That those people who think that way and who believe that is religion to them. that is religion to them. So yes, the mask is a holy is a vestment. You know, like where it's a symbolic expression of your affiliation with the belief system, which is to say the church and the communion. A confession would be that thing where they stick the PCR basically. They stick that giant Q-tip up your nose that I think is priming. I think it's depositing something there. You know something? I'm convinced that this test is not what they're telling. That there's more to it than they're telling us. I know that sounds. I don't normally go down these paranoid rabbit holes, but let me tell you something. You want to know if somebody's infected? Draw their blood. Take a urine sample. Take a stool sample. Take a saliva sample. Why would you have to stick a giant Q-tip all the way up past the, basically potentially rupturing the septum? How close to the brain are you getting? And then I hear they've had no animal tests under warp speed. So one of the things that animal testing of these things, not just vaccines but drugs in general, one of the things they determine during animal testing is whether it passes the blood-brain barrier. Because in general, you don't want that to happen.
Wait.
You don't want someone to get encephalitis of the brain from as an inflammatory reaction to these things.
That's a good point. Like, I was wondering about this. It's like, wait, I can drive up and they'll probe my blood-brain barrier with a Q-tip, or like, why can't I just like open my car door? Can I just sneeze from 6 feet away? Because if that's the usual means of transmission, yeah, you could pick it up from licking something. Really strange to me. I have a commenter here who says he sent his stool samples to the DNC. I think you should have sent them to the CDC.
Yeah.
But look, this is the point too. I've been looking at is that this whole thing has always been from day one a cover for controlling the flow of information and the infodemic that the oligarchs are experiencing. Because for them,
that's about control over behavior, isn't it?
Yeah.
In other words, they don't care whether we think or not. I don't think they care what we. I'm beginning to think that they don't care what we think, for the most part, as long as people go along to get along and behave themselves, do what they're told, do what you're told, as they say.
Have you heard of the information volunteers from the UN?
No, this is a new one. Is this part of their Strong Cities program, or is it the World Health Organization, or is it UNESCO?
I would say it's a new counter-reformation army, like the Jesuits. It's called the UN Information Volunteers. And anytime I see volunteer, I'm like
I was saying that the PCR can be considered a confessional because you do it repeatedly, right? Like was it Elon Musk who said he got samples taken in the PCR run like 3 or 4 times over a period of 6 hours or something? I could believe that. I could see him doing that too. Sticking that thing up his nose. Well, it might not be any big deal to anybody who's, he spent a few years, huffing coke. It might not be any big deal, but to me, it's a potentially dangerous procedure, and it's highly suspicious, because when they talk about viral infections, they usually use the phrase viral load. That's what they always used when they were talking about ostensible AIDS patients, because, supposedly, Magic Johnson, I love that name, he tested positive for HIV, but never really got AIDS. Is that right?
Right. I remember when I was a kid, it was so devastating to hear about this, hero, more or less, to a kid, these sports athletes like heroes coming down with this disease, and people are making the worst jokes about it. Like, oh, well, MAGIC stands for my ass got infected, coach. but you're
right.
like,
how did he get it? That would be the question. How did he get it?
But you go, yeah, you're right. He's doing fine. In fact, he hasn't even aged very much. He looks great.
Yeah, that's like Michael J. Fox with his Parkinson's, or we talked about the robot that got to play Stephen Hawking and all that. I don't know why people fall for this crap. After a while, it gets so ridiculous and implausible, absolutely implausible. I couldn't believe that Mark Kelly actually got elected to the Senate from Arizona. They ought to, something, their statehood ought to be revoked, and they ought to be turned back into a territory and occupied militarily until these crazy assholes straighten out their shit. Because that means that people in Arizona basically believe the Gabby Giffords narrative.
Oh,
Is that the
yes.
case?
Yes. Oh, wait, a couple of things here. One, yeah, Mark Kelly is one of the worst astronauts as far as his performances. And back in 2010, 2011, all of his videos up there in the ISS, you can see the green screen. But you brought up Stephen Hawking. And yeah, I've always thought that the guy was an animatronic. It was some sort of a long-term scam. Well, it turns out, and I don't know how much is this can be relied upon, my source on this one, but I'm digging into it. There is this theory that mathematician John Nash, game theory, A Beautiful Mind, that he was actually playing the role of Stephen Hawking. And I look at the guy and I'm like, huh, it's possible with the mouthpiece, this could be John Nash portraying Stephen Hawking. What do you think about that?
It's all just a movie to me now. When I look back on it, it's all just a movie to me. Actually, I spend many sleepless nights into the early morning hours watching old movies. I don't watch them on a big screen. I download them to in MP4 format, believe it or not, mostly from BitChute's classic collections. And then I watch them on a laptop, on a MacBook, kicked back in a zero gravity chair because I want to experience it the way we grew up with television, which was something that we were still bigger than television. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until the screen became gigantic and you got HD that it took over your mind. You went to the movies for that. You went to the movies for the big screen, but television was like you could go to the beach or be out on a boat with one of those little miniature, the little tiny screens. You've seen them, the tiny screen televisions, the portable TVs that people, well, I guess you don't really see them.
I remember those, but you're right. This thing it's been getting increasingly immersive to where you're in the theater, you're inside of a TV, you're inside of the big box. And now you have the Oculus where now you're individually getting put into your little world. It seems like there's a strategy being employed here. And now they're phasing out green screens with NASA and they're moving into LED screens. So the whole room is covered in high def LED. And apparently it reflects light more realistically. And it's so realistic that if you're in one of these rooms, it's like the Truman Show. You might grab an object and it's just a projection on the wall.
Well, that's a form of hypnosis, I guess. I mean, if you're experiencing it and you're not aware that it's an illusion, it's a form of hypnosis. Of course, you can be experiencing something and be aware it's an illusion. That's anybody who's experimented with hallucinogenic substances understands how that works. You have to be able to step outside of it and have be able to look at the experience as something you're experiencing that isn't necessarily what you think it is. But what they do with media now, I guess, is everything gets so conflated in people's minds. I mean, I'm telling you, I listen to some of these, I guess they're mostly older baby boomers who call into C-SPAN in the morning on this program, Washington Journal, and the things they say make it clear they don't really make that distinction. The world is a movie place to them. They think about the world in terms that, as you say, are basically described by Netflix or HBO. It's a movie conception of reality. And that has really been the case. That was certainly the case with 9/11. I go back again and again to see 9/11 the movie. Not what did they do? They just took a movie script, a pretty shitty movie script, really, a stupid movie script, one that probably couldn't pass muster in Hollywood. And they ran it down as TV news. And instead of people saying to themselves, well, maybe we're being hustled here or something's going on, no, they just gobbled it up. They just ate it up. Of course, with 9/11, people were able to say, unless they lived in New York City, they would say to themselves, well, it doesn't affect me unless I go to the airport, and I find out I'm on the no-fly list, or they want to stick their hands down my pants or make me take my shoes off. Then I'm affected by it. What the COVID has done is it's forced everybody to confront the point at which the movie becomes reality. And as you say, people get co-opted into becoming part of the simulation or drafted into having roles in the LARP, in the simulation.
Correct.
And that's what we're seeing. When you talk about they're going to send this is the United Nations. What are they going to do? Recruit this from among the unemployed locals? These
Well,
rats and snitches to go.
Yeah, the IVs. So information volunteers will be online, going through chat rooms, monitoring conversations to stop.
Oh, they've already done that. No. They've got that. Hey, go to China and recruit fact checkers, Chinese fact checkers. Facebook is already. This is now a scandal, right? That Facebook has hired Chinese communist fact checkers to do. So when you get a Facebook, you probably don't spend much time on Facebook, but I'm on there a bit, and I get fact checked for all kinds of stuff. And yeah, this is now mainstream news that the fact checkers are hiring are Chinese nationals. So we can see the direction this thing is drifting. This would be the ideological warfare department of the People's Liberation Army and the Chinese Communist Party. They're, how do I put this? They're more politically mature than your average American.
I believe that. I do. And Facebook, yeah, I'm a little scarred. I go over there. I've been in jail so many times that I go there, but I'm just afraid to post because they'll ban my account. But I do try to keep up with people's feeds there. A minute ago, you brought up about how people live the movie. And it reminded me of Anthony Robbins, the guy from Neuro-Linguistic Programming.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins.
Yeah,
and
right.
one of the things he said, though, was he was citing all these studies where he said, at a subconscious level, you're not really differentiating between real and fake. So your vicarious experiences of watching movies does aggregate in terms of its ability to shape your worldview. So now it's pretty clear to me that decades of movies, generations of movies, it's all been there to shape how we make our decisions. From the beginning, entertainment was always a side effect. And you're right, people are literally like TV heads. It's kind of, it's intriguing. We're in a cult.
Guy Debord describes this as society of the spectacle. And it was a cornerstone of situationist theory. I know it's not real fashionable to quote them, but they're saying basically the spectacle becomes so overpowering, so it's everywhere. Everywhere you turn, you see it. So it becomes so real that in a sense you want to be a part of it. So this explains to me why all these people suddenly, the day after 9/11, all these people claim they saw the plane. These are the arguments we used to have at 9/11 Blogger and at the so-called mainstream 9/11truth.org, the real respectable 9/11 truth groups that wouldn't, if you even suggested no planes or TV fakery, they'd kick you out. They'd throw you out. They'd ban you. Because they'd always come back and say, I can find a dozen people that saw the plane. And they would never have done this unless people saw the plane. They couldn't have faked something like that. People would have not seen the plane, but people saw the plane. People saw the plane. So then I started looking at the alleged witnesses who saw the plane. It turns out, one by one, you find out their story doesn't make any sense. They weren't really actually, there's not that many places in Manhattan where you can be standing and have a clear view of that particular section of the facade of the South Tower when that second plane hit. It's not that easy to see from that many places in Manhattan. I know. I lived in Manhattan for 3 years in between 69, 70, 71 when they were just starting to build it. And you can't even see that, but everybody wants to be part of the narrative. So even if they saw it on, that's what's so crazy. I would call up a local AM talk radio station, and they say, here comes a crazy conspiracy theorist again. And I'd say, those were cartoons that the networks broadcast of the second hit of the South Tower big hit. They'd started. Someone said, you're one of those ones who thinks that they didn't use any planes on 9/11. I said, well, I don't know if they used planes or not, but I'm telling you, the networks broadcast lousy, shoddy digital cartoons, fake video, stuff that was physically impossible. And that suggests to me that, no, there probably wasn't any real Boeing jet slamming into that tower. The fact that they would have had to go to the trouble to produce these crappy cartoons. And they would always come back with this thing about, are you telling me that what I saw they all were watching TV, I guess, when that happened, they think when that happened in real time. Maybe they were watching the real time, the September Clues version of things, which is that they focus on the real time. But that was never important to me, because the fact that after the fact, that in the days after, ABC ran the Fairbanks cartoon, and CNN ran the Hazarkani cartoon, both of which are obvious fakes. That told me that the networks were broadcasting fake video. So I sort of said, well, they probably weren't any real planes if they got to broadcast fake video. But every time you turned around and said that and pointed to that, oh, I know somebody that saw the planes. I know somebody that saw the planes. And chances are they were watching it on TV. I actually had a very prominent local AM talk radio host here in Baltimore. This is all the way back. This is like back in 2005, 2006. Say to me, he was on air with his buddy, his producer, and they were just, they couldn't believe I was saying this. They said, well, we saw this on TV. We saw this on TV. Are you telling me that what we saw on TV was faked? You understand? They want to be a part of the narrative. How do you tell them that their TV is lying to them? How do you tell people that?
That's something that many of us encountered. And this was what first got me to look at the term auto hoaxer in a new way, because I watched a video where a truck ran over some rubber dummies in Nice, or they threw rubber dummies out the back, and we were told it was a attack by Allah Akbar terrorists running down Christmas shoppers. Well, I knew it was a hoax, and I was dissecting it live 30 minutes after it happened, and somebody in the chat out of nowhere just says, how dare you call that person a rubber dummy? That's my girlfriend. And I'm like, wait, I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure that if that was your girlfriend, you'd be in the hospital right now at her bedside, not on a guy's channel with 200 subs talking about the news. So I saw the damage control was there to stop people from calling it fake. And then you had Alex Jones and Paul Joseph Watson saying, block the auto hoaxers. They wouldn't have it. And so at first I thought, well, maybe they don't like auto hoaxers because they jump the gun and they don't do research. Now I know they don't like auto hoaxers because they're calling out the fundamental fakery here that the others kind of cover up for.
They are bodyguarding the mainstream media. The faux alternative media, the ones who are posing as alternative media, which I guess is Alex Jones, maybe. I don't even take him seriously anymore. They protect the integrity of mainstream media, and then turn around and accuse mainstream media of censorship and lying and everything. In other words, Alex Jones made a career out of denouncing no-planers and people who were calling out the TV fakery of 9/11. Made a career out of that, smearing them and slandering them. What does he say? I wonder what he would say. I don't even care what he would say now, really. I really don't. After he reversed himself 180 degrees on Sandy Hook. How did he get away with that? He reversed himself on 9/11 essentially when he joined the Trump campaign. He's a turncoat.
Yes, you're right. He did.
And a Judas goat. Alex Jones is a Judas goat to anybody who he leads.
And
really.
And he'll eat his neighbor's ass even though he's got a garage full of MREs on storage.
Yeah, well, that's more of him, Just what did he say in court in that divorce case? Was it the divorce case or the Sandy Hook suit that he was involved in, where he said, I'm nothing but an entertainer. You're not supposed to take me seriously. I'm just an entertainer.
Right. And hey, someone brought this up too. Do you remember when you said a minute ago about how people treat their television viewing as memory? Oh, I saw the towers because they saw it on TV. A lot of people believe the same about the moon landing or JFK assassination, where they assume that it's held in recent memory as an actual spectacle, when most of that was secondhand or just radio, and the Zapruder film wasn't exactly broadcast live. So we think about TV, today, like it's ubiquitous, but back then when these events happened, it was so much easier to hoax people. So, I think for the most part, yeah, people are fallaciously relying on the TV as like an auxiliary memory, and that's the big flaw here. It's like our collective memory.
Yeah, it's like that character in the sci-fi film Videodrome, David Cronenberg's film. What's his name? Dr. Brian Oblivion. He says, how does he put it? The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Well, that's why they call it programming. But even before that, there was movies. They were doing that with movies first. Radio, I guess if you get to the Orson Welles Martian invasion broadcasts, which we were told people fell for. I don't really believe that. I don't
Well,
think
okay.
people fell.
Well, radio though I think has a specific utility in that's where they create grass. This is what they do. They're fake grassroots or astroturf, where they have callers that create the false perception that this is the pulse of America. I mean, radio's always been, certainly controlled opposition. Definitely something that the mass media didn't like at first. If you look at the way radio was treated at first, but
These have never been free speech venues. Never. From the very beginning, very, very brief period when radio was just coming into existence in the 20s. And then immediately they created, the FCC to regulate all that. So things like television, radio, never, ever been free speech venues, always been controlled by the federal government and regulated. And they'd shut you down if you used an error. They used a frequency that you weren't allowed, a frequency that you weren't allowed to be using, and so some that were reserved and everything else. Now movies, a little more latitude for free expression. We did have a lot of independent film. I have to give a lot of credit to the movies for, in a sense, telling us the truth in many cases. If you watch something like Capricorn 1, about basically a fake Mars mission, right? Actually, O.J. Simpson is in that. He's one of the 3 astronauts. Yeah, something like Capricorn 1 definitely tells you. Yeah, you could see in the movies where they're willing to lift, like Eyes Wide Shut, they're willing to kind of lift the curtain a little bit and show you what's really going on in the world. So the movies are, a lot more of a free speech venue. Television's always been tightly controlled.
Right.
Now, people are moving away from it, I think.
Well, a minute ago you brought up Cronenberg. I think it's the movie Videodrome, and
Videodrome, right?
Okay, I referenced Cronenberg because his films were created back when you had props and special effects that looked real to your eyes, so they looked real to the camera. And that's why a lot of these old horror movies or these strange sci-fi Cronenberg films are kind of unsettling because of some of the ways, it's just kind of like, heads exploding or weird things grafted onto people's bodies. I think he's behind RoboCop 2, the cyborg stuff. But I used to like those films, and I stopped liking the movies that were being released when they switched from actual props and special effects to cheesy looking CGI. And I think this has all been deliberate, that the deliberate change from realistic looking props to cheap CGI, it wasn't just budgetary. I think that we have been conditioned for this digital age when we're basically spending most of our time looking through screens, and they want to blur the distinction so that we can't even visually tell the difference between something that's real and fake anymore. And most people are in that boat. They're visually illiterate.
Well, this is why I'm pursuing a study of old movies, as I say, and watching them. And I started with, I downloaded about 20 or 30 film noir, it's called, which is all black and white, from the late 1940s into the 50s, into the 1950s. I guess the ultimate film noir would be Orson Welles. Oh, what's it called? Charlton Heston is in it. It's a very strange film. Has to do with a Mexican cop. What is it called? Anyway, I watch a lot of film noir. And then also I'm downloading a lot of 1950s epic films. Remember, things like Panorama, Todd A.O., Technicolor, the widescreen. I remember when the very first widescreen films came out. Of course, the first one was something called How the West Was Won. And when you went into the theater, basically they had 3 screens. So you were kind of surrounded by the image. And there were some very striking sequences in that movie. One, like for example, one was a fight on a train, a sort of a train hijacking situation. Another one was a stampede, a buffalo stampede, where they actually placed the camera right there under the hooves of the stampeding bison. It was pretty striking. People had never seen stuff like this in the movies before. So now this would have been 19. Let's see how the West was won. I think it was 1960, 1959, 1960 maybe. Ben-Hur was 1959. Very, very. These were really the movies were a big deal.
Well,
I hear now people talk about these shitty Marvel Comics spin-offs and Disney spin-offs. That's not like movies used to be. That stuff is crap. I mean, even when Star Wars came out, I was never particularly impressed with the original Star Wars. I saw that they had a lot of interesting special effects, but I thought the scripts were kind of silly. They was like they were parody. They were meant to be parody kind of comic books or something.
Well, look, something really quick though on this, because I just noticed they're coming full circle. Like we have the rear screen projection to fake the Apollo, and they're bringing back this new form of rear screen projection, but it's all high def LED. But then you bring up Star Wars, and I remember when they filmed Star Wars, you had cameras on a cart, and you would have your Lego hanging from a fishing line in a dark room, and you would move your cart in to pass by, and it would make it look like the ship is flying through space. Well, just the other day, SpaceX released a video, supposedly from the point of view of the Dragon capsule going to the ISS, and I swear it looked exactly like a Lego toy hanging in a garage with a camera moving close to it. And I'm looking at this as, wow, they're bringing back some of their old cinematography techniques and then enhancing it with some of what they have now. I'm just observing critically their art, and yeah, they're definitely hearkening back to the '60s with their cinematography now.
Will the younger people see through it? I mean, I don't know. I haven't grown up with the video games and the sort of digital graphics that people are growing up with now. I mean, is this stuff that convincing that I just can't see people falling for this stuff?
They will. I saw Elon Musk just tweeted, "Who wants to go to Mars?" And I was just watching in awe, the retweet and the hearts just going up. And I'm like, wow, I can just see them all lining up, getting quarantined, getting put into the rocket ship to Mars, and they will go. They're ready.
I watched a video of this real slime ball Pence at NASA talking about plans to go to the moon. Did you see this?
Not Pence. No, I saw the stage, and they were pointing at the astronauts, and they were all wearing black masks.
Pence is saying, he made a speech, and basically in this he says, we're going to, how did he put it? He says, these people here will one day step on the moon. And it kind of begs the question, excuse me, Mr. Vice President, but didn't we supposedly do that already? But he's saying it as though it's never, he's saying it almost by implication, admitting that we've never been there.
Yes.
That's how I read his speech. That's how when I saw this, I thought, well, that's what he sounds like. Like no one's supposed to everybody's supposed to have forgotten that we were supposed to have gone there with Apollo 11. Is that right?
I think I think what's happening here, and I've seen this as sort of a side narrative. It's come out in a few TV shows where, we had to fake the moon landing to trick the Russians and win the space race, and it was a necessary sacrifice, but we weren't going to release it until after the last Apollo astronaut dies. So after Buzz dies, wait for them to say, yeah, we had to fake it, but this time it's going to be real.
Right. Okay. We may have lied to you and deceived you before for generations, but now we're telling you the truth.
Exactly how pathological liars always work, and that's kind of what I think they're going to do, because there are people who know the moon landing's fake, but they see Space Force and they think, well, wait a minute, there's no way, so they're conflicted, and so what they invent for themselves is they fake the moon landing to trick the Russians, but now it's real.
What a leap of faith that would require, to know that someone had deceived you in such a way to the tune of billions of dollars for years and years. But now, don't worry. Now they're going to be honest. Now they're going to be authentic. I just can't see. I can't see to me, a population that goes along with that. They know the truth. They know the truth. They're just going along because they feel they don't have any choice.
Right.
I think that's what we're rolling into now. I think we're rolling into that phase
Well, look,
where
okay, it's a quarantine situation. If they can quarantine any ideas, all they have to do is keep on pumping out the lies, knowing that someday they're going to quarantine off the truth. And I think that's what they're doing. So they know what's out there. They know who the super spreaders are. But once they solidify their power over the control of information and every meme, once they have total meme control, which is what they're aiming for, I think they can literally say, okay, delete Apollo 11, and it'll probably happen.
they can't do like a Mandela, a real Mandela. They can't do that without shutting down the internet.
Good point.
They're gonna have to do that at some. They've got or interrupt it somehow because it's not something they can control that easily. Yeah, I agree. They could censor. They can control the search algorithms. They can rig it so that it's hard for people do have to figure out how to navigate their way around. But ultimately, they're just going to have to shut that thing down. Of course, who would have thought they could shut down, they could cancel Christmas or Thanksgiving or July the 4th? Who would have thought they could cancel the Hajj to Mecca or, Easter in St. Peter's Square or shut down the Wailing Wall? Who would have thought they could get away with any of that? Who would have thought they could get the Pope to endorse it?
Oh, the Pope. Speaking of the Pope, he said that we should use COVID-19, and I called this too. I said they're defacing us. It's a virus of collectivism. The Pope just said that we need to use COVID-19 as an excuse to get rid of individualism.
That's the enemy now, individualism, the individual soul. So he's denying the primacy. He's denying the primacy, the integrity, and the dignity of the individual soul. What a turncoat. There's nothing Catholic about him. And I'm not a Catholic, but there ain't nothing Catholic about this guy, this Pope. He's a traitor.
Oh, the Green Commie Pope, Jesuit Pope. Yeah, all of the above.
By the way, where is Benedict now? They retired Benedict. This was without precedent, pretty much. Well, I guess we've had popes overthrown before, but to say, oh, we got to retire this pope, because I guess it had to do with the scandal around the pedophilia. But where is he? You never hear from this guy Benedict anymore. Where do ex-popes go?
Right. Ratzinger. The last time I saw him, he had a pretty wide-brimmed hat, dainty red shoes, and he disappeared. Have you ever seen Ratzinger in the same room as the Queen, by the way, at the same time?
I haven't seen that picture. He had an audience with the Queen, really. Red shoes, right. The ruby slippers, something like that.
Yeah, he's in the Red Shoe Black Eye Club. Like, I don't know what's at the end of that initiation rite where you get slugged in the eye and you have to put on red shoes, supposedly made from the skins of sacrificed victims, but I don't know.
Well, he's been the papacy has been called out now. Francis has been called out. All of them been called out by this archbishop from I guess an archdiocese around Florence in central Italy, Tuscany. What's his name now? This is the guy that wrote an open letter to President Trump calling out the COVID as a pretext for the Great Reset and basically a satanic movement to destroy Western civilization. It's a pretty good letter, actually. I kind of agree with.
I do too. Look, I'm not even someone who really believes when I say satanic, usually I mean it somewhat ironically, but it's like at some point in the last 6 or 7 months, I stopped using the term satanic ironically because it just seems to fit. It's like, okay, we've got a cult of satanic wizards about to lock everything down for all time, and they're probably going to funnel us into tunnels into fake Mars bases. Like, it's looking pretty dark like that these days. And when they lit up the Empire State Building, like the Eye of Sauron, I was pretty convinced that, yeah, they're just going to start opening the pits at this point.
Telling people that you can't attend church? Come on. The term satanic is suggestive of the sheer scope and scale of this thing, how big it is, how huge it is, how it's about somebody offering up the whole world, the whole world for sale. But yeah, the Archbishop's letter. If you get a chance, look it over. read the backstory on this, because this guy's for real. This archbishop is definitely for real. He's calling out the Pope as a tool of Satan and an antichrist for endorsing the COVID thing and climate change. And in other words, this archbishop has our analysis. He has exactly our analysis. It's just he kind of translates it into more biblical terms, into Catholic terms.
I'll have to
And
read
he
it
calls out
because
the Pope.
I've been saying here that, COVID, yeah, it's like literally the devil. That if you want it to rule over people, you have to have a devil, you have to have sin with this religious paradigm. But if they're not believing it anymore, you have to have the basis of science to do it. But what they're doing here is they're falsely diagnosing everybody with this new form of sin. And it's a huge power grab. But in a way, when I look at the big picture of this and how it all integrates with this mask, and then you brought up earlier the Q-tip thing, like how much closer can you get to a literal mark of the beast than having a device that could be used to insert something put right there, right in the spot, in your forehead?
I think they want to get people used to the idea of depositing something up there, and I think it does have to do with crossing the blood-brain barrier. I really do. I'm suspecting that. I can't prove it yet, but I'm researching that more and more, reading about this, because to me it's without precedent that you would take a sample that way. If the viral load were sufficient for you to truly be infected, as they say, every cough, every sneeze would carry that. You understand? It'd be in your blood. They could detect it. Why should they have to go poking all the way up your sinuses to find a sample of this thing? It's almost like, well, we're looking up there because we know that's where we put it, or that's where we expect to find it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
right.
where we expect to find it at some point. We want to get you used to the idea that we want to see if it's there already. If it's not there, we want to make... You know what I'm saying? It's like going to be a marker up there. It makes me think of that scene in the original version of Total Recall, where Arnold Schwarzenegger takes these forceps and sticks them up his nose, remember?
Yes.
And pulls this thing out of his nose, yanks a giant chip out of his nose or something. That's what it makes me think of. I posted that too, and people were having an argument about it, and I posted that thing. I said, that's what this is about. Of course, the PCR itself, if you look at the pseudoscience behind it, it is not a test. It was never intended to be a test. It's an amplification method. And if you run a sufficient number of cycles, anything. Kary Mullis, the guy that got the Nobel Prize for inventing this polymerase chain reaction procedure, it is not a test. He says it's not a test. It doesn't identify anything. It just takes a DNA sequence and manages to reproduce it, get it to reproduce, and enlarges it. But, through an iterative process of successive cycles. They say that, and now, of course, one of these state legislatures has mandated that the cycle threshold for determination of a positive has to now be included with the test results. So in other words, if they ran 33, 34, 35, 40 cycles in order to come up with a positive, apparently now the state legislature is meaning that they got to reveal that on the test results or something like that. So people are starting to catch on to how this, what do you call it, snake oil? Or it's just, like a little voodoo trickery or something. It really is.
Does it remind you? It reminds me of the Inquisition. What's like, well,
yeah,
that's
it.
We got to ask you again, or even like Guantanamo.
Right.
Got to have to waterboard you a few more times. Maybe try some enhanced interrogation, some enhanced testing. It seems like the universal pretext, and we find it when we say we find it. And until we find it,
they're looking for that confession. They want that confession. They're going to get it. You're going to be positive.
It's a confession. And I was thinking about like 1984, Ministry of Love, Room 101. O'Brien is there with Winston trying to get that thought crime out of the guy's head with torture.
How many fingers, Winston? Yeah, how many fingers, Winston? We're going to get it out of you. We're going to keep sticking this thing up your nose, right, until we get you to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's like we're going to snatch that thought out of your head. We're going to find that mind virus. I mean, and they've conflated the two. So speaking
well, so
out,
now we have the UK government uh, admitting, actually saying that they are now recommending against vaxing anybody who has any allergies. Have you seen this?
I've seen it. I've seen a number of disturbing things, and I'm like, are they trying to scare people? Like, why is Bill Gates calling it a final solution? Are they trying to sow doubt? And this is the side of it that makes me wonder how much of it is to scare you so that it's an ultimate test of your faith.
Well, anybody now, what they're doing is they're giving an easy way out to people because you go somewhere and they say, well, if you had the vaccine, oh no, I have allergies or I'm allergic to this, I'm allergic to that, and it's specifically now contraindicated. They're recommending against taking the vaccine if you've got any allergies because you might be allergic to something that was used in the process of creating this vaccine. Um, that's going to give millions of people an easy out because you simply tell them, "Oh, I have allergies," and that's got to be it. That's got to be.
Right.
They must know they can't
That's
enforce it.
that's got to be it. That's got to be the out. Because I know people like I'm allergic to bullshit. I'll say, and yeah, you're right. It's an easy opt out, and then of course. You already have a mass resistance against it. That's why I never really feared that this would be something they could deploy unless this is being used to insert something. And sometimes I wonder, could the space program be a cover for invading inner space? Could this have been a long con leading up to something? Somebody suggested to me that the lunar lander looked less like a landable craft and more like a scaled up model of a nanobot. Have you heard this?
Yeah, I saw something about that. I saw something about that. That, of course, brings us to this Israeli retired, like 85-year-old Israeli intelligence official who allegedly was in charge of secret technology for the Mossad or something, has published a book now and is claiming that both Israel and the United States know of the existence of these aliens and have communicated with them. And he even talks about a galactic federation or something along those lines, which of course poses the question now, was it aliens that recently assassinated, allegedly, this Iranian physicist? Were it aliens that staged that explosion in the Beirut harbor? Was that an alien thing? Are aliens involved in the Middle East negotiations right now? And of course, the implication was: does the president know that these aliens are running around? Was it the aliens that recently shelled the West Bank and Gaza, or kneecapped Palestinian teenagers? Which aliens is it that we're talking about here? Because after all, these are the same people who claim to have turned staffs into snakes and to have walked on water.
Good
And
point.
now they're telling us, well, we've been concealing all these decades now. We've been concealing from you the reality that these aliens exist. So I think they're bringing, and you've talked about this, the asteroid and alien invasion and all that kind of stuff. Operation Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam, whatever it's called, that stuff. And the Air
But
Force's Mirage, whatever.
we're never good enough though. Why is it they're always like, yeah, we got aliens, we're in contact with them, but humanity's not good enough yet. Like they're not going to land until we all, embrace the vaccine and global warming. Like humanity's not ready, is what they told us.
That's got to be it. The religious angle. That's got to be it. They got to conflate the alien narrative with the vaccine narrative with the climate change narrative. Say the aliens are telling us we got to do something about climate change. And by the way, they're giving us. That's how we were able to get this vaccine at such rapid warp speed. It's alien technology. That's got to be the narrative, right? I'm going to start doing that too. Maybe I'll call it to talk one of these talk radio shows, and I'll ask if anybody in the audience thinks that this amazing, miraculous warp speed development of a vaccine, unprecedented. It's never been done this fast. are they really hiding alien technology from us? Did the aliens tip us off as to how to create this unprecedented mRNA, messenger RNA vaccine? Yeah, that's a great way to show how they're conflating those narratives.
They're going to do it. And hey, one question here. So Bill Gates has never been cited with a mask on. No trace of maskne. No trace has ever worn a mask. And he's always wearing a sweater. So there's a rumor that he's a vax junkie getting high in his own supply. What do you think? If we rolled up Bill Gates's sweater sleeves, would we see track marks?
I've seen pictures of Bill Gates that really you could tell it's like they got a stand-in or a double. They're not the same person. I've seen a picture of Bill and Melinda Gates and then another picture of Bill and Melinda Gates, and you can tell they're just not good. They're not the same people. So who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows if they might have replaced the original Bill Gates. I wouldn't be surprised at anything anymore. And I don't know who they send out there who did they used to send out to get pies thrown into his face? Was that the real Bill Gates? You know,
right?
Or was that an actor standing in, or is Bill Gates an actor? Period.
That's a good question there. Is he even a real authentic person, or is he another world stage creation? And I find it difficult to believe that we've somehow just collectively agreed, oh, this is America's doctor. It's like we never came to this agreement. So right. Yeah, I come to the conclusion kind of that, yeah, he's more or less a character to help
They did
advance.
That with that scumbag Giuliani. They called him America's 9/11 mayor. And he had an office. He had a bunch of offices in Building 7. If anybody is implicated in these demolitions in Manhattan, if anybody had advanced knowledge and is a key perpetrator on that morning, it'd be Rudolph Giuliani. So I don't care how much they trot him out now with his hair dye or whatever it is, supposedly challenging these elections. I'm always going to be saying, hey, that guy's a 9/11 perp.
You're right. He is. I mean, let's put Rudolph Giuliani at the top of the vax list. He's definitely in the know. There's no way he's not in the know.
Oh, he'd be in the immune-compromised population, definitely. He'd be in that population to be a candidate for the vax. Of course, you know what they'll do? They'll get on camera, but that doesn't mean they're really getting the vax. I mean, like, oh, we're going to have the presidents. All three of them are going to line up and get vax. Which presidents? Obama, Bush, and Clinton are all going to take the vax on TV? Is that what we're being told?
Yeah, and in fact, Prince Philip too. Prince Philip said he's going to take it, and his wife's going to take it next week. So it's like we got these a whole group. Obama, W. Clinton, Prince Philip, and Bill Gates are all going to roll up their sleeves. I don't know if Bill's going to roll up his sleeve, but the rest of them are.
Do you realize what a breach of royal protocol that is? For a royal arm to roll up its sleeve and show the world it getting a shot? A royalty's not supposed to do that. Really. That's one of those things royalty is not supposed to do. They're going to get down here in the trenches with us to sell this thing now. Yeah, the vax is... See, this is why I'm kind of hoping... I don't think it's going to happen, but wouldn't it be neat? Now think about this. This is my fantasy here. I'm going to love this if this through some shot in the dark happens. Suppose that they're actually able to reinstall Trump for another 4 years. I don't, let's say, now they're saying now that Biden has the 270 electoral votes he needs. Supposedly like 100, 100 Congress, more than 100 Republican congressmen and a whole bunch of attorney generals, including the attorney general of Texas, are going to try to take this election fraud and rigged election and all that to the Supreme Court. I don't think anything's going to come of it, but here's something worth contemplating. If Trump is actually able to get himself reinstalled, if his lawyers are able to get him reinstalled for another 4 years and turn this thing around, all those Democrats, all those masked-tard Democrats are going to refuse to take the vax. because it'll be a Trump vax. They would only take a Biden vax. Am I wrong?
You're right about that. Just like the anti-vaxxers who are scared to death of the vax suddenly want the one that Trump has. It's a political decision. That's why I don't believe it's a real killer. I think it's a political decision, and you're right about that. It's super partisan, just like everything else.
Kamala Harris herself said, I couldn't believe she blurted that out. They asked her to repeat what she said. She said, "Oh no, I wouldn't trust a vaccine from this administration. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take it." She said that. I can't believe that was in the script. I cannot believe that was in the script. Maybe it was, because think about the implication of that. Well, excuse me, the same exact big pharma criminals that ran Warp Speed would be the ones producing and distributing the vax, or maybe the military would, under a Biden administration, as already have done it under. There isn't any difference. Fauci, right? Fauci will still be in there, and Birx and all the rest of them. The same people will be in power in a Biden administration as have run this whole scamdemic psyop from the very beginning. So what are people saying? They're saying, well, if Biden's in there, everything's okay. But if Trump's back in there, oh, no, we don't trust him. This is all going to get down to trust. It's all going to get down to trust. The beautiful thing about the election is, no matter how it turns out, that 74 million voters that allegedly voted for Trump, they now know without question that American elections are rigged, that they're fake. They know our election. They already knew our news was fake because their candidate told them that. Their president said, "Hey, by the way, guys, your news is fake." But now he's also telling them that their elections are fake. Their national elections are fake. So they know that now. That's not something that they're going to have to be brought up to speed for.
Sure.
They know that.
This year has been great for a few things. I mean, yeah, it definitely has highlighted the importance of the Second Amendment, how much the media lies, and how far they will go to cheat on these elections. Biden admitted it in a gaffe. I mean, I don't know if these are intentional gaffes or if it's written this way, but he said they have the most sophisticated voting rigging system in the world. And he also said if he comes to a fundamental disagreement with Kamala Harris, he'll catch a disease and die, and she'll become president. I mean, they say these things, and I'm just like, wow. Maybe that sometimes just slips. These are just legitimate Freudian slips.
People filter it out. They just see the world the way they want to see it. I don't know how they're going to. When you see these people who are saying, "I'll take the vax, I'll volunteer, I'll take it," they're true believers. I guess these are people who see. This is the problem we're going to have. And we've all got somebody in our family or neighbors or somebody we know who has a codependent relationship with institutional health care. They're dependent on it for insulin or maybe for opioids or other, or Xanax, or they may be like the governor here in Maryland, Hogan. He's immune compromised because he's a former cancer patient. He is obese. If you ever see pictures of him, a lot of these people are obese, or at the very least, they're dangerously overweight and have all kinds of issues. So they're already codependent on this behemoth of institutional medicine, the public health establishment. In that sense, you ask yourself, well, they got to know they're lying. They're lying about the numbers. They're lying about the statistics. They're lying about the cases. They're lying about this. They're lying about the PCR. But I don't think it matters to them. To the true believer doesn't care about that. The true believer is committed to a cause, is committed to an idea, an ideal that they believe in. It's got nothing to do with facts or science or knowledge or anything else. And if you're a recovered cancer patient, and think about this, you feel bound and indebted to the medical establishment. I've been real fortunate in my life. I've hardly ever had to go to a hospital. and then only for the worst situation I've ever had where I had to go to a hospital was from an infected cat bite. I got a cat bite on the wrist, and almost overnight I developed cellulitis, and it scared the hell out of me because if you've ever seen that, like my hand blew up, got all deformed, and then the thing started climbing up my arm. You could see the color of it climbing up my arm. So I drove over to the hospital, the emergency room. Right away they pulled me in there. They put me on antibiotics, and it took about a week to get this infection under control.
Was
really
it
did.
toxoplasmosis or whatever? Is that what happened?
If that's what that's, yeah. Well, it can become even worse. It can become nephritis if the tissue starts to die. In other words, yeah, it starts off as that, but it can become nephritis. I mean, it can kill you. It can become gangrene, and it did. It scared the hell out of me. And the funny thing was there was no pain at all. A little bit of like puffiness. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing was, the scariest thing is how it looks. Your hand and your arm it's all swollen and deformed. It doesn't look anything like the other arm. And you're afraid it's going to climb up. You're seeing it climb up toward the elbow, and so yeah, they had me in there for about a, and it something like that scares the hell. Now this happened about maybe 2009, 2000. It's been at least 10 years, I would say, that I went through this experience. But when they finally got this thing under control, and they put me through an MRI to see if the bone was infected because it was on the wrist. I got bit on a particular part of the wrist.
Now wait,
yeah, it got right into my veins.
Now, so the cat bit you. Now I don't have a cat now. It just depends. Cats. Some of them are just. They don't even have to be provoked. I mean, you didn't like.
Oh yeah, they can bite you accidentally. Or they can be playing rough. It happens.
I mean, like Joe Biden. Joe Biden was chasing his dog after he got out of the shower. He pulled its tail and he fell and twisted his ankle. Like a dog can take stuff, but a cat, you just look at it wrong, it could go after you.
Well, what I was told was this: dog bites Dog bites on humans. Dogs are surprisingly clean and hygienic. I know you think of a dog as sort of dirt, rolling around in the dirt and all that, and smelling bad. But dogs, the inside of a dog's mouth is relatively clean because a dog bite only infects a human maybe about 5% of the time. Very rarely will a dog bite become a really nasty infection. A cat bite, on the other hand, like 75% of the time, will become infected. It can be bad if it's in the wrong place. The worst bite of all for a human is another human. I was told that if another human bites you, there's like a 95% chance it's going to get infected. And I know a particular case where that happens. I know somebody who, it's many years ago, got in a fight, hit somebody in the mouth, broke his teeth, but cut his fingers on the guy's teeth and ended up having to lose like 2 fingers. It got infected so fast, so bad.
Well, speaking of, so cats and
it
dogs.
Happens,
Like earlier,
it does happen.
You had mentioned something about even though we're vaccinating everybody, we haven't vaxxed the cats and the dogs. You think they're going to sneak that up on us later and say that cats have COVID, dogs have COVID?
They're doing it with the mink industry in Denmark, I believe. This is something you might want to look into. Yeah, the first question I ask when I see this is, who else markets mink and would like to drive the Danish mink industry out of business? But yes, they're quarantining and slaughtering minks. I'm pretty sure it's in Denmark. Might be throughout Scandinavia. And they're claiming that somehow or other the minks are spreading corona. I don't know how that would be possible because I don't believe that something can be spread from animals to humans except by direct injection into the bloodstream, which is a severe bite, like a snake bite or a rat bite or something like that. But merely hanging around, I don't believe, I have a hard time, well, this is where we get into this argument about the swine flu and this thing of do these things cross species. John Rappaport, who's been studying this for about 30 years, he hypothesizes a scenario in which you've got these things called animal feed animal feed concentration operations, AFCOs they're called. They're these giant stock herding, pigs especially, like millions of pigs being raised and slaughtered for the pork industry down there in the Carolinas. And where you've got so many of these pigs clustered in one place, obviously their waste is going. They've got they're shitting and they're pissing and everything. It's going into these pools, these giant pools, and these things. This is terrifying to think about because for miles around, the odor from these pools of this animal waste, pig waste, the odor of it just pervades the countryside for miles around. And if you're downwind from it, you're going to smell it. So what do? They treat it with these very powerful toxic chemicals. Now, what if you're living around that stuff or working around that stuff and you get a little sick, right? And maybe the toxicity of the chemicals that are being used to suppress this horrible odor and try to control this, maybe they are leading to inflammation and conditions. So what
Yes.
do you do?
So
You send in a team of infectious disease specialists from the CDC, and they start taking samples, and lo and behold, they patent a new virus, and they call it H1N1.
see, there's the issue though. So you come up with a creation story like underheated bowl of bat soup or pigs in squalor. But even if you can make the case that a disease can live on an animal and jump to a human, and I'll accept that for this conversation, like Fauci caught AIDS from a monkey or something. The idea that you can catch it from an animal, sure, maybe, but the idea that then becomes a domino that infects the whole world, that's where I say no. Like, I believe in inclement weather. I don't believe in climate change. I believe in sicknesses and things that, would have the appearance of what looks to be a viral outbreak, but I think that's a far cry from
But
calling...
look at what they're ignoring. Look at what they're ignoring. They're ignoring the toxic effect of these chemicals and this waste on a community. It's not just one individual. You understand? It's not like some virus magically leaps from a pig to a human. Yeah, that's what they want us to believe. But what we're actually seeing is we're seeing whole communities of people who live within a proximity of this toxic swamp. Their bodies are subjected to this environment. What we're talking about, it's an environmental disaster.
Sure.
Of course it's going to make them sick, but you don't want to say, oh, what we've got here is a reaction to toxicity from a combination of chemicals and pig waste. And the reason why it's spreading in this community is because people are being exposed to the same exact environmental filth. No, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say it's another Love Canal, or it's or it's another Bhopal, India. It's another. You don't want to admit that. You want to say, oh no, this has suddenly created a brand new organism, and that's what's spreading from person to person.
God,
That's what they're saying.
We live in the Marvel universe at this point. And this idea of it transmitting person to person and contact tracing, somebody pointed out to me, there's a parallel within the alien mythos where whenever somebody comes in contact with an alien, like Men in Black or any other movie for the most part, they're contact traced. Who else saw it? Who was there? Are you the only one who saw this? So contact tracing has been assigned to both this pandemic thing and, of course, the idea of sin, tracing the Inquisition, tracing everything. They've rebranded the Inquisition for this current age. All on the basis, though, on if you can find its source, then you can find out where it went and you can eradicate it. And this is the model that they're applying to information right now. This pandemic model. And that's the part I disagree with. It's like, I'm not anti-science. I'm against using scientific nomenclature to create scenarios to scare people into accepting a political objective.
They're using faulty logic, and they're fabricating, patenting the existence of this hypothetical organism to explain the thing when really it's just another example of environmental pollution. Of industrial agriculture destroying people's health. Suppose people live within the proximity of Fort. Well, it turns out the people that live in the neighborhood around Fort Detrick, which is up the road from me, have unbelievable. The numbers on these rare cancers, especially brain cancers, is like through the roof up there. So, and no one questions that they're being exposed to something up there at Fort Detrick that's causing all these cancer clusters. No one questions it. We don't need. What are they going to say? Oh, this is some new virus, and we got to patent the virus, and we'll patent the vaccine while we're at it. And now we got to, it's like what a scam. They can come up with a new virus and a new vaccine every other week, and convince you. Oh, if you where have you been? Have you been here? Well, you need this vaccine. Have you been there? You need that vaccine.
Did you breathe that air? And this is all bringing us into the space age where we're going to be wearing spacesuits. And I'm seeing more and more people wearing, it looks like a cockroach carapace, like a big shell with a windshield so they can be safe. And, you're going to stand out if you're not vaxxed. So, like, I might just start, imitating Bell's palsy. Maybe put a I'm vaxxed shirt on or something.
Yeah, that'd freak people out.
Just walk around with a half smile. Look, I got my vax, back off.
Yeah, it's good. There was a movie. It was a movie. Tim Robbins was in it, called Code 46, Code 47. You should check this out. It's a futuristic dystopian sci-fi thing. Not that far in the future, but it's a globalized world. And it's completely genetically, it's a basically genetic dictatorship. In other words, everybody's got their genome mapped, and some people are not allowed to go to certain places because their genome might make them vulnerable to a particular virus. So literally, they're legally not allowed to go to, like, say, India or someplace. And also, before people can marry and reproduce, their genomes have to be mapped and compared to make sure that they're not in some way, I guess, incestuous, that they're not closely enough related that it would create recessive traits and deform babies and all that kind of thing. It's called Code 46 or Code 47. If you haven't seen this, you got to watch this because it's a very, very plausible presentation of what such a society would, of what we're kind of going through now. It really is. It's very much like we're going through now. Now, you don't see any masking in it, but basically everywhere. Gattaca dealt with this also, this business of your genome somehow.
Oh, found it. Okay, I'm on Wiki, and I've called this. I said, first they're telling us that the air is bad, or rather, the climate's bad. Then, of course, we're being told about COVID. So, anyway, the environment. They're trying to give us agoraphobia. And I said, just wait until they say that the radiation's getting so bad that you have to wear a spacesuit, or the space junk is so bad you got to wear a helmet. Well, in this movie you referenced, and it's called Code 46. This is from Wikipedia. It says, city residents venture outside only after dark because now sunlight is considered hazardous to their health. The government is authoritarian and dystopian.
Yeah, this movie, it comes so close to what we're experiencing right now. It's almost, you talk about, predictive programming and foreshadowing and all that. This is it. This film definitely is it. Whoever made this film, they knew what was coming. They knew what was coming. It's exactly this.
Someone needs to tip off Zachary Hubbard. He has done an in-depth analysis of the number 46 as it pertains to the Metascript. And I've been talking about it too. George Floyd, 8 minutes, 46 seconds, 9/11, 8:46. So the number itself being connected with this particular movie we're living through right now, very significant.
Yeah, I get lost when people start. I mean, I can recognize 33 when I see it. How ridiculous it is. And I do kind of sometimes, there see these. There's the 27 Club, and but after a while, it's you kind of get suffer fatigue from trying to track these numbers, and
that's why I say just defer to the guy who does it full time.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he breaks it down, he'll distill it, the info will get out. I don't have
I mean,
time.
they'll take it right down to the numbers on the uniforms of the NBA players, right? Who gets what number?
Right.
Who gets number 11? Who gets number,
And I overlooked much of that until recently. I did realize that there is a great deal of scripting and predictive programming in all the movies we watch. But yes, sports have been co-opted for many of the same reasons, and the athletics is just a cover.
Oh, you look at these personalities; they're really twisted. Like LeBron James, he thinks he's king of the world or something. Have you heard some of this crap that comes out of his mouth lately?
Wait, he's the guy that throws the ball through the hoop. Yeah, I know. It's like I'm not impressed by basketball anymore. I'm sorry, they're a bunch of crybabies and divas. I haven't.
Well, to me, they're just little bitches for the Chinese communists at this point. They showed their true colors just before the COVID thing came down. They showed their true colors during the Hong Kong protests. Everyone's forgotten about that. Of course, my theory is that the Chinese communists were muscled into this COVID thing, that they weren't really ready for it. They were kind of set up with the Wuhan military games and other things. And then basically it was put to them this way. Look, you've got this problem in Hong Kong. You need something. You need a pretext to be able to clear the streets of Hong Kong and shut things down. And this is it, whether you like it or not. So we're gonna blame it on the Wuhan fish market. And why not? The Chinese communists would look around and say, well, what do we got? What else are we going to do? How else are we going to quarantine Hong Kong and put down this rebellion that we've got? So I've sort of seen, and I see the timing of this is very much connected, very much linked. But when the Hong Kong protests first started, and they were going on for about a year or two, they were going on for a while. It was unbelievable to me that first it started with NBA officials, and then coaches and players were coming to the defense of Chinese communist police brutality against these pro-democracy demonstrators in Hong Kong. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. Were I in such a position, and I guess the NBA has all kinds of contracts signed now with China, they may have a larger audience in China than they have here. That may be the case. The NBA may have a larger television audience in China right now, even with all the paper cutouts in the stands. They may have a larger audience in China than they have in the United States. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, wait. This China thing is really popping up in so many different ways here. And when we were analyzing the George Floyd spat he had with Derek Chauvin or whatever.
Better China, yeah. Better China.
Yeah, he's like, I can't breathe.
The Better China.
It's an anagram. And I'm looking at that, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute here. This is all very much connecting, but it reminds me that the twin of George Floyd is Steven Jackson, NBA player. A lot of these NBA players are just, you're right about this. They're connected to these major psyops.
I maintained from the beginning that the race war scenario, that's right out of the Chinese Communist playbook. They're great with that stuff. And what better instrument to use for that than the NBA? And these NBA players, they got to know it. They're not all that stupid. They got to know they're being used as pawns. Boy, they're such filthy fucking traitors. When I think about it, how much money these guys made, what privileged positions they have in the society. But they're going to put on a uniform with a slogan suggested to them by the Ideological Warfare Department of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army. It's sickening, and really, anybody who has openly prostituted themselves for Chinese money, they're just traitors in my book.
Oh,
and they ought to be called out as that.
Swalwell. Was it Representative Swalwell out of Georgia?
Oh, yeah, they got him now.
Well, I've been using his soundbite for several years now. Whenever the Flat Earth Report theme song, that's his voice. He says, what we have here is a Flat Earth Report. And that was back when he was hyping up the Russian bots thing. But I've been using this guy's voice soundbite for a couple of years now. And now I hear him in the news. I'm like, oh, it's that guy. And yeah, he's...
as far as I'm concerned, they should indict him. I mean... If this guy is not a tool of a foreign intelligence agency in the Congress, I don't know who is. I really don't. But yeah, that's the narrative that's running down right now. That while he was running around fabricating this fantasy about Russian interference in our elections, which I guess amounted to the purchase of about $40,000 worth of advertising on Facebook. Big effing deal. But while Swalwell, whatever his name is, was running around fabricating this smear, all the time he's taking money from the Chinese communists and doing their dirty work inside our country. Yeah, I'm perfectly, I'll tell you, I am willing to make cause with these Trumpsters, the MAGA people, whatever, even the QAnon types, even though they don't have a clue, a lot of them. But I'm willing to make common cause with them if they want to call out not only these Democrats, but a lot of these rhino Republicans as well, as pawns, fellow travelers, tools, or witting agents of the Chinese communists determined to destabilize the United States economy and take down the prestige position of the United States as a preeminent world power on behalf of long-term strategic plans of China. And then we can work the Zionists into it a little bit later. But I'm willing to make common cause with the MAGA people around that. Let's call out these people as spies and traitors and taking money from foreign intelligence agencies. Let's do it. And, not just Hunter Biden, because the Republicans have a Hunter Biden of their own. His name is Eric Bramstead. He's the son of Terry Bramstead, who was formerly ambassador to China. And he also sits on the board of directors of a Chinese PLA front company. And he has also taken thousands and thousands of dollars
Well, look,
from the Chinese communists.
If I look back at like the PNAC, Project for the New American Century, where they talked about how much we need a new Pearl Harbor to catalyze everybody, they also spoke of two things that also stand out to me at this time. One, space wars, and who wasn't signing the outer space treaties with regards to anti-satellite ballistics. And another thing was Chinese century. The idea that this is going to be a Chinese century. That has been a repeated theme again and again. And it does seem to be the case. You're right that, and I don't know if they're just traitors or they're just, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But, we have avowed Marxists all over the place. They love Mao. They agree with that line of thinking. And if nothing else, 2020 has caused a lot of them to just come out and openly espouse what they really believe.
Yeah, we saw a lot of this during the Antifa BLM stuff, sure. A lot of them ideologically are aligned. But mostly, I think, and this is coming now, this is now becoming part of the mainstream narrative on the right, certainly among, Trump voters. It's being said openly now, that the United States has passed the point of no return in terms of its political leadership, many of its academic elites, its scientific establishment, and its medical establishment even, having been subverted by Chinese communist money. That's being said now openly.
You know what that reminds me of?
That's not going to go away.
It's not going to go away, I don't think. It'll probably be an issue for 19 years. It reminds me of how after 9/11, suddenly it's like, well, who was complicit with this stealth jihad? What kind of influence do they already have? How much of Fox News is owned by the Saudis? I remember this Middle East scapegoat for the war on terror. And it seems like right now, the scapegoat of the day seems to be, and it rightfully so, I guess, but I do see that it is emerging as the mainstream story. As far as the election goes, I don't think it's all that far-fetched to think that they're going to take away the pacifier and cause Antifa to go full ISIS. I think they're ready to go there. They're that cynical, and that to me seems like really, it almost seems counterintuitive that they would do that, go that far, but nothing would surprise me at this point. So I put my bet on that, and betmoose.com actually paid out to Biden already. And even that hasn't shaken my conviction that they're still going to go for destroying democracy, as the left will say it.
Yeah, they've got to destroy the. Well, that's happened now. That's happened now. As I say, all those Trump voters know the election or American elections are fake. But if by some chance Trump is able to get reinstalled, well, then all the Democrats will know, will think that will realize that the elections are fake. So, in other words, the only thing that keeps all these Democrats plugged in right now is the promise that Biden is going to become president. I guess that's the only. I mean, but they got to know that part of it is rigged. So, you're right. This is about the destruction of American democracy. And that's probably part of the Great Reset. Like, of course, that's at the center of the Great Reset.
Right.
The United States it's the last place left where you have private firearms ownership. It's the last place left where small business is actually sort of, historically has had a special place. The idea of starting your independent small business. And as you said, they just want to destroy capitalism, traditional capitalism that way. Small business capitalism, they want to kill it. Otherwise, why just keep all the big box? I don't know how people couldn't see that. That they said, oh, all your stores have to close, restaurants have to close, but the big box stores, the chains, and the fast food chains, they could stay open. As long as you wear a mask and you practice social distancing and all that. And we're going to fence off certain areas like garden supplies. We're going to fence that off as non-essential.
Right. They decide what is and isn't offensive. They decide what is and isn't essential. But this entire reset concept, I think it does rely on demoralizing the youth. The ones who believe in climate change, the ones who believe that Trump is literally Hitler, I think they need to be demoralized. So their apparent victory that they fought for with months of riots and signing up Civil War dead to vote, when that gets taken from them, it'll break their spirits and it'll bring about, I think, a wave of, just partisan hatred that'll last for the next 19 years or so, if not longer.
But it'll also mean that they refuse to take the vax. If they keep Trump in there by some wild chance, they somehow or other they manage to keep Trump in there for another 4 years. Well, would he last?
God,
4
that
years?
wait.
I don't know.
See, this would be hilarious. I would like that if the hard left became the anti-vaxxers.
Yes, that's got to happen. Look, that's got to happen. Look, I'm going to tell you how this is going to be. They got to become the 9/11 truthers, and they got to become the anti-vaxxers. I know. It sounds terrible out there. People hate this. But they have no excuse. You understand? They want to set up guillotines. Well, we'll tell you who should be guillotined. We're the ones to tell you who should be guillotined. We're the ones to tell you who should be overthrown. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of payback due for something like 9/11.
You're right about that.
And yeah, these leftists. Well, they're just not. They don't have a fucking clue if they're not pissed off about 9/11 and the war on terror. Where have they been the last 20 years?
Hey, here's an interesting.
Know what I'm saying? They're just phony. They're fake.
Well, here's another. I think this is because, like you said, after 9/11, you had the right wing, and now it's like the left wing. That they're being instigated in the same ways, but they switch sides. So after 9/11, if you were for the war because you were against the terrorists, you would have an American flag bumper sticker. You would wave a flag. Meanwhile, the left became branded as you're anti-American. The anti-American left, as Bill O'Reilly used to say, because they didn't support the war. Well, now the dynamic is you're anti-science on the right because you're not supporting the war on COVID. And now the flag for this particular PSYOP isn't the American flag, it's the mask that you use to virtue signal. It's the waving around of, I'm fighting the war with the soldiers. Like waving the flag helps them win the war. Being more patriotic chases away the terrorists. Well, wearing the masks chases away the virus. I think there's a similar dynamic. And I find that the mask virtue signaling is sort of a form of patriotism. It's a form of declaring their allegiance to the medical tyranny.
It's shallow. Everything about them is shallow. You know what I'm saying? There's no depth or commitment to anything that they're doing. Otherwise, they would be there's so many things that they would be complaining about and objecting. You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, I raised this before with this thing about defund the police. Well, what about the CIA? What about the FBI?
Hey, I got a question.
What about the Pentagon? What about the freaking Pentagon? You want to defund local police? I thought you were the revolutionary left. What the hell is revolutionary about defunding the local police? You want to defund the CIA, the FBI, and the Pentagon and the government, you asses. See what I'm saying? It's all shallow and phony, the left.
Okay, wait. Here's the question then. So from the leftist perspective, how come the lockdowns aren't considered to be racist? Like structural racism. Oh, you all have to shut down, close your businesses. Isn't that just another example of oppression? How do they embrace that when it affects the poor and the minorities the most?
I can tell you what I'm hearing on mainstream media, NPR especially, but all of them actually, over and over and over again, is the racial. We talked about this even before the George Floyd incident happened, way back in early May. And I said this. I said this thing is starting to take on a racial component because what I'm hearing is that people of color are the frontline troops and the top casualties in this COVID situation. They're the ones that are suffering the most. Well, what are we hearing now on the media? We're hearing I can't believe they're creating this issue out of the idea that who gets the privilege of the vax first? Who gets to get the vax first? We don't want to be discriminating against people of color or third world countries. They are entitled to the vax. They should be placed ahead of line in the queue to get the vax. So what they're in effect saying is, we want to get into the ghettos and give all those people the vax. We want to give all the immigrants and the people of color the vax because they're in the front lines of this invisible war on this virus. That's now evoking a reaction from the black community saying, whoa, slow down a little. We're not in any hurry to be guinea pigs and lab rats for your vaccine experiments. And that's great.
Right, exactly.
This is something we ought to be.
I saw Louis Farrakhan coming out against this, suggesting the same exact thing. He's like, these are the ones, the eugenicists, the depopulationists. You got Bill Gates. Bill Gates' dad, Bill Gates Sr., not too far removed from people who are trying to figure out how to get rid of everybody. And now they're obsessed with saving us from something that isn't doing that much. Like it's like, there are so many worse things. Like if Bill Gates really wants to save the world, buy us all gym memberships. Elevate our diets or something. There's some minor things that could be done that would probably do more to saving the planet. And so how do you not arrive at the conclusion that they want to exterminate the people that his dad called human weeds?
Well, as soon as this is great because every time I go on Facebook, I'll run into this group. It's it's basically sort of a Black Lives Matter orientation. And I'll say, oh, look at this, eugenics. That's really what's behind this vax, eugenics. Oh, isn't that great, you guys? Don't you feel like you're entitled to the vax first because of discrimination and racism? And immediately people catch on to what I'm saying, because I have a sense of irony about it. And then I say, oh, this is great. Don't you trust their vaccine? You remember the concern they showed for you back during the 30s and 40s during those Tuskegee syphilis experiments. They're really looking out for all you black people. And people eat that up. They eat that up. They hate Bill Gates. You understand? So it's like that's something. I see so many contradictions in this.
Right.
In this whole plague narrative that to me, it's like you could drive a truck through some of these things.
Sure. That's why I'm not even slightly worried about the whole idea because it's just such a train wreck waiting to happen. There's no way. A mass resistance, and then of course, who gets it first? It's a big clown show. And
I think they're going to follow the Civil War script. I think what's going to happen is it just like before you said, as the COVID psyop begins to attenuate and weaken, and you start to see people taking the mask off and maybe pushing back, it's going to weaken, and they're going to have to do something. So they can't come up with a third. I guess they could try another third wave, or maybe they'll come up with a whole new virus. They'll say, "Oh, we've got a new virus," but I don't think that's going to work. I really think increasingly they're going to opt for that Civil War script and basically race war. I think that's what they're going to be pushing more and more.
Civil War was trending on Twitter last night, up until like all night long. In fact, Civil War was trending, but it was coming from the left. It was coming from, and I was seeing quotes from people like, "I may be a liberal, but I have guns." Like I saw a lot of, not even vague, a lot of suggestions. Like one tweet I have marked. She basically says, a lot of us can't wait to get AK-47s and knock some of you off. I've seen the rhetoric towards Civil War heating up. It's basically saying, if you steal the election, we're going to revolt. And I'm talking about them having it stolen from their perspective, the left.
Yeah, a lot of them are just talking out of their butts, I think. But I have to, in a way, it sounds terrible. In a way, I kind of empathize with them because remember that the right got behind the war on terror. The right got behind all these phony false flags. You know, there's plenty of reasons for people on the left to despise Trump and the right. Really, you know, the allegedly assassinating that Iranian general, if that really happened. Really provocative, outrageous things. You know, I don't begrudge the left their resentment. I'm not like you in that respect. I don't begrudge the left their hatred, their visceral hatred of people on the right, because I've seen some dumbass shit from people on the right.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, I don't really have that kind of like I don't really care about people's politics. And when I look at the left and the right, I tend to look past Democrat, Republican. I'm looking more towards the spectrum of collectivist versus individualist. And the right has strayed so far. I mean, Trump killed conservatism. A Trump loss right now would probably salvage it, which is another reason why I don't think they're going to let him lose.
If I see a Trump follower wearing a mask, I'll call him out as a mask-tard right away. There's an incongruity there. You're for Trump, or why are you wearing a mask? Why are you wearing a mask? Trump's own family, his sons, think that this thing is a hoax. They said so openly. So where are you at? You're not a real Trump follower, are you? You know, or even better, well, Trump's just a shill for Big Pharma. Oh, warp speed. What a great public relations gambit. Just what you want. A vaccine that's been developed at warp speed, where they skipped all the animal testing that's supposed to identify whether it crosses the blood-brain barrier or not. They skipped all that. Just what you want. You want to get a vaccine that's been produced at warp speed. Oh, doesn't that make you feel secure? No, I don't. The only people that are going to line up for that vax are the most gullible, the most vulnerable, the most codependent, the most infantilized, the most helpless, the ones who have completely embraced their new religion. Anybody that's thinking for themselves is going to say, I don't know about this thing. I think I'll pass it up.
That's kind of the test here. You know, the mask test, the Q-tip test, how far you go. This has been, I bet this has been a gold mine of just pure raw data about who we all are, you know, for the technocrats. Because what they're doing is they're saying, well, you know, like that's a leap of faith, you know, to let a stranger touch your brain. Like I would never let even somebody I really care about touch my brain. And they're just like driving up. Yeah, test it to see if I have this thing based on a rumor I saw on the news. So yeah, this year has been 2020, clear vision. The fact that nobody's actually dying like they did in Wuhan is still startling to me. Like, how come nobody is falling on the ground? I haven't seen a single COVID patient on the sidewalk, not a dead homeless person dead of COVID in this entire thing. But that's how it was characterized the first couple of weeks. So I don't see it lasting very long. The fact that the mask wearing is a political decision tells us everything about it. It's just a question of, you know, well, are the gullible outnumbering the critical thinkers 10-1? And I don't know, we're dangerously close to that, I think.
Yeah, and the only thing we can hope is that the gullible will just be too helpless to get in our way. They'll just stay out of the way. Maybe they'll hide in their basements and watch it on television or whatever, because I don't want them around anyway. Really. I don't want people that are so dependent on authority and institutions, and I've seen them. I've seen the people who the ones who never question the doctor at all. You know, the doctor hands them a script and they don't even read the insert. They don't care about the side effect. You know, people don't take responsibility. They adopt this child to parent relationship with the medical establishment and the institution, and now it's come back. Now it's really coming back with a vengeance. See, all this dependency and trust that people invested in hospitals and doctors, and what are they finding out? Well, that's where you go if you want to die on a ventilator. That's where you go. You go to the hospital if you want to be prematurely terminated. If they think you're, not worth saving.
Right, and that ties in also. Last year, about this time, maybe last year around November, is when the term boomer started circulating. And then when COVID came out, the phrase boomer killer was suddenly popping out. So even though, I mean, now in retrospect, it's like, well, the whole thing was a hoax, but people who think it's real, people who thought it was real at the time, were calling it a boomer killer unironically. So this tells us also not just about the brainwashing operations that have been tremendously successful, but at how the empathy has been, robbed from the discourse, where we can just flippantly make comments like that. And, today it's the minks, tomorrow it's the MAGAs, when it comes to who's the designated threat to society because they're all infected.
See, I have a different reaction to that because I know it sounds kind of jaundiced on my part, but I don't mind when I hear millennials or Gen Xers laugh and say, "Oh, it's a boomer killer," because I tell you what, no one has been more despicable in terms of their craven cowardice and their sucking up to authority than these aging baby boomers out here during this whole COVID exercise. Really, they've been the vanguard of this insistence on masking and social distancing and shutting everything down. Especially the ones that are retired, they're living on their Social Security checks or their pensions or whatever. And they don't give a damn about young people out there struggling to keep a business afloat or get a career started or anything that's going on. So, in a way, the boomers did this to themselves. Really, as a generation, they've got to be held to account for this. If you look at the most corrupt people in power, especially in the political scene, I mean, it's all a legacy. They want to put. Think about this. What do we got? I mean, how old is Biden? He's in his 70s, right? People should be insulted. Should be insulted that with all of the available candidates that were out there, the two they come up with are these octogenarians. Fat old guys like Biden and Trump. How insulting that is, or should be, that alone should destroy the credibility of the presidency as an institution in the eyes of any young person.
That may be part of it. And I really think here, though, and we'll know here in a few days, like I would say in a week. In a week, we're going to know how far they're willing to go to break the spirits of the idealistic youth. And that's what I think they're going to do with Trump. Orange man bad, another 4 years. I mean, to me, that would be the most devastating thing. And it would increase the dependency of the right on big government and having their person there. Because, absent Trump, they would be conservative. And that's gone. And with Space Force, there's no turning back. The right is now officially statist. It's a militaristic, it really is. It's gotten so bad. Space Force, to me, seals the deal. There is no conservatism if you're building castles in the sky and you're adhering to the utopian promises of NASA, which really brings us nothing but, CGI.
When I see a report in mainstream media that something like half of the fire department of New York City is saying they will not take the vax because of the bad press that it's getting, my response is, I wonder if they finally got around to figuring out 9/11.
You know what? That's a good one. I mean, you've been one of the first ones to have seen through the illusion at the to the very core in terms of how it's just a movie. And here we are, 19 years later, and there are multiple videos floating around where you see, rather you don't see planes. You just see a bomb blowing up. We have enough evidence there to prove unequivocally that 9/11 was just a bad movie. And now that we have that truth, which should be the front page of every newspaper, it should be in every textbook, every college professor teaching 9/11 as the official world, as the official story, there needs to be a major revision here, but it's going unnoticed. Isn't that kind of aggravating?
I don't hesitate to confront people. I don't even have something right off the bat. I will confront people about that. That the mainstream narrative of 9/11 was total bullshit. That those buildings are blown up and everybody knows it. Cops knew it. The firemen knew it. And that people have gone along with it because they're cowards or because they got jobs out of it. It's just like with this COVID stuff. The people who are going along with it, whether they're getting some kind of advantage from it. Someone there's a Facebook group called Reopen Maryland, and someone listed about 10. Basically, they were surveying all the people they knew that were buying into the lockdown, and it turned out these are people who had essential jobs, or the COVID thing had created a new career opportunity for them, or they were retired and basically getting their Social Security and everything else. So it wasn't like they couldn't pay the rent like so many people out here. In other words, they weren't in that group that is economically being destroyed and devastated and driven to suicide by these lockdowns.
Okay, so they have the luxury to believe in. This is interesting. Yeah, I think you're right about that. You're definitely right about that.
The fucking selfish luxury to believe in what they know is a bullshit narrative, just because they're comfortable under these. They're not. I don't have any problem with it. I don't mind wearing I got to wear a mask if I go out to the store. Well, I don't mind.
Well, wait.
That's
two
their
things.
attitude.
I had predicted this. I said wait until they. I didn't predict it. I said be thankful. They said masks and not diapers and dunce caps. Well, now in China, they're telling their airline workers to wear diapers because it's too much of a risk to use the restrooms there now. So that's where that's going. And now I'm wondering, they're really hyping up space junk Armageddon. If the head of NASA comes out and says, hey, space junk is a real threat, you need to wear helmets, are we going to see helmet shaming, coming this winter?
I'm with you. Demand they be vaxxed. If these people really believe this is real, I absolutely demand they take the vax first.
Well, I want to see people wearing masks and helmets. If you're not wearing a helmet, then you're pretty much admitting you don't believe in what NASA says. You don't take it seriously.
The line we're getting now is that even after the vax, you still got to be masked. That's so weird. That's so weird.
And then even if they cure the entire human race, they purge the COVID devil. Well, they didn't get around to vaccinating the dogs and the cats, so it could just come back.
It's an impossible narrative. Every time I turn on the radio and I hear some public health official, especially somebody who's supposed to be an MD, repeating this rubbish, it really nauseates me because I realize how thoroughly corrupted by big pharma money the medical profession is. They're as much whores as the NBA. Well, maybe not that bad. Maybe not
quite
that bad, because there are, I got to admit, there are doctors and nurses who are speaking out. There are very prestigious ones, especially in Europe. There are. It's not like, it's not like there aren't experts, highly credentialed experts, who are saying this vaccine is potentially dangerous because it messes around with your DNA. That's out there. It's not like there aren't experts out there, like this guy Hodgkinson, this doctor up in Canada.
Wait, but you're citing the 3%, and anytime the scientists say 97% of scientists agree, it's supposed to be the truth. So like the 3% of real scientists who are critical of climate change theory, they're never heard from. So yes, you're talking about the marginalized, the borderline content, the fringe is what they would call them, conspiracy theorists possibly.
That's what's disgraceful, that they don't immediately get the support of their fellow professionals. See, that's somebody stepping back, watching that happening and saying, well, I'm not going to stick my neck out, or well, I'm going to side with the establishment on this in the mainstream narrative and lend the weight of my expertise and professional prestige to this big fat lie. You got a society like that, I hate to say it. But we are in need of a purge. We are in need of a purge. I don't know what form that would take, but there are such levels of corruption, just plain corruption by money, that people who don't care what the truth is or what the facts are, they just want that money. They're gaming the system. They're making that calculation that, hey, this isn't so bad for me. I get a check.
Well, the blind spot. We had a blind spot, I think, because everybody knew news was fake. By 2016, fake news was out. The fake news cat was out of the bag. But scientists have always had something of a pass, and for some reason, people eventually understand. You got corrupt cops, priests are all pedos. But when it came to scientists, it's like, why would a scientist lie? All they're doing is looking through microscopes and measuring stuff. So people kind of assumed that the scientists were honest, just like the white robes of the priests, pure of sin. You got the smocks. All these guys are honest and pure and trustworthy. And so the public's faith has been shaped, largely by this reverence for scientists, which I think is misplaced. We don't have reverence for reporters. Why should we?
Those are just sacred cows. All those institutions, the universities, the medical schools, the doctors, they're sacred fucking cows, and it's time to milk those cows. You know what I'm saying? To smash the clay feet of these idols and show them for what they are. And, let justice be done. Though the heavens fall, though the whole thing fall apart, really. People say, well, what are we going to do? You want to shut down the medical schools? Damn fucking right. Damn right. Shut down the hospitals. Shut it all down. What good is it to us now? Of what use is it to us now? They're out to kill us. Brainwash us, enslave us. So, yeah, I guess I've become a revolutionary again. I don't care if the whole thing comes apart. It already has come apart. It's already destroyed in my eyes. There is no make America great again. It never was great that way. But in any case, it hasn't been that great in so long. There's no going back to any kind of greatness.
So what is it then? Secession? Do we let California or just the left coast build a wall? Fuck Tardistan. Just let them have it.
No. Politics is downstream from culture. The political thing works itself out among the masses spontaneously, whether they figure out a peaceful way to do it or whether they start setting up guillotines, one way or another, it's downstream from the culture. And so, in a way, what's going to determine things is like that music you play. I hate to say it, but most people, their heads are at the culture. They don't give a damn about pot.
Wait, have you seen Southpole yet?
Yeah, I've been watching it. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny.
Okay, episode 3. Yeah, that's one of our things is...
It might be above some people's heads. It might be passing over some people's heads. But then again,
Yeah, I think the same was true for South Park. But people will try to figure out, why is it funny that these astronauts are dangling in front of green screens? If they don't get it, they will, and if they dig in, that's kind of what this is. It's a Trojan horse.
Well, the latest one with Bill Gates, with the Bill Gates character, it's kind of sick. It really is.
Where he's vaxing card. Yeah, he's basically dealing black market vax to the vax junkie elites.
Yeah, and I don't, he's a perfect. Why would they put that guy Gates out there? Every time you see him smirking and snickering and giggling, that's lousy PR, I think.
Right.
I've just never been particularly impressed. So I don't know what they're doing. Klaus Schwab Klaus Schwab is like a character out of a James Bond movie.
Did you see him in the Darth?
Right?
He had the Darth Vader uniform on with the helmet off. He looked like Darth Vader without the helmet on, and he's.
I thought that was photoshopped. I really did. I thought that was photoshopped.
I did too. It's like, wait a minute, they just took. Yeah, it's like a Darth Vader costume without the helmet. Does he have it there for after the speech? Is that his ventilator? Is that his mask? But no, he's there saying, yeah, we got to shut down society. No more memes. No more ideas.
Again, it's the movie thing again. World Economic Forum at Davos, M or Smersh or Spectre. I don't know what. I mean, it is. More and more, it has the character of a movie. It's hard to know. Then you start to wonder what's real and what isn't. What's real and what isn't. It gets very confusing.
Well, I think we're at the precipice of something. Either they're going to bottle up this genie or not. This misinformation is what they call it. I call it critical thinking in your findings. And we're getting really close to the point, though, and where they're going for total censorship. And right now it seems like flat earthers are the canaries in the coal mine. As long as you can say that you don't believe it's a ball, which is pretty much as far from their worldview as possible, you still have some modicum of free speech. And the flat earth is like a Trojan horse anyway. Even if you don't think it's flat, that area of conversation brings everything else to the table. So that's why I'm doing this. We're doing this flat earth conference. It's a virtual conference. We're just trying to maintain a network of ideas, a network of minds who have already figured out how much of the stuff is fake. And that's why with Southpole, even if it goes over the heads of the normies, it should, because reality does, for the most part. And this is not assuming that the people who are watching it are auto believers in the news. It's actually got a lot of inside jokes, as you've probably seen, with crisis actors and everything else they don't want us to talk about.
At a time like this, when we're told people are suffering by the millions, being evicted, having to get in food lines, the notion that NASA would be staging another one of their spectacles, their multi-billion-dollar spectacles, should be outraging people, shouldn't it? I mean, isn't there a cognitive dissonance in that? How can what NASA is doing be considered essential by any stretch of the imagination when there are people out here who are maybe literally facing starvation? How is that possible?
That explains why they have Space Force, I guess, because space war and the threat of it makes it essential. So now it's beyond just a utopian idea of getting to the moon or some exoplanet. Now it's national security. We have to be in control in space.
I'm wondering if they're going to try something really desperate, like create food shortages. In my life, I've lived through gasoline shortages where people had to line up for miles around gas stations. I've seen two of those, one in 1973 and another in 1978, 79. And things got pretty chaotic. I mean, people were pulling guns on each other in these long lines, and they said, you could only buy gas on certain days if you had even a license plate that ended in an even number or versus an odd number. I'm wondering if they're going to try to pull something like that, interrupt the supply chain, disrupt the supply chain with something like food or gasoline or something essential. It wouldn't take much to tip the whole apple cart over. And then people would really start freaking out. I could just see something like that happening.
Well, we'll see. We'll know soon. I mean, I don't put anything off the table. I look at the possibility of EMP simulation, like simulating EMPs to trigger an internet blackout, which is...
Klaus Schwab is predicting that. Klaus Schwab said the next major attack would be a cyber attack, a viral cyber attack on our computer systems. So you're right. Maybe that's what they're considering. Maybe that's one of their options.
The DHS has been Well, ever since, yeah, they have, because since September, DHS has been doing drills around the country to prepare for it. So, yeah, it makes sense to me. I have a commenter here who says Space Force is to stay ahead of Red China. China just faked another thing landing on the moon. So the Space Force is part of the space hoax. Nothing can convince me otherwise. There's just no evidence for it. But anyway, this has been a great catch-up call, Lynn. We should speak again shortly after the election is decided, and we'll know if it's heading towards civil war or who knows what.
Yeah, let's do that and compare notes. Meanwhile, keep up the good work.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your call. Have a great night.
Later.
All right. We catch up on things every once in a while, every time we have significant developments. And, here we are wading through this process of setting expectations to shatter them is what I think it is. That's pretty much what I think. I have a couple other voicemails I have to get through. Here's one from Pennsylvania.
Hey, IPS, man. Love your show. I live in Elverson, Pennsylvania. Just want to talk to you about the dancing nurses and all the rest of the good stuff. Doing a great job. I appreciate it. Good man. God bless America.
Excellent. Someone else has some info about dancing nurses. I will get in touch. I'll be sending out some text messages to people who've messaged me because the empty hospital phenomenon, empty garages, empty tents, it's all coming back with a vengeance. And this time people are ready. I'm surprised that the second wave, third wave, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more dancing nurses yet. Maybe they learned. Because that was one of the things. It's like they give away their little conspiracies. These are conspiracies. They give away their own conspiracies. Duper's delight. We have the dancing parents and the grinning nurses. No, the grinning nurses and the dancing nurses grinning parents. Because that's what broke the spell for me. It was, you look at a school, all the parents are there supposedly grieving, and Robbie Parker comes out grinning and then laughing and smiling. Then he talks to the camera. Duper's delight. And then I started seeing it more and more, and others as well started to connect. Wait, what's with all these laughing witnesses? What's so funny about mass murder? And then we found out it's Duper's delight. And the nurses, same thing. The fact that you have nurses twerking in the hallways of empty hospitals, literally playing with dummies like they're dead bodies and doing dances, all this stuff I'm looking at just makes me think overall that, yeah, we're looking at Duper's delight. They're in on the scam, and they probably get off on it. A little bit of a power trip. Have another voicemail here pertaining to, and I saw this. Okay, yeah, the first vaccine recipient in the UK. I don't know if you saw this person. She happens to be wearing a shirt with a penguin on it. Someone pointed this out to me, just like the NASA launch director has a stuffed penguin behind his chair now. So I don't know if this is a message or not. Anyway, this is coming from, I think, Ralph.
Hey, Tim. Ralph from Central PA here. I was wondering if you noticed that the first vaccine recipient in the UK, so-called vaccine recipient in the UK, had the penguin on their shirt. Yeah, check into it. Okay, I'll see you. Bye.
All right, I appreciate the tip very much out there. That's Ralph from Central Pennsylvania. And yep, that is indeed a penguin. Stranger says she'll either speak penguin or die after that vax. Well, someone had actually messaged me about this. It was actually Time, and had pointed out that this is a new shirt and that I should probably use that design or modify it or something. I like it, though. It's an attractive penguin. And that's the vax. Now, look, how come the person giving the vax isn't wearing gloves? You got the eye goggles, but no gloves. I saw another image of her, and she was making the devil hand signs or the diamond hand sign.
Modify it or something. I like it. That's an attractive penguin.
Hey, what's up, caller? Hey, what's up?
Hello?
We had a bit of a echo there. Okay, we're good. Hey, what's up?
Hey, I just turned my the stream down so it's not playing back now. Yeah, I just wanted to call in about a couple things.
Sure, by all means. So right now we're looking at the first person getting vaxxed in the UK. She has a penguin shirt. The second person, or the first person in the UK, first or the second? Maybe she's the second. Anyway, the other guy's name was William Shakespeare, and he is from Warwickshire. I'm like, wow, okay. What's your take on this?
Hey, Tim. Good to talk to you. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't notice the penguin, but I did hear something that this was a crisis actor, and she was had been chased and beaten by police at some, freedom rally in England prior to that, I think. And yeah, I wanted to call in and mention about the William Shakespeare was the second one, and he he was also born in the same area of England that William Shakespeare was born at. So it's kind of like all the world is indeed a stage.
Right. How else can you take that? A guy named William Shakespeare, the guy who literally coined the phrase world stage, all the world is a stage, and he's the one getting the vax. I'm looking at that as obvious just signaling, and maybe they're speaking to us openly at the same time that they lie to us in order to, I don't know, alleviate their guilty consciences. I don't know.
Well, hey, man, I just wanted to say my name's Adam, and I'm a longtime listener, actually. And I had a YouTube channel with a few thousand viewers on it, and we had Jordan Maxwell on our show a couple times. And I've had the pleasure to speak with Jordan Maxwell, but my channel got deleted. So, I used to work with a bunch of friends, and we did live streams for 5 years, and we talked to like Jordan Maxwell and Tim Ball about climate change. And so it's crazy.
What was the name?
But hey,
what was the name of the channel, in case anybody here was a subscriber?
Freedom Free for All. It's a free for all about freedom. And I live in Canada. So it's interesting because I have an interesting perspective of the U.S. election in that, I'm not a Trump supporter per se, of course not. I'm actually an anarchist, but which is like no ruler. The definition of the word anarchy means, no ruler. I'm an individual. I believe in individualism and voluntarism. But anyway, so my channel was deleted by YouTube, and we never did anything like Flat Earth or QAnon stuff or anything like anti-Semitism, but we talked a lot about the UN and the Vatican and globalism and law and common law and stuff. And eventually, our channel, it just without any email or notification at all, they took our channel down. And they said, when I tried to log in one day, it said, you no longer have access to this Google product. And I had never seen a message like that before, because I have 20 emails and different things going on with businesses, and I've used Google products, and it just said you can no longer access this Google product.
Yes.
And I should say too, I just created a Facebook account because I was like, I needed to go on Facebook Marketplace, but in my town where I live, Facebook decided to suggest a bunch of local radio stations and media outlets and companies and stuff. And everybody was all like, COVID, this. And I just put some simple comments on there like, oh, well, someone was supporting fines for the mask. And I was saying, well, I think you should fight the fine because the courts are closed due to COVID anyways, and you'll probably just win. And then there was a bunch of replies right away, and my Facebook account that I had just made got I don't know, it wasn't even banned. I got this weird message that said you no longer have access to this, like, and there was a confirm your identity button and it didn't even work. It was literally broken. So when I go online and I try to make a Facebook account or something, I just get this weird error within 4 hours or so. It's like the application is broken. And that's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, no, I've experienced this. Now I lost 3 YouTube channels last week, and so if you're listening on YouTube, it's a new channel.
In a week.
I've had 80. This would be 88. This channel we're on right now. This is the 88th channel, and they definitely have it out for people who cross certain lines, and they're making it increasingly inconvenient because if you wrap your entire social media identity around one Google account, it's going to kind of screw you over because then you're going to want to, if you want a new account, you have to start over again with a new email. And yeah, they make it so that it locks you out. And then on the computer that I'm on, I can watch YouTube, but if I log in, I have to deal with commercials unless I pay. And so I pay YouTube Red to get rid of the commercials. Well, then my channel gets banned and I'm still paying for channels I can't access.
Well, it's interesting because there's the, like, there's this Rubicon, if you will, of belief, right? So I've been listening to you for, a while, and what I enjoy about it is I may not agree with everything you say, because once in a while I'll hear you say something that's pretty outlandish. I'll give you an example. I heard you say that, like, Ron Paul murdered JFK. And I thought, hey, that's pretty crazy, and I laughed it off and whatnot. But I remember talking to Jordan Maxwell on a Skype call, and it was before we were live streaming, so it was kind of like off air, if you will. And he said something to me, and I didn't believe it. It was so, and I had listened to a lot, hours and hours of Jordan Maxwell, and he said something I couldn't believe, and I kind of sloughed it off, like, that can't be true. And I trained my brain. It was like one of the most important things that I ever heard that taught me to not slough those kind of things off and question that and say, wait, whoa, maybe that's actually real. So if it is real, what did I just say? But anyways, then it's like, well, what if, something even crazier is also real? Right? You have to entertain those ideas. It's like Sherlock Holmes, in a way, was that guy that came in and he could solve the crime because he was willing to entertain the ideas that seemed outlandish at the time.
Yes,
you know, so you say something like Ron Paul killed JFK, and I don't believe it right away because, I was at Anarchapulco and I saw Ron Paul, and he didn't really seem like the kind of guy that would have assassinated JFK. But hey, I'm not gonna close down my mind to that idea. I think that's really important.
Right, exactly, and that's where I get into. I think the field we're in, it borderlines on like science fiction. You're offering hypotheticals. You're getting into a scientific mode of thought in the sense that you're trying to discern the truth with the available facts. So I can assert something wild like Ron Paul killed JFK, and then logic dictates, Hitchens' razor. Anything asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So you can hear it, laugh at it, and if you can dismiss it without the evidence, you just leave it at that. And then you just figure out, well, how the hell did somebody arrive at that? It's an interesting bit of information, and it's entertaining to dissect it, find out if there's any truth to it or if it's just wrong. But going through this wrong information, misinformation, and conjecture is entertaining. And the media hates that. And so they call it conspiratainment because they don't want us to start critically examining.
The media is itself a conspiratainment in a way. Because think about it, like COVID, that's what I call it, is kind of conspiratorial. You can go in and look at, but they're all talking about it. But if you go in and look, Fauci was involved with HIV and all these different things. And, one of the things, too, is that you got to look at you talk about conspiratainment and the mainstream media. It's total conspiratainment. in the fact that when you look at news.google.ca or Yahoo, whatever, any news, mainstream news aggregator, you'll see all these links. And the headlines are what are going to drive you to the links. And they're written to generate profit for the media outlets, whether it's any of them. And then you click on the link and you read the article. And at the bottom, you'll notice no comments ever anymore, anywhere. But also, instead of comments, it's like an ad feed of like models and, total. It's, might as well be the National Enquirer on the newsstand in the grocery store when you checked out. It was like the bat, used to have like bat soup. We used to be, and by the way, what would be great about bat soup would be Beyond Bat, right? Beyond Bat soup. It's you can't eat bat anymore, so we now have tofu, synthetic food, bat soup. Beyond Bat soup. You like that
Right?
one?
Yeah, actually, I do. It would be COVID-free bat soup, guaranteed.
COVID soup. Beyond
But
Bat.
look,
Yeah,
but look, they don't
Beyond
want
Bat
to. They don't
soup.
want us to
Yeah.
daydream. They don't want us to second guess things, and I think that's what it's about. They tell us, "Hey, this is the story," and they don't want people second guessing it. And if you're entertaining with it, if you can make it entertaining to where people will listen to the conversation for several hours, well, that's several hours where they're not being brainwashed by mainstream sources. So they're actually threatened by entertainers, which is
Right.
why they hijack, co-opt, and control all of the comedians. Any mainstream comedian like Dave Chappelle, they're only going to spout jokes that reaffirm the mainstream dominant worldview and all the fake shootings and the fake everything. And so they don't want somebody who's off the rails, who can be entertaining, whatever that means, whatever form it takes. Alex Jones is entertaining. That's why he has that position. So
Yeah.
yes, conspiratainment
Really
is
entertaining, for sure.
I would say conspiratainment is a legit threat to the system. And one of the things about the flat earth topic that separates it from almost all other conspiracies is that it's one of the most entertaining and almost, jarring subjects. And that's probably why it's also been singled out.
Well, I like how you, we never talked about flat Earth on our channel. I never wanted to entertain the idea because some of the stuff that I saw in the beginning, say a couple years ago, was really bad. Like it really was. It came off as scientific, scientism. I'm all about the scientism thing too. It's a total cult, right? I got all these atheist friends that they don't believe in a God, so they're atheists. And then what do they fall into? It's like the scientist cult. My buddy's got a tattoo of Einstein on his arm, and he totally loves, Neil deGrasse Tyson and all that stuff. And then, but then when the COVID hit, he was starting to. We actually broke out as we were no longer friends for a while because I was talking about geoengineering and vaccines actually. And he was like, "Oh no!" He made fun of me, right, as a conspiracy theorist. So I want to talk about that. Forget about my friend and his tattoo. But Cass Sunstein wrote a book. I wasn't sure it was a book, but it was at least an article or a paper of some kind called "Conspiracy Theory." And in it, he said that the best thing you can do to deal with conspiracy theories is to create. It was to
Yes.
insurrect or join
He called it
conspiracy group.
Yeah, he said that you would join conspiracy groups and he called it cognitive infiltration. And the point was, of course, you would, and this is what they try to do. I think they did this with and this is where they succeeded. Right. They managed to attach Hitler adoration with flat Earth. So when Joe Rogan hears of the flat Earth topic and he's got the biggest, and he's important in this sense because he's got the biggest podcast in the world. He's like, "Oh, flat Earth, isn't that about Nazis?" Well, how did a conversation about
really?
geography? Yeah, that was one of his first things, and that's because one of the first major proponents of flat Earth on YouTube was a Nazi. So I would consider that to be what Cass Sunstein called cognitive infiltration, where you have an agent put into a conversation in order to taint it.
Oh yeah, and it. I don't necessarily. I want to bring up one more thing before I go, but I don't necessarily subscribe to the Alex Jones thing. Obviously he's an entertainer. I get it, but I watched the interview with Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, and a lot of the times Joe Rogan was saying things like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, stop." He would say, "Whoa, stop, stop." Like he would stop Alex Jones in the middle of his. Okay, and I'm not saying I support Alex Jones, but what I realized by that was that Joe Rogan was totally controlling speech and the ideas and the things that Alex Jones was saying. I'm not saying I support that. I'm just saying it made it completely obvious to me at the time that Alex Jones, Joe Rogan is just an arbiter. Like he's just a controller of speech. That's all he is. He's there to control ideas and not. And I've seen some of the shows with him talking about ancient archaeology with other guests and stuff, and I was like, yeah, but none of this is even like actually real. But anyway, the last thing I want to say, because this actually might be an interesting point, you'll notice that the COVID-19 vaccine that's coming from Pfizer, particularly, if not some of the others, because there's 13 about to be released and 54 in trials, so a whole bunch. The Pfizer one, at the very least, has to be stored at 70 or so degrees minus Celsius. And I thought about that. And I was like, well, that's strange. And I heard some mainstream media stuff, and they were saying blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, no, that's nothing. And I thought about it, and it clicked in my head. The only other thing that I've heard of that is kind of strange and related to this that needed to be stored at minus 70 degrees is a D-Wave. I don't know if you know what D-Wave is.
Are you talking about D-Wave computers, like the ones that cause the Mandela effect?
Yeah, exactly. That thing, it's got a heartbeat. And by the way, what's the name of the guy that talks about the D-Wave? He's the creator of it. His last name is
the creator of the D-Wave computer. It wasn't Nelson Mandela. If anybody in the chat knows, D-Wave
He's got the same name as some other guy too. But he was talking about H.P. Lovecraft and stuff. And how
really?
They're summoning demons, and Elon Musk was talking about demons. And this D-Wave has a heartbeat, they're saying, this guy. Now, they were saying, he also says that the D-Wave is stored at minus 70 degrees. And I was like, well, that's interesting. And so it clicked in my head. And I said, wait, one of the things in this fucking vaccine is the hydrogel. Not the luciferase. The luciferase is there to identify you later through the scanners or whatever. So they say, I'm not saying you're probably the first person to say that this isn't even going to come true. And you're probably right. But the hydrogel, which is DARPA and all that, that's the nanobots and nanoparticles, which is actually synthetic technology. It's developed by Pfizer BioNTech. The name of the company is called BioNTech because BioNTech means bio and tech. It's biology and technology. It's a computer called a nanoparticle, which is actually a synthetic entity. That's their words, not mine.
So are we going to be injected with the alien? Is this the alien invasion? Is it an injectable parasite?
It's funny you bring up the aliens. I don't want to get to that quite yet. So think about let's say, I think what they did, it's like MK Ultra, right? You do MK Ultra on one person in a hospital, but the idea is to roll it out to the globe eventually, and certainly they've done that with COVID and other things. But so the D-Wave was designed to be like a big thing in a room, blah, 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 but they nanoparticled that thing. And they took a D-Wave and they made it really small, a nanoparticle, and it has to be stored at minus 70 degrees because what is it? It's a D-Wave. Let's just say, I don't know, maybe it's something different company, whatever, but that's the idea. It's a supercomputer nanoparticle in the vaccine. That's why it has to be stored at minus 70 degrees. Now, one thing about aliens, well, now the Jews are saying that they've made contact with the Galactic Federation.
Yes.
And that the rest of the human race isn't ready, but the Jewish people have been talking to them. So why is it that we're not ready, but they are?
We're not chosen? Is that what it is? Because it seems like the God of the Bible...
Yeah, but they're there. That's what they say, right? But now you're getting into harsher territory. Maybe we should be a little.
Well, actually, let me bring
so
this up though. Every religion out there, every religion has a doctrine of the saved, where the ones who follow the certain path get to be saved and they get beamed up. In the New Age religion, it's the transhumanists, the ones who get to go to the moon, they're being saved. The ones who go to Mars, they get the upgrades. So when I point out that there's a religious connotation saying that one group of people has been selectively chosen to be the intermediary between the higher power.
My frustration, Tim, is this. Okay, in the very near future, like starting now, basically, there's going to be those who are pure humans. There's going to be those who are humans plus, let's call it, with a little bit of whatever, vaccine, nanoparticles, a robotic arm, a chip in the head, whatever. And then there's going to be this purely synthetic beings that are cybernetic clones, totally synthetic. Let's just use the word synthetic.
Like Mark Zuckerberg looks.
Exactly. And Elon Musk, I mean, come on, like his girlfriend, his wife is Grimes.
Right, and their child's name.
She was pregnant with a thing, and she had a picture of her on a magazine with a big scar along her stomach where they did the C-section, and they brought out the baby that they named it after a robot or something.
Yeah, they named it after one of his passwords. So it was like an uppercase, 7 letters, a lowercase, and 2 special characters.
So are you telling me that so whatever came out of that stomach, do you think that's a human?
Okay.
Or is that a synthetic, robotic, nanoparticle chipped, CRISPR-Cas9 gene edited thing? They got this in the bag.
It looked 3D printed, and it's worth noting, Elon Musk's his first wife, you got to look this up. Her name was Justine Musk, and she wrote a series of books about underground military bases with clones that are soulless, but they were using black magic to invoke fallen angels to live inside of these clones. The book is called Lord of Bones, and look up Justine Musk. She writes these horror books, but they're all about incarnating demons into the flesh. It's all about what we're talking about here. Very dark stuff. And I thought, that's strange that this would be the wife of the guy who's going to save the human race and take us to Mars.
I want to talk about Project Bluebeam, because they talk about how, like, and then we'll talk, and then I can get into the demons and the dumps as well. But people talk about a lot of times Project Bluebeam. Oh, maybe they're gonna make like Jesus or aliens or someone appear in the sky. But I realized, have you ever seen the movie James Cameron, Alita, Battle Angel?
Well, anything James Cameron is heavy predictive programming. I haven't seen that one. What's in it?
Mm-hmm. So it's weird, but they fight something in space. On the moon or something, maybe, or maybe on Mars. Can't really tell in the movie, but there's a great battle in space. So think about Project Bluebeam and like where we're all going with COVID and how now I agree with you. It's with the space helmet things. And by the way, it was hilarious in episode 3 where a piece of the ISS space station broke off and fell down onto the Karen with the helmet.
That was
brilliant, man.
Yeah, Southpole episode 3. But this episode we were mocking this whole thing because they're setting us up to believe that there's going to be stuff falling from the sky, and we have to kind of preempt that. But this theme you're bringing up, stuff from the sky, Project Bluebeam, like this has got to be the next card to play.
I'm thinking though they're going to do the blue beam in literally in space, because they've always been saying, since the 90s, things about chemtrails and blue beam, and it's either Jesus or the second coming of Jesus, or maybe the Antichrist or some aliens or something. And I'm thinking, well, it's never really happened, although there's been strange things, drone swarms and other phenomenon, etc. That, whatever. But I'm thinking, no, wait. We're gonna get, we'll get these masks for 10 years. We'll start wearing more sophisticated masks and helmets and things like that air riser space helmet thing. And Cyberpunk just came out where, you can enhance your body. Oh, but where we're going is like a very, very, very terrible version of Cyberpunk 2077. And that's predictive programming all over it.
I see that.
Yeah,
I see that.
Look, there, man.
The cyberpunk thing, really quick though, that's definitely a big part of the dystopian aesthetic that they've been feeding us for decades through sci-fi and otherwise. That's been like their general aesthetic. And I've noticed a resurgence on YouTube and other platforms of this style of music. And I look at, it's like 80s synth remixed, modern take on it, but the art generally has has people enhanced, transhuman, and masks are a huge thing. And I pointed this out to a friend that, if you look at even like the Gothics in the 80s and 90s, they were always wearing PPE and masks, and they always danced social distanced, and they always hated everybody, and they self-quarantined. And so I'm like, the Gothic death worshippers, that death cult was actually vanguard, cutting edge of they're projecting. I think they were definitely showing us, and they were living it in advance. That's why I'm thinking they've got to be the happiest people right now. Well, hey, appreciate the call very much. And anytime you want to call in, you said you've done podcasting before, live cast, and I know you get censored. You have been. You will never be censored here. And one more thing, on the 19th and 20th, we're going to do a whole weekend long Zoom conference. So you won't want to miss that. It's actually the International Flat Earth Conference 2020. It's a Zoom conference. And
I heard you talking about that, yeah.
Yep. So make sure you drop in.
Great. I'm trying to, I donate the $1 a month through the subscription, but I got an email and it said that your subscription had been expired after a month, and I tried to pay again, and then I got a bit of an error. So I'll have to try again and make sure I kept through on that.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know. In fact, I'll be fixing that tonight. Somebody let me know. Some type of a glitch. So I had like a number of subscribers were unsubscribed. Imagine that. No big deal. But the $1 a month, I appreciate it very much, because that's what keeps this thing going. And we have plans with this Southpole cartoon and other things we're doing to keep this platform up. And the open phones will always be uncensored. I don't care if they take down 3 channels a week. We spawn new heads.
Well, great job, Tim and the team. Great job on episode 3. I really enjoyed it. Cheers.
Awesome. Thanks for the call. Have a great night.
All right. Take care. Bye.
All right. Great callers tonight. Appreciate everybody who's been calling in. We're going to be back on a regular schedule here very well. I'll be taking care of that. So if you're on the email list, I'll send out a blast so that you don't fall out of the loop. And some people have been saying they're not getting their notifications. It's because the YouTube channels are probably replaced. So DLive should give you notifications. Other options, you have text message notifications, and also Patreon supporters. If you join at patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society, $2 a month, that will also get you all of the notifications that you need. And that's always for breaking news. Okay, so let me go ahead. And also, just for the record, for all of you information volunteers out there, this channel is very pro-vax. We're pro-vax for Antifa. We're kind of anti-vax only for flat earthers. We don't think they deserve it. They're going to espouse anti-science views. Let's just let Darwin sort this thing out. No vax for flat earthers, but definitely vax the media. Here's a quote falsely attributed possibly to Aristotle. It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. And a lot of people can't. And Big Brother doesn't want you to. They want you to think that to entertain a thought is to be infected with it. And this is the parallel they've created in the minds of the public with ideas and viruses. Oh, you can catch flat earth and then you drive off the edge. No, you can entertain an idea and analyze it and dismiss it. But that requires critical thinking, and they don't want us to have that. That's been one of the, it's almost illegal. I'm surprised they haven't removed question marks off keyboards and mandated that you have your camera uncovered. I've been covering the cameras on my computers with acrylic black paint for quite some time. So I can't even accidentally be spotted. But pretty soon they're probably going to mandate it. I mean, how else are you going to enforce the rules that you wear a dunce cap and diapers in your house? All right, this is Murder Hornets World War III. And if you want to stick around for a few minutes, I was going to premiere episode 3 after this. So stick around. If you haven't seen 1 and 2, there might be spoilers.
Forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food king don't satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They doubt the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. Better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstage.
Hey, Bill. This that pure Russian bags.
It's Sputnik 23, baby. Full of regenerative nanobots. I got the best stuff out there. 33 flavors of COVID vax to keep you whapping all night long.
All I know is it better be as good as not back alley black market ass shots, or else we having problems. Sputnik?
It's Sputnik 23, baby.
Problems. Sputnik? That's some hood shit, yo.
Hey, ladies. I'd just like to thank you for all your hard work. It must be exhausting making TikTok twerk videos all night. Take these doses for now, but when you run out, you know who to call. Got a dash. There's something in this blood. It tastes like Bacardi. Wait! Those voices are so familiar! Cardi B? Bill Gates?
Cardi, I'm Khloe Kardashian, the sixth toe. I'm 100% celebrity DNA. I just need a retweet, a shout out from my Instagram.
Oh, look! It's Toey! If she could only see me now. Oh well, I guess you can't make a toe into a housewife.
Time to get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstash.
Quiet, carry them. Elon's crawling. It's my formal invitation to the nose wide open thing.
And now I found that this is probably the most important thing that we could possibly do for mankind. And space travel. Stuff. So, I'm throwing basically a party.
Yes,
the nose wide open.
Yes,
Get
yeah, man.
everyone tested immediately.
Gotta prove I can rap like I'm Jamaican to my dad. Then I'll finally be in the club, just like you.
For the greater good, this fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost the faces wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippie talks drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and short.
Ladies and snozberries, welcome to my Antiquitech subway train to Mars. A ride powered solely by the fear of its passengers. We're headed to the first annual Nose Wide Open. Deep underground we are going. There's no way to tell in which direction we're flowing. Faster and faster with absolutely no signs of slowing. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I think it kind of feels like hyperdrive. You can tell it was real.
Welcome to the hottest Illuminati Insider Party. Enter with your nose wide open. The nostril is the path to the third eye. Welcome to the hottest Illuminati Insider Party. Enter with your nose wide open. The nostril is the path to the third eye.
spare vaccines, brother? I can pay.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Kill Bill Volume 1. They call me Kill Bill, cause I'm killing viruses with vaccines. I got your lady up in the backseat of a taxi screaming, vax me, vax me. You know it's all about the way we stack the cash. Pick up the phone and dial 1311 vax dash. Got a dash, y'all. Hey gentlemen, you'll love this latest batch of Sputnik. I call it the final solution. Great party, Elon, but I'm off to Kenosha. Gotta dash.
Houston to the International Space Station. Question and answer session in progress. Now from the realm of outer space, the astronauts.
What the astronauts take up there?
Tons and tons of fucking science, okay? How many times do I have to tell you is all? That's what...
What do the astronauts eat up there?
Yeah, really great question, kid. What will we eat when filming? I'm hungry now.
Is space fun?
Oh yes, it sure can be. It can really feel like you're floating around in here.
You guys are like real space heroes.
Please, get me the fuck down, these straps hurt.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston to ISS. It appears we are experiencing technical difficulties. Space is hard.
Prince Philip, you have served me well, but your servitude is not over. I have one task left of you. You will return to the Earth and spread a virus among the people. This is your final resolve. Do this for me and you shall be rewarded to reign by my side for all eternity.
This just in. Helmet refuseniks are endangering otherwise safe communities.
If you see unhelmeted head, notify the nearest authorities. It is our duty to inform you that unhelmeted heads may be met with batons. Space junk is real. This is Philip Dix with Real Fake News for the IPS. News at 9, 11, 311, 33 times a day.
Bitch, wear a helmet.
Okay, Karen, where's your mask?
Okay, Karen. Why isn't your skull covered? Space junk is real.
Your mask protects others. Bitch, wear a mask. Your face is selfish.
Bitch, wear a helmet.
Facts. 5G towers are literally sprouting from hell. The sources of a devil virus. Fact. 5G towers are spreading. But there's something that can be done with Regina from Austin's special blended jet fuel. Guaranteed to melt 5G towers down at free fall speeds into their own footprints, killing COVID at its source.
Into the black void.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright? Space is fake AF. So just start doing this. Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Just like the phoenix, we rise from the ashes. They fake our reality with pawns, puppets, and actresses. It's plain to see what their tactic is. Corporate communist takeover. Treat us like clowns, burn it all down in a fiery makeover. Then they rebuild from the ash, leaving the past in the past is the ticket to the last laugh. Phoenix, these maggots are more like scavenging vultures. They're twisting our culture. They got us living like drones in this dystopian vision of home. Just leave us alone. We're allergic to the bullshit. But they preach and they preach and they preach from on top of their pulpit.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. 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 Don't take a genius to see the signs and symbols. They play with the phoenix. We see the lies they swindle and we don't believe shit. Funded jokes and riddles. Now things are far from civil. I'm trying to elevate my mental and find some meaning. Being stuck on feelings, cause it's so appealing. Now it's open season. The elite be scheming. Now I'm painting pictures on the ceiling like I'm a Venetian. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. These bastards have got you frantic with their systematic Babylonian sex magic is tragic. These psychopathic fascists wreak havoc upon each and every demographic. They got you falling down a rabbit hole like Alice. Pass me my chalice for this world is savage. Who's gonna do some damage? There's so many stages to their evil planning. We're trying to learn to speak a universal language. Sometimes it feels like it's more than we can manage. Don't take this life for granted. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
The harness roaring upward toward the heavens like the lioness. Heated hurricane, the birth of the initiates. Segments scorching, blazing, higher fire priestess. So fly, wings descend from the ashes. Just to be rising, since the hypnotizing. Higher angelic frequencies that come from struggling. Hypnotical, introspective, healing, viciously. Sacred serpent lick their ears for hardening.
The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
Rising from the deep, fly by just like a phoenix. Chips so wavy, go to a bunch of jealous beaches. Won't go crazy, it's a nightmare for the dreamers. They think it's safety, but it's really just obedience. Time to tell the secrets, listen bitch, we gotta speak it. See at least don't like you breathing. There's illusion in your freedom. New normal, new world order. They've inverted all the meaning, so we do this for a reason. Keep it big, yeah, that's a beacon, that's a beacon.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
You're playing infinite things, man. You play society.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's the post be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hope, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I'm living is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Step on the street, pulling strings. But they can't follow the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, man. That's in your mouth. I just take more play. Infinite plane society, yeah, man. All I do is black roll out. Yeah, just this, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Taking the word is flat, man. Grow up the whole man. Take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all real. All the hopes, man. All the hopes, man. All the hopes, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, man. What up, bro? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm up.
Purchase your tracks today.
living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy from here to infinity. We're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. What a waste of your life. Why did you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. A lesson taught is a lesson earned. By seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your lives.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the evidence of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of their innocence. They trying to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Yeah. Truth music. This is my medicine, I'm steadily fetishing to make sense out of this nonsense they relish in. Look at all the poison they're feeding us, always misleading us. All they're doing is bleeding us dry. I'll be red pilling to keep on with healing us. Why? I just want to open your mind. Open your mind. May take more than a minute to get it, but once you get it, you'll never regret it. Their lies are incredible. All this destruction was always inevitable. Fuck these elitists, they're up on their pedestals. Pharmaceuticals, they're pushing their chemicals. Some sort of federal tyranny up in your medicals. Are you really hearing me wrong? It's pitiful. Bear witness to my swan song, I'm a general. When we're gone, we're leaving everything to rubble. We're gonna watch you stumble through the fall. You'll find deliverance in the barrel when we're playing gods. Wake up, wake up. What the fuck? I'm trying to wake the masses.
With your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war? Wake the masses with your vocal cord, shake your minds with your every word. Remove the shift from your lyrical sword. Why know your tongue not suited for the war?
Nothing in your world works the way you think it does. There's a far higher, bigger picture going on the earth for at least 7,000 years of human history that we modern day people really just don't relate to.
Mind over matter, all I see is propaganda. It's snakes and ladders up on every channel. Lights, camera, action, what's the latest fashion? Welcome to the ghost of Saturn. Do you really know what's happening? When you watch the news, do you see the patterns? No, it's not hard to fathom. This shit is far from random. I see the puppet battling on man, sifting through the rubbish like that's a strong man. Words of garbage. Don't need can build some courage. Root it deep and do your best to make it flourish. Feed your soul the best foods to keep you nourished. Stay on it, find your strength and solace and become a colossus.
Recognize with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war? Recognize with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war?
Man, I try so hard to learn the truth myself. And when I learn something new, I wanna tell somebody else. Truth is in plain sight. If you look, can't you tell? You allow all these lies. That's why you created hell. Wake up now. Who are you? Are you self? Are you truth? Are you calves of a cow? Are you right? Where's the proof? Can you tell me what it is that they put in your food? These are questions that I ask cause I don't like people. I'm not a rebel, but they're making me. I need truth for my sanity. Friends ask why can I let it be? Well, cause lies won't set me free. I am root like a walking tree. I think it's time for the better me. Express my thoughts by melodies. Least I can do is plant the seeds. Least I can do is plant the seeds.
Recognize with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war? Recognize with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war?
Governments do not operate the way you think they do. Banks do not do what you think they do.
Have a look, all our rights getting took. First a pandemic, now these riots got them hooked. Fuck the state, fuck the police, 33 times, yeah. But the ones burning the streets, that's by design, yeah. Stacks of bricks planted randomly on certain corners. Order out of chaos, that's how they control us. They got us separated in every way, it's cold and soulless. Say that we're profane, fuck that we got game. Genius as they are, don't matter old and late. If this their new normal, let's make a whole new lane. The ones at the top of the most of the crime, the higher you go then the deeper the bind. They've done this before and I work every time. The world is a stage called the curtains and blinds. Tip of the beat, we can lift up the line.
Recognize with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war? Recognize with your vocal cord. Shake your minds with your every word. Remove the truth from your lyrical side. Why do your tongue not suit up for the war?
The Vatican simply took over the position of Caesar of Rome. And this is why all of the nations of Europe all come to bow down to the Pope in Rome, because he is, in point of fact, Caesar. His official title is Pontifex Maximus. That was a term that was given to Caesar of Rome. So the point I'm making here is that for 3,200 years, Rome has dominated Europe. And for 3,200 years, Europe has dominated the world. Therefore, there is an old saying that all roads lead to Rome.
With your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones don't accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it. offering refreshment. Level up your consciousness, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The daughter has paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. When DIPS are making an entrance, butting doors down cause now's the time for interventions that I mentioned. We're affecting so many men across the spectrum. We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum, there's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like 10 pin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
Another angry white kid, just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed. Just auto hooks it. Just a bucket away. Another angry white kid. Just a bucket away. Gritty's going to be pissed. Just a bucket away. Another angry white kid. Just a bucket away. The crisis actors are here.
Everybody know Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had braces, only knew that it could save us all. What is real? I don't know. Hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Epic man. Epic man. Shift us to the new timeline. Epic man. Epic man. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Cress's acting opera man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, eating Bates and smiling. A double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, it's guesswork, way over to the right, way over to the east. And where I come from, I believe that's still where I come from. I believe this reality is heated flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon, Ed McMahon, go ahead, leave the gaslight on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say, called everyone knows, because it seems to trigger the trolls and the deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows that we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body.
They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of them eyes prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hosts. Questioning things so that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no tone, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Think and let think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned action, armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model-specific proposition, opened eyes perceiving through direct observation, having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction, making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands, smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches, separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies, follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes, moving on without you, not even leaving notes, activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames, we have looked through all your fancy games, your green screen doesn't impress us anymore, your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages, entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
All right, so let's see. That was We Are the Virus. That's actually by JT33, who did part of the soundtrack for the first episode of this project we're working on, which I think you'll like. Zareth the Alchemist says, sounds kind of like Tool. Yes, I concur with that. I have a number of emails and photos that came to me from an individual who's been investigating the hospitals. So that's one thing I'm going to look into here. Millennium Falcon 2001 Star Wars Clues says, take into account the 24-degree tilt on the Earth. Go 3,250 miles east, start anywhere, and you will end up on the equator. Fuck Bill Burr. I'm not sure what Bill Burr said. But yes. Okay, so we were talking about outer space and inner space and how the two are in fact the same. How they're not actually going into deep space, as in up there. They're going into deep space down there, and they're digging a tunnel of China, essentially. So you can go farm potatoes under the false pretense that you're saving the Earth by leaving it behind to go live an ascetic life on Mars. Here's a couple of memes. This is the meme review. If you go to a party, you go to jail because of coronavirus. If you're in jail, we will let you out because of coronavirus. There's nothing coincidental about this. I mean, there's a reason why we have these contradictory statements and orders. Part of gaslighting, in fact, is conflicting injunctions, different instructions that you're given that you can't do both, catch-22s, things that just literally make no logical sense. And that's the whole point. They don't want thinking to help you. It does no good to think reasonably about these things because it's not reasonable. When one appears, the other disappears. And this is a meme juxtaposing Superman with Clark Kent. Kent being the flu, Superman being COVID. And yeah, they did pull off some type of a switch there, it seems. Very clever. I mean, I commented on this back in, probably even in March, that you're going to see a decline in the number of people run over by steamrollers. And the commensurate bump's going to be on the COVID side. They're just shuffling papers around and it's working. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, caller? Anything in particular?
Hey.
Are
we? Yeah. Sorry, I'm listening to the podcast and a couple seconds behind. Should I not listen to it?
Yeah, go ahead and mute it. There might be a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
It could even be a Mandela effect, but yeah.
All right.
Your timeline could be like 8 seconds behind. But yeah, go ahead.
What I just thought was interesting I learned this week, which was the I don't know if this is what you want to talk about, but there's a word Wetiko. You heard of it?
No, what does it mean?
Hold on.
Yeah, the word is, you said, yeah, go ahead. Wetiko, I don't know what the word means. How do you spell it?
Look it up. W-E, like wet, W-E-T-I-K-O.
And why don't you fill us in on what this means and what it means to you?
I mean, I literally just I just heard it like 2 days ago, and I'm like kind of fascinated. But I'm probably not going to speak well about it. But it's a Native American term that basically sums up what we're seeing today play out, which is like a mental virus on society, which basically, in a nutshell, this is like the oldest concept of society that we're supposed to be aware of. And since we don't have language for it, it's obviously hidden, but I would assume the previous generations of, natives would talk about this as basically like maybe the dragon or whatnot, but it's like a virus on the mind of the human psyche.
Okay, I found something here. It says, dispelling Wetiko, breaking the curse of evil. It says here, the mind virus, which the Native Americans called the Wetiko, covertly operates through the unconscious blind spots in the human psyche. Yeah, I think this would describe the mob mindset, the loss of individuality, individual responsibility. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's cool to just have a new vocabulary word that really predates the current situation. And just if you look into, and there's cool imagery for it, and basically the Wetiko is a spirit. It doesn't stop until we're all consumed by it, basically, and it's like destruction.
Yeah, interesting. This is actually, you're right about this thing too. We don't have the lexicon to figure our way out of this thing. Like, even simple things, crisis acting, hoaxes, psychological operations. We don't have words for this, and we don't have a lexicon of evil. Nobody believes in evil. They've kind of reinvented it as systemic oppression, but nobody really believes, at least the modern paradigm kind of removes the idea of a metaphysical or supernatural evil, something predatory, something like unhuman.
Sure. Yeah, and I've heard people maybe talk about this. The only way to destroy it is if you kind of embrace it as like a learning opportunity to say, "Oh, okay, thank you for coming into our realm. How can I learn from you now?" And you can't like just fight it. In other words, like, so, and I see that playing out now. Like, the more you fight this, like, the more people kind of double down and go into their, battleground, I guess, bunkers.
Right.
So
like, that reminds me of you get the idea of like Adam Smith and the Wealth of Nations, where he had this idea that you need a system that takes man's inherent greedy selfishness and channels it into something productive. So the idea was that you can't change human nature. We will be greedy. So if you force equality, you will create injustice. So you have to let some people reach higher than others. But so I think it's against nature. I think communism is unnatural. And I think it's inherently based on greed and evil and collectivism and having this covetousness towards what others have. And I do think that human nature is what it is. And that's exactly the issue that we have. The utopians want to reinvent man, get rid of your carbon footprint. I mean, that's what mind control is about. They're turning us into insects.
Yeah, it's like a hive mind kind of taking over. All insects have that. They're all mindless, autopilot. Yeah, and I feel like this AI kind of program, I guess, or a virus, like the AI represents, is it's kind of like it's kind of destroying all of our avenues of thought. And like I think you were kind of describing this earlier, just how it's kind of it's closing in the universe of thought and ideas.
Sure.
And I feel like the AI is set up to do that. Like the AI is kind of set up to look for any ideas that are kind of expanding our minds, and it's like hammering it down on the edges and like shrinking it down to this point.
Well, look, there's one thing I've noticed. Okay, because I used to, before I really got immersed in the internet, I spent all my time in libraries and old bookstores, and I did my research the old-fashioned way. And when I'd go to libraries, I would look for one particular topic, but I'd find a lot of books in the area randomly, serendipitously. So you had coincidences or synchronicities, randomness, where the research process takes on a different type of there's a different process that goes into research. It's a little less direct than just simply searching things or going to a place where the library is all electronic. And I think they remove a lot of the randomness, which is where like life kind of seems to happen, where you make choices and decisions as a thinker. And they're getting rid of that. So it's like you automate everything. So you get a self-driving car, it drives you from A to Z. Well, now you don't even have the option of just impulsively stopping at a shop or anything like that. So they're getting rid of randomness and getting rid of randomness to streamline everything, which of course, yeah, they're making us into, it's like a beehive. The original symbol of the Illuminati was the beehive.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the way you just, I mean, I associate that with kind of left brain, right brain, and we're in a left brain society here, but I'm just a natural right brainer, so I'm always, it doesn't, you can't justify, you can't ever make sense of a right brain, but it's to me, it's life. And I always find people have there's an audience for me, but I don't always I'm always kind of not excelling in some ways, but then I'm always coming back to people always come back to me. I notice, and it's, I mean, there's a left brain is like the most linear thought process, and it's like that's obvious to me, but I don't like to do that. So it's like, I mean, I think we all have that ability, but the right brain's kind of being hammered out of existence as much as it can be, it seems. There's always here's an obvious, I think if we intellectualize these things and try to give vocabulary for things, we kind of box in ourselves always. So,
well, look, daydreaming, like you think about things that they always stop you from doing. Daydreaming is one of those things, like when do people use their imaginations, like as thought experiments, like, to even imagine the idea that the Earth is stationary requires original thought, conceptualization in the imagination. But they remove a lot of that. And I think that we're so immersed in movies and in CGI simulations that it's kind of displaced the right brain activity.
Yeah.
Like, so the government gives you your right brain circus. You don't have to use your own.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I see a lot. Yeah. I mean, I talk to like little kids today because I feel like I still tap into that kind of childlike brain in some ways, and I try to ask them like, oh, do you like 2D cartoons or 3D cartoons? Like, I personally don't really care for the 3D stuff or like the video games, but because it's like it requires you to use more imagination, like to not, I mean, it requires less imagination to watch like a 3D cartoon, but the kids like it because maybe, I don't know why, but maybe that's why, because it's like less.
Yeah, you're right. It's like a dream.
So hyper realistic that it's boring. Like I don't like looking at like really hyper, digital screens. Like I like the more fuzzy. But maybe I'm just old fashioned.
No, there's a different process. There's a different cognitive process. One of them is a deep hypnotic, guided meditation trance loaded with junk food for the mind and propaganda. And the other is an act of, communication with the author. Like when you're reading a book, when you're reading some analog, a comic book, I think there's more interaction. And then you do have to, unconsciously anyway, put the scenes together. It's animating in your mind. And yeah, there's a different process there. And I think they're purposefully allowing the critical thinking and the imagination to atrophy so they can replace it with this hive mind thing that, yeah, it's going to be probably regulated by essentially AI.
Yeah, right. And I did like the thing you were just talking about this, Sputnik and like, the inner. I mean, I was trying to, it's like a new concept, and like it's like I always like when I hear a new concept, of thought. So
Yeah, well,
I would appreciate.
what do you think about the deep underground military bases as having possibly even Mars bases?
Hmm. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I feel like that realm is going into augmented reality and like simulating going to Mars. With these like the hyperloop, and even just Mars travel. I guess that they keep seem to promise to people. I mean, I imagine that it has to be some sort of augmented reality. It can't be like. I mean, I was going to say like the hyperloop like won't have windows, for instance. That gives you an opportunity to paint your realm, and I think like the more you hammer into down like your imagination, like the more logical that makes sense to be able to trick some future kids that rely on these things.
Exactly. I think that we're looking at basically that they had the way being paved for the new age, and augmented virtual reality is a huge part of it, and it already is. I mean, when we went into lockdown, they already shifted the balance as far as now more of your person-to-person interaction is mediated through the internet than before. It's just a fact. They cut off your contact with living human beings. That's a major transition. That's a big deal, and it was seamless. They pulled it off, and
for sure,
that's to me that's us entering into a simulation.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned something about the mask, like hiding our humanity. Like I had this early thought too about that. About are there like beings coming in here that can't really control their face? And the thing is about the reptilian thing is I was actually told by someone really close to me. She's an older woman who's in these kind of elite societies, and she did say that she did experience that with somebody, but I don't know if they were maybe they were actually promoting that to this group of people, like because she was not the only one in the group that saw this person change into a reptile, but who knows if it's an energy field or.
Well,
I mean, I think they wanted to know about this, but I don't know if it's literal. Like
when
I mean, I'm open to anything. So
when I first looked into the Reptoid thing with probably a lot of people, like David Icke, and one of the things he had said in his writings was this idea that the priesthood were taking sacrifices from the people they controlled, but that the regular people weren't allowed to see the faces of the priests who had their faces covered. And he said that the face coverings that the various religions use has been to provide a cover for the reptoids. It's an interesting theory. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I think it definitely though has to do with cutting down our communication, because our facial expressions convey probably more than our words do.
Yeah. Well, I always think there's so many angles to everything they do, to these things too, and that's definitely one of them. And I mean, also just dehumanizing people to getting to the point of trying to civil war. I mean, it also makes sense because it's so much easier to like look at someone like non-human now.
Yeah, that's
true.
That's true. They have they've said the media has done a pretty good job where it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to punch a MAGA, and now the other side they're all looters and murderers and whatever. And it's like, yep, you're not going to see a lot of sympathy from either side when the bullets start flying.
Yeah. And well, like MAGA means like apparently is like the priest, like a magician, a female, I believe.
Yes, I was talking about that earlier. MAGA is the feminine form of magic. I brought that up because someone said the Whore of Babylon has Babylon the Great on her forehead in scarlet. like MAGA hats are scarlet,
Oh.
and it says America the Great, essentially. It's not Babylon, but same thing.
Oh.
So I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But, I don't understand these high level, like, magicians. Like, I don't know. I don't really know the end goal, but I do feel like there's something about the possession, and I think, yeah, I definitely believe the aliens are there, but they're demons, and they kind of convince us that they're aliens because they can play out with the augmented reality, this scenario, but can really come into us, kind of thing, and if we believe in them, especially.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, and that's one of the things here. I think it was Benjamin Franklin or someone said you'll live with the amount of tyranny that you tolerate, and I think you'll live, essentially you'll live with in a level of deception that you tolerate. And if we didn't push the brakes on stuff, if there weren't any skeptics, we would probably already have alien overlords having us work on farms or something in fiefdoms. But there's a little bit of pushback, not a lot. There's a small percentage of us who aren't going with the program. But what's your take on the UFO invasion thing? Let's say they have a bunch of flying saucers hovering over major cities, dropping bombs, bombarding them. Do you think that the population will fall for it and just say, okay, Mars has taken over?
I'd like to. Up until this year, I would probably say no, but now I'm like, it's pretty. I think it's pretty easy to convince anyone. Convince the masses of it, because there's just a majority mindset that will go with whatever's told to them, and there's some level of like occult ritual magic, like with numbers and they do it on the right dates. So there's like this, I don't know, there's a spiritual like pushback in people, and you really have to like understand, like, back to the creator. Whatever you call, I like Jesus Christ, it's come out in me when I'm in a situation. I've been in a situation before, and it's come out of my mouth, and I've never been like preachy or anything, and it came out at the right time, and I needed it to, and it shut down like this ritual that I was somehow found myself involved in. It sounds crazy, but
well, let me ask you this:
it's like,
so do you believe that there is a proxy war, good versus evil, and that humans are agents for either side? Is that what we're facing right now?
Yeah, I think we're all we're receptors. So whatever you think about religion, it doesn't matter. But the word Jesus Christ takes you to a point of undeniable like reset, whatever it is for you. Like it doesn't matter like religion, because I grew up in the church, but I ignored it for went away from that, and like. But to me, like it doesn't matter. It's like your mind knows what that means, and whenever you say that, it brings you down to like the most pure love that your mother gave you at birth, for instance. Like, it's the most like powerful, it's like a diamond. It's like pure, untainted, and if you're ever lost, like, if you say that word, like, it will bring you, say that name, it will bring you back to that point. And I think we all can relate to that, and we can all be possessed, but when you say that word, it's gonna like kind of buzzkill you in some ways, or it's gonna.
Yeah, look. There's certain things that we're taught to mock and ridicule. One of these things,
right.
The idea of telepathy or psychic phenomenon, or if someone says they're psychic, it's like it's not meant to be taken seriously, and it's probably because of con men and charlatans in the past have given it a bad rap. But the idea that our minds, our consciousness it somehow can be a receiver for interacting with beings that may not have physical bodies, like it's not a new concept, and I don't think there's a lot of people who disagree that there's something there, that we're not purely just basically I guess what animals. I hate to disparage animals like that, but like the idea that we're just like automatons, we're just the end result of the Big Bang and everything slowing to a halt. No, I do think that we're conscious players in this, even if our bodies are somewhat disposable.
Well, yeah, and I mean, back to being like animal-like. I mean, I do think at some point before the fall, like I think there was a time where we were sort of like animals, but we were like we didn't need anything. Like we didn't have to speak either. Like all this stuff is material world in some ways. Even the language is. And once we were, I mean, it makes sense to me. The serpent that tempted Eve. It's telling you like, you didn't need to like your mind didn't need to wander out there. Like you were being taken care of. You didn't need to, you were guided like look at animals. They don't need to they don't need to really work hard, and they have everything taken care of for them in some ways. Even though it looks like they're in a chaotic world, they're actually at peace all the time, and they never worry. And I feel like if we can train ourselves to just be in that state, like we would be taken care of. And I feel like I've experienced that at my low points, like where I had to rely on faith, like something's watching over you, but you have to but you don't need much. Like you're not going to get material wealth, from that.
Well, let me bring this up because there's like a couple points of view on the Garden of Eden story. Many believe that yes, that was ideal, and when man disobeyed, he fell, he lost the harmony, and now we're paying for it. The other perspective is man was actually a slave, didn't know it, and that he's potentially a co-creator or a god, and that he was in a state of ignorance, and once he found out, it was actually liberation when he got kicked out. So
of course, that's sorry, go on.
Well, I mean, there's two different takes on it. A third take on it is that the serpent was in fact working for God, and that the whole point of man disobeying and being cast out was so that he would go through the whole ordeal and somehow fix it at the end or something. I don't know, but I think it's a very interesting concept, and I think that the idea of a perfect world that we could bring back is something that the utopians have been trying to dangle in front of us. That's why they always promise us heaven or the communist paradise or sustainable moon bases.
Right, except for they're the god now in that case.
Exactly.
Where
yes.
maybe we were an experiment. We were put here, and like, I would think that everyone works under God, but it was up to us. We have free will, and free will brought about. The way we use our free will brings about heaven and hell. I'm not saying like we're trying to get to heaven like on earth. I'm just saying like one action does lead to another, and the fact that we have free will lets us have evil, and this could go on for eternity until we decide we don't want it anymore. But that comes up to everybody, and it's not really my role to try to convince everyone to get to that point. That's we have to go through these ups and downs. Just, I mean, this is it's a exercise here.
Sure.
I feel like
sure,
and it's time. It goes on forever. I mean, it's eternity. We can't understand eternity, but
okay. Let me run this by you, because when I look at the world stage as it is, it seems to me that there is we'll say a group within, or something. There's an establishment, and this establishment seems to have a longer memory than the rest of us, possibly going back much further. I mean, do you get the idea that the world is in the grip of a singular cult?
Yeah, no, I do feel that way, and I mean, there's so many layers to that, but I mean, singular cult. I mean, but I think there's lots of, how every group like kind of infights at some point. Even like the SJWs, they're eating themselves. Like every group will always probably infight. So I'm sure there was a singular cult, but they probably are branched off at some point too.
Okay, and final question here.
Hidden knowledge.
As far as how deep, hidden knowledge, right? We're talking about like a knowledge disparity. So we're basically prisoners by the fact that we're that much more ignorant than they are. That's the Garden of Eden story. That's the story in the village.
Yeah, we're like, definitely. I mean, well, I would say I can't compare to the Garden of Eden, but I would say like some entities, or people. I mean, I guess you can kind of talk about bloodlines here, like with the reptilians again. Like, yes, there probably is some sort of entity that maybe survived a calamity that did retain knowledge from the old world. And if you're interested in like Tartaria, I'm kind of intrigued by that.
Sure,
I haven't
same
actually
here.
looked into that at all, but
Well, that is
definitely there's like
that is interesting. For people who don't
like
know, the
yeah.
idea here is that maybe we had some type of worldwide calamity a couple hundred years ago, and that what we're on right now is a construct that they fabricated our histories, hid all the best technologies, and lied about when and where everything happened. And we've been so essentially humanity was born into a matrix of lies, which is true, but it's much worse if this is true. It means we can't trust even our history back, 300 years? And it also suggests that there might be a more advanced civilization among us.
Yeah, and I think there definitely is, and I think it's hidden in plain sight still. Like there's still like wireless energy up in the atmos, like above our heads. There's still those power lines that apparently are actually taking the energy from the air for free. And there was this is like the Tesla story, like the Nikola Tesla. How he wanted to make abundance. I think they had that world already. I think it was turned around on themselves with people who are, people who wanted to destroy the old world on purpose. And I think that this is just one theory, that led to the calamity of the worldwide mud flood, for instance, which set us back so many generations. But there was some, I'm sure some people have retained that knowledge somehow and saw a plan for the world, which was, I think they took the same energy, the free energy, and they destroyed the old world with it, and now have come out and this to me makes most sense because of all the whole, like Tesla's laughed at, today. I mean, even Elon Musk like makes fun of him in some ways to say that Edison was better because Edison wanted to profit off of it. So these people are living like kings. And this is where like a possession of some sort kind of to me comes into this, because there's something about like even like looking at the movie Metropolis, there's something about being like the worship of idols again. Like there's some energy that's harvested from us. And something is getting power from that.
Okay, now
so
that's
there's like these control points.
That's a very interesting point there about the harvesting of energy. And, what you brought up also kind of reminds me of Atlantis, the story that there was a rogue faction that buried it, flooded it, and then they took it underground. And the symbol of the torch and the underground secret societies with a continuity of suppressed hidden knowledge makes a lot of sense. I think there seems to be something to that. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
It's very, there's so many stories that like even like Lord of the Rings like shows you like there's a power that's like once you have it you become like you just like what the right thing to do but you just can't because you're like, oh my god, this is like endless power. And it's kind of like I think that's the whole, I don't know, losing my words here, but
well, look, David Icke also brought this up. He talked about words like the elders, the El referring to the Saturnian cult, the Elohim, which refers to the lights who came from above. But he also said elect and electricity, suggesting that electricity and the story of Benjamin Franklin with the key and the kite was actually just talking about the secret of harvesting atmospheric electricity or something like that. All very fascinating considering Benjamin Franklin's connection to the Hellfire Club and that secret society network, suggesting that, that the elect...
I haven't looked into that, but I have to look into that. But no, I totally buy into that. I mean, the whole thing is like we're trained to think that energy is not abundant, and that's the whole like enslavement that we're seeing unfold now. We're it's the scarcity. It used to be abundance, and now it's scarcity, and now they're trying to make water scarce. The fact is, water's everywhere in the atmosphere. You can draw it with a dehumidifier. Anyone can. Like water's so abundant, we can't ever fall. We can't ever fall for this lie.
They're also saying though that land is now scarce, or everything is scarce because there's too many people. I was just looking at a magazine cover. One of these scientific magazines, and with a capital S because it's the religion of science, the way they worship it. And in this article, it said, "Oh, we have 7.7 billion people. That's too many. That's why the virus is spreading." So they're again, putting the idea
Yeah.
that, oh, there's too many of us, meaning there's not enough space.
Yep. And it's. I mean, if you just fly across the U.S., you would just know that there's like endless space, and it's like we don't have to. Yeah, when you live in an urban center, you can. I mean, where do you live at? I'm in L.A.
Oh, I don't live next. I live in a small town. Well, it's a city, but
Okay.
I consider it to be a town, and it's on purpose because, I think that the masses of sheeple have been triggered enough, and we know what they're capable of at their worst. And I just don't want to be front row seats at the
Oh no,
apocalypse when
I'm
people
trying to
start.
get out. No, I hear you. I want to be out in the country now. Like I do, but I'm just saying. Like it's easy to think that there's when you live in an urban center, it's easy to think that things are overcrowded and things. But
Oh yeah, I see what your point
land is
is. Your
like
point is
abundant.
in the
That's all I'm
movies.
saying.
Yeah, in all the movies that you were like, let's say you lived through your TV screen, through the TV shows, you watched Friends, you didn't get out much because you're always working, you're at school and in college, etc. Your
Yeah.
worldview is actually more informed by what you saw on the screens. So yeah, you might think, oh, there's too many people, and you live in a small town. And so that's the world stage, in my view. The world stage is the
Oh
false
yeah.
construct, that 95% mistake for the real thing. So they think, yep, the world's overcrowded. Let's get rid of 3 billion. Well, we don't even know
Yeah.
if there's that many people.
Right. And, yeah. I mean, I just think that there's two kind of mindsets. People that think they play. Well, when you kill God, like you feel like you have to become God, and that's what I think we see happening with the elites. Like they literally killed God a long time ago, and they have no faith. So they literally worry about everything. And I think, and honestly, I think some of this mass thing is partially to do with like, and this has become again like a possession, or they're grossed out by everything. They think that their lives are so important that they think that you're going to harm them somehow. I really think that's what your mind becomes when you worry so much, and you feel like you have to protect your life so much instead of just flowing and like it's kind of like just living with faith too. You have to walk in faith, because if you have fear, like I don't know how else to cast out fear other than having faith.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But you have
You know what? The elite have made it very clear. Like, here's what I think about. You see, you brought up AI.
they're scared. They're scared though too. They're really scared, and that's the thing. They really are scared.
Well, I agree with you about
And that's why they hide.
I agree with the hive mind AI thing, but I also think when I hear them talk about AI, they're like, oh, what happens when all the appliances become autonomous? Is there going to be a problem? Will there be an AI revolt or something, or takeover? And I think that might be an elite code for one of their fears of autonomous individuals suddenly not following the hive mind. So I think the real AI
True.
threat is actually us. And this is just a way that they can, like, they want us in the simulation, which is their world stage construct. And once we start disbelieving the lies, we become autonomous thinkers. Where are the rogue AI that they fear, if you ask me?
Right.
And that would be the thing they're trying to stop with this control of the flow of ideas and memes.
The human mind works by evolving like around the situation always. Like you can't trap it. So like if you have creativity and imagination and it's abundant, like that's what keeps you alive, and that's what keeps you going. Like, and these people that want to control us, like if we laugh at their system, or we make a joke out of it, like they literally want, they command the worship, and I'm telling you, that's like whatever is taking them over, but it commands some sort of worship. And you see that with pop stars and things, and like they filter the energy to their cult, whatever they do. And I mean, we're surrounded by this. Back to the cult thing. I mean, if you look at it's the sorority and fraternity systems in the colleges. Like every single person on TV, on the fake news, talking heads are all from the sorority or fraternity. They have to be, because they're mind controlled already, and they do rituals every week. I mean, they've already been inducted into some sort of secret society that consumes them, and they're the ones playing out all these mass events. They're the ones kneeling with Colin Kaepernick or whatever. They're the ones putting up the fists for this BLM. This is all rituals. Like these are all some sort of, and they need tons of people to do it, because It
Yeah,
feels whatever entity on the top.
Let me run
Yeah.
one by you, because this is absolutely true what you're
Sure.
saying. On the anniversary, it was the 57th anniversary of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. On that anniversary, you had 250,000 people gathered around the obelisk in D.C., the Washington Monument, which is also the symbol of the black sun Osiris, the dead sun god. Well, MLK Day is being celebrated at the same time. Actor Chadwick Boseman dies, and he played Black Panther, and he played a king. So
I didn't know this.
you had Rip King was trending on Twitter that day, and you had the youth who had the Black Panther toy, bearing it in their backyard and crossing their arms over their chest and saying a prayer. Well, the arms crossed over the chest is the sign of Osiris slain when he's in his casket. So what I'm saying here is the entire group of in DC around the obelisk and all the youth with this idol, and it's a literal idol, the Black Panther doll, burying it in the ground, grave, which is symbolic to Saturn. It was a big Saturnian death rite, a mass ritual involving the youngest you could think of, like 5 and 6 year old, 10-year-olds, as well as all of the adults here who were all about the political movement and Black Panthers. The children are about the Marvel character and the Marvel universe with a fake king and the Marvel character Black Panther. But the symbolism and the iconography was very consistent throughout. And I'm saying, yeah, that was a mass ritual like you're describing.
That's interesting. That's exactly. I mean, I can only kind of describe it. I'm not immersed in it, but I've seen it. Like, I mean, I can see this happening constantly. And there's always like some sort of blood sacrifice. There's necromancy involved, though. The thing is about these entities, these hive minds, these like fraternity, sorority things, they really are a hive mind. And they actually pray to something, and they say, let it take me over. I mean, they're like cells. They all act as like cells, but they're all in one unit, like one entity that takes them all over. And it's like they literally say a spirit of whatever takes them over, and they're giving their sovereignty to this entity. And that's why I'm saying we're all vessels for things. And so there's definitely people that know how to use that, and the magicians or whatnot, and they're priests and they're religious.
Okay, so
they know how to organize this stuff. So.
Yeah, what you're talking about, and you kind of talked about this earlier about energy extraction from everything we're doing, our computer screens. If you look at the history of magic, it involves the consciously directed will, and it also involves projecting the will through black mirrors. A lot of the technology that we use in our social media seems to replicate a lot of this. Oh yeah, a lot of it is very much. It looks like. Funnily enough, it seems to resemble by its trappings in many ways everything you would do to interact with the other side metaphysically. So I think all that is possibly very likely on purpose, intentional. I don't think these things are unintentional. I mean, we could be, I thought about this. The human race, we could be walking into a trap intended to catch 7 billion souls, and somehow, I don't know. It sounds dark, but I mean, isn't that what the script seems to play?
No, you're right. I mean, I have lots of dark thoughts like this all the time, and I think that's kind of the overall goal for the hive mind at some point. So we have to keep speaking out. We have to keep diverse thoughts, and we have to not, like do rituals and things. I mean, and again, you can pray, you can declare the name of God. I mean, that's the only name I know. And I always question this too. Like I can always say like, oh, is this name actually what it means? But to me, I know what my mind goes to, and I know it neutralizes like my ambitions, for instance. Like, if we call on that name to reset us, it's because we need it. Like, if you ever have a spiritual attack in the middle of the night, and I've gotten these lots. Like, I mean, I will pray like out loud, and like, Jesus Christ, like save me, like, kind of thing, and it works. It works every time.
So in the movie The Matrix is the template that everybody has to obey, and it's a hive mind. And when Neo breaks out of the Matrix, now he's a problem, he's a virus. And if you remember the symbolism there, he's hanging out with Trinity, he dies for 72 seconds, which I think symbolizes 72 hours or 3 days. So there is this character of the dying and resurrecting this individual who sees through the Matrix, and he goes through this death or symbolic death or spiritual death, and then he comes back. It seems to be a reoccurring thing, and so I find it very interesting that these archetypes and these stories are always being played out in front of us, like it's in our faces. Like, this is what you're in. You're a pod person, and we're just one generation away from having a soy feeding tube implanted directly into your mouth and having you plugged into an Oculus 24/7.
Yeah, well, I think there's something out there that knows how to control reality, but it needs to trick us into it first, and that's why the mind control's what it's all about. And yeah, I do believe it goes back in some ways it goes back to the fall again, because it's like, I mean, I always hear this thrown around that Satan controls the air. To me, I take that as the material realm. This material realm is a farce. It's fake. We don't need any of it in some ways, but we're in it. But you can attribute that back to the Eve, like, biting the apple, because she chose to deviate outside of, like, the animalistic kind of. I hate to compare it to animals, but, in an innocent sort of way, though, of like, they're just there and they have everything taken care of for them. But in some ways, the fall could just be like a fall spiritually, like, of awareness, maybe, or like,
I thought of that too.
I'm in this realm now. I'm curious. Like, what does this taste like now? I'm getting cold now, or like, I'm naked now. Like, all these thoughts that I never had before, but it's because, like, I wanted to now be in this realm. Now we're in the 3D realm, but I think maybe the fall was like there were timeless beings. Maybe there are angels here. I don't really understand that part, but
I've heard this concept that the fall from grace, the idea that we had a higher state, and this is kind of implied in a lot of these theories about resets. Toys. Like the mud flood theory is the idea that humanity was doing things right, and now we're doing things wrong, but it's because everything was wiped out and we were put into a false paradigm that works against our own interests. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that assessment, especially if we look to the future at where we're being steered, which I think we're being steered into, neo-feudalism, slavery by being, we'll be arrogant, thinking we're the brightest we've ever been. But really, the average adult today, and this is sad, but I see it on Twitter, they're visually illiterate. And they can't tell if they're looking at a cartoon, CGI, or real footage unless they're told.
That's what the round Earth's about.
Yep, exactly.
That's what the ball Earth's about. It's an idol, and we're forced to worship it. And it's created by, you could say Satan, or the worst of control. It's the manipulation, the rebellion.
It's Baal worship. Baal, the old Canaanite.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Obelisk actually means
Baal worship.
Shaft of Baal. That's what obelisk means.
Okay, yeah.
So you got the Washington Monument, the Shaft of Baal, and what you talked about earlier. This is one of the most fascinating things about this whole thing. The more, because I'm very immersed in the news cycle and the worldview as it's being propagated and promulgated, and it is 100% timed astrotheologically, just like the fertility rites of Mystery Babylon. We're in a system that I think is very ancient, but it's given iterations, and I think that we live in a world that's pretty much dark ages. We're in a dark age. We're visually illiterate, but we've been deceived to think that we've actually advanced from whatever was before. I really get that sense.
Well, and that explains like the old world, because I mean maybe there were giants then too. I'm moving any possibility from before, but there definitely seems to be. And if you look at all the old architecture, I mean, it's all set up for. They're all antennas. They're like the Hagia Sophia, like these. They always have like a tower tall in the middle, and then like outer towers that are lower down, and that makes sense for like wireless transmission of electricity and things. There's nodes everywhere that light up, and I think if you look at a lot of old photos of people coming out west, like they discovered these old buildings in some ways. I'm kind of on the fence about that, but like we have these primitive technologies discovering these beautiful old buildings that are buried under the mud, in fact the whole Seattle was like half underground. And we were told that's because of modern toilets, but it doesn't. Like other cities aren't like that. So there's so many. The mud seems to be more in other areas, and that would make sense. But
Look, you got to watch. Well, there's this. I don't recommend Netflix anymore, but on Netflix there's a show called the. I think it was called the Chronicles of Shannara, and it's like this Lord of the Rings looking thing, elves, trolls, the whole thing, middle age looking, Middle Ages. Well, in one scene, these two characters are running through a forest, and they fall through a hole in the ground, and they end up in a 20th century ballroom. And the story is the 20th century the 21st century was the end of the world, some kind of nuclear holocaust. And the thing is, they fell deep. So in other words, the 20th century was like beneath the ground. Like whatever had followed afterward had literally buried our world that we know. And so I was like, well, that's kind of interesting. This idea of burial.
I mean, even the Sphinx was buried underground, and so was under sand, and all the Easter Island heads, for instance, are buried. Like there's so many old worlds buried under. So I think there's definitely something to that. There's, yeah. I mean, I really don't. I definitely know the lies of the time period, and I don't think it's like the Greek and Romans. I think that's like a big cover story. I mean, that's what the Tartarian ideas are. Like the Tartaria was like a whole world empire, but at some point, like you can say the darkness or whatever took over, and they turned around the technology on itself, like destroyed itself.
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
In order to build up because it was a world based on an abundance, and now we're entering the world based on scarcity, and that's why we have wars, and they make us fight, and that's why the oils became a monopoly, and everything's a monopoly now. So,
look, when I saw people fighting over toilet paper less than a year, earlier this year, to me, I think that the elite probably engineered that so they could laugh at us fighting over worthless paper. So the people who weren't invested in the stock market, who saw their paper turning worthless, were the poor, who had their own struggle over worthless paper. And I think it's some elaborate joke because they knew this was going to happen decades in advance, and they're up there eating their popcorn, watching as this controlled demolition.
For sure. The Hunger Games was like the model for the future, is what they say, and there's the Sandy Hook event attached to the Hunger Games director. I mean, they're all these events are related. Is my point.
Oh yeah, the Hunger Games director was connected. In fact, a couple of things. The writer Sandra Collins lived in Sandy Hook. The director was the father of Elliot, or was it Elliot Rogers, the shooter at Palo Alto, who was one of these.
Yeah, exactly. Oh God.
And then check this out. His grandfather, Rogers' grandfather, was one of the first ones to do Holocaust photography at the various concentration camps. How weird is that?
Oh, yeah. Well, to me, it's not weird anymore. But yeah, I mean, I think all these things are connected, and once you tap into these, you can meet some people face to face that you can tell have knowledge of this, and it's really interesting to see the interaction when they know you know something. Because I've encountered that.
Sure. Look, a lot of people are under the spell that they have the best educations, and that if there's anything else out there, they would know, but that they've already achieved the limits of human knowledge. And you just watch one of these documentaries about space. Now you know how the universe started and where it ends. So they've been given this illusion that they have all the right answers. But if you look at the old handbooks of these various secret societies, even Albert Pike wrote that you're purposefully misleading the lower levels. And I consider the public,
and that's the thing,
we're the lower level initiates in the world cult.
Exactly. Yeah, we are. And the thing is, we stick out like short thumbs, like when you're not like programmed. So we are like the Matrix, like when he comes out, like it's so obvious. And that's the thing is, like, that's why there's this. Everyone's trying to get each other to wake up, but it's like, we're going to be singled out with directed energy, and the more reliant we are to the grid, like it's going to be easier to take out people and the AI is going to seek you out. So it's up to the minds, like.
Oh, look,
the evolution.
Think this out, the Matrix, right? What was it that distracted Neo when he was getting his first lessons about the Matrix? Do you remember?
No, I don't. But tell me, I love the movie. I just can't. I'm not good at like remembering everything in the
Okay,
movie.
it was the woman in the scarlet dress, the red dress.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that was like a tie-in with the Siren, I think, or something. One of those people, they testified there was a woman in a red dress that like triggered him into mind control or something. Did you know about that?
I remember Saran. Yeah, exactly. MK Ultra. There was a
He
trigger.
talked about that.
But the idea I was thinking was in the movie, see the New Age movement. They describe the world, the Whore of Babylon, as scarlet or a scarlet woman. So I kind of thought that might have been he's seeing through the Matrix, but then the Matrix is seducing him back into the deception.
Sure, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the Matrix is supposed to make us complacent in indulgence, and it's built on the fact that we're, psychologists have mapped out our minds to know that we're irrational creatures. So just like feed us indulgence, let us dig our own graves that's how we're controlled, and that's it. But I think just people wake up like. I mean, at least myself. I mean, I don't feel satisfied with this life. I never did with all the stuff that they try to get you excited about, and it never worked on me. I'm not saying I'm unique in that sense. I know there's lots of people like that, but I never had an idol. Like I don't know what it is. An inherent like. I remember around elementary school, they come around and say, like, oh, like who's your favorite idol? I never know what to answer. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like that question doesn't. Like I don't have I mean.
You know what? I was reading
all this like weird.
Look, I got this book by Colin Wilson. Great book. It's called The Occult. It's written I don't know. It came out probably in the '60s or '70s. It's called The Occult, and it goes into a history of all these banned ideas, witchcraft, and where it all came from. Anyway, he had this theory at the beginning of the book that there is a small percentage of the population who will just not fall for the bullshit. And the small percent, and he said that you could look at POW camps.
They go crazy typically.
Yeah, that you could find, if you could find that small group of instigators, the rest of them will be complacent. And I thought that's a very likely thing, if you ask me, that they know exactly how to find the nonconformists, that they can, target them. That's what you would have to.
I think they'll I think they do look for those people early on, and I'm probably not one of the more. I don't know how to describe. Like I was probably not like a higher level one. I was probably like just kept to myself. And I think they've already scouted those kids out early on with tests and things. And those are the people they put in the CIA and programs like that we would never even know about. And I think that's what happens. They go through and they find that there's some people that are obviously like that, and they coerce them early on. But there's also people that are like sleeper cells. I feel like they're constantly like it's an intuitive thing,
Right.
I don't know.
When the New Age movement really got started, there's this book called Morning of the Magicians that addressed the idea of what would happen if you had people who were born exceptionally psychic. Would they network? And it posited this concept, that they would probably be drafted. Anyway, I think that's where like the X-Men and a lot of these different shows come from. And I think that psychic phenomenon has been buried as a serious research topic for this very reason. It'd be very inconvenient, I think, if that kind of thing was let loose. And that's why magic is one of you say magic and people want to laugh. It's a joke line, but why would you laugh at what appears to be one of their main weapons or one of their main secrets?
Right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. No. Definitely. I mean, there's magicians everywhere, and there's definitely cults everywhere, and there's covens everywhere, and I mean, I think it's pretty rare if you're not in some sort of group of some sort.
Well, even if you're not, the cultural default is you are. Last night I was watching Mike Pence and a few other people, and they were observing that rocket launch. And the thing is a SpaceX rocket called the Dragon, and that's and it's the capstone on the obelisk, which represents the top of the pyramid and everything else. But they're watching this burning obelisk fly into the sky, and they're clapping like robots, like animatronics. And I'm like, why are they clapping like that? Well, that's part of the hand gesture, the prayer to Amun-Ra, the sun god. And the rocket, I think, and even phonetically, they give away a lot of their spell work. What you're actually looking at with the burning obelisk is the burning man, the phoenix, the Christ, or Osiris risen. And when the rocket goes to the night sky, that's when it's having its conjugal visit with Babylon or Isis, and that's when the earth god and the sky goddess conceive the sun god. I'm saying that this is a Babylonian mystery religion fertility cult, and the vice president is playing along, clapping along with it. And I think the clapping and all this stuff, it's all part of this sending their energy, their consciousness. It's worship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it is. And again, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can only observe it, so I don't have the answers. I'm like you. I'm just trying to describe what I see and repeat it over and over again. I can see the same kind of things going on. And who knows what they're yeah, I mean, like all these stories of revelation, like I think there's some truth. Maybe there's some truth to that. Maybe there's something maybe there's some big entity that can emerge, like based on all this. I don't know. I'm open to it all. So
cool. Well, hey, this has been a great call. A lot of great comments from the people listening. So definitely appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, if you want to take other calls, yeah, for sure.
You have a couple of other people trying to call in. I don't know if they're going to call back. That's fine.
No, I've heard them. I feel bad. You guys should call back because I want you guys to take more calls. So
no, we're on every night, so it's no big deal. In fact, I used to do pretty much nightly. Recently, I've been a little busy, but we're getting back on track to where, the Infinite Plane Radio. What we try to do is we keep the phones open, especially when a lot of stuff is happening in the world, because we get callers from everywhere. And no, it's always good to hear from people, especially people who are interested in this Tartaria. That's all very fascinating to me. Alternative cosmology, all this stuff is very, very fascinating.
Well, it's all about rituals and.
Well, hey, there's the call coming in. So hey, have a great evening. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi Tim, how you doing?
Excellent. Hey, thanks for calling. Zareth the Alchemist, correct?
Yeah, this is Coal Cracker from Pennsylvania.
Oh, wrong one. Somebody said he was calling in. Zareth, because Zareth just said, I had to read his comment. He said, I saw a shapeshift of a beautiful woman named Pam Stonebrook into a reptilian. Okay, anyway, what topic are you calling in on tonight?
I wanted to call and ask you if you happen to see the Amazon series Utopia. Did you get to see that?
No, I haven't seen it yet. What's it about?
It's basically it was filmed before the COVID-19. It was filmed in 2019, I believe, but now it's out during this, and it involves a deadly pandemic, suspicious vaccine, mind-controlled slaves, massive conspiracy. It's just it seems like it might be some sort of warning and definitely MK, definitely, everything that you talk about. It's something that you just have to check it out. There's so many signs in this. It's just crazy. And that Gillian Flynn, she is the one that wrote it. And then all of these critics are saying that should have never been released. Time Magazine doesn't want you to watch it. It's just crazy. The symbolism.
I'll check it out. Utopia. I mean, when I hear the name Utopia, instantly it tells me where it's going. But yeah, I would call it predictive programming. I would call it conditioning, and I would also call it the echo chamber. Like, isn't it crazy how it's like you can't go to any sort of entertainment without getting the same exact message. We're all getting the message. Like, we get it now. They want a virus to wipe us out so they can create a perfect world.
Yes, and that's the whole point of that movie. And it talks about the Zika, how it was made in a lab and so forth. But you're absolutely right. It's just the whole population agenda, supposed. But this movie here just hits the nail in the coffin. Just everything you talk about, predictive programming, the whole nut, big pharma. So he's the one that's mind controlling all these people and getting them to listen under his command. But they have the riots in there. They have everything that's just been going on prior. Obviously, this was filmed prior to the events that happened, but the events happened totally as they happened.
Okay, well, that's a couple of things. Here. One, I'm always okay with spoilers because the world could likely end soon, and so there's no time for us to watch everything. Like, I'm not even recommending people read Atlas Shrugged. Like, there's not enough time. Just read the last chapter. The white rabbit symbolism, very significant, even ties into the space program and this underground mind control bases, Wonderland. And one other thing, a pharmaceutical CEO and White Rabbit, that's probably another adrenochrome tie-in.
Yeah, definitely. With the symbolism with the children that's in there, I think the girl is pretty young. So yeah, without a doubt, definitely. And then you had to bring that space up. I think today I just had to jump on the live watch, and they were trying to get 4 guys the first time ever up there on the space station. I just had to laugh because the view that they gave of Earth as they had to switch they kept moving the camera, but there was one point that you didn't see the eyefish lens, and you actually got to see you didn't see that bubble. So they kind of screwed up, but they flipped the camera up real quick. It was very interesting. I was just watching that before you come on, and I just had to laugh.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of it, and I wasn't hoping, but anyway, I was just like, well, something's going to happen. But I did see something. That little, I think what is it? Is it a mogwai? No, I'm sorry. It's not a mogwai. It's the Baby Yoda. It's the same thing. They just colored it green. So Baby Yoda's floating around like a balloon, just bouncing around. But the craft itself, the capsule, is perfectly still at 17,000 miles per hour. And I'm like, wait, how can it be so perfectly still in space, and yet the little toy is bouncing around? What's the difference?
Yeah.
I think that's a contradiction.
The Yoda was trying to take the seat. I seen that. It was going into the seat belt, like, more or less. They had to crack a joke about that. But if you look, the scene right after that where they showed Yoda going in the empty seat, right after that they'll show that eyefish window, and you'll see what appears to me, it appeared to look like a fly on the outside of the window. It could have been now moisture, so forth, which shouldn't have been at 17,500. But if you look at it, it's almost like they blurred it out, but it looks like a fly. Well, I tried to make wings and a leg on it, but...
Well, I know a rocket enthusiast. His name is Reds Rhetoric, a big fan of NASA and SpaceX. And if I had to consult his professional opinion at 3 a.m. about the fly that you saw, I would probably just rule it out and say it was a smudge.
It moved. So, yeah, I mean, it's plausible.
No, actually, I'm with you. It's probably the same. It's probably the same fly that was on Pence's head. They do this stuff as jokes. It's like probably a little shout out to Beelzebub or something. Like, they're constantly flaunting how good their special effects are, to where they've got a puppet like Mike Pence on a stage and a giant fly on his head, and nobody pays attention to the debate. It was an epic move, but clearly that wasn't a real fly. But with the ISS, yeah, there have been flies, bubbles in space, so many gaffes. It's a 20-year blooper reel, and every time I watch, there's something they got wrong. But they're getting rid of green screen, so the next generation of space stations are going to be perfect, and we won't be able to debunk them so easily.
Yeah, that's because they come out with the PlayStation 5 and the new Xbox, so we'll be seeing it in 4D maybe. You know, they'll get rid of that green screen.
Oh yeah, they have it all figured out. I think they've already tested out the new tech with Starman. I think that's how they did it. It's a form of rear screen projection, but it uses LED, and it goes all the way around the room and on the ceiling. And it's tricky enough to fool people, the visually illiterate. But the 8% of us who see through the moon landing aren't really fooled by it.
Yeah, just like the TVs that they come out that are curved. Same aspect, I guess. Curved TVs make that aperture like it's looking, like you're looking at the globe, I should say.
Oh yes, every TV show, every cartoon, every animation, every video game that you play. This is the thing. I mean, maybe Minecraft, but I don't think there's any flat Earth video games. I think they're all on balls. It's all based on balls in space, and if you jump high enough, it curves at the bottom. That's just they put a perceptual bias into our minds. We've been curverted. We're curverts, essentially. We see curves where there aren't any curves.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's just since birth. I mean, the first time you open your eyes, you've probably seen that light that looked like a ball. Yep. It's all, they're starting to pick up a lot of lights now, or balls, or some kind of, they've seen it from the ISS supposedly down, projected to going towards the clouds. And then somebody from the ground actually got video of these white orbs or balls or eyes or whatever they want to call it, moving good rate of speed. And 2 people caught it. One person viewing the ISS caught it, and then a person on the ground caught it. Happened to be at the same time, So that was very interesting as well.
Right. Well, we'll see what they come up with. I'm pretty sure they've got somebody from NASA and someone from SpaceX monitoring free thinkers so that they can catch whatever errors that we've spotted for them. So you can bet that the next time they dock SpaceX with NASA, there's not going to be a fly in the window. Somebody's going to be sent out right now, like even right now as we're speaking, there could be some NASA agent up there with a fly swatter.
Yeah, and your buddy Elon, his that Neuralink or whatever the heck he's doing there, it's not coming too well for him. I think it's crashing from underneath him, from reports that I heard. So it's not going too well for him. So.
All right, wouldn't surprise me. He's got COVID as well, so he's got a lot of problems to deal with right now.
Yeah, 2 positives and 2 negatives. He took 4 different tests. So he said that there's got to be some misconception. Something's going on. It seems fishy because he got come up positive twice, and then he took a different test to come up negative twice. So, yeah, it seems kind of strange, but we'll give it to him. He has all the money, right?
I think he seems to think that the last one you take is the one that counts. So as long as you stop on a negative, you're healthy. Kind of like a horoscope. If your horoscope sucks, just read the next one or the next one.
All right, Tim.
All right. Hey, thanks for the call.
Night.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Cole Cracker. Yeah. All right. Excellent caller. Appreciate all the callers tonight, both callers. And if you missed this or any part of it and you want to get the restream tomorrow, it makes sense just to go to infiniteplainsociety.com and join. That way you get notifications whenever the archives are updated, and you'll notice a continuity that we've had since I've started this way of organizing the site. Jason76 No BS says Elon is partly positive. Well, there was one actress who was only positive in one nostril. It's like, just go to a BLM riot, inhale some tear gas. Apparently it cures COVID. No one dies of COVID if they've attended a protest where there's tear gas deployed, but yet strangely, you go to a Trump rally, and yeah, I mean, Trump had COVID ostensibly, and he shook hands with Herman Cain and killed Herman Cain. Donald Trump killed Herman Cain with a handshake. And yet these activists out on the street for 4 or 5 months, and they don't even shower anyway, they're on the left, not one single case of COVID. 90 of them have been hit by cars, not one COVID. I'm like, when are they just going to go protest against the Department of Transportation? All right, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. The edge is in your mind. Subscribe below. We'll see you all tomorrow. You can get all the music at tinyurl.com/infiniteplainradio, or just go to infiniteplainsociety.com and click the button on top.
The edge
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be quite exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation.
Drive your car to Mars. Do yourself make space. Hiding behind Tesla's name. Afraid the sheep will wake. Will you save us from our sins? Will you help us to begin to build a place we can call home? The Mars colony of our playing a game with all the souls who don't know deception is your name. Oh, belong.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go. Wait for the sonic booms.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it, they're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right. We're going to do it this way.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto-hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto-hoax meme, the auto-hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the live media.
Penguin trolls, the penguin trolls, penguin trolls, the penguin trolls, the penguin trolls, the auto-hoaxer revolution.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, the antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yep, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
It's amazing to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat. amazing to watch the White House continue to argue that the Earth is flat.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out the psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost the faces wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and ensure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new baseline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game, no brain, no shame. Every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal earth got its goal. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greater scheme. In the halls of mental asylums, echoes what critical bosses scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. The thief management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans, no questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartment the TV murder crew. Students specialized to lose a broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the light minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard-rating its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt, not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured, not selling freedom for feeling secure. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions, nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever searched for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
you have
doing
no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me. I went full flat Earth on it. You went That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck. If that's real to you, man, shit. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a giant kangaroo. That's what it is. You're on a ball, you're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere, just stay there and work. Oh, hell no. Somebody figured it out. Oh, some scientist figured it out. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. What's a Jew? Radio has been used as propaganda. You could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit? Good luck.
You just apply this to everything.
Dinosaurs are for kids. Radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Let's get into it.
Yo, Spiral Show.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you.
Telecommunication satellite.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it. You guys are fooled by the fisheye lens? Come on, man.
I'm so confused, I think I got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cuties, now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Supposed to crash exact sheep running through all of these psyops. Smoke screen.
Mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless clock, another NPC.
your seat. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. 33 puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Cartoons, 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 doo-doo. Cartoons, 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 doo-doo. Space is fake.
Alright, that's Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Space is Fake AF. That's an acoustic version with the tractor backing up in reverse and some other sound effects. And that was in fact in front of a mural of Don Petit, who's something of a hero out there. I believe now under lockdown. No one gets in, no one gets out. I think it may even be the place where everything goes down. Worth noting that Oregon is the 33rd state. Might mean something. Washington's the 42nd. Alright, phones are open. Let me go ahead and play a message first. Again, 833-311-1984. We take voicemails 24/7. So if something happens, you see something, find a bag of ballots, you're in the trunk of a car, whatever it is, you have to send a message to the world. I will broadcast it here. So let's see what this person has to say. Again, this is Infinite Plane Radio voicemail 833-311-1984.
Yo, IPS. Hey man, I'm wondering if you've seen all of the people that Joe Biden's hiring into his cabinet. They're all like big pharma tech company people. And if you've seen all the censorship that Facebook and Airbnb and PayPal's doing to the Virginia Tea Party. They're shutting down their emails, all kind of stuff, brother. It's getting wild. Then also the mask man, they're never going to go away. Dr. Fauci's saying wear masks forever. I mean, I see people, I ask, like, some people are like, save the world and just, what's it to you to wear the mask because if you're saving somebody's life and blah, blah. Then other people are like, dude, I'm going to wear this mask because I don't like my real face and I like my mask face better. And just, yeah, dude, we're screwed. So, yeah, man, just seeing if you would start talking about that because Zuckerberg's got some kind of Centra. It's like Centra. Yeah, I wonder if you could hit on that.
Yeah, very interesting point here. And I didn't just shutting down people. It's very shut down a channel if you talk about the Earth being shaped like a velociraptor or a taco or a pancake. You know, today or yesterday actually now. Today's November the 18th, 2018. I'm sorry, 1984. It's the 18th. Yesterday the 17th, right about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, my YouTube channel was taken down. And this one was approved for monetization. I mean, I met the requirements in terms of views, subscribers, content, everything. And I was waiting for approval. So for more than a year, they sat on it. They sat on this YouTube channel, and it's because they know the power of it. They don't like the idea that you can, well, counter official orthodoxies, counter the state church, contradict the MSM. They wouldn't want you to make money on anti-media. They wouldn't want it to be lucrative to burn down their system because it's so easy to poke holes in it. And it is rather entertaining. So of course they don't want to monetize it. They know better. So I didn't expect them to, but I was just noting. It's like, well, let's see how long it takes. So they sat on it for a year, and without warning, they removed the channel. No warning, no strike. They just pulled the plug on it mid-live stream. Now, a few days ago I said, one of the reasons I believe I've been censorship proof is that I never turn my videos off. It's like, you never stop moving. When Jason's chasing you, Jason Voorhees with the chainsaw, you don't have to sprint the whole time, but you don't trip. You just have to keep moving. And so my tactic was just keep going. You have a 36-hour video. Okay, reboot the computer. Well, they got a huge file. There's no way they're going to render it in order to censor that huge file, and it's worked. But then last week, I started with the Flat Earth Report, which is a news brief podcast. And I think that made it very easy for them to target me. Instantly, I was beset by trolls. In fact, I might even have some comments from some trolls on my channel. I was actually noting it today. So it's not a coincidence that I was shut down. Here it is, actually. So here's a long comment, and I was kind of nice. I corrected some of his misspellings here so no one would blame me for it. But this is Ed Haynes, a committed Glober, who says, this is a video from those who deny reality. Now, everything about a syntax everything about his tone and really just the sentence structure. Like, I don't think the guy's dumb, but I do think he's probably Russian, a Russian bot even, possibly. So I'm just going to read it verbatim. A video from those who deny reality, but if you're going to believe in a flat earth, you must deny many things. If somebody wishes to offer for a flat earth, why not offer indicating earth be flat rather than anti-globe making claims about every single conspiracy? What it is about flat earth that threatens the establishment the most? Anyway, he goes on for a long time and it hardly makes any sense. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I tried to understand it. Such impossibilities, conspiracies are required before the planet could be flat. Yeah, I understand his argument for the most part. I think what he was trying to say is that too many people would be in on it, which isn't really a great argument. It's like saying there's no way Santa Claus could be a hoax. You know how many people would have to be in on that conspiracy? But that's the difficulty, I think, with this concept for a lot of people is they're not able to accept that compared to the elite who built this thing, who built the machinations of mass deception, this new state church, the TV's the Bible. I mean, it's literally a cult, a doomsday cult. We've all been born into it. But they're not able to come to grips with the fact that they are like children compared to, in terms of the levels of ignorance. And, Santa Claus is a fairy tale for children, and modern scientism presents superstitions and fairy tales for adults. If you behave, Santa gives you presents. If you don't, you get coal. So it's a very easy to understand punishment reward system. And they still use it today with every other really trick that Big Brother gets you to believe in. So you think that you're always being watched, always being monitored. Think about all these different invisible things that people base their lives around. I mean, I thought climate change was problematic, but mostly a joke. I never thought they would actually achieve their goals of shutting down society to save the planet. But now they just shifted their tack a little bit, and they're shutting down the world to save humanity. And they're saying, hey, while we're saving mankind by shutting everything down, we're noting that the earth is healing. So let's not go back to injuring the earth. I mean, this whole Great Reset thing is a thing. My hometown newspaper here says this shutdown is for the reset. They keep saying reset, as though they have some button and they just push it and everything gets fixed. That's kind of a farce right there. But this is all just insider lingo. And I have some theories about how far this goes. And by the way, for the record, this thing about 2020 being very terrible and all that, I think that's mostly hype. I really do. I know a lot of people aren't having the best of times right now, but I think they want to demoralize people and make us think it's hopeless. But I do see a lot of coercion, mass coercion. And I think we're being moved into a new form of life. And this space age is really it. I mean, it really is a reset. But I guess it's just obnoxious hearing these out-and-out technocrats just rub it in our faces. We got Dr. Fauci saying, well, I know a lot of you still have a sense of individuality. I know a lot of you still think for yourselves, but now's the time to obey. Flat Fact says time was reset in 2000, covered up by Y2K. Now, I remember Y2K. That's the first time I actually heard Alex Jones. And I think he was ranting and raving about everything's going to shut down, fill up your cabinets with canned goods. That's when I first really came across the notion of the world's about to end, like a new form of doomsday. And I'm highly critical of doomsayers for a few reasons. And it's because I do believe that it's a fear-based control system at its core. And I find it very peculiar that you can be on the political left and you're scared of the sky because global warming. You're on the right, you're scared of the sky because wrath of God. And these are generalizations, but I'm just suggesting one believes in eschatology in terms of judgment. The other, it's because what man did, the globe is judging us. But then you have those who don't believe in global warming because they know it's a hoax, and they don't believe in manipulative threats from religions. So they fall into the middle ground where they tend to find some other reason to be afraid of the sky. It's like, look, you escaped the big ones, and now you're going to be afraid of condensation trails. And they're very look, chemtrail believers, just to point this out, they operate with the same fear-based response that the climate change believers, or even here's an interesting parallel. I remember a couple of years ago I was having a talk with a few friends, and one of them was talking about chemtrails, and the other said, I don't believe in that. And the other person said, well, how dare you? You not believing in chemtrails are responsible for my children at school having to inhale all the toxins. So he was blaming this guy's non-belief for the chemtrails. And I was like, that's a very religious way of responding to this thing. But it's the same thing with COVID. Oh, you didn't wear a mask? Well, you're the reason why we had another wave. You're the reason why we have these hospitals where they're so full that they have to bring in freezer trucks because the morgues are full. Tents. They're digging mass graves. If you notice, the skies are black from all the crematoriums. And it's all because you won't wear a mask. They always have a way to blame somebody else for why the sky is falling, and it's always the non-believers. But my point is, I think there's some primal fears here. One of them is fear of the sky, and it might be just something programmed into us, kind of like how when it's a very cloudy day, it might rain, some dogs or animals will go into hiding. They start shivering in advance because they know what's coming. And maybe it's just very primal. Yesterday I had a caller. We were discussing how certain fears are being played upon, and it seems to be very partisan and calculated. Like the same party is wary of open borders and open skin, referencing vaxes. Like, why is it anti-vax a right thing? How come there's no liberals who are anti-vax? Well, it's because it's too calculated. Now, the chemtrail conspiracy is one of these undebunkables, and it's all based on the fear and the Chicken Little effect. So the Chicken Littlers, they think, well, I can't do anything because I'm powerless and I'm just a chicken. But what I can do is I can warn all the other animals. And then once there's enough of us, we've raised awareness, we're going to solve it, like that does anything. No, all it does is it brings out the fox, who says, yeah, I've got the solution. So you got this fox named Jim Bridenstine who says, yeah, bring all your hen friends and get into this cave and I'll protect you from the falling sky. Jim Bridenstine, of course, is the chief of NASA, who's telling us that the gravest threat to your survival is not COVID, it's space rocks. That's the main thing. They bring space rocks and falling space junk. Whatever they can get you to believe in. And that's the whole point of it. Do you remember when people used to use hairspray and then they found out about the hole in the ozone? Like, it's really that simple. They're creating guilt trips, fear complexes. Guilt trips are huge. And guilt is a huge coercive tool, and it's a simple psychological manipulation tactic. All religions use it, and politicians use it. The Green Movement is based on guilt trips, 100%. It's one of the dead giveaways that you're dealing with a religion. If you're enjoying your life, well, there's got to be a way to extort you for this. Oh, you feel bad for it? Well, recycle. This is the thing. Recycling is like confession. It's a way of separating your actions, your decisions. So these ones pollute. These ones are sustainable. I'm going to take my polluting ones, the cans and the glass and the cardboard, and I'm going to go recycle it. So recycling it is to expiate your guilt because you just sinned. And it really is a new secular replacement for confession, not a coincidence at all. I mean, I used to watch this ritual over at the recycling center back before COVID when we were free. I mean, we still are, but people are insects for the most part when it comes to just obeying stuff without thinking. But I used to go to this place where I could have coffee and I'd watch down below where people would recycle. And you have these cube-shaped recycling bins. They're all green and they have the 3 arrows. And if you ask me, because if you look in the negative space, you definitely see a hexagram, a 6-pointed star, which is a symbol of the earth god, Osiris or Saturn, the original vegetation god. So what you're actually seeing here with recycling is their offerings. It's not only a confession where you give some of your money, it's the selling of indulgences. You're basically negotiating with God, like, look, my carbon footprint has been atoned for. It's a form of atonement. But I'm suggesting that it's actually a form of genuflection to this earth god, Osiris. I mean, you might as well say a prayer when you're at that recycling bin, because you're not saving the world, and that's my point. You're not saving the world. You're meant to think you are. And if you didn't recycle, it's not like this entity is going to cause a flood to punish you. And it's not a coincidence that NASA also uses the name NOAA. They have that side organization that is basically warning us about floods. Every time there's a flood, they tell us, well, it's because of global warming. Commenter says, of course, the Amazon series Utopia is all about the environmentalist planet religion, covertly advocating genocide for the planet. Well, they're not even covert anymore. Greta Thunberg, who may even be the Antichrist, the crown-conquering child, this Martian androgen, the herald of the new Martian age that Aleister Crowley was talking about. Anyway, she teamed up with the Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Skull and Bonesman John Kerry for World War Zero, which is about cutting our carbon footprint in half by 2030. And it's a very ominous thing if you think about the character of the Terminator and his role. And then you go into Greta Thunberg saying, don't fly, don't walk, stop breathing, how dare you. Then you got John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Saturnian death cult, cult of Osiris, who is kind of tying all this together. Very, very ominous, if you ask me. Commenter says, I just Googled genuflection, my new word for the day. It's actually good you didn't know that word. I mean, it's not part of your way of thinking. You don't go around bowing and scraping. I mean, right now you can walk into any grocery store and they have the holy water for you to cross yourself. But nobody gets the irony. And in America, it's so political, the mask thing, that you don't have any real resentment towards it. It's fascinating to look at how in other places the police are using their fire hoses, they have the riot cops out for the people who don't like the lockdowns. But here in America, that response is reserved specifically for the Antifa. All right, this thing though, one of the common themes when it comes to the science fiction in general, which is always strangely prophetic, is the world ending unless we do something to save it. And what is it exactly that's destroying the world? And this is key. So if you want to understand the new religion, and it's our religion, we're all a part of it, I don't think there's an opt-out. I mean, we can try. But we were born into a doomsday cult, a world-spanning cult without an opt-out. The fact that you're now having to wear the mask of the beast just to go buy your bread or go to work, you have to let them basically fondle your brain blood barrier with a Q-tip just to make sure you don't have some sort of I mean, that's such a ruse if you ask me. But my point is this. One, just so we don't get censored, because this has been working. I've been saying for a while that we're pro-vax. So it wasn't misinformation that got us. It was hate speech. But we are pro-vax. We want to vax the left, especially the MSM. Vax the athletes, vax the celebrities, vax all the astronauts, vax the Pope. Take away his Instagram. Did you see what the Pope was doing with his Instagram account? And I don't think it's cute or funny, to be quite honest. So if you look up Pope Instagram, It's probably going to pop up first thing. Pope Francis's Instagram account likes bikini model's photo. Vatican investigating racy Instagram like by the papal account. By the way, the phone can hold COVID cooties for 29 days. And where's his mask? Why is he's wearing it on top of his head? But now here's my problem with this Instagram thing. Now, she makes some pretty dumb jokes. She feels blessed. She's going to heaven. She made light of it. But my problem, it's not even a huge problem with it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but she's dressed up like a schoolgirl at a locker. Now, nobody over 18 uses a locker and dresses in a schoolgirl uniform. So it's like, is the Pope also liking cuties? Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up, IPS?
Hey, what's going on? I was just reading a transcript of your last message.
Oh, wow, okay. What was I saying? Oh, okay, about my voice message. Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, yeah, I wanted to add to that. Okay, so I was at work today, right, and I'm looking at a COVID poster about wear your mask and wash your hands and all that, and if you look at the bottom right-hand corner where you got to read the fine print because it's at the bottom, but it says May 13, 2020, 11 a.m. So, it's kind of like that 11 Hermes symbolism with it, too. It says 3/11/2020. So that's the day of the lockdown. Or it might have been the 13th. No, 3/13 because it was Friday the 13th. Yes, 3/13 at 11 a.m. they printed that. Or they came up with that or whatever. And then the other thing is with Division 2, right? I have Division 2. I've always played it. I thought that it was that the day COVID, almost before COVID even dropped into the mainstream media in America, I already knew about COVID. And I bought this game. They had it on sale for $3, dude. And it's like a $60 game. Well, they just had the other part of it on sale for $20 right now. So it's 67% off right now for the second part of it. So I'm going to play that for the predictive programming. But Ubisoft just fired one of their voice actors for posting bad stuff about the mask mandate, that she don't agree with the mask mandate. So they fired her, plus they pulled all of her voice from all the games because her voice must be that offensive too.
What? Okay, so wait. She spoke out against the mask mandate. She works for Ubisoft.
Online.
And they pulled her. Wow, they memory hold her.
Yeah. And when this game loads up, it'll say Ubisoft and show the Ubisoft, and then right after that, it's the Phoenix, bro. I just seen that right now. Like, oh, dude, besides, guys, spot the second part right now because it is predictive programming for COVID. I've seen this when I first started playing it back in like January when I was watching Wuhan.
Well, for people who don't know, the symbol of the Phoenix has been used to forecast the revolution we're living through right now, and the Batman series made use of a bat phoenix, which in particular refers to the exact catalyst for the revolution, because the phoenix means burn it down, build on the ashes, and that means it just means conquer and of course dominate. And the COVID-19 has been the catalyst for this. So all these games, all the movies predicting this as the means for transforming the world, it's just so consistent. It's like nobody didn't know this was coming on some level.
Right. Yeah, and that's like I didn't see it before, but yeah, going back in all the different predictive programming, whether it's like the Avenger movie, because there's like a corona bottle and then there's like a virus on the billboard, I don't know if you've seen that one before.
Yeah, I've seen that one. There's quite a lot with Marvel in general. In fact, this has just been a remarkable summer. You have this Marvel character played by Chadwick Boseman called Black Panther, who happens to die coinciding with MLK's speech anniversary that was being celebrated. They've integrated the games and all of the fictional universes with the mainstream media. It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, I've been trying to prove it wrong, but dude, that's the only shit that makes sense, dude. And I hate to even listen to some of the shit you say, dude. Sometimes because I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking no way, dude. But it's it really is. It's true, dude. It lines up, man. It's too nuts how it coincides so fluently, dude.
Well, look, someone sent me a link. There's something on Netflix or I think it's HBO called Snowpiercer. And it opens up, and on the side of one of the trains, it's got 3/11/20. I mean, the insiders have obviously
Same way
telegraphed.
with one of the first movies, but it's the John Hopkins Association, or it's not. It's the sign John Hopkins something. It's not association, but or university. That's what it is. But it's got like 313 or 311 in the beginning of that one too, in one of those Purge movies. You know what I mean?
Right.
And yeah, we're getting led by an occult, dude, or something, bro. Basically, in that, yeah, it's in everything. They have all these same repeated numbers and symbols and signs and references, and it's all like they got the metascript. That shit I don't want to believe, but there is a metascript, bro. There is. It's the only thing
Yeah, I
that
don't want to
makes sense
believe it
to me.
either, but I think my take on this still is that if there's anybody over the rails who wasn't accounted for in this meta script, it would be those who have gone full on questioning the authorities to the point where they're actually thinking the world might be flat and the news is all fake. So I don't know if we can influence it or not, but I'm just not gonna not call out the strange things that I'm noting. And earlier tonight, I was looking into that book called The Last President that was released in 1896, and it has way too many coincidences to be coincidences, if you ask me.
hmm So it's kind of like the what is that Shattered Union, huh? That book, is it like Shattered Union?
Well, funnily enough, okay, so this book came out in 1896. It's about a kid named Barron Trump and some guy named Don Pham, kind of like Donald, kind of guides him. He finds some sort of a portal to time travel. But anyway, the story actually starts on November the 3rd on a Tuesday, right after a contested election, and New York falls into chaos because nobody likes the outcome of the election. And the book that came out 4 years later in the series is actually called The Last President. So you've got Barron Trump, you have all the dates, and a number of synchronicities, even the fact that the guy in the book lives on Fifth Avenue, just like Trump does.
Huh. Too coincidental, man. It's not coincidence. It's not, dude. I don't know, man.
Well,
They've got to figure out how they're going to control everybody, dude. In that now we're going to totalitarian control, bro. And COVID's not about being sick. It's about control and implementing that control over the masses ASAP. And that basically, I think that with all this truth movement the last 20 years of the internet and everything building up like it has, and everybody attacking their ass, and like, dude, yeah, you can't, just like that one caller was saying, dude, that you can't keep doing shit against God like that, against everybody's will, and not always be paranoid about shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's actually a good point. And I think what this is ultimately about is time control. You know, controlling our sense of history, where we are,
And perception.
and exactly, it's literally about controlling all this stuff. And so I see these stories like this thing with Donald Trump and his connection to this book, The Last President, that's more than 120 years old. This has been analyzed by Snopes, and they couldn't debunk it. And to me, it just suggests that what we're actually looking at is a level of pre-planning where there is a world stage to guide us, and there are characters on this stage. It's not a metaphysical thing, it's a form of governance through theater, and apparently it works on the majority of sheeple.
hmm And yeah, dude, they got the social media, they got the media, they got Hollywood. Just you put that all together and run a program of controlling someone's mind, and it works. I guess I don't know. Just
Well, Machiavelli said, never attempt with force what you can accomplish with deception. Art of war is always about the greatest form of war is the one where you don't draw your sword. And so I just think this is Psy-War. I don't know if it's ever been different. I think it's always been the same balance of power, but I think right now it might be a particularly disruptive time. But by all indications, it was planned. It was expected. Like maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Because I still feel like we're in the midst of a reformation. Like I feel like the system is falling in all the ways it should, but they're trying to reconsolidate it. And I didn't see COVID coming, and I think COVID is about stopping the flow of memes, not viruses.
and you seen COVID coming, dude. you were calling the wrong disaster at the wrong year, dude. Like, 'cause I was just watching some old stuff on your other channel, bro, today, and just like, dude, you were calling 311, dude, and it didn't happen that way. It was a Boeing crash or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought they were going to, in some way, exaggerate climate change, and they had been working on that. They were heating up the climate change, but it couldn't do it fast enough. But you can see it's the same exact agenda. But
Well, that Greece guy, I don't know his first name, but he's in the government, dude, and but he talks about all the climate change, and he's been asking questions about like this could be the most extreme threat to humanity, and how are we going to ignore this right now? And just his biggest level of education is a book he read, maybe like a magazine, science magazine he read or something about climate change, and that they're just totally washing out anybody that is a scientist and more qualified. They're not allowed to ask questions and run the scientific method, that they're just blocking that all out, just like with COVID, that they're only letting so many experts say stuff, and then as soon as one person snitches, yeah, like the one guy, dude, like you said, that Ron Paul or whatever snitched, and then the next day that his son got COVID or whatever, but he cashed out, you know what I mean? He cashed out for snitching, and then he shut his fucking mouth, and then his son got COVID and came up, you know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. The day that they declared this thing, the very next day, I was like, wow, this is not going to
They
stick.
had gave Trump money too to fucking put a mask on and buy the shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, absolutely. From day one, I thought this is like a communist revolution without having to burn stuff down and smash windows. All you do is you dial 311 and you shut down businesses. And that's what blew my mind, is that for like a month, people were dialing 311, which this is all very occultic anyway. And that's the number of the Phoenix and the revolution. So they're dialing this to burn down businesses figuratively, snitching on their neighbors for violating quarantine. And so I thought, okay, this was genius. The oligarchs figured out how to shut this system down without actually having us do it. We're totally sheep. I didn't know they were going to
Well, yeah,
actually
'cause
follow.
I would tell people, like, if we were going to shut the system down, then all you have to do is not go to work for like 2 weeks, and that would cripple the economy so bad. And then, yeah, they just did it reverse on you.
Yeah, it was masterful, and at the same time, it left us in a strange quandary because we didn't have flying saucers to point at. We didn't have anything to point at. It was an invisible threat, and we had no way to really fact check it up
Yeah,
until.
and the proof's on you now to say otherwise, and then you can never, you're not qualified enough to come up with a new opinion, you know?
Right, right. But I think the system is this whole paradigm is so threatened by certain types. Have you been following the story of that Canadian flat earther who was temporarily jailed for violating quarantine?
Oh yeah, the yoga instructor died. Well, I heard about. Well, I didn't follow him, the flat earth fucker or whatever. But there's another dude. He's in America, I think like New Jersey. But he kept he tore his whole gym door down, so they quit boarded, so they couldn't board him up and close him down. And they would carry out like thousands of pounds of weight every day into the parking lot so people could work out. And then yeah, they tried to jam him up the same way. Maybe it's the same guy. I don't know.
Same story, actually, very similar story, where they try to make examples out of people, and I just don't see it working. And the one thing that we don't have to worry about, despite all the insanity of this last year, the fact is, how many bodies have you tripped over on the way to work or just going to the store? Like, the fact that the whole thing is a psy war is actually good news, as crazy as it kind of sounds.
Nope. Yeah, that it ain't the worst case scenario, and it's all real. Yeah, that it's all fake actually, and you just gotta free your brain from it.
But then I see people walking around like insects with these cockroach shells. It's like a cockroach backpack with a visor. So you're walking around like an insect, like a beetle to protect people. And it's just become such a clown show. People playing along with it. And then Trump catches COVID for 3 days. And then he comes out saying, I cured it. Like, how does that even match the rest of the script?
Yeah, because his body was better than everybody else's body, because in that virus was no match, that it would have killed Joe Biden 3 times over.
Yeah, exactly. And they had to stop him from having a Superman shirt when he came out. And people were chanting Superman at his rallies. And and here we are in this weird position too, as forecasted in these games, and as forecasted in that Barron Trump book, where we're in the midst of a contested election, and one side is a little emotionally unbalanced.
Oh yeah, now dude, like they got all those tech companies up their butt. So like, dude, if you don't want to be on their side, then dude, we're just gonna pull your account, dude. And you don't get to have PayPal anymore, or you don't get an email address with us any longer. Cause yeah, I heard about the Virginia Tea Party wanting to rally for a recount, and they were gonna spread out all of their stuff through email. Well, I forget, it's like Mail Monkey, or I forget the company, dude, but they pulled all of their accounts supposedly. It was on Tucker, man. Tucker did a little piece on it, man. It'd be cool to get him on your show, but he would get fired if he came on your show.
Yeah, MailChimp was basic, and that's messed up too. So you got a mailing list, and it's to your private subscribers or whatever. And yeah, they have they're censoring it just as much as Twitter does, or as much as Facebook. And like yesterday, like I said, I had a channel, not a big channel, because they never let the channels get that high. Right when it got close to 2,000, they just terminated it. And the last time they left me alone for like 3 months, we accrued 12,000 subs. We'd have 1,500 people on live streams. And I don't think they like that, because it does create a lot of, what they call toxic misinformation, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. They got it figured out, dude. They're coming out with their gloves on this time, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
The technocrat oligarchs are really going to take this shit over. And Joe Biden put a bunch of them in his cabinet, and some big pharma company people, and just we need to see what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Looking at the people he picks right now is going to tell a story, I think. You know?
Yeah, well, I'm still of the mind that the powers that be are so damn manipulative and sinister and cold-hearted that I think what they're doing is this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and it's going to create a rift, and that's what we're waiting for. And so we'll know by December 12th how well this thing goes down. But I think that they're engineering a major conflict, because they know that the right wing will lose gracefully, but they also know that the left wing is so unhinged at this point that they'll go full on ISIS.
Oh yeah, they'll go full bowl cut on some right wingers, bro. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, speaking of bowl cuts, where are the bowl cuts? I thought we lived in a racist country with bowl cuts just waiting to get out of their basements, and here they've had 4 months. It's open season, no resistance.
Especially all this racial tension, and like, yeah, that we might not be going to school, baby, but I still see you in the street. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the only bowl cut we had wasn't a bowl cut. It was Kyle. And you notice he only shot like Jewish convicts. He didn't shoot any BLMs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's pretty weird, man.
Anyway, hey, I appreciate the call very much.
Yeah, one more question, bro. Jim Fetzer, dude, what's the book that he wrote about Sandy Hook that you can buy? I need to buy that.
The Capstone. I'm glad you brought that up. The Capstone Event by Jim Fetzer. So yeah, I actually ran this by him. I said, this is proof that this works. He was censored for his book on Sandy Hook after he sold like 500 copies the first day, and I was like, kind of like, that's terrible, because you could make a good living if you can get a good ebook jump started like that. So I said, let's just republish it, write it as fiction. So I had a ghostwriter take his book, make it into fiction, so you can get the Capstone Event paperback. And if you look at the cover art, and this is on Amazon, this is why it's funny to me, they can't censor it. I'm like, look, man, we're using fiction as code. And if you look here, it actually says the Capstone Event, they never thought they would lose control, and that's David Hogg combined with Adam Lanza on the cover.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they looked at alike, man. And Greta Lynchburg looks like him, too. Or whatever her name is. Greta be looking like David, too.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Adam Lanza and David Hogg are the same. And I think this is why I think they do it. I know it's kind of a stretch in a way, but the way Stockholm Syndrome works is that your savior is also your abuser. So they terrorize you with Adam Lanza, and then they comb the bowl cut up, give him a tan, and have him speak out against gun violence, and suddenly now he's the anti-Lanza. Same face, same person, but different persona. And I think that's part of the mind control.
Yeah, the duality and then it's the duality of it, you know what I mean? That you have the both extremes, and it's the Hegelian of it as well, and you're always stuck left to try to figure it out, man.
Yeah, I think there's a whole science to manipulation that we've been kind of left out of. I mean, just the fact that none of the most, like, how many conspiracy theorists were clueless about, well, I'm just like, for example, speaking of, David Hogg and company, even the most well-researched conspiracy theorists wouldn't have had an accurate picture of the world if they weren't accounting for crisis actors and staged events. And just how fake things are wasn't really common knowledge until 2012.
Yeah, and yeah, dude, that makes sense, dude. That like all the reality shows, because I even had a friend that went on MTV, like he was in that SPCA for School of Performing Arts, that MTV did like a TV show about it, and like yeah, I mean he graduated from there. He's a wonderful artist, you know what I mean? But he was in that show, and he said that nothing in that show is real, and it was all scripted, and that even some of the drama ain't even real that happened at school. Like we weren't even mad at each other, and just it's all fake. And that's when I really got into like everything reality TV fake. That was like the first step for me, And then it's seeing how it like I don't know, just goes into the media. It's crazy,
Yeah, it's remarkable because if you think about the long-term effects of it, like lies, you're lied to about little things over time. Someone can actually hide entire sections of the world from you. It's just amazing how we have been lied to consistently with these manufactured events. And just wait until they start making space junk a regular thing. Then suddenly it's like, well, now we have to deal with this new thing. I'm just glad they haven't brought out Godzilla or something, absurd like that.
I know, like what is it, Pacific Rim, those monsters that come out of the ocean. And yeah, what was it? Shoot, man, I lost it. But yeah, just it's crazy, man. Oh yeah, the characters, man. Once they do all these different reality shows and have random people play different people, then they see who plays who best, and then that's like their pool of crisis actors that they can, that they can bed. You know what I mean?
Oh yes, I mean this thing with crisis actors is the game changer. But I remember when I first started looking into it, because I was already interested in a lot of these topics, but when I started thinking about what that crisis actor thing really meant, one of the first things I encountered was pay no attention to that. Auto hoaxers or disinformation. I remember Alex Jones's sidekick, I think his name was Paul Joseph Watson, was berating people, saying, you can't call it a hoax. We don't know it's a hoax. And I remember he was muting people on YouTube live streams for calling the truck attack in Nice a hoax. And that's when I realized, okay, so the mainstream conspiracy theorists aren't allowed to use that word. They can call it a false flag, but they can't call it fake. And because the difference is, in one case, people are dead. In the other, they aren't. And I'm like, why is InfoWars protecting mainstream media psyops? Are they just not that good at their job at spotting this stuff? Or are they actually protecting MSM assets?
Yeah, that makes sense, because Alex Jones was like real good at first, and then just something happened, dude. Just even watching his stuff was different. Like I don't know what it was, but it just started to be more random and more random and more random, show after show, and then it's just like he'd just be getting off topic too much. You know what I mean?
Well, he's definitely an entertainer, but I find it interesting too that he was sued by the Sandy Hookers, and he was given everything he needed to tear that case apart, and he refused that information, and he said that he believes that it's real. So he gave in, and I'm like,
Yeah.
why? What was he losing by holding to the truth?
What were you saying? One actor that was related to the Sandy Hookers, but I think they were on like maybe Dr. Phil or something. But then they ended up being related to the people that in Sandy Hook somehow.
Oh, I'll have to check.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, because there's some connections. Like you got the author of The Hunger Games, who's the movie director, had a son who did one of these fake shootings in Palo Alto.
Oh yeah, that, and then that other San Bernardino shooting, that one I know, dude, that had to have been fake, or maybe they did. Man, shots were fired, dude, but it might not. It didn't go down like that, and that they were driving the same kind of car the police drive. So if they're getting chased by like 4 undercovers and one marked, then it's easy for him to get lost. You know what I mean?
Well, in the last year, we've seen a number of cases where they've used what you'd call simunition, where they do fire rounds, but they're like they call them spark paintballs. Like if you remember last year, there was, I think it was in Florida, it was a UPS truck that had been hijacked by a couple terrorists, and it was a big chase scene. It was really slow, but it was a chase scene. Anyway, the police end up firing into the cab of this thing, and wherever the bullets hit, you see explosions of sparks. I mean, they use simulated ammunition all the time, and it's essentially like paintballs.
And squibs if they have to. But then the one I'm talking about in San Bernardino, like they definitely shot this SUV up, but they said that SUV was returning fire out the windows. But if you look at it, dude, like the glass is like shattered, but the windows are up on it, dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't
right.
know. Like glass breaks out, but it's still stuck. Like you could tell the windows were up still. Like.
Well, if this was that San Bernardino Christmas. Was this the San Bernardino Christmas party shooting where they supposedly shot like 14?
Yeah, where they went to like the daycares or something. I can't remember, but yeah, it was like the Muslim extremist couple or whatever.
Yeah, there were a couple things about that one. One, they allowed mainstream media to go into their apartment and say, "Oh, look, there's some pipe bombs." Like they actually let the news crew go around in an active crime scene. That's when I knew it was a hoax.
Yeah, that's how all of them are, and just everybody's it's like, dude, you haven't even talked to the police yet. You know what I mean? And just and then people just doing random normal stuff like nothing even happened. Dude, I lived in Oakland before, dude, and like I lived in like the 60s, but you could hear gunfights in the 40s, bro, from the 60s. You know what I mean? So I mean, everybody's gonna know what's happening 20 blocks away if something like that went down. And like, why are people acting all normal, waiting for the bus and shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the simplest answer here is we're looking at drills that are presented as real on the news because it's legal to. And it's also, this is something else.
And it's entertaining and it gets ratings,
If it bleeds, it leads, absolutely. And so they're getting paid, they're doing a job, and they probably feel like they're changing the world in a positive way by scaring us about dangerous things like guns.
And viruses,
Right, and you're now a loaded gun. Like you, even if you have a mask, if you're within 6 feet of somebody, you're deadly. So now we're all loaded weapons.
Masks aren't going away either. They said that masks after vaccines, and like, dude, my girlfriend hates me for denying the mask, and she's like, "Oh, you're just gonna be a millennial crybaby, and everything revolves around you, and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, dude, yeah, right. Like, not only millennials believe this shit, and that something's up with it, and that she's just like, oh well, her opinion is, what's it to you to wear your mask for a little bit just to save someone's life? And then I was like leaving my apartment, and there's these 2 black dudes in like a brand new Benz, and they both got their mask on and their windows cracked, and I just started laughing at him and pointed, and then he's like, what? And I'm like, dude, take your mask off. You don't need it in your car, bro. You don't need your mask, dog. And he was like, well, I don't want to be my real self right now. You know what I mean?
Right. Look, the mask is the uniform of. It's a uniform. It's a uniform of a cult. It's a religious paradigm. It's a puritanical cult, it's like ISIS's mask.
Yeah.
And the idea that
Same way
you're
with the Nick and all that, dude. Like, yeah, like I even like, dude, I wish I had a black friend I could ask him if there's like some kind of deeper religious shit to it, dude. But I mean, like there already is, but it's just like
wait, well, you bring this
they
up.
really like
You can
they
find
really like
many
talk
people
to
love
them,
it.
you know what I mean?
A lot of people love the mask. There's nothing like even the MAGAs, even the people who were against the masks on principle, even they seem to be wearing it with some element of pride or something. And I think it's a disturbing development. But the idea that you're being selfish, that's what I find kind of curious. Like, so it's you are being selfish by not wearing the mask is the main thing, because the opposite of that is being selfless. So covering your face is part of taking away your sense of self. And if you remember Dr. Fauci, aka Dracula, he just said you got to get rid of your individuality, get rid of your individualism, and just obey.
Yep, and you don't matter. Your life doesn't matter. Well, no one's life matters. I don't know that guy. If you've seen that, no one's life matters. I mean, he got a lot of good points, man.
Oh, are you talking about Tom
He did
McDonald, the rapper Tom McDonald?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Somebody actually sent me that video, which actually it is, but they said, hey, that guy, and you're not going to believe this because I don't believe it either, but they said, yeah, Tom McDonald is actually a side project of some guy named Macklemore, who just put on dreads and tattoos on his face. I'm like, yeah, they do look kind of similar if Macklemore got a nose job and some tats.
And that's what I was gonna ask you. What can you get the Deftones dude on your show? That'd be tight. But then what if he's like Bob, where he's just gonna play like he's cool with it to make some money and then cash out? You know what I mean? 'Cause that's why I kind of like VOB, you know, because he kind of just dropped it.
I see what you mean with that. Well, no, I was listening to this one, and actually I think he's actually into it. This Deftones, Stephen Carpenter. And the reason I think so is he coined a term that I might even start using. He said when he learned about this, he lost his space fear. So even he gets that we're living in a paradigm based on fear, artificially restricting what we have, so we feel scarcity is the main thing. But I think he's probably legitimately into it, and he definitely does auto-hoax the virus, and that's the real reason that they're so mad about him, because he doesn't have a tinfoil hat. He's got some credibility with his fans, and they don't want him influencing them to think for themselves. I mean, it's just amazing, right? How you got a heavy metal guy, they're trying to pull him back from the edge for being too extreme, when that's the genre you're in if you want to cross all the lines.
Yeah, and I mean the Deftones were the shit, dude. You know what I mean? And I mean, even their lead singer, dude, was so outspoken, man. Like, watch some of his interviews, man. He was cool.
Now, as far as I know he got some responses, and his friend stood up for him and I guess the guy apologized a little bit too. I mean, I don't know. I would be interested, to be quite honest, in hearing how he arrived at this and where he thinks it goes from here, because I don't think everybody arrives at the topic and says, okay, now I'm going to believe in the Bible literally, and there's a overturned salad bowl above my head and I can't get out.
Yeah. Like, you can't take it literally, even when like the bull was worshiping the wrong age. Like, I like his analogy of that it wasn't like they're worshiping a physical bull. It was just the air, like the age or the era, you know. They were in the wrong time frame. They weren't hip to the new shit yet.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the mask thing, a commenter here says people wear it for fear of the virus or for fear of being ostracized. And isn't that kind of interesting? So the people who are critical thinkers are still kind of wearing it because of pressure, social pressure. And that's what this is ultimately about. And I called this on 311. I said, this is World War III, and it's a war against individualism. It's not against America. It's not China versus America. It's the oligarchs versus individuals. They want to extinguish individuals, so we all become hive-minded, insect-like people. And taking away your face, cutting your communication, removing your ability to gather with other people without them. I mean, this is all, I think, a war on essentially the self. And you see it's the mob mentality. If you walk into a place and you're the only person without a mask on, well, they're all going to point at you and screech, and then the police are going to come after you. It's that crazy. It's like that movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah, yeah, man, it's crazy. But I like it, dude. Here, man, a lot of people don't trip about you not having your mask. Some people look at you scared, and I don't know. And then everybody that's wearing their mask on their nose, I just tell them take it off because I ain't even wearing mine. I just walk in, I'm like, take it off. Well, you ain't even wearing it right anyway. And then they just start like some people laugh, and then everybody else looks at me like I'm crazy. But man, you know, where are we going?
Well, look,
but yeah, man. I
appreciate the call.
Bill Gates. I hope you have a good night, bro.
All right, yeah, thanks again. Have a great call. Have a great night. Appreciate the call. Yeah, yeah. When it comes to the mask thing, the people who think that they're saving other people and you're being selfish, you need to ask them, oh, why aren't you putting your mask, which is infectious waste, it's a COVID rag, why are you putting it in the regular trash? You should actually be putting it in a red biohazard container. It should be sealed, and it needs to be transported separate. You can't put it in the regular trash. It can't go in the garbage truck with the municipal waste. It's got to go somewhere to be autoclaved and documented. So there's a whole process involved in disposing of your infectious waste, but none of them do that. And it's like, don't you realize that your mask is like that original bowl of undercooked bat soup that started this whole thing? You know, think about what started this whole thing in general, 2020. A fake $20 bill and a bowl of bat soup brought the world down. Let's see, Lloyd says, here's the problem. If the virus was real, a mask would make sense as a desperate device. Well, look, we've had how many months now? How many months are we into our 2-week lockdown? Like month 9. So the issue is, and this is why I don't have any sort of concern about this at all. The issue is there's no piles of any bodies anywhere. You know, there might be people here and there who are, you know, have Munchausen syndrome, or they're celebrities. And I've been saying for a few months now, it's like if it's only taking out celebrities and politicians, why do we even care? By the way, Rip the Rock, right? I think he caught COVIDs. No way you could survive that. Chloe COVIDs, Kardashian's little sister. I don't know if she also has the 6 toes and the vestigial tail, but she's got the COVIDs. She's probably dead. Tom Hanks magically survived. Don't know how. Now he's donating his plasma. But it's only hitting celebrities, athletes. Athletes are getting it. I mean, I think it's all malingering, Munchausen syndrome, crisis acting, and opportunism. That's all it is. And I don't know how many of you are looking, and I'm not really here to dispute the numbers. I'm pro-vax. Vax Bill Gates, please. I'm very pro-vax. I'm not disputing the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that if you notice, the number of people who normally get run over by steamrollers every year is way down, and there's a commensurate bump on the COVID side. So I think they're shuffling around the paperwork a little bit. Johnny Chainsaw says, rest in peace, Sharon Stone's family because of Refusenix. Oh, that's right. Sharon Stone actually said that her mother-in-law and I think her sister, yeah, she had a few people in her family all died because somebody didn't want to wear a mask. And Alyssa Milano, speaking of tragedy, Alyssa Milano lost her hair because COVID. And I'm like, well, she's the one who said, where's yours? And she did a selfie with her mask, crowded in her car, not socially distanced, with her children and her husband. And her mask was crocheted. Like, she literally crocheted a mask. I mean, as it is, you could have a mask made out of, you know, a medical grade mask. And is it going to stop the virus? Well, kind of, in the same way that a chain link fence might stop a mosquito. Like, it's a nice thought. Maybe it's a placebo. It makes you feel safe, and feeling safe is that's really what it's about, feeling safe. That's why I'm waiting to find out who the vax junkies are. Like, And I'm not trying to shame any addicts here, but I'm looking at Andrew Cuomo as a likely candidate. The guy's probably addicted to vaxes. He's probably hooked on the COVID-20 vax, black market stuff. Addicted to the euphoric rush that comes with the feeling of just safety, pure safety. You inject it, you see Bill Gates, and you just feel safe. I'm not going to catch that strain. And there's 33 strains of COVID-19. I haven't caught any of them, so I'm not even sure how people are handling COVID-20. Like, can you jump, or do you have to get all the updates in order? Lloyd says they're misidentifying flu season. I happen to be close to people who work at a major hospital. They're panicking. Oh yeah, who didn't know? I mean, look, they misdiagnosed gunshot wounds to the head. You get a gunshot wound to the head. Oh, COVID-19. Oh, this guy, he passed out from wearing his mask too tight, crashed into a telephone pole, dead. COVID-19. So I'm not surprised at all. Anything you get is going to be COVID-19. Flat Fact says, not in Australia. The sharks here are going crazy. Well, look, there's the threat, and then there's the actual implementation. Like, we have to remember, nobody welded our doors shut. Nobody forced us into our homes. This has all just been a big, well, I don't know what you call it, a spell, a drill. But no, we haven't really seen any real coercion, if you ask me. And even in New York, 300,000 people left. No, people aren't having it. Like, I don't think we're going to be... Here's one thing I want to just sort of allay, one fear. They're not going to send you to a FEMA camp. FEMA camp's at home this year. Like, you are already... This is your FEMA camp. It's a state of emergency, and FEMA is all about managing emergencies. And what makes more sense? Round people up and send them somewhere? For a lot of people, it would be an upgrade. You're going to take care of them. You got to feed them. You got to keep them happy, and now they're crying about rights. No, instead, you just make them stay home, send them a crisis actor check, stock up Netflix, give them a lot of drama on TV. Oh, okay, so there's something else I had to bring up. Guess who got looted? Guess who got not only looted, and I bet he's pissed about it. You know who's got to be so pissed about this? Nipsey Hussle. His store, his Marathon clothing store, was vandalized and looted. He's got to be fuming. And he's fake dead, so he can't come out and say anything about it. Nipsey Hussle's Marathon clothing store had its windows smashed. Now, this is how you know people are a bunch of hypocrites, though. It's like, now somebody cares. You know, how many privately owned small businesses, how many entrepreneurs like Nipsey had their businesses destroyed in the last 4 months? Not just from the rioters and looters, but also from the COVID-19 thing. No sympathy. But now suddenly, because it's Nipsey's Marathon store, somebody cares. Anyway, one thing that's interesting about this, if you didn't know, the Marathon store is the world's first smart store.
Shit so crip, cuz.
This is from World Star Hip Hop.
Whoever did this shit, they were crip. Nigga, ever find out who did this, it's ugly for you, cuz. I swear to God. Okay.
Well, people are mad about it. Personally, and I've never been on the inside, but I think it looks like I think they could have done a lot better for the amount of money they supposedly had going through this place. But supposedly somebody looted some of his t-shirts and stuff. I don't know. They're mad about it, though. It's like finally they're mad. I was mad when a retired cop guarding a pawn shop was murdered during a looting spree in Vegas and nobody stopped to help him. But no, this got people. Give me a break. What did he have anyway? The Marathon store. What is it? Supplies for long distance runners? I haven't really seen the inside of it. But I do know it's the world's first smart store, cashless store. He died at 33 on Easter. Very Masonic, ritualistic, fake death. No doubt about it, Nipsey Hussle's not dead. You saw him get carted away in ambulance number 57 after the paramedics, who had white gloves, just pushed him in there and slammed the door shut. after doing one-handed moving chest compressions. This is the thing. If his death was real, the family would have sued the paramedics for doing one-handed chest compressions while moving on a gurney. And have any of you seen the COVID-19 CPR? I thought this was a sick joke at first. The COVID-19 CPR procedures. It's way different. So now it's like you couldn't actually do mouth to mouth. I think what they do now, if I can find a graphic, is you put a rag over the person's face and you sit, I think they said 6 feet back, and then you call an ambulance. Okay, COVID-19 CPR rules. Yeah, this is how we do it now. Step 1, call 911. Step 2, again, somebody's dying. Cover your mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Then cover the unconscious person's mouth and nose with a face mask or cloth. Perform hands-only CPR. No more mouth to mouth. Put the rag over their face. Like, how is that helpful? You're trying to find out if somebody's responsive. Just seems like it's kind of counterintuitive. Okay, let's see. Lean Dion says the Nipsey Christ hustle. Oh yes, it was a great hustle. I don't know if there was a better example of someone using a death strategically to sell records, but I think he made like $10 million. They made like $1 million a month after his fake death. Let me see if I can find that here. I think it was $11 million. Yeah, check this out. The late Nipsey Hussle made the Forbes list top earning dead celebrity of 2019. Last year, the Victory Lap rapper earned $11 million, which put him at number 10 on the list. Back in March, Nipsey Hussle was fatally shot outside his apparel store, Marathon Clothing, in Los Angeles. So, top earning dead celebrity. Nipsey Hussle, $11 million. Musician died 2019, age 33. Right, nothing fishy about this. So Nipsey joins, oh, look at this list. In fact, I have some others too. So Nipsey joins Whitney Houston, death faker, Michael Jackson, death faker. Let me go through the whole list. There's a few of them. So we're looking at a list of others who have done pretty well posthumously. And I think they're all probably death fakers. You know, in fact, Nipsey's grave is on the same row as Paul Walker and Naya Rivera, who's also 33 and a death faker. Okay, so his family launches something. They're supposed to put a tower up, a Nipsey Hussle Remembrance Tower. I didn't see it, though. It's like somebody forgot. Flat Fact says $11 million. Oh, yeah, that money is ridiculous. Like, did he sell $1 million worth of records and T-shirts and shoes and swag? I don't know. Not quite sure. I honestly think that he was almost manufactured out of thin air. In fact, I've done a study of his career, and it's not just his death date, the Easter thing, that stood out as very symbolic. You know, 33-year-old dies after carrying his son, his name is Cross. He carries Cross to the site of his death where he's shot between two thieves, two individuals who just got out of prison. I mean, this is a scripted event, but if you go back in his career, every major milestone coincided with a solstice. And the marathon, in this context, the marathon story, actually it's an allegory, or it references the journey of the sun. So he starts his career at the very beginning on a winter solstice, lunar eclipse, and that's when he drops his mixtape. Then he opens his store on a summer solstice. He dies on a astronomical Easter. His biography was, I mean, this is, again, I have a document on this. This is a character on the world stage who was clearly personifying in a very ritualistic manner the sun. And this death was during the same time period that we had the Holy Week where the cathedral burned, the Notre Dame. And this event, the burning cathedral, this assassination, these things were not disconnected. There's a whole story here. So if you look up Nipsey Hussle and you look at all the murals, you'll often see him represented with a crown. Again, he's 33 years old. You'll find 33 and crown always used together. But you'll find his murals, more often than not, he has a crown like a crown of thorns like Jesus. And the reason why I believe this is very intentional, the iconography, is that they created him this way, this persona. Take a look at this thumbnail. A lot of people noticed this when he died because his friends, Nipsey Hussle, crisis actors on the scene, they all said they believed he was literally Jesus Christ. Nipsey was Jesus reincarnated, Mason, false idol, Black Messiah. You find all these videos on this topic. Very fascinating. This is just one example, but last year it was a ridiculous year. I'll just say that 2019 for 33-year-olds, musicians dying. DJ Arafat. This one was pretty funny. DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, died, and I saw the video. Is a motorcycle accident. I think it was fake. You have a picture of him on a gurney, which to me is kind of strange. It's like, what do you mean they're actually following him through the hospital? Yep, DJ Arafat, top Ivory Coast singer, dies in a road accident. Now here's where it gets interesting. At his funeral, nobody believed he was dead. And this was just shortly after Nipsey, and thousands paid tribute at a concert. But look, mourners open the coffin and they began ripping his shirt off. So I'm not sure, but it looked to me, because they had to send in tear gas to break up the funeral, but it looked to me like it was a dummy and they were going to call it out. So yes, says here, a police convoy escorting the coffin of the late Ivorian singer DJ Arafat. Mourners in the West African nation of the Ivory Coast forced open the coffin of a beloved musician and began stripping his corpse in an attempt to positively identify 33-year-old DJ admitted to a hospital for a skull fracture. They want to see his distinctive tattoos. So my take on this whole story is that they were checking to see if it was a dummy or not. But more likely, the ones who were checking it could have been actors, so they could reassure everybody that he did in fact die. Okay, let's see what else we have here. There's another one too we could probably get into. In fact, there's so many from last year. 2019 was ridiculous. There was another rapper who was shot and killed. His name was Trey the Kid. He was an Annapolis rapper. And the interesting things about this one is the city he was in. He was a 32-year-old, I think. The city he was in was doing some type of, I guess it was some sort of ceremony for the police or something, and they had draped everything in orange, like orange spotlights. I got to bring this up. We're going to have to do a retrospective now that I think about it. So here we go. Annapolis remembers the rapper Trey the Kid. He was found fatally shot. He won the National Gun Violence Awareness Day Award. And I think his death was faked. But anyway, when I looked into this story, we found all kinds of strange things. Like, for example, the city was celebrating National Gun Violence Awareness Day by draping City Hall in orange. Everything was being draped in orange. But I found some interesting symbolism connecting his death to the Nipsey Hussle death. And then I mentioned the DJ Arafat, another 33-year-old. And again, they didn't believe he was dead. Okay, anyway, I'm going to move past this topic for now. There's so many deaths. We're going to have to do a retrospective on 2019. We'll just make a plan. We'll do a month-by-month breakdown of all the major psyops of 2019. It was a big year. I mean, that's when you really had, like, for example, the New Zealand shooting. And I played a documentary we did on it here, where you actually have actors on the ground who are supposedly dead getting up and walking around. Getting up and walking around? Lean Dion says, Pop Smoke song Christopher Walking, released before Kobe died, has a crashing helicopter for no apparent reason for a track. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Another person who's not dead, Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant, Nipsey Hussle, not dead. Okay, someone says, for all we know, the pyramids could be hundreds of years old instead of thousands. Yeah, what we have here is more of this time control I was talking about. You know, they can tell you that the universe is billions of years old, the Earth is 400 billion years old. It's time control. It's a completely different story. And monuments are created for them to be able to say, yeah, this is established as a fact. So you have, for example, a skeleton of a giant prehistoric kangaroo or a T-Rex, whatever you think it happens to be. And you say, hey, look, this is proof that we were here 65 million years ago. Pop Smoke, Death Faker, confirmed. I think so. I've heard some bizarre theories about Pop Smoke and a few others, which I may go into. Because here's the theory on that one. There's this theory that some of these rappers are actually constructs of older, more experienced musicians and record companies who are creating these little tragedy stories to sell records and tap into younger demographics that they may not reach as easily. I mean, I think it's almost absurd, the number of these deaths. And of course, look, I was talking about Forbes. $11 million. Would you fake your death for $11 million? I mean, I wouldn't. But I can imagine the appeal to performance artists, I guess. But I think it's beyond just faking their death for money. You know, it's actually you could call it a baptism. It's a cult thing. So it's, and it's not even far-fetched to talk about if you want to get into the topic of death faking. I'd go so far as to say every Mason is a death faker. 5 million. I mean, it's not something you just do. Like, hey, let's pretend like we're killing this guy with a blow to the head by a hammer. Reenact the death of King Solomon's architect. And then resurrect him from the dead. But we're not going to tell him we're going to do this. We're just going to trick him into it after having him sign a non-disclosure agreement. Like, that's not normal. It's really not. Faking your death, non-disclosure agreements, oaths. Oh yeah, if I talk about this, you can rip my guts out, slit my throat, cut out my tongue and whatever. So my point is, no, there's a lot of this going on, and it's an interconnected thing too. It's not like these are, like, someone will say, well, there's no way that this person faked their death and got away with it, and they resurface as this person. Somebody would have called them out by now. Well, they do. They subtly call each other out all the time. They subtly do. They do so with jokes, inside jokes. They out themselves with inside jokes. Okay, so let me go ahead and go through my notes for the day. We got disrupted slightly, but not really. So we lost a couple thousand subscribers on one channel. It doesn't matter. This channel is like a hydra. We just replace and replace and replace. In fact, I will have a new channel up tomorrow. And one other thing too, anything that gets taken down, let's say you can't find the source video, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com and you can get it there. There will be a continuity. And this would be my 86th channel removed, which is quite an accomplishment. I think it's actually like we should get a badge or something for the channel. We'll have to give ourselves a badge. 86 channels. I mean, what is it that we're saying that's so terrible? You know, I want to print out the note that they sent me. So here's the actual notification. I'll put this up on the screen. We'd like to inform you that due to repeated and severe violations, man, I'm starting to feel guilty, of our community guidelines, your account has been suspended, Infinite Plane Society. Content inciting violence is not allowed. We don't allow content that encourages hatred. We review documentary, artistic, and scientific content on a case-by-case basis. Limited exceptions are made for content with sufficient and appropriate context. So I appealed the case and I said my channel is conspiratainment and satire. Sorry you don't get the jokes. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, to me, this just makes my point that we're doing something right. Richie from Boston was actually kicked off YouTube recently. All of his channels, Richie. I used to kind of joke around with the guy a little bit and be like, yeah, he doesn't really drive around the country with his Jeep. It's a green screen. But now I've seen that he's been kicked off YouTube, and that to me says he's pretty legit. So he went off the grid for a couple of days. Totally off the grid. He came back, he's on Twitter, and he's like, I just got back from off the grid. I don't know where the hell that is. And he's like, I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, Richie, I said, Richie, I'm going to delete this message. Don't trust anybody. 95% of the population has been vacated. Like this message so I know that you read it. There aren't many of us. So I just left him a very paranoia-inducing tweet. I don't know if he took it seriously, but imagine if you left for a couple days in 2020, you come back and somebody tells you, yeah, everybody's been vacated. That could mean a lot of things. I mean, I think it was March 30th, he was saying on April Fool's Day, they're going to shut off the internet and you're going to see Chinese tanks driving down your streets and they're going to shoot you up with vaccines. They're going to make you take your medicine. That never happened. But he probably spent, I mean, he said, guys are going to come for me. They're going to show up in a black car. They're going to take me out of my basement and they're going to stick me with a needle and I'm going to fight it. I'm like, God, I mean, that's fine. I understand the fear and all of that, I guess, but not really. Not when so many of these things have turned out to be actually fake. That's what we're actually, and there's a term for this. It's actually called the Bubba effect. And the Bubba effect is it's a name for a stereotypical redneck name. But it has to do with this idea of being ready for anything. So here is, I think this is the best definition I can find for the Bubba effect. It's basically this. Everywhere you look, there's a very active conspiracy. The U.S. government is going to institute martial law, enslave the citizens of the United States because of some impending collapse, financial meltdown, NWO takeover, war with China, or rapture. As a result, readers are estimated to drop everything and head for the hills on a bi-weekly basis or whenever the price of gold fluctuates. As if lifted right out of Red Dawn, this scenario seems to include only those in rural America who would be able to resist occupation through force of arms based out of various fortified survival compounds, weapon of a gun in one hand and the word of God in the other. Now he calls it the armor of God. What he says here, in practice, the Bubba effect amounts to a histrionic overreaction to threatening fake news and vague rumors, in turn springing from the scrap heap of survivalist ideas and various conspiracy theories. Despite this, The Bubba effect has proven surprisingly broad. So this is kind of condescending, the idea that you should be mocked for being prepared. However, Chicken Little is something I was talking about earlier. How many times has the sky fallen? And just about 6 weeks into the lockdown, Alex Jones said, and supposedly it was satire, but he said that he was sizing up his neighbors so that he could make sure that if they don't reopen the economy, his daughters wouldn't have to starve, and that he would be targeting his leftist neighbors for cannibalism, and he would eat them like, quote, corn on the cob. And this was 6 weeks. So that sent a ripple of panic through his listeners. That, okay, if Alex Jones is ready to eat his neighbors, then things are pretty bad. And again, this was like 7 months ago, 8 months ago. And I was thinking to myself, well, that guy's got a garage full of MREs and prepper goods. So why is he going to eat his neighbor's buttocks? And that's what he said he was going to eat. He specified which body parts he wanted to eat. So he's going to eat neighbor's buttocks. Meanwhile, he's got enough food right here to feed his family until 2030. Commenter says the Bubba effect sounds like a really cheesy bluegrass band. Well, here's my point about the Chinese tanks. Let me just bring this up. Because at the exact, and I'm not trying to single anybody out, but I'm just pointing it out. The people who go off the grid often sell a great deal of fear. And let's just pretend we went along with it. So let's go back in time. We have Donald Trump's time machine. Go back to, let's just say the end of March, when he's about to go into his basement, into hiding because they're going to shut off the internet and send in the tanks. Well, let's say they had dropped off tanks in every neighborhood, as in Chinese tanks. Well, a lot of people would have stayed home. The news would say, okay, we're Chinese now, so surrender. You're not going to leave your homes for the next 6 weeks. We're going to reorder society. Well, most people would have reordered their entire existence. We would change everything. Except for those people who decide to go see if any of it's real. And they would probably leave their homes. They would go look at the tanks and find out the tanks were all inflatable. They were drone-delivered inflatable tanks made in China, but not full of Chinese soldiers. So how dumb would we feel if we had been conquered by a bunch of inflatable tanks? Well, guess what? We got conquered by a bunch of empty tents. And what's the difference between a bunch of empty tents and empty hospitals and a bunch of inflatable tanks? None. We're talking about a standard decoy operation to inflate the appearance of overwhelming forces, when in fact it's all just air. And if we had that attitude of, let's hide, let's stay in a state of fear, let's run off the grid, we wouldn't have found out that the hospitals were all empty and that the COVID was a hoax. We'd be scared, waiting for Bill Gates to show up in the middle of the night with a Freddy Krueger glove with a needle and a different vax strain, from each fingertip, so he could come in and just poke you in your bed or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. And the fear doesn't help anything. And one thing that I'm really happy about as far as 2020, and these are silver linings. I mean 2020 has been gold. If you really look at some of the stuff, we saw the emergence of an authentic people's media. In fact, even today, and I should bring these up, I've been getting a lot of contacts from the Film Your Hospital website. So I'm going to have to update it. I'm going to have to update it here because we're getting a lot of contact. But to me, that's one positive here. We saw the real media promoting fear of virus. I'm sorry, the fake media. But then the independent media, they came out saying, well, no, the evidence does not actually corroborate with that. And then you have the guardrailed, probably CIA-controlled agents who are in the middle saying, well, the numbers are fake, but the virus is real. They're just exaggerating it, but still, just vote. Vote for this guy. No, the truth is the whole thing was just a big side war. And that is the truth. I mean, a lot of people don't like it. They will censor you for it. But I don't feel like I should not speak the truth. And especially because this channel's so emphatically pro-vax, why would they want to shut us down? I got a list of people I want to vax. It's like 5 pages long. In fact, if you want to vax anybody, just call 833-311-1984. I'll play it on air. Or you can just call and we'll discuss it live. Lloyd Miller says, filming the hospitals must start up again. They're claiming that the hospitals are filling. Well, precisely. I kind of set that issue to the side. But in the last few days, I've been contacted by a number of people around the world, or across the flat disk, or around the velociraptor, whatever shape you think it is. I've got messages from people. Here's one, I think this is in Brazil. It's quite a few. I'm just going to have to put them all together. I've got pictures as well. Maybe this is why they shut my channel down. We're starting to talk about this again. Okay, well, I'll get to the empty hospitals. I want to update the website first because there's, the website gets a decent amount of traffic. It's filmyourhospital.com. But let me go and play a message I didn't get to yesterday. And I believe this one is from Zareth, the alchemist. And it pertains to the topic of the semicolons, the reptoids.
Hey, Tim. It's me, Z. If you'd like, at some point, I'll tell you the story about the girl shapeshifting into a reptile in front of me and then the aftermath. That's a really good story. It happened about 20 years ago, but I had to tell that story to somebody the other day. And because he was privy to their presence, our presence, really. It's a vibrational thing.
All right, yeah. You know what? I'm going to definitely text him, and I'll just have him explain it over a phone call. 'Cause there's a few questions I want to ask before we go any further into it. I think we got into the topic because we were suggesting, well, I brought up that maybe the alien overlords are disgusted by the human face, so we have to cover it up. Someone else suggested maybe it's because the reptoids, sometimes they shift. They want to make sure that if their forked tongue flickers out and it whips a fly or something, you don't see it, so they got the mask. Commenter says, I overheard a conversation with a woman talking about how amazing the news of the vaccine is. She said, unfortunately, it would need to go to the first responders first. Okay, one more thing for vaxophobes. Let's just say you're a vaxophobic. And I'm not. For all we know, I might be vax damaged. I received many vaccines in my life. But for all you vaxophobes, let's say that it does indeed contain nanobots that will seize your pineal gland, turn it into an antenna for some demonic entity to take over, or whatever you think it's going to be, or just instant death or sterilization. Whatever they're going to do to you, it's going to happen to first responders, military, media, and true believers first. And you have to think too, most of the people believe it's real, and they will probably kill you to get that vax. They really will. So if there's a limited supply, it's going to be a status symbol. They're going to flaunt it. And I actually think that what we're looking at is going to be incredibly divisive to have the vaxxed and the unvaxxed. I think it's going to be a rift akin to Protestant and Catholic. I think this is a counter-reformation. And the people who don't buy the big lies are obviously the ones who don't want the Holy Sacrament. It's easy to identify you. Okay, now again, I'm not even too concerned about that. I'm thinking 2020 is still not over, and we still have less than a month until the awakening. I mean, it's going to be a pretty dismal day, I think, for the people who put all their hope in Biden. Comment says, I don't like calling people NPCs. Well, when I call people NPCs, and I don't usually, but non-playing characters, we're talking about extras on the world stage. People who are staying on, they're staying on point. They're on a script, but they don't know it. So you can't fault people for being obedient and for taking precautions. But it is kind of ridiculous how they're conflating mask refusal with a whole lot of other things. Like I said earlier today with the term conspiracist. I'd rather be called a tinfoil nutter or a conspiracy theorist than a conspiracist. Now, as far as people being NPCs or all that, I think a lot of people are just too busy to care or to think too deeply about some of these things. And there's other considerations. But now we've had a good, 9 months. We've had 9 months, and where are the bodies? Numbers on the TV screen can only go so far. Marve says, WHO, NHS says nobody is educated. Right. We're not properly educated. We're speaking out of ignorance or hatred or whatever else they come up with, but they never address the facts. And it's the same weak arguments they've used for decades against the 3% of scientists who don't believe in global warming, because it is alleged that 97% believe it's true. And apparently if 97% believe it's true, not because facts. So science isn't really fact-based today. It's belief-based, which technically makes your scientists wizards because they're controlling reality. And if they get a great enough consensus, they actually make it so. So if we could just get 97% of the scientists to agree that the world's flat, the world will actually flatten out, by this way of thinking. And that is what they've done. They're a bunch of curverts, and they have curved the world where it's not. They really have. They've bent everything. It's all a distortion. We live on the wrong side of the funhouse mirror. Well, not we. There's at least, how many people are listening now? Okay, there's at least 100 people here who are on the correct side. So we're in Realville. I'm one of its mayors. And the rest of them are in TV land. The Truman Show. Okay, let's see. Let me go ahead and go through my comments. Oh, this is what I wanted to play. Give you a link to. We have a new main YouTube channel. So it's not a new YouTube channel. It's a new main YouTube channel. Like I said, this thing's a Hydra. They chop off one head. And it's worse. They're better off leaving me alone. Because what happens is they shut the channel down. I tend to retaliate. I wasn't going to live stream tonight, but this is my way of getting back. I put an extra 3 hours of work into the animation and decided to go ahead and make sure they know that we have an ongoing presence that really isn't going to go silent. By the way, you'll never miss anything if you're on Spotify. If anybody here is on Spotify or iTunes, you will always get the updates there. SoundCloud, I highly recommend SoundCloud because SoundCloud has the ability to play as just the audio file, but if you download it, it's an MP4, and I always make them available for downloads. They don't let you start a new channel. You have to sign an agreement that you won't. I think when I lost my first channel, they said, you can't come back. So I've been 86 times now as of November the 17th, 2020. I sued YouTube in 2018. They did change their strike policy as a result. They've hated me ever since, I think. But there's nothing they can do about it. I know that I'm banned. I spent so much time in Facebook prison, more time in Facebook prison than not. Most of my friends from Facebook are actually people I met in Facebook prison. We never actually had accounts together. It's like we meet in other platforms. But no, we are persona non grata. And that's probably for life. I've actually I read somewhere that if some of these sites like Twitter flags you as a thought criminal, they pass it on. So Jack Dorsey is like, hey, you know Infinite Plane Society? And Zuckerberg's like, yeah, we know him. Yeah, ban him. And then they contact LinkedIn. Then they contact Gmail and MailChimp. Like they go to their Mason meetings and they have like a slideshow and they put the names and the dossiers, the files up of whoever is blackballed. So yeah, I've been blackballed from the internet. One Trick Pony says, just call this story time with Tim. Right. Well, this is something too. So we seized the term auto hoaxer because to them that was the worst you could be, when it's actually the right way to look at things. Well, another thing they've been attacking is the idea that you would be entertained by conspiracy theories. Like you shouldn't be entertained by conspiracy theories. And I'm like, wait, what about fiction? And this is the key here. They want to control all of the content that you absorb, especially fiction. And one area they don't control is a lot of the creative reinterpretations of reality that you encounter when you surround yourself with conspiracists or free thinkers, whatever you want to call them. So I think what they've been trying to do here is shame conspiracy theorists and really attack the idea, oh, it's just conspiratainment. Well, if it's just entertainment, leave it alone. But no, it's conspiratainment, so it's bad. So I saw where they were going with this. So what I did was I thought, okay, well, let's take that word over as well. So conspiratained.com will take you to a page where you can sign up. If you're already on my email lists, this will be redundant. It won't sign you up twice. But I have a book on the topic, which is essentially my thoughts on free speech, free minds, and how to keep it that way, and why we need to protect our right to be wrong, to be factually wrong about everything. Like, I might just decide that I believe that the world is, in fact, a pancake-shaped plane on the back of 4 elephants who are astride a tortoise, who's on top of a tortoise, and then it goes down infinitely. Like, does that have to be censored, or am I not allowed to be? Am I allowed to be right? Or another example, Roseanne Barr is convinced that Donald Trump is a woman. Now, is that comedy? Is it mental illness? Is she factually wrong? Is she right, but it's politically incorrect and we can't talk about this right now? No, they want it off the table. Borderline content. Push it over the edge. So, Lloyd Miller, great point. They put out conspiratainment all the time. James Bond movies are always conspiracy movies. That's a perfect point. See, the thing is, they don't want us to be engaged in content creation. I think that's what it comes down to. It's all about monopolizing our imagination so we can all be good little matrix batteries. Imagine if they controlled your imagination, filled you full of fears, then you find yourself wearing a Glad garbage bag like a body condom, wearing a dust mask, which wouldn't help you from COVIDs, and you're fighting over toilet paper out in front of a Walmart. Like, it's a desperate and absurd thing, but it's just a reaction. It's an overreaction, histrionic, based on fear because somebody else is controlling your mind. I saw a meme today, and they're still legal right now, but they won't be forever. And this meme said, control your mind or someone else will. And it's true. I think the default is the hive mind. The hive mind wins by default. All right. I'm going through your comments to see what else we've come across. Lloyd Miller says that would be religious freedom. Right. Hey, do you remember back in, it was like 2008 or something, when the anonymous masks first became popular? It was this thing called Project Chanology, like 4chan. And this was all about stealing the private information of Scientology, as in their secret rituals, and publishing them on the internet. So, Anonymous, this group, they put on the mask, they went out and they protested against Scientology, and they released all that information. And at the time, I was somewhat critical of them because I thought, if they want to believe in intergalactic warlords and C-140s full of souls being deposited into volcanoes, let them. Or if you're a Mormon, or a Christian, whatever your religion is, if you have a different concept of the afterlife and the before life, have at it. I didn't really believe that it was appropriate to attack people just because they were provably wrong. Like, are they not right to be wrong? And for all we know, we don't know. That's the whole point. Maybe there's another reason to it. But my point is this. I didn't really approve of their intolerance. And that's what I find so obnoxious about today, is that it's the intolerance of some people who look, I would like it. Like, if you're listening, whoever it is that works at YouTube and that made the decision to delete my channel, to burn my book, because that's what they did. If you look at it, let's say this was just an audio book, a protracted work of fiction. This was all an audio book. I don't have the greatest penmanship, so I decided just to freestyle it, just read it off the cuff. This is all just extemporaneously speaking my mind as a work of fiction. Nope. Some snowflake decided that offended them, so they burned it. It's like, well, can you just call me 833-311-1984 and explain to me the rationale? Like, how did I hurt you? What meme hurt you the most? So I know not to retweet it. But they'll never tell you exactly what you did. Kindle Fire, little book burning. Yeah, Kindle Fire, that's very ominous. They digitally burn books all day long and nobody complains. They really burn books and flags. They knock over statues. A lot of stuff is happening now. They didn't really notice or have a problem with it, though, until it was, really, it's been like 4.5 months, and we have two different sets of two different worldviews, two different mobs, and one of them is completely in denial of reality. And we'll see what happens. Like, I'm really thinking here, when we get to the point where they tell one side who the president is, that's when things are going to get a little more interesting here. Commenter says Stephen Hawking's about to call in. Hey, I saw this conspiracy theory today. Again, this is something they would want to ban, and it has to do with Stephen Hawking's. So there were a few theories about him. Many people think that he died years ago, or that it was an animatronic. I think that Miles Mathis was behind that one, that he was an animatronic. But here's something that I think is probably more likely. So if you know who John Nash is, John Nash is the only person to be awarded both the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences and the Abel Prize. He's the one that was the basis for the movie A Beautiful Mind. So I'm looking at John Nash Jr., and this was pointed out to me. They said, you got to compare the two, and you don't really see them mentioned side by side, and this might be why. They think that Stephen Hawking was a character portrayed by John Nash, wearing a mouth prosthetic, posing in a chair, pretending to be smarter than anybody. It's very consistent. Makes more sense to me than an animatronic. It really would make a lot more sense. And this individual, John Nash, died in 2015. And I believe Stephen Hawking would have passed 2 years after. And his death date, in fact, look at this. This is another example of how these world stage characters are written on and off the stage. And their entrance and exit points are very significant. So his death date had some bizarre coincidences around it. It was Pi Day, 314 Pi Day. There's a few of them here. In an unfortunate coincidence, Steve Hawking's death on March 14th coincides with Albert Einstein's birthday. While his birth was on January 8th, that coincided with Galileo's death. Hawking and Einstein both lived until the age of 76. Those are just a few of them. So when you follow the logic here, the death days, the birth dates, you kind of get the idea that they're engineering kind of like this idea that this person was destined for this role. Hawking was nicknamed Einstein in school. Says, again, just remarkable coincidences. And of course, Pi Day of all days. So what do you think? Anybody? John Nash or animatronic? 420 says, whoever played the weird teeth Hawking seemed to have tried not to smile a lot. Oh yeah, that's one of the dead giveaways that this was an act, is the teeth weren't the same. The haircut, look, there were a number of problems, continuity problems with the Stephen Hawking character. So I'm looking closely at John Nash, and it kind of makes sense, but I'm going to have to do some Photoshop. If anyone wants to look at that for me. Who is John Nash? He's an award-winning mathematician, but he was the subject of a movie called A Beautiful Mind, which starred Russell Crowe. And it was about a genius mathematician who was so smart that he saw numbers everywhere, like Matrix style, like Neo in the Matrix. And that he was so smart he went crazy, is kind of the thinking here. That he became paranoid. He thought he was communicating with the government. It's called A Beautiful Mind. Now, the person it's based on, John Nash, this supposed schizophrenic, I don't know. I haven't looked too much into him, but I'm starting to. Yeah, it is believed that he may have played the role of Stephen Hawking, which would be a scandal if true. I mean, think about that. Faking a condition, I mean, it's pretty low. But not too low for the PSYOP entertainment complex, which is constantly portraying atrocities for the purpose of exploiting people emotionally and financially. Like, isn't it fascinating how they can fake kill people, and then people with actual empathy will donate blood and actually cry? So they fake it and they get actual blood and tears, like the next day, but they get it regardless. Okay, there's one thing, I don't think it's all that impressive, but apparently an asteroid the size of a truck almost destroyed the Earth last week. So it kind of like passed right over our heads. Listen to this. An asteroid the size of a Ford F-150 flew less than 300 miles away from the Earth last week, setting a record for the closest known asteroid to fly past without hitting it. So what are the odds that a year after doing drills for falling rocks with FEMA and NASA, that they actually have these NEOs, these near-Earth objects, just suddenly coming by, and that this is the biggest one ever? Since what, the dinosaurs? Since that rock came down and hit the disk and flipped it and caused the dinosaurs to shoot off into space? So it was discovered by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, run by NASA, so we know we can trust it. It was a $69 million contract. This is unbelievable. That they just gave to Elon Musk for an asteroid deflection system called DART. So Jim Bridenstine is the chief of NASA right now, and he has suggested, one, that our biggest threat is actually space rocks. That it's not COVID, it's not climate change. But two, they've done these studies, these surveys now, and they're asking people, would you rather go to Mars or would you rather safeguard Earth? And people are saying that, and this is like 3-1, they would rather have air defense set up everywhere. but it would be global. And it would be space defense. So instead of air defense artillery where you shoot down incoming missiles, now they're going to have stations set up all around the world to shoot space rocks down. So it does require global cooperation. But they're, again, diminishing expectations. Like, well, maybe it's better that we stay here and protect you from falling rocks before we try to go to Mars. Pete Shea says, I've been saying, what's the ultimate question to the ultimate answer? Okay, let's see what else. Flat Fact says, beautiful mind, never saw it. I would just read the Wikipedia. I wouldn't waste your time with any of this mainstream brainwashing, because entertainment's just a side effect. And if you don't need that, if you're not an entertainment junkie like most people, you can just read the wiki. They're going to turn people into vax junkies. That's what's coming next. Lloyd Miller says, traditionally, the left has opposed the space program. It's because they oppose progress. And the idea of the space program used to be married to capitalism. It used to be, hey, look, we're giving the money to this governmental program, but look, now you get Nikes, now you have shatterproof glass, wireless technology, wireless tools. So they're able to kind of make the argument that this is good for everybody, and that it kind of connects to this idea of progress, as in technological progress, which goes against the left, who are actually against technological progress. That's why they want you to live in shanty towns. That's why they want to get rid of your carbon footprint, stop you from breathing so much. But they are so smart, the long march through the institutions, they're so subversive, they knew they had to hijack that institution that had America as a leader and a winner, and they had to tear it down and repurpose it. So they repurposed NASA really just for save the whales, environmentalism, global warming mitigation. And they totally turned it into another stalking horse for the communist agenda. Oh, did any of you guys see the astronauts leaving the Dragon capsule and going into the space station? What a joke. No social distancing, no masks, and it was a hug fest. I mean, 6 adults hugging each other, one after another. It was like, I'm not really quite sure the emotion, but they were hugging, high-fiving, smiling. It was like, it was almost too much. It was too phony. Like they were fake smiles and everything. It's for the camera, I guess. But anyway, I was just kind of annoyed that they weren't social distancing and they don't have any masks on. I mean, didn't Elon Musk just come down with COVID? I know he took 4 tests. He seems to think that if you stop after taking a negative, you're good. And so he took 4 tests because first he got a positive, so he took another one, he got a negative, took another one, got a positive, took another one, he got a negative. Commenter says, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's the Great Reset meme. Well, if you remember back when 3/11 started, I said, this is 9/11 all over again, but it's a biosecurity state, and now you're going to have to be patted down, not for bombs, but for viruses. And that they're probably going to get to the point where it's just inconvenient for you to have physical property. Why would you need keys? Keys have germs. Why do you need a physical phone? It's got COVID. And they're coercing people out of property. I think that's one of the primary agendas here. And it's working. Private property, land, air. Like, they don't even want you to have ownership. You don't own the air in your lungs. And they've been pretty naked and open about their agenda, if you ask me. They've been pretty nice about it. They wrote it in stone, the Georgia Guidestones. But the idea that you'll own nothing and be happy, the idea of, it's like, that's again, it's this rejection of modernity. Property is sin. The idea of recycling things that aren't sustainable, it's all just to get us to buy into this worldview that is very misanthropic. All right, thanks for joining. This is Space's Fake AF Chief Crow acoustic version. Subscribe below, get on the newsletter. Have a great evening.
I'm gonna play a song for you called Space is Fake AF, and we'll have a guest appearance by the Tractor in reverse in the background, and we'll have Waves of the Ocean done by big trucks and bigger trucks, GMC 4x4, 2x4, and a 5x8. Don't pit it, said the sky was not the limit. Fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake Space is Hey, space boy, you broke this rocket man's heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery. Jenny Bravo!
Okay, thanks for hanging out here. I see you all in the chat. Yes, my channel just got nuked. It was the one that was just approaching 2,000 subscribers. So I'm posting this video on my other platforms to let everybody know where to go to. Flat Fact says, IPS channel deleted again, smoke coming out of my ears. If you don't like his content, commentary, or opinions, go away. Yeah, exactly. I don't purposefully expose myself to noxious substances. I know poison exists, and you can't eradicate poison from the world. Many things are, in fact, poisonous, and it would be futile to try. So I just don't immerse myself in it to make a point. Oh, look how poisoned I am. Look how offended I am. Like, good for you. Good for you. You got scars now, emotional scars. But who knows? Whatever it is, the 24/7 stream continues anyway. We have redundancies, and I believe most of the content, if not all of it, is being auto backed up on my library accounts. So there's no real trouble or danger rather of being actually silenced or censored in any meaningful way. But you see, it's an attempt to disrupt our networks. And this is the 86th. It's the 86th attempt to disrupt this channel on YouTube alone. And we have, I think, another Hydra head right now regenerating. So as we speak, I already have another channel. Like I said before, I've got probably 15 or 20 more channels already verified. But I can only have 3 at a time on this particular Restream account. So this one's being verified. It'll be open by tomorrow. So if you want to have the link to that, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com. So if you come across any dead links, you can always find the archives just by going to that site. And no harm, no foul, nothing's lost. In fact, I'm going to be playing last night's stream. We had a couple of really great callers right after this. So we must have said something right. And you know what I just started doing, by the way? I just started the Flat Earth Report as a podcast. If you go to theflatearthreport.com, it's a 10-minute news brief, transcribed, and a newsletter. Everything related to that particular topic. And it's just a formulaic thing. I've had this going for about 3.5, 4 years now, but it kind of got pushed to the side for a little while, and I just started again. And I've been inundated with globe trolls who are basically church ladies. You know, they're like, oh, you're turning my cross upside down. Whenever you talk about their globe and you call it flat, it's blasphemy. They clutch their pearls. They fall on the ground. They go into convulsions. They click thumbs down. They call Susan Wojcicki, and they get the channel shut down. So anyway, if you've missed it, the Flat Earth Report, in fact, since we're here, let me go ahead and go through the news today. News from the edge of reality, or news from the edge of acceptable discourse, beyond the borderline. You know, you can't even see the edge from where they are. Everyone's faced towards the middle, towards a big black cube they all worship.
Ela é muito mansinha. Eu vi bicho, eu falei, gente, o que é isso? Põe na árvore, põe na árvore. Ela é muito mansinha, mas se alguém não vê, e eu com medo, eu falei, vou mandar pra todo mundo.
Maneirinha, né? Valeu, tchau.
Valeu, tchau. Olha
Tchau.
que gracinha, meu Deus.
Lá.
Olha que
Olha lá,
linda.
agradecendo.
Que gracinha, olha.
Olha só, cara, que maneiro, cara. Ela agradece.
Legal, tá vendo?
Maneiro. Obrigado.
We are at risk of having a flat Earth report of how the intelligence community as to what happened.
Okay, this is the Flat Earth Report for November the 20th, 2020. I want to give a shout out to Rachel Maddow and Representative Swalwell for those sound bites, along with MVP for the track. Let's go ahead and start with this, a bit of cultural appropriation. Green Day has a new album coming out next month, and it looks like they have a song titled Flat Earth, which, again, we'll see what happens to them, but you're not supposed to use that word if you're one of these mainstream acts. We just saw Deftones get reamed by the media and by all the heavy metal magazines for mentioning Flat Earth theory in an interview on the Sam Tripoli Tinfoil Hat podcast. So I don't know what kind of blowback they're going to get for using the F word. And again, Flat Earth is not only just an inconvenient meme with bad virility, but it's dangerous misinformation that can actually kill the world. If you say it's flat, someone else listens, they catch that mind virus, it infects their mind, they fall down the slippery slope down into coronavirus denial, It's always the slippery slope argument. You're going to fall off the edge of flat Earth. So it's worse than a slippery slope. You actually fall off. And then you become a vax denier. Then you become a mask refusenik. Then you catch COVID, spread it to your family before you die. Every one of your family members gives it to 3.11 people who give it to 3.11 people. Exponential. Like dominoes with a bunch of human beings just falling over. And it all started with the F-bomb. So it's socially irresponsible and unforgivable for Green Day to appropriate that word from the Flat Earth research community, who haven't yet been locked up in their own FEMA camp. But that doesn't mean you haven't been FEMA camped. You know, there's this long, really kind of almost a cliche at this point, but there's this old conspiracy theory, it goes back a long ways, that eventually they're going to round up the dissidents and put them in FEMA camps. But when you look into it, it's like, well, what is a FEMA camp? It's just a way to keep a certain group quarantined. So it's about quarantining. Quarantining what? Well, ideas. Whether you're a radical Islamist or a conspiracy theorist, your ideas are thought to be catching like a virus, so you need to be physically quarantined so your ideas can't get out. I mean, that's really what COVID-19 is about. It's about quarantining ideas. So at this point, I'm noting that the media is doing everything it can to get people to self-quarantine, not only from misinformation sources like other news outlets. You know, every other news outlet but yours is misinformation. But now they're even trying to get people to distance from super spreaders of information, especially on Thanksgiving. You know, just the other day, Obama, and I think this might be in his 29-hour audiobook, he said that misinformation will be the death of democracy. That misinformation is actually impacting our elections in such a way that it's destroying the integrity of our elections. They become meaningless. So this is an article from National Review. Donald Trump has always been a conspiracy kook. 9/11, vaccines, Obama's birth certificate. And he came into presidency retailing a conspiracy theory, claiming that the 2016 election was illegitimate, that he'd won popular vote, but the electoral vote made it a fraud. Anyway, this is going on, and many articles like this, to explain that Trump has essentially created or cultivated a culture of conspiracy theorists, that QAnon is more or less a religious cult, and they just believe anything that demonizes the other side. And I kind of thought this was the case, especially when Hunter's laptop turned out to be a big nothing burger despite how it was hyped up. I thought it almost seems like it's too unbelievable that the blood-drinking pedivores would only be Democrats or only be Hollywood elitist types or leftist celebrities. It's way too partisan. It can't be that simple that Republicans are the good guys and Democrats are the bad guys. But that's how politics works. It creates a very simplistic view that you can emotionally react to. Orange man bad, for example. So one man's conspiracy theory is another man's, well, a best guess. You know, it's almost like it's too subjective to even use the term conspiracy theory. For example, how come conspiracy theories only happen on the right wing? The left wing's conspiracy theories like global warming or systemic racism aren't called conspiracy theories. So again, it's too subjective. Now, let me move on to this next article. This again is more kook than coup. This again is something just talking about how Trump is being brought into office by essentially flat earthers, if you believe the mainstream media. And this is all just an attempt to, again, smear one half of the population and make sure that nobody likes each other across partisan lines, which is probably going to be the end effect of all of this. Okay, listen to this. This is again from The Dumbest Coup. I've been writing about conspiracy theories for a while, how QAnon, the Flat Earth Gang, and every other conspiracy theory is in some part attached to every other conspiracy theory. They all overlap, in part or entirely. So you have people criticizing QAnon conspiracy theorists because they're finding out it goes beyond just one questionable source, being QAnon. It goes into, if they doubt this, they really do find that these other conspiracy theories connect. That's why they say that's why they treat this like a slippery slope. Like if you look at flat Earth, you go over the edge, you believe everything. And that's not actually true. And that's one of the points of this podcast. It's actually quite the opposite. You're expected to believe everything on the mainstream news. Not believing it doesn't make you, by default, it doesn't make you a non-thinking, blind faith believer in something else. It means that you just temporarily kind of put a pause on what you're going to accept from the mainstream media. It's like, for some reason, and I think this is intentional, they've tried to create the impression that without the mainstream media, you would be lost. That without these experts, what would we be doing? If we weren't told that there was a pandemic, if we weren't told to mask up, would we all have died? That's what they want us to think. And the truth is, without the TVs, without the mainstream media, we might not have had a pandemic, because I think this construct is only possible when everybody's hearing the same centralized messages. And it is the same. Media worldwide has essentially become a monolith, and that's not easy to dispute. So the thing is about the flat Earth, it's not that it's a slippery slope, that if you consider this topic, everything else suddenly becomes true to you. It's just that if it's true, then it does cause you to have to question other things as well, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You know, we're born into a box, and the four walls are actually just false explanations. Each one is just, this is your limit, this is your limit, this is your limit, and then the ceiling. So they give you these artificial limitations by giving you explanations that are supposed to suffice. Kind of like Truman in the Truman Show. Oh, there's no reason to go that direction. That's the edge of the world. So lies keep him from leaving the movie set that he's on. Well, we all live in a movie set. It's called the world stage. And you're kept on the world stage. It's a prison of lies. It's just words. They're not physically restraining you. I mean, you may look back at March and April when you went under lockdown. No jackbooted thug forced you into your house. You didn't have riot squads forcing people out of the streets into their homes. No, actually, people went in because of what they were told. It didn't require any force. So anyway, let me get back to this topic here. We're talking about mind control, conformity, the mainstream media, and how this flat earth topic is so controversial simply because it does require that the person who considers it reassesses a lot of other things. If true, then what? If it is flat, then what of the moon landing? What of evolution? What of the heliocentric system? And the thing is, for every question it raises, you know, there's probably 5 or 6 other questions that follow behind that, and that's what makes it so uncomfortable. I think people feel vertigo when they're forced to address, or when they're confronted with questions that they have no answers for, that they're unprepared for. I'm constantly going on Twitter, and I'm communicating with people who are convinced that outer space is real, as they describe, and I point out frequently that no, actually, in my opinion, outer space is just the concept of heaven rebranded for a modern age, and it's a universally acceptable heaven, but that it's a metaphysical construct. But I come across people on Twitter who say that they can see space junk. Think about this. I have an actual, I guess you would call him an astrophotographer, who claims that from his front yard he can see space junk with his eyes. No binoculars required. And I'm just trying to imagine. So we're supposed to believe that there's orbiting pieces of, like, spent rocket shells, bits of satellite, solar panels, who knows what. Just there's junk up there, 30,000 pieces of junk orbiting above. Now, the only way you would be able to see it with your eyes is if it were to reflect the sun. The problem with that proposition is you're looking up at a starry night. This means that you're in the shadow of the Earth. And if you're in the shadow of the Earth, well, then you have to ask, well, how high does that shadow go? Well, according to science, it goes 870,000 miles. So if you're standing in a pillar of darkness, a column of darkness, almost 1 million miles high, how are you going to see a piece of metal 100 miles above your head? What the heck is it reflecting? Now, I've never seen it. And if this were true, I imagine that a lot of people report seeing it. Oh, there's a lot of space junk up there. It'd be like looking over the edge of a boat into the ocean and seeing all kinds of trash. It would be disheartening. We look up at the night sky. Do we see a bunch of trash in the sky? I don't. But again, these are the experts who will stand by these claims, stand by their cartoons. And they are cartoons. I don't know when SpaceX actually landed a rocket on a barge out in the middle of the ocean last, but I'm pretty sure the last 10 or 15 launches have all been CGI. And it's so unbelievable when you look at the way that these rockets land that now they exaggerate the distortion on the camera. So whenever the rocket lands, it's pixelated. The whole camera, the whole screen is pixelated. I'm like, what? You can't get a backup camera? And this happens every time. After one time, that would be enough for me. You'd have a drone fleet recording this thing going down just for the scientific value of that footage. But no, the only footage we ever get of Elon Musk's rocket landing, it's purely pixelated. Makes me wonder if maybe they use some type of, I don't know, maybe they actually have pixels to pad the landing. I mean, space is apparently made out of CGI, so I don't know why you couldn't just bring some of those pixels down. Okay, speaking of, check this out. This is from John Walker from Kotaku.com. I cannot tell if this flat Earth simulator is real or a prank. So on Steam, there's a flat Earth simulator. Now, a couple of things about it. It's based on the azimuthal equidistant projection. It assumes quite a lot. This is not a flat Earth model because there isn't one. You know, the term flat Earth model is something of a misnomer. There isn't one. The best that we can do is try to use or rely upon existing maps, which we know, if it is in fact not a ball, we know them to be distorted, and they probably conceal more than they reveal. I'm not convinced that the 25,000 mile circumference ball doesn't have more than just 7 continents, Antarctica included. I'm not convinced of any of this. I'm not convinced that the North Pole is just ice or Antarctica. None of this stuff makes, really passes. In fact, what they're showing you is a straw man whenever they show you a flat Earth model, specifically when they have a disk in space, which is a hilarious proposition. Nobody believes that's the case. The very idea of flat Earth cancels out outer space. Nothing below, nothing above, as far as like things floating around. It eliminates that because we haven't even been there yet. We're making these vast assumptions about what's above hundreds of thousands, millions of miles, trillions of miles, light years away. And these are all assumptions. It's like we still don't know what's below more than 8 miles. I mean, the standard model would have you believe certain things, but we really don't know. And I'm not making the tortoises all the way down argument, infinite regress, because what I'm suggesting here is that it can be known if it's not already known. So I'm not making arguments from ignorance, and I'm not suggesting any kind of nihilism here, that it can't be known, that it's not for man to know, it's beyond us. I don't take any of that mystification seriously. I kind of think everything can be known. A lot of people kind of give up halfway, and they come to erroneous conclusions by giving up the search too soon. If I had stopped examining bizarre coincidences in the news 2 or 3 years ago, I might have thought, well, I'm just noticing a lot of interesting coincidences. Now, I kept on noting and noting despite people telling me not to pay any attention to the man behind the curtain, and I found that beyond coincidences, there is a definitive pattern. Not only a pattern, but there is actually a structure that gives you a predictive model that we have actually been able to reliably anticipate the events, the world events on the world stage as they're unfolding. And it's not that complicated. Netflix is literally a crystal ball. Watch everything on Netflix from 2018, 2019, and you'll know, or rather you'll see that you should have seen 2020 coming. You should know what's coming 2021. Dark winter's coming. So anyway, let me get back to this article. This is a flat Earth simulator based on a straw man. But regardless, John Walker, who's writing about it, says this. There's interactive recorded narration explaining the theory that posits that our planet is a floating disk surrounded by a wall of Antarctic ice beneath the dome of atmosphere. In this model, you can adjust the sun and the moon to see their effects and watch the flat disk of the planet rotate through its nights and days, and it's completely and utterly impossible to tell if it's a joke. So this is what I find most fascinating about this. This is the thing that brought me to this article. He doesn't find it laughable because it's a interesting construct to play around with, but I would posit that it's no more or no less ridiculous than the globe model. The disk in space is just as ridiculous as the ball in space. And flat earth theory does not have a disk in space. That's what's so kind of laughable about this. It's like, you guys are laughing at yourselves. The globe earthers are actually the flat earthers. That's the weird paradox. When they use the term flat earther, what it means to them is not what it means to the people who are actually looking into the theory, and it actually represents a form of projection. Yep. Globe addicts are the true flat earthers, and they're laughing at a disk in space while they're laughing at their own model, their own oblate spheroid. The flat solar system is a ludicrous proposition. The universe is flat. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just they're told to laugh at something, so they do. They were told that this model is funny. It's a ridiculous proposition. Well, someone took the time to create a very realistic simulator, realistic to people who are used to outer space CGI graphics. But he makes an interesting point here. He says this: first and foremost, let's make sure we're on the same page. Mocking people for believing in flat earth theory is cruel and unhelpful, even if mocking flat earth theory is necessary and enjoyable. So that's a great point here. A great point is this: just because somebody has a different concept that they're exploring doesn't mean that you ought to make fun of the person. Hate the model if you want, laugh at the model, but the person positing it is actually engaging in a thought process, which I think should be respected and it should be encouraged. If you discourage people from going out on a limb and thinking for themselves, then by default they become believers. The ones who are goose stepping 6 feet apart wearing spacesuits already to protect them from the devil virus. One more article. This is from freethemedia.uk. Why is denialism so widespread? It says, by definition, denialism is a term used to define people's denial of recent and very serious historical facts that are generally accepted. There are those who deny climate change, COVID-19, the Holocaust, evolution, AIDS, despite the amount of empirical and scientific evidence to support these facts. Denialism in human behavior is a deeply complex issue to deal with and very controversial. Those who practice it, in theory, by definition, are skeptics, critics, rebels, and dissidents. And these objectives are somewhat positive, but denialism can take the form of something very different. Now, here's where they're trying to minimize those of us who are questioning the news. They're suggesting this, that we're so scared of the news that we're taking refuge in an obvious fake reality. Oh, the reason why we say the school shootings are fake, or the terrorist attacks are fake, or climate change is fake, or space rocks are fake, is because we're afraid of those things. It says, quote, they try from a psychological point of view to protect themselves from experiences that exceed their ability to face and process them. Regression. It's suggesting this is a form of regression, that we're escaping. You're an ostrich because you don't believe in this or that, or you don't fear this. So being fearless is being equated with being a denialist. And I would say it's actually quite the opposite. We are ruled by fear, and you can just look around and see the fact that they're shutting down the world over fears tells you something here. And the people who aren't reacting appropriately are being called denialists. When, again, we're talking about science as an objective thing, and then there's the subjective. There is left-wing science and right-wing science, and it's super partisan. Denying left-wing science makes you a denialist. Well, again, we're talking about left versus right partisan things that shouldn't really have any bearing on objective facts, but they do. And that's how you know a lot of this stuff is nothing to be worried about. If there was anything real about climate change, it wouldn't be partisan left and right. If there was anything to the vax, mask, COVID-19 debate, it wouldn't be partisan. The right wing would already be dead. the vax deniers would already be dead. The anti-vaxxers wouldn't even be here. See, the thing is, anti-vaxxers would self-eliminate the same way that people who don't look both ways before they cross the street. You know, it's the process of elimination that happens naturally would preclude people who systematically refuse medication. It's a ridiculous notion that we're collectively sick and we have to be collectively healed. And I often liken it to sin as a construct. The religions want all the customers they can get. And if you don't believe you're a sinner, you're not going to make a very good customer for the priesthood. So they have to do everything they can to convince you of the error of your ways. So again, with the shape of the world being a conspiracy theory, well, look, the globe is a conspiracy theory. The flat earth is not a conspiracy theory. It's just the absence of the belief in this particular conspiracy theory. If anything, it's just a whole lot of questions. You know, flat earth is actually rejecting false explanations, not accepting false explanations. It's really been quite, I would say, a Jedi mind trick to shift the burden of proof from the promulgators of propaganda to the consumers. That's where the term conspiracy theorist actually has its advent. The CIA created the term to stain the reputation of anybody who didn't trust the mainstream news. So you're pre-convicted of being one of these theorists, which also has been conflated with racism. And that's becoming a bigger topic now, especially as we're dealing with a contested election. And this is the reason why I've been saying this is probably the specific reason why the term conspiracy theorist is given way to conspiracist, because conspiracist contains racist. Okay, one final line here. This is from freedomedia.co.uk. It says, questioning the moon landing or whether the earth is flat is relatively harmless. And it even comes to be fascinating to those of us who are Kubrick fans or have taken advantage of its heyday to revisit and discover that the theory of flat earth had already been rejected in the 4th century. The idea of a flat earth has been rejected, but there are other messages that question the foundations of science that are growing out of control due to the restrictions on movement and freedom that came with the coronavirus. Undoubtedly, the thinking of the majority is always potentially dangerous, but the scientific and historical consensus is necessary. So what he's suggesting here is that even though it could be dangerous when we have uber conformity and everybody thinking the same in a complete hive mind, it's important to have a, quote, scientific and historical consensus. And these are two interesting points here. Scientific and historical consensus. The idea that consensus somehow equates to truth, that 97% of scientists agree, therefore it's true. That's been one of the lines that's been repeated for decades about global warming. This argument from a panel of experts, logical fallacy. If there is anything true behind your statements, you wouldn't need logical fallacies to back it up. And that's, again, typical. Consensus says many people who have never seen the space station will claim that, well, so many people have seen it, I know it to be true. Not a valid argument. You remove the valid arguments, and what are you left with? And this is, again, why I really think that people back away from the edge. You find out that most of your answers that you've accepted are probably questionable, or they are questionable, but they're probably flimsy, if not entirely worthless. All right, thanks for joining. Go to theflatearthreport.com, sign up for the newsletter, and the podcast will be posted there daily.
going on? Maybe I called you minion. Still scanner. I don't know.
All right, thank you for joining. Today is November the 23rd, 2020. Go ahead and share this stream. I'll be right back.
I have been patching up some pretty significant relationship issues. And now that I have patched that up, I was flat some macking. Pop, 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 pop. Alright, pop. Alright, pop, 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 pop. Alright, pop. Alright, pop, pop.
Alright.
Pop. Alright, pop.
Okay, now that's a track which you can hear on the link below. Any of the music you hear at Infinite Plane Radio, you can find by going to tinyurl.com/infiniteplaneradio, where we have a growing list of tracks and something new, which I mentioned the other day, but I'll go ahead and just bring it up one more time. On Thanksgiving, we are premiering Southpole Season 1, Episode 1. It's the latest project to come out of the IPS think tank. The art, music, deepfakes, animation, script writing, and editing all took place in the member Discord server. This week's episode features tabloid drama, violence, pandemics, black market vax dealers, and more, but I don't want to spoil it for you. So if you want to join us this Thanksgiving, go to infiniteplanesociety.com and make sure you sign up for the newsletter or join at patreon.com/infiniteplanesociety and you won't miss it. You'll get a downloadable copy, in fact. It's intended to be a weekly, and it's poignant and educational as well as entertaining. Okay, so let's go into this. There's so much to talk about, and just to be clear, someone showed me a picture of the Washington Monument from above, and I'll just say it's pornographic if you know what it actually means. The word obelisk means ball's shaft, or shaft of ball, the organ of reproduction. And you look at the design from above, and it's pretty obvious what it means. Just so you know, the world's run by the ancient fertility cults, as it always has been. Here's another question I have for NASA, because I've been noticing some things about their claims. Like, one of the things they say they can do, and I understand you can defraud people out of certain things, maybe scare them into paying more taxes to avert climate change, but this is like next level. I mean, it's pretty bad that they're trying to create a market for moon rocks, whereas before, if you were trying to sell moon rocks, they would send a SWAT team after you. But now listen to this. Buried with the stars. Buy your deceased loved ones a plot on the moon. So space burials are no longer a thing of science fiction, and rich science fiction TV show producers are finally... This is disturbing, I think, because they're talking about firing your remains off into space, burying people on Mars. So my problem with it is, what happens with the actual cremains? So what happens with them? Are they stashing them illegally? Are they putting them in somebody's basement? Don Petit's basement, where all the stashed technology is? So it says they're only dealing with 6 pounds of ashes, says a retired NASA engineer. Our lunar service is going to be among the most popular. It will afford family and friends the permanence of an off-planet service and provides a constant reminder in the night sky of a loved one's resting place. Okay, it's only $12,500. Might be a little bit more, and you get to put them... Oh, look at this one. Another one. If you want a post-mortem orbit at the lowest possible expense, Elysium. They can put your cremains in a CubeSat, 4x4x4, and it will be part of a secondary payload so it doesn't take up space on a bigger launch. And yes, you could have yourself in a little cube floating around the ball Earth. Very believable. My question is, where are they stashing the remains? Like, isn't it criminal to... I don't know. It's just, there's something about stashing human remains. I don't know if I would trust them. I also have a picture here. This is the NASA launch director, Tim Dunn. I brought this up the other day. He's the one launch director who put a penguin, an unauthorized penguin, I might add, behind his seat.
To launch another rocket. Sentinel-6, Michael Freilich, is the third NASA LSP science mission to launch on a Falcon 9, and it will depart Earth from Vandenberg Air Force Base at Space Launch Complex.
So, not sure what to make about it, but they have indeed put a big penguin behind his desk. I've been looking at a lot of space photography lately, and it's not getting any better, but it's about to get better, I think, when they get into the colonization part. It's a lot easier when they're out there. But as far as their space photography and the launches, I'm underwhelmed. And they're real-time texting GIFs, as in animated jiffies. So concurrent with the launch, NASA's Twitter feed is like, okay, here it is, separation, and they're sending GIFs. It's a huge scam. Now, here are some live feeds just for your consideration. You know, there's something wrong with this. Okay, they're on the dark side of the Earth, and this is one of the main topics tonight. I think this is one of the main points that I wanted to bring up, is the apparent lack of a true Terminator outside of any NASA footage. Like, does the globe have a Terminator? So what you're looking at is the Earth from the night side, as seen from 200 miles above the surface, or 250 miles up. I mean, it varies, but you can see it's black. And you can also see that the entire horizon, the whole curve, is glowing. And that's because a spotlight, or a distant light source on a sphere, will in fact cut that sphere in half. It will bisect it. And that line is called the Terminator. Now, the thing is, if there is no Terminator, as in if you're looking left and right and you're not seeing a line bisecting a ball, well, there's got to be a reason for it. And here's my point. You can only have a Terminator line if we're on a ball. If we don't see a Terminator, if the sun's light recedes into the distance, into a point like a candle before extinguishing, then maybe we're not looking at a distant source and we're not sitting on a ball. It would imply a local light source, like a spotlight on a flat surface. And I'll show you what I mean. But my point is, they're fabricating the Terminator line constantly on all of their sunrises and sunsets from the space station. But you can see that this isn't how it actually happens, not only from your perspective on the ground, but even from higher up. So this is just another point. The Terminator is another hoax. So another point about this is, you'll often see images of the Earth, like from Apollo, where the night side of Earth is dark. You don't see any cities. It's black. Pitch black. So you have a Terminator, then it's dark. There's a shadow that the Earth is in, and you cannot see the cities. But then in more recent photos, like even with the space shuttle, it's dark. But the more recent images that were shown of the Earth from space on the night side, it's lit like Christmas. So I have to ask, well, which is it? You know, is it lit or is it dark? And on more recent photos, it's actually dark. I mean, lit. But the ones from Space Shuttle before, dark. And sometimes SpaceX will goof, I think. But now there's something else too. The shadow is back. So there are certain angles when it's traveling and you see the camera arm, you see some other components, you see the solar array. Well, there's one particular angle, and it's fairly easy to find. Boom, I just found it. And you saw me, I found it live. So here I am, an hour back from the Earth view, Earth seen from the ISS live stream. And I'm pointing the cursor next to some type of a mechanical arm, like where the elbow is. And what I'm pointing at is a shadow. And I knew this would be here because this is a mistake they've been making for a long time. I think this is the ESA. It's their side, the European Space Agency. But I hit play, and I'll turn on the soft calming music. And where the cursor is, and they'll say it's a smudge, but it's a smudge that's been here for years. It's actually a shadow that corresponds with the position of the ISS. It's the darndest thing. It's a mistake. I think it might be an artistic flair. Now, it's accurate. If this was real, and the sun was there, it would have a shadow in that position. But the thing is, it's a computer model built to the specifications of the programmer, and the programmer didn't think this through. So good job, computer. You correctly applied a shadow on the ISS, but the animator made a huge mistake, and they should have already corrected it. And I'm looking at the size of it. Okay, now here on the map I can see what could be. That's probably a city. It's bigger than a city. Have you ever had a shadow pass over your city? I mean, I'm in the path of an airport. I get planes flying over, and frequently the shadow blocks my window. But in this case, that shadow that I'm looking at, the spot on the Earth, and this is again a live stream, is probably bigger than Los Angeles. Like, it's a huge black spot. Again, I debated Red's Rhetoric and Fight the Flat Earth, two prominent NASA plants on YouTube, and they told me that I was crazy, that it's obviously a smudge. And I'm thinking, well, they've had, at least a year and a half to wipe that smudge off, and it's still there. And again, the smudge is perfectly tracking with the position of the space station relative to the Earth on this simulation. So I'd like your opinion on this, 833-311-1984. How do you feel about the shadow of the space station? 5 Minutes of Fame says, I have a video on my channel, Gravity on the Space Station. No one else caught it. Is that the video where the cosmonaut drops the screw and it clangs noisily on the floor? If that's the one, I'll play it now, because that's one of my favorite clips, one of my favorite bloopers. Okay, what are we seeing here? This is what I've been talking about. This is the type of movie technology that uses something similar to rear screen projection, but what you're really looking at is a series of LED panels that completely immerse you in this simulated environment. And what we're looking at is a movie stage that could easily be the place where they're faking everything. And that's something too. They will be able to, by using this technology, simulate any environment. Reflections and everything. No green screens. The usual stuff we catch them on, we're not going to catch them on. So what we're looking at here is a movie studio. Now, I don't know what movie this is for, because it looks exactly like actual NASA. So this could be a leak. I'll have to find out. And something else. There was a monolith. The other day, there was a monolith found. I believe it was in Utah. Okay, here we go. DPS crew discovers mysterious monolith from the air in a remote Utah wilderness. We are not alone. Mysterious object found in Utah. Now, I'm bringing this up. This is from November the 21st, 2020. Salt Lake City, Utah. The Utah Department of Public Safety helicopter was assisting a wildlife resource officer
Special edition of
when they spotted something from above. So they flew over it. They found it unintentionally. This was not part of their mission. They were counting bighorn sheep. Now, what they found is a 12-foot high object, and it looks like a Space Odyssey obelisk. Now, listen to this. We were there thinking that maybe NASA stuck something up there. Maybe there's a satellite bouncing off of it. They didn't think there was any scientific purpose to it. Maybe it was some kind of art form. He says, I'm assuming it's some form of new wave artist or something. Somebody that was a big 2001 Space Odyssey fan. Now, the reason why this story really stood out to me is that the Space Odyssey 2001, this is a movie from 1968. And I've been talking, since I've been discussing this concept of the metascript, how 1968 has been a template year for 2020. Even the little celebration of the death of Chadwick Boseman corresponding with the celebration of the MLK I Have a Dream speech. We were predicting many things that would be reoccurring elements. The riots, the DNC convention, and this entire summer has almost been a repeat of 68 on many levels. And we're not the first ones to comment on this, but we've been pointing out how these are intentional narrative frameworks. So it just doesn't surprise me that Space Odyssey, a film from 1968, centering around this monolith, this obelisk mysteriously appearing, would have a real-life counterpart happening here in Utah. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what that looks like. Again, it's a 12-foot tall...
Captain's log, stardate 11/18/2020. The crew of the Utah DPS helicopter traveled to southern Utah on a mission to count bighorn life forms with wildlife officers.
And he's like, whoa, 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 turn around. And I was like, what? And he's like, there's this thing back there. We got to go look at it.
The crew had spotted an object of unknown origin on the red surface.
Okay, the intrepid explorers go down to investigate the alien life form.
In the middle of the barren desert stood a mysterious metal monolith.
I would say it's probably between 10 and 12 feet high.
Yeah, it's just wild.
We were kind of joking around that if one of us suddenly disappears, then I guess the rest of us make a run for it. One of us.
So you see that here, it's 12 feet high. They don't know what it's for. Is it some kind of art installation? Well, I think so, but I don't think it's an accident that it's corresponding with 68, which is, again, we'll talk about that particular year and how it relates to 2020 later. Listen to this comment. This is really something straight out of a science fiction movie. Yeah, you think? I mean, look, Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick, 30th anniversary of the Apollo landing. He had Eyes Wide Shut released, where he, even with The Shining, with all these movies, he's always giving away something about what's happening behind the scenes. So it's just not surprising that this would turn up at this time. Not quite sure what it means. I mean, I guess we're the monkeys and we don't know what's going on. Again, this is all just, I think, fake news, and it's part of this bigger Metascript concept. Oh, by the way, yesterday was the 57th anniversary of the JFK assassination. Very interesting bits of news related to the 57th anniversary, and here's something that came up just on this topic. It had to do, and someone kept bringing this up. They said, what's the deal with this Memo 57? So it's probably some QAnon news, right? They said, look up JFK Memo 57. Quite a lot here if you go into this JFK QAnon rabbit hole, because they actually do believe that Trump is an agent of the Kennedys. So there's a number of people talking about this JFK National Security Memo 57, activated by Trump, supposedly to, I don't know, bypass the CIA or something. Anyway, timing of it's interesting. JFK National Security Memo 57 and the 57th JFK assassination anniversary. And you know how they are with numbers. I mean, I found some interesting little things with Trump and the number 58 being very encoded into his life and his various incarnations on the screen. In fact, Michael J. Fox, who may be faking it, according to Rush Limbaugh and others, Michael J. Fox actually came out like a couple days ago, and he said Donald Trump is Biff Tannen. And here's Biff Tannen looking like a strange amalgamation between, well, Trump and Elvis, I guess. Michael J. Fox has not minced his words when describing President Donald Trump. There have been many phrases used, but what he uses is, Biff is president. Every worst instinct in mankind has been played on by Trump, and that's anathema. Michael J. Fox says, when you see your particular group mocked, it's such a gut punch, it's senseless. There's no way I get up in the morning and mock orange people. Well, he just did. I thought orange was the new black anyway. Like, why do people suddenly orange man bad? Fox, who was diagnosed with a degenerative disorder of the central nervous system back in 1991, went public in 98, but was able to continue acting. Now, I'm going to just skip forward to this. The Back to the Future star spoke about his second retirement in his new book, No Time Like the Future. So this is where the number 58 and Donald Trump connects with this whole narrative of time travel, strangely enough, which is a big part of Donald Trump's backstory. If you look into this metascript and how his persona has been written into the world stage. But there's a number of things about his appearance as Biff Tannen in Back to the Future, which, by the way, anyone who's looked into it, Back to the Future, and all of you probably already know, most of you probably already know this, it's one of the movies that has, I think, the most significant amount of predictive programming about 9/11, years in advance. Which is something I've been bringing up again lately, because we're talking about this seeming scripted reality where major transformative events are planned decades in advance, and there are telltale signs. I've been finding quite a lot. And the symbols, the signs, the anniversaries are objective things that we can analyze. Someone says Justin Bieber performed at the American Music Awards after The Weeknd came out with prosthetics on. Yeah, I thought about that. Someone sent it to me. So if you don't know, it's a very popular conspiracy theory that Justin Bieber is actually deep faking it, wearing a hyper-realistic synthetic mask and portraying himself as Abel. Actually, his name is Abel something, but The Weeknd. So it's like his weekend gig or something. Now, the problem is it's tantamount to blackface, but maybe he's just trying to reach a different demographic. So I'm suggesting that The Weeknd does not exist. And I'm not the first one to suggest this. And I'm not going to go deep into this story, but there is a lot there. In fact, there's one article I think I would point you to if you wanted to look into this at all. And it was a Weeknd article from 2017. The Weeknd is the king of sex pop, GQ. Now, a couple of things about this. At this time, this is when I first looked into it, there was some article about he showed off his arms for the first time in his life. Like, how do you become, well, a massively successful performance artist and never show even, I don't know, your forearms? Nothing. But if you listen to this, this is from GQ, quote, "Here's something weird about The Weeknd. For a long time, The Weeknd didn't want anyone to know who he was. When people first became aware of him, no one knew what he looked like. They didn't even know if he was a person or a group. He was just a unique voice trained in the sacred arts of Michael Jacksonism, disembodied from the human who had possessed it." So when you dig into it, you find that he's kind of a recent invention. And there's some stranger stuff when you get into how many overlapping girlfriends and wardrobes he has with Bieber. Total side topic, but commenter brought up that The Weeknd performed. And I did see when he performed, he was wearing this bizarre headdress. Like, it was like a bandage around his head. Like fake wounds. And I'm like, is he just trying to really distance that? Michael says Justin Bieber performed, and after The Weeknd came out with prosthetics. Yeah, the blood part, right? The bloody stuff. Like, he's portraying the role of someone who just got beat up, like, I don't know, Rodney King or something. I don't quite get it, but his video for Blinding Lights came out long before the lockdowns, and it showed a locked down Las Vegas. And that was one of the songs that the dancing nurses were dancing to. It was part of the Blinding Lights challenge. A lot of predictive programming in that video. The Weeknd wore gloves at the AMA Awards, says Michael. Right, that's because people have noticed the matching hands. Kevin Defoe says Bieber plays 3 roles. No, now look, this is not a path I want to go down necessarily, but I'm just pointing out that you're looking at a Disney creation, and he's not the only one. It's actually kind of widespread if you want to follow this trail. There's every indication that Aisha Curry is also a fictional character portrayed on the world stage. And this is a hard thing for some people to grasp, but you have to think about it like this. You know the actor, you know the movies they play, but they tell you it's a movie. Well, what if they don't tell you it's a movie and you get snippets of a fictional character's life over a period of time? You know, you're just talking about really a movie played on the world stage, a psyop. And many psyops take the form of soap operas and dramas. It's not always the shootings and the terror attacks. A lot of psyops are apparently meaningless, but not really when you look into how these influencers are used. I mean, Alyssa Milano right now is really a shilling for that COVID crisis actress money. And that was probably her point. I mean, a lot of these actors and actresses, it's like, well, why is COVID? Well, two questions. Why is COVID only killing politicians and celebrities? Second question, if that's the case, why do we care? But really, the answer to the first question is the reason why it's only hitting celebrities and politicians is because they're actors and they're playing roles. So yes, Miley Cyrus, who, by the way, bought a 5-foot pizza for her dad for his birthday, along with drugs and a bubble bath for him and his pizza. I mean, this is what they said. This is what Miley said on a Joe Rogan podcast. She said, "It's my dad's birthday. He lives in the middle of the woods. No internet. I'm going to drop off a 5-foot pizza that I caught, along with some marijuana and a bubble bath." I just thought that's just the strangest thing. I mean, are there even ovens big enough to make a 5-foot pizza? I mean, she caught a 5-foot pizza, and this was on Joe Rogan. So you can make of that what you will. But knowing what I know from WikiLeaks, I kind of suspect that she caught him a slave. What else could it be? Cuomo is getting an Emmy. Governor Cuomo is getting an Emmy for his performance over COVID-19. I kind of think we should give one to Kyle Rittenhouse. There's a Taurus World Stunt Award. It's a yearly award ceremony held mid-year that honors stunt performers in movies. It's held each year in Los Angeles. So this was an award created by Dietrich Mateschitz, the founder of Red Bull. Does anybody here know if Gage Grosskreutz has been spotted? Has he attended any protests, or is he still in hiding? A lot of people want to see that arm to know if he is indeed, if he was indeed part of an actual shooting, or if that was something elaborate. And if it's not real, it's one of the most elaborate psyops that we've ever seen. It would probably require something like a lot of crisis actors, a closed set, but you're talking about a closed set in the middle of a city, no walls. So it's really something. But when you look at the money flowing into these places, after the 3 days of riots, Kenosha was given $42 million. And that's a common thing that we see with a lot of psychological operations. I remember after the Charleston shooting hoax, there was something like $29 million dropped off. I mean, really cashing in. That one was a whopper. Do you remember that after Dylan Roof shot up the church, they took him to Burger King for a Whopper? And this was just meant to outrage people. Like, look how well he's being treated, this racist killer. I mean, clearly that was, I think, a jab, just kind of giving away that the thing was a joke. Okay, look at this here. This is a picture. I just noticed something. I mean, I've always seen this, but it's starting to make sense now. Whenever you look at NASA working with their satellites, now we all know this is just bad art. Like this is just symbolism. This is religious art. I mean, it looks like shower curtains and Scotch tape and basically stuff you could find at Home Depot. It's meant to kind of mystify. Religious icons and artifacts are meant for the priests. But the thing I'm drawing your attention to is that they've always worn PPE because humans are too dirty to ascend into heaven. That's probably what it is, but it's actually more about, I think, the high priests. So the high priests of the New Age with our space heaven have already been wearing the PPE garb that we're all being introduced to collectively. And it is the scientists who are the priests in this new paradigm. And the ones who work in the space program are the high priests, the elevated. And that's just something I'm pointing this out because I think we're getting acclimated, into this new age religion where they've replaced all of the components of the old religions with modern counterparts that are far more palatable to people. You know, people who don't believe in sin believe in viruses, and they act puritanical as a result. Now, just to give them the benefit of the doubt, it's possible that many of the dupes working in the space agencies don't know what's really happening with their art projects. I think the only person, though, who, I mean, really, I think more than likely we're dealing with sellouts. I think the only person who legitimately believes they've ever actually gone into space is probably Don Petit. I mean, have you heard of that show, Space Cadets? It was a British reality TV show where they had 5 people convinced they were in low Earth orbit. And this is how they did it. They had to pre-screen all of the contestants. And here's what they looked for. So you had 10 people, half of them were actors. And the actors were there to keep the people from knowing that this thing was a hoax. So it says, in order for the hoax to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets would have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show, even given any production mistakes and implausible explanations. Now, this is key, because even though we're talking about people being recruited for a TV show where they're going into space and it's all fake, this pertains to each and every single one of us, because the metascripters, the ones who are formulating our shared worldview, they see us as cadets. We're space cadets on Spaceship Earth. So if we just reread it, in order for the hoaxes to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show, even given production mistakes and implausible explanations, as in conspiracy theorists. And they don't want conspiracy theorists talking because they find out the thing's a show. So listen to this. Here's how they filter out the inappropriate applicants. Psychological tests to single out highly suggestible, those who conform to groupthink. So, 1, they're choosing sheeple. So groupthink is a psychological phenomenon that occurs when a group of people in which the desire for harmony and conformity results in an irrational decision-making outcome. Oh, like putting a diaper on your face? Physiological tests to determine claustrophobia. Oh, here's another one. So in order to get on this spaceship, you had to dance blindfolded, without music, with others watching, to gauge your inhibition levels. So it says the intention was to obtain a group of cadets who were gullible, conformist, and ignorant about the show's matter. So they're ideally suited for appearing on reality TV. It says also that they sought extroverts, attention seekers, and characters who would catch the public's attention. Now this pretty much, though, it does tell you almost everything about what they seek out of, the regular news consumer. What they're seeking are people who are gullible, conformist, and ignorant about the nature of the show and the show's subject matter, as in they don't know it's fake. All right, let's move on. Again, that was Space Cadets. And there's going to be a new TV show on the ISS, actually. So the ISS is going to have a TV show, and then, of course, you have the Tom Cruise going up to the space station. But listen to this. A show called Space Hero will scour the globe for everyday people who will compete for a 10-day stay aboard the space station. So the only way they can do this is if the people that they pick, the space heroes, are in on the whole thing. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to hook somebody up to harnesses and let them live in the space station for a few days. But my point is this. Space Cadets was introduced openly as a hoax. So you watched it knowing these people were being duped, which is kind of how the elites watch us. But when this new show comes on, where they spend 10 days on the space station, the public is going to think it's real. And they've been angling for this for some time. I think they need to really do something to cement the existence of the thing, just in the face of all the contradictions that are being pointed out by people like us. Couple things here showing how scripted the world really is. Professional strongman Aaron the Rage Page dies at the age of 33 of COVID-19. Probably fake. Here's another one. Lil Nas's ex Roblox concert was attended 33 million times. The show gathered 33 million views in total across performances, which started Saturday and wrapped up with an encore. Right. Seems legit. Now this is Ice Cube. Now this is a fascinating one here. This is Ice Cube in a show called Are We There Yet?, where he admits that the CDC uses drills to test their system and that they can falsely put people into quarantine.
Yeah, how serious is this monkey flu? Not serious at all, because it's not true. See, the government likes to covertly test the emergency response system every once in a while to see how people mobilize, the authorities respond, and the public react.
Wait a minute, so this is just a drill?
Exactly. They do it all the time. You remember H1N1?
Yeah.
A drill. Remember SARS? Yeah. A drill. Y'all remember the bird flu? Was a drill too? No, that one was true. Don't mess with them birds. Well, what about my mom? Did they say she was a carrier? She just got back from Mexico. She got all kinds of symptoms, like cramping, vomiting. Did she drink the water? She said she just had margaritas.
Straight up or blended?
Okay, so you get the point here. He's talking about the drills being used to test the system and that these previous events, like the monkey flu, were fake. And then at the end here, he says, even though it's fake, they have to stay in quarantine because they're not supposed to know.
No, y'all have to stay here. See, the head of the CDC, they the only ones who know it's a drill. So if y'all leave, I'm sorry, they're going to have to take you out.
So we're stuck in this house for 12 more hours?
That's what the cards are for.
You're stuck in the house for 12 more hours. So he laughs about it. He leaves. This is Ice Cube, a show called Are We There Yet? About, again, quarantine under a false premise. In this case, in order to test the system. But who knows what else. I mean, that's pretty much the story. Okay, I have a few voicemails I want to play. Okay, it looks like we have 5 or 6 voicemails. Again, 833-311-1984. We'll start with, I think this is Donnie.
Hey, this is Donnie of the Dead from the Discord server giving you your, monthly COVID update from Southeast Michigan. So our hospitals are not all full. They average about 73% capacity. What's significant about 73% capacity is that that's like flu season, and that's like general hospital capacity. They have to keep people in beds to keep the lights on. So surgeries and so forth, we never sit at like 10% capacity ever. If they do, they send half the staff home on a regular basis. And we do see lower numbers in the summertime. So that's when we can be at like 50%.
Okay, he's talking about the whole thing about the capacity limits at the hospital versus what the media is reporting. I mean, I'm getting a lot of film your hospital related calls. A lot of people are doing that. So I'll be getting to that very soon when I revamp the site in the next couple of days. Filmyourhospital.com. I'm going to have to update it. 99% of the videos that I archived there have been banned.
Hey, what's up, Tim? Hey, this is Kevin from last night.
Okay, this is a caller. Let me see what he has to say here. Oh, he's talking about this is the December 21st Jupiter-Saturn conjunction.
What was another thing? Oh, so I was looking into the celestial event that's going to happen in the 21st of December, and it's very confusing and complicated. I'm just kind of learning about it myself, but I really feel like if you can understand it, I think that people need to hear from someone that can put it into words that we can understand and we can make sense of it. I really, I don't know very much about astrology, but I am listening to people that seem like they do, and it seems like this event is a huge event because it is between two solar eclipses. So you had the one in 2017, and then you have the one I think that's coming up in 2024. So this Jupiter Saturn retro causality, or this collision that they have, or where they come together, is a really big event. And I don't.
Okay, so he brought this up before. A lot of people are looking at this great conjunction. We'll get into that. I just got this link here. Somebody said that Chris Farley plays the role of a penguin named Spod in Billy Madison. Now, the significance to this. One, Chris Farley, another 33-year-old death faker, most likely, in fact, certainly came back as Rob Ford, Toronto mayor. Had a second death, possibly faked. But apparently he shows up in Billy Madison as a penguin named Spod. And if that's true, it's unusual, because Spod is one of our hashtags, speak penguin or die. Just a reference to, well, the only way to really do anything with this flat earth topic is to go south, or the movement or the concept pretty much dies. So let's go ahead and see.
Holy jeez. Look at what we got here. A silly...
Just remembered why I don't watch movies. Okay, so this is... What's his name? I'm glad I don't remember a lot of the... Adam Sandler. In fact, you know what's funny? Is Adam Sandler, I believe he had like boycotted, or not boycotted, he'd kind of like stepped down from SNL for some time, and he had not made an appearance on Saturday Night Live up until like a year and a half ago. Let me go ahead and bring that up so I can show you what I'm talking about here. Because he went on to talk about Chris Farley. Okay, watch Adam Sandler pay a tribute to Chris Farley, and this was in May of 2019. And again, this was kind of an interesting thing because he hadn't been there for some time. And the reason it's significant is this was right after we started talking about the Chris Farley-Rob Ford connection, which is not a difficult one to kind of reverse engineer. But anyway, let me check out this penguin scene. I want to see if this penguin's name is indeed Spod.
Here I come!
Okay, well, anyway. You know, one thing I won't miss. I mean, I hope Hollywood's dead. I hope people have given up on all these disgusting celebrities and this trash. Their movies are so senseless, and it's all brainwashing and propaganda. There's no really reason to watch it at all. It's all just to conform you. The entertainment is a side effect of the brainwashing. Kevin Defoe says, did you know that Laura Silsby tried to smuggle 33 kidnapped kids from Haiti? No, I didn't. Laura Silsby tried to smuggle 33 kidnapped kids. I kind of think I remember hearing something about, was she an... Yeah, this is the one. Found it. Idaho woman. Now, Idaho woman says she was trying to help, but yeah, she was illegally abducting 33. What is with that number? You know, just the other day, some 33-year-old called into the Rush Limbaugh show, crying about how he's ready to die for Trump if he has to. Side topic, but okay, so that's fascinating. She said she was trying to help, but the Haitian government is accusing Laura Silsby and 9 other American missionaries with illegally abducting 33 children. So that's kind of concerning. Not sure what came of it, but again, an Idaho woman, that kind of strikes me as interesting, because if you look at Idaho, and this was something that just came to my attention this summer, it definitely looks like, well, if you look at the picture of Idaho, you have to see for yourself, it looks like Joe Biden's profile. Like when he's sniffing. Like it's literally that. Okay, I have a few more voicemails I want to play, but I'm going to go ahead and open phones. Anybody else wants to call in, 833-311-1984. But yeah, it's pretty clear. If you look at Montana and Idaho, it's clearly Joe Biden. Don't know how they pulled that off. Is that a Mandela effect, or was it always like that? There are Mandela effects that affect geography, apparently. They say that South America used to be right below North America, and then it moved, and it shifted or something. Okay, so let's go back to the topic of the day. So many things. We're talking about this. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse being out, that's kind of an interesting thing. I think it's part of a broader story. His attorney is very popular right now, and he's one of the major proponents of the notion that the election has been stolen. And it's such a huge divide. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, good morning, Tim.
Hey, what's up? Hey, 1 second here. There you go. What topic are you calling on?
I probably could think of 3 or 4, but we'll start off with post-election, the state of America, I guess the world too, because whatever we do here kind of affects the whole world.
Right. Well,
so where's the president? I'm actually getting nervous because I'm like, where is the president? This guy's been all over TV for like the last 5 years or whatever, and I haven't seen him like anything new where he's getting out there and kind of defending his position. Haven't seen it. What do you think is going on?
Oh, yeah, it's probably strategic. How many days has he been missing? 17? I mean, I think it's all a game. I kind of think it's written in advance, the outcome. So what I actually expect, and I've said this a few times, and I actually put my money on this on BetMoose, I think that it's meant to divide the country and to create such a schism that the left will hate the right and we won't unite against the medical tyranny. And the way they'll accomplish this is they're going to let Trump take it after the left steals it fair and square.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like what could we use to predict the future. I'm in my early 40s, so I grew up with like Star Trek Next Generation in the 90s, and that was like a lot of programming. You know, I remember being like a teenager. Not everybody had cell phones yet, and I remember like watching Star Trek back in the day and said, they've been showing us these communicators for 20 years and we still don't have them yet. And it was like funny, like 5 years later, everybody had a cell phone. So there are some things that they showed us in that show, years ago that come to reality, like one little bit at a time. So I'm guessing eventually we're all going to end up having to fight the board. That's what's coming.
Now, have you seen the Back to the Future series where Donald Trump is clearly written into the character Biff Tannen?
Yeah, I saw them all in the theater, every one of them.
Okay, now check this out. This is why I think that this stuff goes way far back. There's a show, a Western, that came out in 1958. And the release date was May 9th, 1958. And the episode was called End of the World, about a guy named Trump who becomes a leader, builds a wall, and they kill him. That was 1958. Well, 58 years later, he becomes president. And then what's weirder is Quantum Leap, the time travel show, has an episode that takes place.
Show. I used to watch it when I was a kid. Quantum Leap, that was a good show.
Well, they have a show where the episode date is May 10th, 1958. And in that episode, Donald Trump appears with his father, and he's only 12 years old.
I think did you play a clip of it? No, maybe I found a clip of it. I think I just went on YouTube and typed something like Donald Trump the Time Traveler, and I think I found like just a 3-second clip of the Quantum Leap episode. So yeah, that's pretty weird.
Oh yeah, and then so that
another weird thing about that show is I was thinking about it. I said, yeah, on that show when I was a kid, he was always talking to his hologram buddy. Now, that show was like 1985. I'm like a little kid at that time. And he's like talking to his hologram, and his hologram buddy is holding this thing all the time. Like, he was like, hey, we got to figure out what's going on. We got to find out, he was always trying to like solve the case or something, try to like fix the future. That thing he had in his hand was like a smartphone. They were showing us smartphones back in like 1985. and now everybody has one. It's pretty weird.
Oh, that's a great point. And that's kind of prescient because, not even The Matrix and other futuristic films caught the smartphone as the next development. They were still using landlines, when the author of that series predicted the future. But the thing is, yes, Donald Trump has been written into the world stage back for decades. And it's timed with it's coordinated with numerology. For example, 58.
I had the Donald Trump board game in like 1987. There was like just a board game, like Trouble, the Pop-O-Matic Bubble. There was like the Donald Trump edition. Something, it wasn't Trouble, but it was something like a game, a card game. I don't remember. But we had it in my house. So yeah, Trump's been like a household name my whole life. He's been part of pop culture.
That's exactly. So like there's no way you escaped him. So he's in this show in 58, and then 58 years later he becomes president. Then 1985 is the year where Back to the Future takes place, where he's Biff Tannen, and it shows a future Donald Trump as president. And they consciously made it about him. Then you have the Baron Trump Time Traveler series, which has all kinds of weird coincidences. But my point is,
creepy.
Between 58 and his election is 58 years. And do you know how many stories Trump Tower is?
No idea. 85 floors.
That was my guess. Actually, it's 58. 58. Plus, he was
58
when he married Melania. So it's called the Trump 58 Matrix. And what it is just all these startling coincidences, highly indicative of a person who was planted here to play a specific role.
It was just a little while ago you were saying everything on TV now sucks. It's funny how we can all rattle off all these great pop culture movies, Indiana Jones, all this stuff that came out when we were kids. Like, I don't know anything that's new. I don't know anything really past like 2005. Everything's like garbage now. I'll try to watch a movie every once in a while, and I can only make it like 15 minutes, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna go back on the internet and see, because I guess I could, browse 3 or 4 subjects, at the same time. I could listen to this. I could watch a little documentary, then I could switch to something else. And like the old media just sucks. The old news sucks.
Good point. Old media sucks.
Funny.
I was watching Blade Runner with some friends, and I was embarrassed because I recommended it. And I'm like, wow, this is so boring, so ugly, so god-awful. What a waste of time. And it was boring, but they had a captive audience. But yeah, really, so much garbage out there. And that's why I hate having to dig back through this stuff, but I mostly get it through clips. Newer stuff, Netflix, I've watched a lot of stuff on Netflix to predict the future, and you can tell it's far more overtly political than ever. It's practically a documentary, propaganda, and entertainment mixed into one. It's really just a sick amalgamation, and they don't even hide it anymore, that it's just purely agenda-driven.
Yeah, sometimes I'm having a hard time figuring out if this world is actual physical reality, or are we stuck in some kind of ginormous holodeck? I guess it wouldn't really even have to be that big if they really had holodecks. I mean, it could just be like the size of it could be like a really big Chuck E. Cheese for grown-ups in the future. Just like all the walls are moving. Just like you were talking about, like there's the new technology, like where they're getting rid of blue screens and green screens. So, like I was saying with Star Trek, Next Generation, Picard, all that cool stuff in like 94, every once in a while he would just go take a trip in the holodeck, the captain. He'd be like James Bond and stuff, or what was it? Not James Bond. He would be like Sherlock Holmes and stuff, trying to solve the case. And sometimes I look at our world and I'm like, what if I'm just a character stuck in the holodeck? I'm not even the main character. Just a little blip, like an NPC. I don't want to be an NPC, but I got a question. How do I know?
Have you looked at Westworld? That TV series. I think it's HBO.
Yeah, it's a really good show. I watched that. That's about it. There hasn't. You were asking the other day, like, does anyone still watch The Walking Dead? There's like probably 3 or 4 shows that I watch. I've watched all of Westworld, The Walking Dead. It's a good show.
So the Westworld has this concept of NPCs finding out what they are, that they're not the main players and they're not in control, and then that the people who go to Westworld are able to do whatever they want. and they're stuck in something like it's sort of a Matrix thing, right? The Westworld concept. But the thing about Westworld is you have the creators around a table, which is a miniature, a scale model of where all these NPCs are. And to me, that reminds me of the Hunger Games, where you have the elite gathered around a table and they can influence what happens on the actual game board. Same with Clash of the Titans, the gods around a circular table. And that's such a reoccurring symbol that, yeah, sometimes I think we're in if not a simulation in any metaphysical sense, but yeah, we're in a false paradigm, and who knows? But I just get the feeling that it's run by people who aren't among us.
Yeah, Clash of the Titans, that's another good movie. I even like there's the old Clash of the Titans from the 80s, and then there was another Clash of Titans, came out in the early 2000s. Either way, if we're just an electronic simulation, or even if we're like a simulation of flesh, meaning maybe our whole world is real, but it's just kind of owned by like these, 20 gods fighting and playing with our world. Maybe not even fighting. Maybe it's just like their entertainment world. And I started thinking the other day, it's like maybe we're the actual currency, the people. Like we're like those social security numbers. Those are like receipt numbers. Those are ownership numbers, and we're the currency. And maybe they can take us over every once in a while. Like so, when you hear about like MK Ultra stuff, and people just start doing funny shit, and then they don't remember it. Maybe the gods just took you over. Play with you for a little while.
These are interesting ideas. I mean, the concept of possession is very fascinating to me. Last night, somebody brought up the idea, I think it was a caller, who thinks that the elite have some technology to reincarnate into new cloned bodies. It sounds insane, but they're talking about a science behind transplanting consciousness itself. And that's kind of analogous to the idea of AI, of finding some way to house disembodied consciousness in a physical receptacle. And that is it's one of these areas where it's sci-fi, but magic kind of crosses the same territory. In fact, the guy who wrote The Matrix, William Gibson, wrote a book called Count Zero about spirits in the voodoo pantheon mixing into cyberspace in the future and possessing people the same way Agent Smith would.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, science fiction though. Science fiction has always been one of these areas where it's a mix of, I think, predictive programming and pretty much just telling us in a new paradigm what they're really into. So much sci-fi just seems to be a cover for something else. So what do you think about the prospects of shipping people into simulated Mars bases underground? You think they're ready to pull that off? The public's sufficiently brainwashed?
Yeah, of course. I don't know who would want to go though. I don't know if like people still have that, the exploration spirit. Like who really? Why would you want to see the stars? They keep telling us that there's nothing out there. That's the weirdest thing about space. Is like, wouldn't you think if it's as old as they say? When you look out in space, you should just see like flying cities everywhere, but there's nothing out there. So that's when I look kind of like that's all got to be fake, or there's just nothing there. That's not even there. Could all just be a hologram. I had like this idea the other day. I was like, what if you could like just freaking make it towards the ice wall, and you just like go right through, no problem, like a hologram. Like it's not even there. So that's like a big pixelated hologram. And on the other side, God knows what. I mean, like you said, it could just be more land.
Yeah, I think that's more likely.
What if it's like the future?
Given the nature,
like the future.
Well, if greed is the main thing,
we're on the village. Yeah, we're on the village. That's where we are. We think it's 1775, but out there it's actually a whole modern world. And that's a fun idea to try to think, geez, what the hell is out there? What if it's like actually the year 3500 or something? Something ridiculous. And so then why did they invent this world? That's even a really fun game to play, because then you can think in your head, there's at least 5 different reasons somebody would make this place. One, we wanted to make it because we hate the outside world, just like the village. We wanted somewhere kind of peaceful where it's always 1985. Or we could be their entertainment. We could be like their TV show and they're just watching us for shits and giggles. That's another option. I don't know.
Now that
What do you
sounds
think?
that one sounds very consistent with the character of the gods, especially if you look at the Homeric epics like the Iliad, or the gods are cruel. They laugh at man. They
The cave.
mingle. They
The
can't.
cave.
Yeah, and they can't keep their hands off human. So to me, I kind of think it could just be not necessarily a cruel joke, but I don't know. There's something like the demiurge concept that sometimes I wonder. There's something so diabolical about the use of psychological operations to manipulate billions that, yeah, I think there's something else here. And let's say that you're right and that we're in the village and that they're far more advanced if you make the exit. That's quite an incentive to GTFO because you probably can get your hands on life extension or who knows what.
Yeah, Elysium. I was thinking in Elysium, like that's like the moon. That's like the other side of the moon. I have a hard time with the moon. It's like you never see, like, if you're into art, like I know you're an artist. I used to do a lot of art when I was a kid, and you learn about perspective early on. None of these moon shots ever, like you don't ever see miles and miles and miles of distance of perspective. No, it looks like a freaking stage the size of a auditorium. That's it.
Yes, because the old school rear screen projection and even their original moon landing footage, that was all done in a small area trying to give the illusion of depth. But there was no accurate parallax with the distant land features. And so, yeah, it looked very compressed and there was no moonscapes. But the new stuff they're going to do when they get back on the moon, it's not going to be like that. We're going to see miles of moonscapes. And it's going to be impossible to debunk.
You know what I hope it is? Like if there's all this different predictive programming and something that we've seen in the last 20 years in pop culture is about to happen, I wish it were The Walking Dead. Oh, that'd be great. If like everybody was just like getting this little tickle in the back of their throat, like because like we're all already infected, and then just one day you're gonna be driving to work, driving downtown, and you're gonna see some Walking Dead. That would be awesome. I don't know about like World War Z super running zombies. Wouldn't be cool. We wouldn't stand a chance. But I mean, if you gave me like a katana and a samurai sword or something like that, Walking Dead, that would be pretty cool. If I could pick, I don't think it'll ever happen, but if I could pick, that would be the fun. And you know what our gang would be? There's always gangs on that show. Our gang would be the Penguins. We'd all like wear badass masks to it like penguins.
Well, look, I've looked at all these various movies, and one thing, the newer iterations, and even George Romero, who did Night of the Living Dead, and Night of the Living Dead, by the way, that came out in 1968. Another interesting 1968 film that has relevance in 2020 for a few reasons, but that movie was the first to feature a black lead character, and he was killed at the end by the rednecks who didn't even bother to check if he was a zombie. They just shot him. And that was, of course, the year that MLK was shot, and people thought it was a very sinister or twisted thing, or it was just to, draw some attention. But whatever it is, in that movie, the dead were like the dead. But in the newer ones, like World War Z, they move like the Terminator. And it's like they kind of destroyed the whole concept. And I think George Romero had some issues with that because the zombies are supposed to be a certain way. But what we have right now, though, it's not really zombification. It's more like invasion of the body snatchers than anything.
Oh, totally. Yeah, that's a good one right there. I just thought about that. It's weird how in I Am Legend with Will Smith, man, talk about a crazy actor. This guy has fought off zombies, aliens, artificial intelligence. I mean, that guy should run for president in another 20 years because he's already faced all the worst that nature can throw at us. But in I Am Legend, that was the first time I ever heard of the concept of somebody or scientists using a disease to battle another disease. Like in the beginning of the movie, they said, well, we're trying to defeat cancer with a modified measles or rabies. Well,
yes.
Like now, 20 years later, they're saying, well, yeah, we're trying to engineer viruses or whatever to battle other viruses. I'm like, Jesus, how long is it going to be before we get those I Am Legend vampires we're gonna be screwed.
Well, I think it was in 28 Days Later, the virus was like they had isolated the hate gene or something, and it turned everybody wild or something. I've been the zombie movies have been a mainstay for a reason. It's all propaganda, and it sets the premise of this universal enemy that can be anybody, and the government has to step down. And I think that's one of the big scams. And right now, the movies are all kind of the same. They're all pretty much post-pandemic. There's a movie right now about COVID-23, and it looks like a horror movie about being locked down and the police going into people's homes and seizing them. It's like they couldn't create it in real life, but if they can create the impression of it on TV, the quarantined people will think it's really happening like that. Because were you listening to this channel back during the Film Your Hospital period of time? March, April, May.
This year I started listening again around July.
Because what
I was following you back in 2017. I stopped listening for a bit. I think you just disappeared and I didn't know how to find you. But this year I found you around July.
Okay, because the thing is, we were looking at the Film Your Hospital phenomenon because you had all these nurses just twerking and dancing and fooling around in the hospitals, and it was so widespread that eventually people figured out that nothing was really happening to correlate with the news. But as long as people were quarantined, the illusion worked. You would look out your window if you lived near a hospital, and you would see tents outside, like they were so full that they needed more room outside, which is a ridiculous notion, but empty tents everywhere convinced people of it. So I'm just saying that whatever they put on the TV replaces reality for the people who never leave their homes. And this virus meme has just been like a mainstay of sci-fi for so many years that nobody's ever really questioned it. So what's your stance on that, by the way? Do you think it's exaggerated or altogether fake?
What, the virus?
Yes.
I don't know if any viruses ever existed. Now I'm wondering, is any of that true? That germ theory is true. I think it goes back to another movie, 12 Monkeys, where Bruce Willis is in the nut house. He's time travel, ends up in the nut house. He's talking to the Brad Pitt character, and he first talks about Semmelweis. I was like the first guy to say, hey, there's these germs, and nobody believed him at the time. And I couldn't imagine that, 25 years later, now I'm actually questioning the germs even exist. I own a microscope, not a really, really great one, but good enough to look at maybe an amoeba size something or other, but you can't see viruses under anything like that.
Right. It's almost like a superstition analogous to demonology or something. And I think that's the case. We're given this notion that people used to use superstitious explanations for scientific things or things that science would later discover. But what I'm actually finding more often than not is that superstition is masquerading as science. Because, look at the power of the existence of a virus to reshape the world. How convenient for all the authoritarians who can now regulate every single person and monitor and track their every transaction. And it's remarkable. And it's a complete reset of society based on this invisible threat that has a practically 0% chance of killing you. This is the other thing too. Where's the bodies? If people saw bodies, maybe this thing would work for a long time. But I don't know. This caused me to become such an absolute skeptic that I'm actually doubting the very existence of viruses themselves.
I can't get sick. I cannot get sick. Let me tell you, I lick my fingers. I put my hands on my face. The more they tell me not to do it, I'm going to do it just to see. Would I get a cold? Would I get a sore throat? And this is like the first year of my life, I can honestly say. We're almost in December. It's almost the end of the year, and I haven't missed a day of work. This is supposed to be the apocalypse, right? It's supposed to be like the time people are supposed to get sick, and I haven't gotten a cold anything all year. I've done some nasty shit where I thought I was going to get sick, and I won't.
So do you think 2020 is as bad as everybody says it is, or have you been having a more or less good year aside from the psychodramas?
everything that sucks about 2020 is engineered. They made it happen to us, but we didn't have any hurricanes this year in Florida, in this part of Florida. No crazy storms. I mean, overall, I worked every day. I made money. Yeah, everything that bad that happened was either on TV, on the news, or, government is making it happen. There's no natural catastrophes happening in my part of the world. I don't know.
Right. It's mostly a perception thing. I think it's a psy war. And the mask is something that makes it real. And I don't even stress about it. To me, there are more important things to worry about. But I actually think that the mask is a psychological prop analogous to the post 9/11 flags. And the main purpose of it is virtue signaling. One was to make you more patriotic, and the other one's to make you stand in solidarity with the global government. But it's the same kind of ploy. And everybody had like a compulsory let's roll American flag bumper sticker after 9/11. And you didn't speak out against the country. You might as well put a American flag bumper sticker over your mouth. So to me, the mask is just a way to signal compliance, but I don't really think it's going to stick around. And so I don't really feel that 2020 is as bad as anybody is really saying it is.
Yeah, let's hope 2021's better. I'm still trying to figure out if I can trust what's happening with the president. I mean, there'll be like times where I go through moods where I love the guy more than anything. Like, am I really succumb to the mind manipulation? For our side, there's like competing frequencies out there trying to like own your mind and take over your mind, possess you, like you were saying. And there'll be times I love this president, and then it's like, wait a minute. Maybe they got me. Maybe they got me with their funny radar. God knows. Is he going to fix this damn country? Because, I mean, like, I don't hate everything about the left, but, like, what they've turned into. Like, look, Democrats from 20 years ago, I didn't hate them. But now it's pretty much turning into, are you a globalist or not a globalist, I'm not a globalist. I'm for freedom.
Right.
So,
and I want to make that clear, too.
Do we have anybody fighting for us?
Just because somebody has a different political opinion doesn't mean you hate them. A lot of people get so polarized, and it's like, I don't really hate any Antifas or Democrats or protesters or whatever. I just like, we're analyzing this thing objectively. And so that's not really where I'm coming from. But yeah, when I'm looking at this big story here, it's kind of like, well, is Trump a rogue? Is he opposing the New World Order? He seems to be in certain areas. You look at the Paris Accord. You look at how flippant he is about the global warming scam. He admits the scam meant to economically cripple people. So I could see why people would, put some measure of faith in him. It's certainly a better option than Biden. But as far as getting emotionally enraptured in the whole thing and getting ready for civil war, I don't know. I'm reaching for my popcorn, not my ammo.
I think you should have a combination. You should have a combination of Glock magazines, boxes of 9, because it's like a good intermediate round. You can store lots of it. You should have a machete. You should have a tomahawk, and you should have bags of popcorn, maybe some tuna fish, and just in case.
Okay, wait. You brought up a machete. So I was watching very closely a lot of the violence on the riots, and I saw an individual with a machete running out to defend a bar that he liked. And they took him down with rocks, and once they took him down, they kicked him until he was just contorted like a pretzel or something. So I was like, well, how do you deal with mobs in close quarters? Because one thing I realized about mobs is that the individuals who are part of a mob no longer worry about their individual safety. They become part of a Borg, like Voltron or something. And I think
I don't know. I live somewhere where there's more of us than there are of them. I hate to say it, in the part, it doesn't even matter if I tell you where, but in this part of the country, there's more patriots. So there would never be a riot here. If it happened, you would see just regular people getting out of their cars. Everybody's armed. We have some of the best gun laws in the country, and there's no crime here. I mean, compared to other places I've lived, it's a very safe place. So We don't take any shit in this part of the country. I'm always armed. Usually today, when I go out into the world, I have 2 guns on me. I have a full-size Glock in my, my bulbs, and then I'll have, small 380 in my pocket because the world is that dangerous. And then a backpack with at least 6 loaded magazines in it, just because the world is nuts. Not that I have the will to do any harm, but if you pull me out of my truck, I'm going to go out shooting. You're not going to stop my head in. Hell no. But that doesn't happen in this part of the world.
That's one thing that I did see as well. The people who thought that they could argue with the mob, like, so they're at your car. It doesn't matter what party they're a part of. If it's an angry mob, it's not like you can debate with them. And if you don't have overwhelming force, you pretty much lose. So yeah, you're better off with guns than a machete. I think the best option, of course, is to obviously avoid those types of things anyway. But
don't even move to those parts of the world where that's a possibility. You think I'm going to go to Detroit? Never in a million years. You think I'm going to go to Portland? No way. Where I live here, it's pretty damn safe because everybody knows that everybody else is carrying too. So you'd be foolish to start shit.
Yeah, Portlandia is a mess. And that's an interesting thing too. Chazistan, Portlandia, just watching it this summer live, it was like watching Animal Farm, where you saw...
We have the right to shoot looters here. Our governor just passed a law where you have the right to shoot looters. If somebody tries to pull you out of the car, you don't have to explain anything. The cops are going to say, they're not going to say what happened here. They're going to know there was a riot and you were defending your life,
Wait a minute. You can
our governor's pretty kick-ass here.
You can go Kyle on it. So what does that mean exactly? Like, so there's a riot downtown. It means that if you have a business there and they're in your business, I mean, because clearly they wouldn't want people actually going out there.
Shooting from the rooftops. You start shooting from the rooftops, just like the Dawn of the Dead remake when they're on top of the mall with bolt actions. We have the right to do that shit here.
Interesting. Well, to me, the whole thing was so scripted and planned. A lot of the looters and rioters were bussed in, and clearly, I think it's just it's an election year strategy, and I wouldn't be surprised if Trump wasn't. Well, I don't know. I don't say he paid for it, but I will say I think he benefited from the riots because it gave people a pretty clear dilemma where you have to choose law and order or chaos and revolution. And that's not a hard decision for working people to make.
Yeah, I'm for order, man. I'm all for order. I mean, there's a time for a little bit of chaos. That's like what video games are for. We all have this urge inside of us, like an animal could just punch something sometimes, Sometimes I think to myself, if we were all alive at any other time in history, 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, what would your chances of making it to full adulthood and never having to kill another human being? Maybe it's just part of nature, and that doesn't happen anymore. Our world is so safe, and it's causing some kind of like reaction, like maybe that's where certain personality disorders come from, because we don't even have the ability to express our instincts anymore. Almost like if you took a chimpanzee and put him in a zoo, he would be like rocking and shaking in the corner because you put him in a concrete cage. He can't climb a tree like a natural chimp or whatever. That's what's happening to people today.
I think you're right.
I think you're become tame.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, and I think that this is one of the things I've been following here. It's the meta-scripted storyline. Like you got the Derek Chauvin and the George Floyd drama. These dramas, I think, are playing on existing tensions that they create. And so I do think that that when I say they, I mean whoever's controlling the media, I think they believe that they can convince people that they are indeed, violent and that that's the way life is supposed to be. I think that's kind of like misinformation and slander. Like they want us to think that we're inherently violent were it not for the state. But, I don't think that the human, all the zombie movies kind of suggest the same thing. Like if the government shuts down, we're instantly going to become cannibals. Like aside from Alex Jones, most people don't think that way.
I got to go to work, Jim. I'm going to tell you right now, this show, Infinite Plane Society, is in my top 3 favorite things about the internet. I don't know what the other 2 are. I'd have to sit and think about it for a minute. But this show, I don't watch TV anymore. Everything's boring. I'll watch little clips of things, and I always come back to this. I'll listen or watch it for couple hours, go do something else. It's always there. You're always in rotation. And I think you're doing a really great job. Long live the Infinite Plane Society. You have a nice day, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it very much. Have a great day. Join us on Thanksgiving. We're premiering Southpole. We appreciate the call. Good night.
You know it.
All right. Caller has to get to work, and an essential worker, obviously. And yes, on Thanksgiving, we are premiering Southpole. So if you go to infiniteplanesociety.com, I have a blog post. It says, Southpole season premiere, 11/26. I brought this up earlier. I'll put a link in the chat. It's going to be a weekly cartoon. If you want to get on the waiting list, it's not going to air for 3 more days. If you're in our Discord server, it's always in production. We're actually working on episode 2 as we speak, so you can get involved. We need voice artists, meme artists, illustrators, animators, writers, meme techs, really anybody with anything that they would like to enter into it. The whole thing has a musical score. There's music, and it's eminently bannable. It's as offensive as could possibly be. Imagine if, well, I'll let you make up, I'm not going to give you any spoilers. That's the whole thing. I don't want to set your expectations, but yeah, it's going to be in 3 days. Okay, I have another voicemail here. It looks like a bit of numerology. Let's take a look.
So 239 days is a number that came up. And like I said, it was 239 days from 3/11 until 11/9. And that was the day 11/9 that they came out and they said they had the vaccine. So I kind of looked at they birthed like their savior, their savior for, the world religion. And then I saw a bunch of bizarre coincidence today about 239, and the date in which we had our last solar eclipse was, I think it was 9/23/17. So again, you have the 239 in there with the 9/23.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to have to look at a calendar here, but look, there are some alignments that they do go by the day. We were looking at this peculiar thing back in July. It was actually July the 13th, where there were 3 different 33-year-olds who were killed on the same day, which happens to be 113 days from November the 3rd, or 113. A number of strange alignments like that. And you can find other things, like, for example, after September the 11th, 2001, exactly 911 days later, you had the 3/11 attacks in Madrid. Or you have, on the 19th anniversary of 9/11, 19 million recoveries from COVID, 911 deaths. Much more as well. Rudy says, cannot wait. It's going to be epic. Southpole. Yeah, Southpole is a concept we started working on actually a couple years ago. We kind of came up with it, but now we actually have a team of animators working around the clock. It's a lot of fun. Again, we need all the writers we can get. We're trying to do this every week. And as you'll see in the Discord server, if you go to the Southpole section, we're definitely keeping it topical. All right, let us go ahead and continue. Yeah, I'm not going to give any spoilers. Okay. I got so many damn memes, but I don't want to get lost. Okay, AMA says racism is a threat to public health. So the 3 pillars of the New World Order Church, these are 3 things that you have to accept. It's like a trifecta. What you have is global warming, the pandemic model, and systemic racism. Global warming is your eschatology, your judgment, your wrath of God. Virus, the pandemic model, is the sin. COVID-19 is your devil. And systemic racism is how they've redefined evil. And this is the evil they need to purge from the world. So this is all, again, a religious overhaul of society. That's why they say if you're not wearing your mask, you're being, quote, selfish. They're converting people into a collectivist mindset where your selfish interests take a back seat to the collective. So that's where we are headed with this new church. And systemic racism, if you ask me, is a conspiracy theory. It's a leftist conspiracy theory. And they're always calling others conspiracy theorists, but this is a big one. And it's very damaging because, much like blood libel, it assumes a certain group of people are inherently damaged, evil, biased, in need of a cure, in need of re-education. It's a deep slander here. So it says, as physicians and leaders in medicine, we are committed to optimal health for all, and we're working to ensure that people and communities reach their full potential. Recognizing race as a social construct, we will have additional moves to promote anti-racist practices, support the end of the practice of... Anyway, this is, to me, politicizing science. And it's all part of this medical tyranny anyway, where your scientists are now able to talk about right now they're actually having a huge impact on free speech. Like, your thoughts, your opinions are now a threat to public health. There's actually a blogger. His name is, well, I don't even want to say his name, but there's this blogger who accused me or blamed me for deaths. He blamed me and Infinite Plane Radio for COVID-19 deaths. That people who are dying because they don't believe it or they don't believe it's real, and it's my fault. I mean, that would be like saying that, oh, well, Christopher Hitchens, an atheist, caused people to turn away from the church, and so God punished them. Like, how does he know? How do you establish that I'm somehow responsible? And a lot of it's on them. The ones who wear the masks and still leave their houses. The ones who drive with their masks on. The ones who believe that they're super spreaders and agree with the lockdowns. Like, if you agree with the lockdowns, you should never leave your house. And I don't see any legitimate fear anymore. I remember when this thing first started, I would see people's eyes and they would look a little leery of everybody. Now, I don't see any fear. Now it's almost a smugness. You know, it went from fear to embarrassment. Now they're smug. You know, it's just a series of transitions that people went through to where they're part of the new normal and they're no longer actually afraid of anything. I don't see it. It's one of those things you can't even prove it. You can talk about the damned souls in hell who didn't get saved. They didn't get vaxxed before they died, so they couldn't get to heaven or whatever. You know, these are just metaphysical threats. You know, you're angering God by not recycling, so you're going to get global warming. You know, these are just threats playing upon primal fears. Fear of the sky is a big one. You know, I always notice the dog starts shaking and hiding whenever there's clouds because they know it's going to rain. It's a very primal thing. You know, it's just they instinctively go into this response mode. Okay, I have to get cover. And I think it's the same with human beings, that we're threatened with very primal things. And you saw how people responded with the race to stock up on toiletries. There's some kind of nesting instinct, but it's all about tapping into deep insecurities. You know, I've pointed out before that to me the vax is nothing more than the holy sacrament to get you into the New World Church. It separates the saved from the unsaved, those who accept the priests versus those who don't, those who accept the MSM, which is the World Church, and those who have left the World Church. In a way, this is something of an apostasy, like a new reformation. And the people who are anti-vax or who are rejecting the lockdown measures, in a way, represent Protestants. And it's that big of a split. It's that big of a divide. This morning I was actually watching videos of people burning their masks, and I saw this video where it must have been 30 or 40 people gathered around a bonfire, and they were chanting, burn the mask, and they were throwing the masks into the fire. It might have been out there at Huntington Beach, where, I mean, people are protesting the lockdowns. The media is kind of ignoring it, and it's not Antifa. Antifa's not taking off their masks and burning their masks. No, they're still wearing their ISIS costumes. Now they're carrying shields. And, you know, I watched a video with Antifa beating their shields with their black police garb, police state garb. And I'm like, wait a minute. When did Antifa become SWAT teams? They literally have. Well, I was watching the mask burners, and it got me thinking about this thing called the Black Mass, which, I mean, there are various forms of it, but the one I'm speaking of is a form of parody of the Catholic Mass. And the purpose of it, as far as it was practiced by the Hellfire Club, was to get people to break the spell of the priesthood over their minds. So they would realize, well, if you read the Lord's Prayer backwards, you're not going to get struck by lightning. They engaged in blasphemy. They burned Bibles, etc., because they were rejecting the worldview, and they were doing so in a cathartic way. Like if you can imagine smashing your TV set or something. So in a way, it was a spell-breaking thing. It wasn't actually venerating the devil or something. But anyway, you get the idea of, you know, the Inquisition hunting people. Did you attend a Black Mass? You know, like in the Crucible. You know, did you attend these rites? Did you cavort with the devil? And they have to contact trace anybody who might actually be part of the coven, because they could contaminate the sheeple. So the Inquisition's job is to keep the sheep pure. Well, the sheep are the vaxxed. The people who are carriers, the super spreaders, who don't wear the masks, who don't take the vax, which is like a communion, well, they're the ones who are of the devil. And of course, a virus is the new sin, and they're not fearing the devil. They're not actually taking the precautions, so now they're a threat to everybody else. Heretics, you could say. But anyway, I'm looking at the mask burning, and I'm thinking, well, they're going to have to be contact traced. You know, these are people who are flaunting the lockdown measures, not wearing the masks, not social distancing, and they're talking. I mean, the scientists say that speaking spreads COVID. Shouting spreads COVID. Okay, let me see here. And look, that's one more thing too. You're rejecting the state church. You're an apostate, and that's why they hate so much. The reason why the ones who are protesting the lockdowns, are hated by the media. Meanwhile, the people who are protesting the police are not hated by the media. Well, the reason why, it's pretty clear. It's the political left and their protests. They're actually on the side of the medical tyranny and the scientists as authorities, and the right isn't. I mean, it's such a perfect divide what they've done. Ron Valentini says they found an obelisk in Utah as per the third phase of the moon. Yeah, I brought that up earlier because it looks exactly like the obelisk from Space Odyssey 2001, which came out in 1968. 33 years, between 1968 and the Twin Towers falling. A lot of interesting things, though, from 68 worth bringing up right now in context. But there was a very intentional effort by the mass media to recall to the public's mind and have everyone relive 1968 in particular. It's not the only year. People have found a number of we've been finding a lot of really strange things or patterns. Predictive programming is just the beginning of it. What movie aren't we living through right now? Running Man, for sure. The Purge, The Division, Tom Clancy. We're living in a Tom Clancy movie. Dark Winter is what we're moving into. So the Dark Winter concept is, I guess it has to do with blackouts and some sort of cyber equivalent of COVID-19. Some kind of some type of a computer virus. And they've made these correlations anyway. Notice how often they refer to misinformation as being a virus. It's going viral. And we can't let that meme go viral, or that meme, it's funny, but it contains misinformation. So it's said to have bad virility. Okay, I'm going to move on. I just wanted to bring this up. It's just really disconcerting, I think, that you have medical professionals now pontificating on systemic racism. It's like, why don't they stick to treating disease? And it's all because they are the new priesthood. And like I said, the new concept of sin is the virus, but also evil is actually now systemic racism. It's been a long, multi-generational process to get people to move away from traditional religions and join the church of the New World Order, but people largely have. And if you accept the premise of global warming, virus, systemic racism, you're in that church. And if you accept space travel as a reality and probably an eventuality, well, then that's also an indication you're totally immersed in this thing, because outer space is actually a metaphysical construct. It's how they rebranded heaven for the atheists. The atheists think they're going to heaven, but they call it outer space. And what do they get up there? Well, transhumanism, life extension, sustainability, maybe get your mind uploaded to the cloud. All the old promises that the religions would offer to their believers, the true believers, have been offered again under the guise of science. That's why, here's another example of how perfectly divided things are. That's why when the UFOs come, the right wing's going to get their rifles and shotguns and shoot. The left wing's going to say, beam me up. Give me one of these upgrades. Put my brain in a robot body so I can get rid of my carbon footprint. Nick T says virus translated is poison. Right. Well, again, my take on it too is that it's just too useful. So you couldn't have priests walking around telling people, hey, you guys shouldn't be holding hands in public. You're going to piss off God, and God's going to punish the rest of us with a plague. You would say, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But now they say, if you two get within, 72 inches of each other, you're going to get him sick, and he's going to kill 3.11 people who will then kill 3.11. Like dominoes. Bodies just falling everywhere because you got too close. So they just use a different excuse. Instead of saying sin, they say virus. I mean, this is a puritanical revision of our entire world view, and it's working. It's almost too late at this point to pull it back. Okay, I'm going through my notes just to see if there's anything else here that I've missed. Just a heads up here, we're going to be doing live streams and open phones earlier in the evening. Things have been a little bit pushed back. That's just because we've been developing this new cartoon series. But the foundation's there, and we have a team, we have a system, a methodology, so we'll be back to a regular schedule. And if you don't want to miss any live streams, you have to sign up, infiniteplainsociety.com. $1 per month gets you access to Discord, the newsletter, live stream, notifications, and more. Here's an article really quick. The Emmys have always had a soft spot for politicians. Now check this out. The International Academy of Television Arts and Sciences announced that they're breaking with the tradition and awarding its International Emmy Founders Award to a politician who's in office. This is, again, the merging of reality with fiction. They're just blending it all together. The news and the entertainment, no difference. So, listen to this. The governor's 111 daily briefings worked so well because he effectively created television shows with characters and plot lines with stories of success and failure. People around the world tuned in to find out what was going on, and New York Tough became a symbol of the determination to fight back. So yeah, he's getting an Emmy Award for his performance over 111 consecutive days. This whole thing's just a TV show. Do you remember Greta Thunberg's performance? Running around saving the world, got in a rowboat, ditched school, went across the ocean to the UN and lectured us about why we need to stay home for Christmas and all that. Well, that was all part of a Hulu TV show. When the camera's not watching, who knows what she's like? Commenter says regarding Governor Cuomo, panda eyes. Is that a druggy thing, adrenochrome, or what? I've noticed the same thing. I thought it looked like Bela Lugosi, the vampire. I mean, look, it's a spitting image. Biden looks just like Bram Stoker's Dracula. Cuomo is Bela Lugosi, no doubt. I mean, look, there's a whole cast of characters. We got Beetlejuice in Chicago. All these health directors, like Biden voters. Commenter says Greta Thunberg in semicolons. Oh yeah, quite likely reptoid. Reptoid, no doubt. Now, she is a great actor. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Just read her lines. I don't have any personal beef with any of these made-for-TV activists, but we're watching. I mean, I do have a slight feeling that Greta Thunberg might be the Antichrist. Like, I want to place bets. Who's more likely to be the Antichrist? Is it Thunberg, Obama, Trump, or Colin Kaepernick? And so far, I think I'm the only person betting on Kaepernick. It's unbelievable when I look at some of these characters. Oh, so look, from now on, though, the green pill. I want to take this. So if you didn't know, the green pill is an environmentalist thing. Apparently, they've been using it for some time. So the green pill is when you find out, oh, by the way, every time you breathe, yeah, you're actually poisoning Mother Earth. When they start guilt tripping you about being alive. That's the green pill. But we're kind of taking the green pill just to mean you're aware of how many people are likely candidates for having the reptoid in them. And a way to designate the reptoids or suspected reptoids is with semicolons. Yeah, let's look at Bram Stoker's Dracula because Zareth the Alchemist pointed this out to me on Twitter. He suggested that, well, maybe the reason why Joe Biden is always seen leaning over people and sniffing their necks is that it's part of the Dracula thing. So look at Bram Stoker's Dracula, aka Joe Biden, and you imagine Joe Biden, the way he would bite somebody's neck. It's classic Dracula. And this is the guy who says, the blood is the life. Bram Stoker was a Thelemite, a student of Aleister Crowley. Probably a spirit-cooking adrenochrome harvester. So yes, Biden, Bram Stoker, we got Bela Lugosi. A whole cast. I actually like Chicago's mayor. I mean, just the audacity to show up to work every single day like that in a Beetlejuice costume. Hilarious. Okay, here's a tweet. I don't know if this is true. It's George W. Bush. Anybody heard this, that he's the one who shot Kennedy? Has anybody heard this one? And here's a picture that contradicts the Mandela effect. Some people think it's a Mandela effect, that it had 6 seats in the car, not 4 or something. Any Mandela affected want to call in? Any of you time travelers? That's such a huge claim. Anybody who says that they're Mandela affected is actually telling you that they're time travelers. Like, could you imagine telling somebody that? I'm a time traveler. I come from another timeline where Jif peanut butter was Jiffy, and Ed McMahon used to pass out big checks to true believers. That's such a huge claim, and very few affectees ever really own up to that. Like, really just admit to what a huge claim that is. Okay, this is something I had to bring up. It's not a huge deal. I mean, it's not really related to anything, but it's a video of a man saving his puppy from an alligator. while smoking a cigar. He jumps into the pool.
Put the gator down, shake the puppy from its grip.
And he pulled the puppy out of the gator's mouth. Anyways, on my Twitter feed, I keep sharing it. That someone was asking what that meme was. I have a meme that has a cigar, and it just says, fuck around and find out. Well, it references this gentleman here who didn't drop his cigar while he rescued his dog from the gator. Cunife says, shadows in the Zapruder footage. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to examine that, but there's something else besides the Zapruder footage that we have to look at. Because I do want to look at the JFK thing again. One of them is the witnesses. There were a number of crisis actors that day who had some very conflicting accounts of what happened. There was some young crisis actor who said that she made eye contact with JFK and he had his dog on his lap. Finbar says George Bush said it was the other George Bush that was in Dallas. Okay, so George Bush, Skull and Bonesman, CIA said it was the other guy. Commenter says cigar guy video was in reverse. He was feeding his dog to the gator. Have there been any riots since Kyle got loose? Is that what they meant when they said release the Kraken? Let Kyle Rittenhouse out? Still wondering if Gage Grosskreutz has emerged. You know that Gage Grosskreutz had a tattoo on his arm of the Mercury medical symbol. The significance there, well, that's where you'd get a shot in the arm, possibly. That's kind of what I thought. Maybe it means something along the lines of it's a shot in the arm. And speaking of, I have one more image here I have to show you. There's no way to describe this other than carefully calculated and planned predictive programming. This is Captain America, and I'm sure many of you have seen this scene, but I have it labeled here. So this is a scene in Captain America Civil War, predictive programming. On the right, you have a COVID-19 virus on a billboard. On the left, you have a Corona, like a beer. In the middle, you have a Bill Gates looking doctor perfectly positioned to be administering a vax to Captain America right there. I mean, how is that anything other than foreknowledge? ID Ken Spire says it could have been a pet gator. So you think that was like a pet gator viral TikTok video he made to get on USA Today? Okay, again, putting a link in the chat. Southpole season premiere, 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time, Thanksgiving, November the 26th. You're going to want to go over to the link and make sure you get the notification. And also get on my email newsletter, infiniteplainsociety.com. That way you don't miss it. It's going to be a weekly thing. It's called Southpole. I don't want to give you any spoilers, but if you're familiar with our memes or the content of this channel, you're probably going to like it. One more thing. I got a montage of a number of people in the Black Eye Club. You know, that faction of the Illuminati, or the rank where you get punched in the eye. I don't know if it's a shout out to Satan who had an eye injury or something. It's what it looks like. But I was looking over it, and I was kind of surprised to find that one, Kanye West is part of the club, but also Jimmy Carter. And so if you didn't know, the prevailing conspiracy theory, the advanced conspiracy theory, because, you know, the JFK thing is kind of, it's been around for decades, but the 101 version is it was done by this group, not this group. But the advanced version is he's not dead. And not only is he not dead, but he is Jimmy Carter. So here's Jimmy Carter, part of the Black Eye Club. Nebula says 2020 is just a primer for 2021. Well, for anybody who's worried about the third wave, let's wait for the second wave first, or even a first wave. And we haven't seen the Kung flu. Where is the Kung flu? the one that would knock somebody on their face, if they just pass by, it doesn't exist anymore. It was there for the first couple of weeks in Wuhan, but then after that, it just kind of turned into the sniffles. Here's a video, mask burning, Washington Square Park. This was...
Burn the mask! And then you're going to stage? Love it!
Beautiful guys. I can make love to this.
Now, they're burning masks. Yeah, so there's a... I don't know. At this point, I think it's already too late. There's just no way. People aren't fearing this the way they used to. I still, like I said earlier, I don't know anybody who really fears it. It's just become, at this point, something of a joke. Again, they want you wearing a mask in your house. They want you wearing a mask if you invite people in who aren't from your area. And they want this whole idea of a circle, having a closed circle. And not only that, but they want the people in your closed circle to be people who make you aware that their circle is closed to people who, of course, are not showing their faces. And you know what Bill Gates has said recently? He's been saying that the people who aren't wearing masks are like nudists. That it's like refusing to wear your pants in public. And when I hear that, I'm like, wait, does Bill Gates actually want to equate not wearing a mask and showing your face with nudity? Because if he's going there, he's saying that your face is an obscenity. And I have a problem with that. So like showing your face is now tantamount to indecent exposure. Like, talk about misanthropy. Okay, thanks again for joining. I put a link below. Sign up. Don't miss the live streams this week. And then, of course, on Thanksgiving, you're not going to want to miss the premiere of Southpole. And that's just episode 1. We have a season planned. We're actually working on season 2 over at the Discord server now. All right, this is Fepe Akbar by Allergic to Bullshit, featuring Lean Dion. Have a great night.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are representing. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a sinner. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your consciousness, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins, I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. You get the general consensus, just pay attention. Your thoughts to hell is paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick, the IPS are making an entrance, but you doors down cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many man across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Did he gain a tremendous momentum? There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like 10 pin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin.
see, with the actual victims, you don't see any evidence of real mass casualty. The victims, the crisis actors. Alright, that's Neo Mode, Infinite Gang.
Purchase your tracks today.
You can get all the music from this channel. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. There's a music link that'll take you to the page. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. The title for tonight's live stream is Vaccinate Your Mind Against Non-Mainstream Views. And this is not a new concept to any of us on this channel. We've been following the progress of the MSM's attempt to conflate thought crimes with actual viruses. Thought crimes are real, so, those exist. Viruses, I don't know. The public has already accepted both, though, and they think it's the same. So what they're kind of equating here is covering your mouth with pausing before you tweet, pausing before you share. So the new thing is hashtag pledge to pause. So if you see a catchy headline, don't retweet it, don't share it, actually read it. It says, we're joining the UN, making a pledge to pause before sharing online information to combat the spread of misinformation that is damaging our world. So your thoughts, your ideas are dangerous, and you're actually doing damage. It says, what spreads across the globe exponentially can be passed on unwittingly, is potentially deadly if you come into contact with it, but measures can be taken by you to stop it from spreading further. Answer, misinformation. This is from the UN. So about 6 or 7 months ago, I was specifically pointing this out. I said, watch, they're making the connection in the mind of the public that information is some sort of a pandemic. When Kim Kardashian went into hiding because of that picture of her sixth toe came out, and she said, I'm freezing my Facebook account until we can get rid of the conspiracy theories. What we were seeing was a major influencer going into digital quarantine because of digital viruses. And they've done this on purpose because from day one, COVID-19 has been about censorship, restricting the flow of information, because they want you to stop before you share information that they consider to be misinformation. But what about information that they approve of? Oh no, share that. And then you notice what they want you to share is information that happens to agree with their UN agenda. So it's pretty blatant here. They're not even using any sort of subtlety. They're saying that the misinformation is literally the exact same thing as a virus. If you say flat earth, you might actually cause someone to fall down on their face and bleed out, just like they got hit with the Kung flu. And what's worse, it's actually now, if they don't contain the virus and other people catch it, now you're endangering the entire world. I remember a couple of years ago, Bill Gates, and he got laughed off the stage for this. Not Bill Gates, Bill Nye. Bill Nye, the other evil Bill. He said that people who don't believe in climate change have cognitive dissonance and that we're possibly psychotic. Listen to this. And not only did he say that they have cognitive dissonance, but he went on to suggest that it's something of a hate crime, that if you have these opinions, you're endangering your neighbors. So he says, again, we're talking about Bill Nye, the science guy. The science is settled for everybody. The only thing that's hard for me is the denial about climate change. Now he goes on to say that the scientific facts are overwhelming, and this is all very important language. It's overwhelming, not conclusive. Two different things. But what he says here is that they're denying the evidence and that it's tantamount to cognitive dissonance. But what's worse is he suggested that those who are in denial of it are actually endangering their neighbors. In fact, there was one article where someone had suggested imprisoning non-believers. So this is from 2016. Bill Nye is open to criminal charges and jail time for climate change dissenters. So this is a pattern we've seen. Everything we're seeing with COVID-1984 has already been implemented. These are agendas they've already tried with the whole environmentalist model, suggesting that this is the universal threat that mankind faces that we need to unite to defeat. And it seems like maybe a lot of this climate change, doomsday, fake science has been used possibly to even put everything into place for this. Because this was an actual talking point several years ago. So we're seeing people jailed for going against COVID restrictions, but it's different to say that your opinions, because what can you do to be a climate change dissenter? Not recycle? I mean, I throw my metal cans in the plastic bin and vice versa all the time just to monkey wrench the system. But does that mean I should go to jail? Am I actually causing the world to heat up? So he said this in a viral video, that he's open. He's open to the idea of jailing people who deviate from the climate change consensus. When asked about the heated rhetoric surrounding climate change, such as Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements that climate skeptics should be prosecuted as war criminals, Nye agreed. He said, we'll see what happens. He says, was it appropriate for the guys from Enron to go to jail? We'll see what happens. Was it appropriate to jail people from the cigarette industry who insisted that this addictive product was not addictive? In these cases, for me as a taxpayer and voter, the introduction of this extreme doubt about climate change is affecting my quality of life as a public citizen, so I can see where people are concerned about this and are pushing criminal investigations and engaging discussions like this. So this is Bill Nye the Science Guy, talking about anyone challenging the consensus of catastrophic climate change ought to be jailed. So there's going to be a point where they're going to tell you you have to wear a hard hat because of space junk. And if you deny it, you're going to be just like the people who don't want to wear the mask. And if you're already wearing a mask, then you're not going to have any room to say you shouldn't wear a helmet too. Now, Bill Nye said of the potential chilling effect of this type of rhetoric, he said, quote, that there is a chilling effect on scientists who are in extreme doubt about climate change is good. So he's totally behind scaring scientists, silencing them, if they, of course, go against this dangerous misinformation. Here's a meme for you, a Thanksgiving meme. On the top, you have a normal person in one of these cockroach suits. It's sort of an exoskeleton with a windshield. And on the bottom, you have a family of conspiracy theorists. And these are the ones having Thanksgiving dinner. And the reason why things are so topsy-turvy is that they've shifted the burden of proof. So the burden of proof had never been established for many things that people have just accepted. And so everything's been reversed because quite literally the burden belongs to those making the extraordinary claims. So here we have people walking around in literal spacesuits when the evidence suggesting that the environment was so toxic you needed it has never actually been presented. Meanwhile, the people behaving as things are normal, as though the usual expectations have not been upset, well, no, they're the conspiracy theorists. And I think right now it's safe to say that the term conspiracy theorist really just means critical thinker. In a way, they're atheists of the mainstream media church, or Protestants, might be another way of putting it. They've been right on too many things. You know, you've seen the media trying to bury the Great Reset. I mean, they plaster this everywhere. They talk about the Great Reset, how they're changing everything, how COVID is conveniently giving them this excuse to advance this agenda, and they call you a conspiracy theorist for pointing out the obvious. So I don't even pay attention anymore. But listen, this is where they're going with it. So now that they've established that information is so bad that we need to wear a digital mask, that we need to kind of filter what we spread more, now they're bringing in this thing called the information volunteer. These are the information volunteers are the new thought police. So he says, quote, we're trying to create a new social norm called pause, take care before you share. We're equipping people for this new social norm with information skepticism. Now, this is very ironic. So you have the UN essentially telling people to start auto-hoaxing, telling people to critically think. Like, this can't be good. This is the opposite of what they should be doing. But they're counting on you to only question stuff that comes from sources that they don't endorse. But if you take that methodology of pausing and taking care and examining and critically looking at stuff, you might start to see through the matrix. So I don't see how this is a winning concept for them. But listen to this part. This is coming from the UN. The UN is encouraging social media influencers to help spread real news about the pandemic. So really, this is really about InfoWar. This really has been. And the lockdown is to stop you from spreading information. I mean, this is so obvious. I mean, anybody objectively analyzing the media's coverage of the riots versus right-wing organizing can see how partisan it actually is. There are certain ideas they don't want to propagate. Certain ideas they're fine with. But listen to this. They've recruited 110,000 information volunteers. And we equip these information volunteers with the kinds of knowledge about how misinfo spreads. And we ask them to respond as, or serve as, digital first responders into those spaces where misinformation travels. So basically, there's 110,000 people who have been hired by the UN to go to centers of, I don't know, I guess, mimetic pestilence like this channel. So they might even have people here in this space where misinformation is being discussed. And they have digital first responders here to flag the video probably. You know, I got a video flagged or something on Twitter actually. Someone tried to shut down my Twitter account. Let me read this to you because it came from Germany. I got a complaint and Twitter emailed me and they said, yeah, we got a complaint about your channel from some organization in Germany. Anyway, what their finding was that I didn't have to be banned, but they did receive a complaint. Here it is. Hello, Twitter is required by German law to provide notice to users who are reported by the German Network Enforcement Act. We've received a complaint regarding your account. We've investigated and the reported content. We found it's not subject to removal under Twitter rules or German law. Accordingly, we have not taken any action as a result of this specific report. So someone with the German Network Enforcement Act Trollflake team filed a complaint. Like, where do you have enough time? We're in a pandemic. How do you have enough time to get so offended by some guy's Twitter account you're going to try to shut it down? Just a quick meme here. Jeffrey Dahmer, no one's going to tell me how many people I can have for Thanksgiving dinner. Now, this may seem like a joke, but I've been digging a little bit into this Pizzagate thing because we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to take it seriously. And I did find something curious I kind of wanted to discuss regarding the characters in the Pizzagate theater. I mean, whatever it is. But my point is, there's a bit of scripting and really elegant writing. Like they're using names that mean things outside of the context of this Pizzagate story. I think the whole thing's contrived, and we'll get into that here soon. Jam Z says, I'm a pathological super spreader. Okay, you said the word pathological. Now, this is where it's getting kind of sick. So let me show you this. This is from COVID Diaries Snowflake Edition. So what you have here is a group of people responding to people who don't wear masks. And let me start with, I mean, some of them are quite hysterical, crisis acting and the like, but we'll start with this one. This is from COVID Diaries.
Look at my hands. Look at my hands. I wanted to deck her. Okay, there was this lady that came in my store wearing a lace mask. Like a lace mask. I could see her entire face. And I was like, I looked at Cam, who's taping her now. I was like, I don't know what to fucking do. Like, I am so pissed off. I turned off all the lights and turned off the music. And I took the cash register, the cash box, back to the back room. And I made an announcement to the store that had other people in it. I felt bad for the other people, but I said, I'm sorry. And this lady who was wearing the mesh face mask had products on the counter. I said, I'm sorry, guys. We just closed our register, so we can't do any more payments. And they all walked out. And I am so, how can you just... So a lot of people are melting down about people not wearing masks. This one here is pretty sad. This person is reacting to the news and believing all of it. This is what auto belief gets you.
Yesterday, 5 people died. So now, only religious groups.
She's not wearing a mask. Okay, I'm assuming she has COVID. She's acting like she's got COVID. Of all people, she got to have a mask. She should have one on. George Floyd, when he did his little skit. Remember the George Floyd skit from back in May? I know the collective memory is short and they probably forgot about it already, but we still remember. I remember there was a line where George Floyd said to his longtime friend and coworker, Derek Chauvin, "I have COVID." And I'm thinking, well, George, where's your damn mask? Same thing here. This snowflake's not wearing a mask, which doesn't make sense. Nor was the other one.
And political groups are allowed to have more than 25% capacity. Not Walmart, not Target.
Okay, this is again COVID Diary Snowflake Edition. There are many, many more. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I will provide a link. But just so you know, when you don't wear a mask, even though you don't hear people saying anything, a lot of them let it out later on TikTok.
There's nothing you need here. 2, you don't need to bring them out, especially if your fucking toddler is coughing everywhere and doesn't cover their fucking mouth, nor are they wearing a fucking mask because they're 3 years old and they don't want to put your mask on.
So she's mad that people aren't putting masks on their babies, and here she is breathing COVIDs into the entire back room. So I'm seeing a lot of hypocrisy here. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is definitely some cringy material, but what we're doing here is we're just examining the effect of this psychological operation, and you're finding that I think a lot of narcissists are bathing in the COVID. I mean, they love it. They're loving it because they can act out, they can be victimized by the world. Like Munchausen syndrome. This is perfect. It's far more fashionable than AIDS. All the celebrities have COVIDs, so why shouldn't I get it?
The Thanksgiving with 30 plus people because of COVID, especially because the governor just put back in the restrictions for a 10 person inside, and now I'm being told if I'm scared, don't come, don't worry about it, but I shouldn't be posting my feelings online.
Okay, a lot of, like I said, melting. Now this one here is kind of interesting. We'll do one more, then we'll have to move on.
I was talking to my therapist about how annoyed I am at people who won't wear their masks properly and who don't believe in COVID, and my therapist said those people are psychotic because they're living in a false reality. So yeah, anti-maskers are psychotic according to my psychologist.
Anti-maskers are psychotic according to her psychologist. There, you've had it. That's where I got here. Someone here said something about, let me find that comment a few minutes ago. I'm a pathological super spreader. Yeah, you literally are. And here you have these triggered snowflakes in there, these trollflakes in their cars, unmasked, lecturing us on how psychotic we are for not wearing masks. I've seen cops without masks beating up people who aren't wearing masks because they're not wearing masks. It's like they should be beating themselves up. But what we're seeing here is this is an epic development, and this is real. I love TikTok. I would never go there, but if I find TikTok stuff, I'll share it here. Okay, this guy looks like he looks like he's literally melting. This is the last one, and then we'll move on to more serious content.
Right now, over what might happen in the next few days.
Okay.
Are you anxious and afraid right now over what might happen in the next few days? Good. You are a normal person having a completely normal reaction to what is completely fucked up. Okay? Nothing in the past 4 years is fucking normal.
Okay, we'll move on. Okay, so what we're seeing here again is an attempt here, I believe, to coerce people, shame people into compliance. And that's why I think it's incredible that we have articles like this coming from the UN. This is the World Economic Forum. And by the way, the World Economic Forum has a 666 built into its logo. Just look at the O's and look where the crescent goes through the O's, and it's pretty obvious. I'll go ahead and share. There's some images of it you'll find where it's blown up, but it's in there, and that's just a sign of the world government. But listen to this. There's no vaccine for the infodemic, so how can we combat the spread of misinformation? A vaccine for the infodemic? There is a vaccine for the infodemic. It's called a lead pill. They shoot you. That's kind of what they're getting to here. So I see a guy here with a sign that says, "I wish this were fake news." Well, none of them are wearing masks. So it says, fake news about COVID, its origins and treatment has gone viral. And the term viral, why are they using medical terminology to explain ideas spreading around? It's because of this. They've been setting people up. I kind of came to this conclusion a few years ago when I read Richard Brody's Virus of the Mind, which is the book that introduced the pseudoscience of the meme, or science of the meme. I would say it's a science. Virus of the Mind is the first popular book devoted to the science of memetics, a controversial new field that transcends psychology, biology, anthropology, and cognitive science. Memetics is the science of memes, the invisible but very real DNA of human society. And in this book, he describes how ideas become independent of its carrier. So you can catch an idea. And I don't necessarily agree with this, but this was the argument. And so it's an intriguing concept at first, and it seems sort of innocuous. Like, so what does it mean that someone can catch a meme? Well, it's getting to the point where, well, if you can catch it without knowing that you caught it, then you could be an asymptomatic carrier of such idea. So they've laid the groundwork for an information pandemic, an info pandemic, that would require a solution. And that solution would be some advanced form of censorship and idea interception. So now here we have the introduction of they're volunteers, information volunteers, and also these digital first responders. So what we're really seeing here is really the immune system of the matrix, and it's just trying to deal with the rapid dissemination of the means of engaging in media. So we have to recognize, I guess, that they're trying to outcompete. And that's what I'm seeing here in a lot of their comments. They're saying, join me in taking time to pause the spread of misinformation. But what they're getting into here is that it's a war against misinformation. It says, this new episode is called The World versus the Virus. It says, when COVID-19 it emerged, it was clear from the outset that this was not just a public health emergency, but a communications crisis. This is from Melissa Fleming, who leads the global communications for the UN. So how convenient now, I think, here. And this new normal they're trying to create is this idea that you no longer share information without having vetted it for yourself. And that just assumes, though, that you're going to screen out anything that's not mainstream acceptable. So this is, again, very much, it contradicts the idea of free speech. Because what if you want to share misinformation? I mean, this is where the term conspiracy theorist makes perfect sense, why they've used it for so long. They've always been trying to get rid of critical thinkers who aren't in agreement with them. And if you are in agreement with them, you're not a critical thinker. So they're out in the open. Out in the open, they want to vaccinate society. And then let me see if Kim Kardashian is still frozen. Okay, so yes, Kim Kardashian freezes her Instagram to protest misinformation. That's exactly what they're doing. Why Kim and other celebrities are freezing their social media, their Twitter, their Facebook, their Instagram. Now, stars are taking pause in an online partnership for the Stop Hate for Profit campaign. So they've also conflated misinformation with hate. Do you remember when you were committing hate speech by calling somebody a crisis actor? In fact, right after Parkland, right after the Parkland shooting, there were a number of websites that were like news sites that were suggesting that the term crisis actor actually had its origins in civil rights protests, and that it was in fact a racist thing to call anybody a crisis actor, because that was the term used against civil rights activists in the 60s. So if you call David Hogg a crisis actor, you're a racist. Yeah, so our idea is contagious. Oh yeah, phones are open. Let me turn the ringer back on if you were just trying to call in. It's 833-311-1984. The topic is, at the moment, we're discussing this information pandemic thing and these new info volunteers and digital first responders. And I'm going through the World Economic Forum, and they have a tweet here. COVID-19 is not just the century's largest public health emergency, but it's a communication crisis. A communication crisis. Very alarming development, and people will go along with it. So this is tantamount to blasphemy. You know what blasphemy is, or in a religious context, you say some words are taboo. It's blasphemy. It's considered to be. You could have banned words. Maybe you could put prohibitions on certain words, cuss words, for example, curse words. And what we have here, again, is designated ideas. These ideas are inherently bad, but they don't use the terminology of the past. Demonic. It's not the devil, but they might as well. Conspiracy theories are the devil. YouTube is the devil. Stay away. Babylon Bee, by the way. Babylon Bee, satire. I think they got banned from Twitter once, but they almost did. They were suppressed for a minute, I think. Here we go. They did a piece here. This is from the Babylon Bee. Bearded, cloaked Elon Musk summons 2 of every creature to board giant SpaceX Starship. So if you follow this channel for the last few years, I've been talking about how they've reinvented the myth of Noah. They've reinvented everything of the old Babylonian mystery religions and all these old religions that are based on certain things, flood myths, Tower of Babylon, concept of sin, salvation. All these things have been rebranded in the modern age. So we've been calling Pope Elon that because he's one of these space popes, with these obelisk cults. And one of his roles is, you see, they laughed at Noah. The sinners didn't take him seriously. Well, who are the sinners? Who are the sinners that got washed away? Well, those were the reprobates who didn't believe that Noah was talking to God and that what he was saying was true and that they would be punished. So they got wiped out. Well, today the sinners are the polluters. Those of you who still use fossil fuels, right-wingers, capitalists, those who aren't mitigating their CO2 output, spreaders of misinformation, anti-vaxxers, vax deniers. You won't get into the spacecraft. In other words, you won't get into the ark. So when the flood comes, as promised by NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, when Noah's flood comes, as promised because of our damage to the climate, we're going to get washed away. But the people who followed Pope Elon, or in this case Noah, into his starship to go to Mars, where there's a Star Trek emblem-shaped plateau, they're going to be saved, we're not. And there's probably only 144,000 seats. I mean, this thing is so based on the concept of biblical raptures. But again, this is from the Babylon Bee. It says, crying to the heavens, Musk called the creatures to himself. Heed my cry. Flee the wrath that is to come. Freak lightning storm began brewing overhead, and he continued to implore animals up of every sort to seek safety aboard the ship. So, it's obviously a satirical piece, but not really. Well, I mean, in a way it isn't, because it's like, if you look at the world stage script, though, in many ways, it does come off as somewhat satirical at times. Someone brought this up to me, because I've been talking a lot about Noah and the coming flood that they are promising us, and how their logo is the dove, which is the same symbol as Noah's symbol. And they said, well, God promised that he's not going to flood us next time, that he gave us a rainbow. So apparently in the Old Testament, God shows off a rainbow so that we know that they're not going to wipe us out again, that there's not going to be another flood. And I'm like, wait, why would you even believe him? He just destroys the whole world, except for a few people, and your consolation is a rainbow. It's kind of like accepting an apology from an abuser who just shows up with a bouquet of flowers. So no, I think they have every intention of flooding again, if it's possible, if it's not just allegory. Okay, here's something. Someone pointed this out to me, more predictive programming for COVID-19. So what we have here is, there's almost too much. I mean, it's like, how did we not see this coming? But it's apparent to me, though, that there's so much predictive programming that what I think it does is it sets a template in your mind. I think that's what it comes down to. It sets up a template for our interpretation. But apparently it's Arcane did COVID-19. It's part of some video game called Arcane. I'm not really familiar with it. I'm not familiar with a lot of these games, like Division, but the more I look into it, the more it's pretty obvious that they're getting the same messages to everybody using whatever medium they have to. Like, if you didn't know, 9/11 was a Tom Clancy novel. And that matters for a few reasons. In fact, one of the astronauts that was on the ISS claims he was reading Tom Clancy's Sum of All Fears when the towers fell, and that he saw it from space. Sum of All Fears is about 9/11. It came out 10 years before the event. Well, right now we're living in a Tom Clancy novel. We're living in The Division, and this is Dark Winter, some Tom Clancy-inspired video game. Linda says, Elon will save the chosen from COVID. Well, exactly. He'll save the chosen or those rich enough to buy seats. Same with Bezos. You can buy your way into heaven. You can be spared judgment. And I kind of think that's the ruse here. You see, isn't it interesting? In fact, Elon is now the second richest man in the world. He just eclipsed Bill Gates. So I'm like, okay. Now, Bill Gates may have a comeback. I heard a rumor that he's got some sort of Vax Dash app. I don't know if you heard about this. It's kind of like DoorDash or Grubhub. But apparently, yes, Vax on delivery. Bill Gates will show up at your house. A little preview for South Park episode 2. Have you guys seen episode 1? If you haven't, go to Southpole. Southpole.lol. Southpole episode 2 comes out next week. Episode 1 premiered today. And what you'll see in that is a fairly, I think, realistic guess as to what the next phase is going to look like of this thing. Posel says it's all about predictive programming the collective unconscious so we manifest their reality. Well, yeah, in a way, sure. I mean, in a way, I think that's exactly what it is. It has to be. Because when, let's say 9/11 happened, I remember right after that happened, there was someone who was talking about the movie Independence Day seemed to have set a template. It was like, if you saw Independence Day, you saw aliens, you saw the towers falling, buildings falling, you saw New York falling, and then you saw the world destroyed. And they looked to leadership at the president, who now, and he suddenly became a very important person. And then he defeated the aliens, and we all went home from the movie theater safe. So, in a way, it's a template thing. So then when the real thing happens, George Bush seems more credible. It's like, okay, I've seen this movie before. Aliens came, destroyed the buildings, now what? So I think that they have these templates ingrained into our brains so that, yep, this is what happens. I saw this on Netflix. Everybody's suddenly an expert. Everybody suddenly became an expert on this is just how they, on PPE and gloves, like they prepared us with Netflix and all the celebrities catching it. That's just to teach you how to catch it because no one in your real life is going to catch it the way they do. And if you know somebody who caught it, and that's your excuse for believing in it, that's fine if you want to. But I would ask you, did they fall on their face? Because if they didn't fall on their face when they caught it, then it's not what was originally sold to us when we bought into this thing as a pandemic. I mean, I'm very skeptical. But when I saw that footage in Wuhan, I was like, okay, well, this is the real one. I guess they're going to wipe us out country by country. Nice knowing you all. Let's try to enjoy the last few days. Because apparently there was something going around so bad that people were dropping dead like flies, that the governments were having troops go out welding doors shut, that people were dying in their homes. Like, I thought this was the end, and that the bat soup thing was just some cynical cover for an obvious bioagent that was going to wipe out 99.9% of the population, like Georgia Guidestone stuff. But what did we get? Nothing. Empty hospitals, twerking nurses, empty tents, a massive transfer of wealth. I mean, the largest transfer of wealth in human history, probably. I mean, this obvious pandemic with the obvious planned reset behind it. Like, no one here believes in this thing, I don't think. Not in this chat room, anyway. But the people who do believe it, what I would ask them is, well, have you actually, one, seen anybody die in the fashion they did originally, and why not? How come Tom Hanks just got the sniffles? How come he didn't collapse over the podium with his lungs melting? Something's different. It's not the same thing. So that's one major discrepancy. And then the other one I would ask is, so if you accept the premise that deep inside your nose you have this disease and you're a super spreader, asymptomatic, and you could kill somebody with a sneeze. So you're a walking, talking, loaded bazooka. So if that's the case, how come you're not putting your mask into a biohazard container or a red bag and dropping it off somewhere where it can be autoclaved? You should be burning your masks in your backyard every night and your gloves. Commenter says we should watch Greenland, not an amazing film, but gives us glimpses of what's to come. Well, I think what's being planned is clearly this radical environmentalist agenda's dream of moving people into domed enclosures. And the space program has really just been a cover for selling us on the Agenda 2030 sustainable utopia. That's exactly what it is. And so it never really was about going to a place geographically called Mars whatsoever. It's a fascinating thing what they're doing here. I think it's very much sinister in a way because they're cutting man off of nature entirely. So now we're divorced from nature. We're going to be put into zoos, human zoos. The animals will roam free. The wildlife will roam free. Wildlife will just do its thing. Earth will return, repair itself from the damage caused by the Industrial Revolution and everything since. We'll cull the population. We'll be living in these safe little enclosures that we call sustainable living, but are actually prisons. I think that's what they're doing. And as long as they disguise it like the Jetsons or Progress, people will go for it. A lot of people want communism anyway. What's the difference? It's space communism. And I think this was the plan from the beginning. And one thing that's really kind of convinced me on this is the name of the rocket that China just sent to Mars is called Long March 11. And Long March has been a communist slogan for the slow, long march through the institutions to subvert property owners into accepting slavery. And if you're a property owner and you want to go to Mars because it's progress, well, I would say you've been subverted. And I can't wait for it to happen. I would like a lot of these virulent anti-flat earth channels. Just go to Mars, be one of the volunteers. I want to see, do they really believe it's possible? One. And two, well, we'll see. I mean, would they fall for it? Probably would. You have to see the new technology they're using to fake space. They used to use rear screen projection. They brought it back. So it's not the same as green screen. Green screen just doesn't do it. It's shallow. It looks flat. Green screen is also easy to see glitches in. And so we've been spotting glitches on the ISS for some time. But the next iteration, and China's already building theirs supposedly, but don't expect them to take pictures of it because we don't have any pictures of the space station being built, the ISS. But, this is again, one of the reasons they're bringing it down because it hasn't aged well. Green screen is easy to see through. Well, what we have now is they're using these vast screens, and that's what they use for the Starman in space. Like, you might think that was an actual car floating around the Earth. A lot of people fell for it, but you're looking at a two-dimensional surface. You can tell it's a two-dimensional surface, unless you've been rendered visually illiterate, in which case 2 + 2 is 5. That's fine. You can go with that if you want to, but it's clearly a flat screen. So this is the new, instead of just a total CGI inserted post-production, you're actually in the room, in the environment that they've created. And it looks very realistic, especially the reflections. So the next thing is getting people into these moon bases, Mars bases, or whatever, and that just involves probably transportation underground, facilitated by tunnels already dug for that purpose, probably by Virgin Galactic, SpaceX, but whatever it is, that's kind of the future here. But with regards to this screen that they're using, this technology, it's really going to be impossible to see through it unless you already know what you're looking at. So like just the other day, you had that astronaut go up into space, and supposedly took a picture of the Earth to prove flat earthers wrong or something. And I was looking at this imagery and I was like, that has got to be one of the weakest attempts to prove that the Earth is a ball. He didn't even like show us the Earth. I mean, he flipped his phone upside down. It's the weirdest thing. This is actually Victor Glover, and I'll show you the video. Because what he does is he flips the phone upside down while looking at a corner of what is clearly a screen about 10 feet away. Like you can see by the parallax. This is why they rarely let them do this with handheld cameras. They used to give it away all the time with the space station. So what we're looking at here, supposedly you're looking at planet Earth. That's a big ball 300 miles away. The camera movement, here we go, is trying to give us the impression that we're seeing more than that little edge there, and he flips it upside down. They trained him in this, but then by the time he puts it back on his face, he has it upside down, so he kind of did it wrong. Why would you flip your phone? Not once, but twice, 720 degrees. Why did he flip his phone over twice? Why couldn't he just hold the phone up to the window and show us the ball? No, he had to put it up there and flip it. It's because we're looking at a screen, and I'm saying here that the parallax gives it away. So, dead giveaway, but right after I called him out on it, they released an article about how he debunked flat Earth. I'm like, that is so weak. So that would be Vic Glover, recently just sent up there to the space station. And it's just one of these topics. I'm still looking for the Terminator line. But we're going to return to the topic of the fake space station until they bring it down. But just making you aware that you're not going to see green screen glitches in the new one. So I think what they're hoping, I think one of the hopes here is that they're able to silence us before we get to the point where we can like seriously damage the credibility of their Mars missions. You know how problematic it would be if you have a bunch of these globe addicts on Mars farming potatoes, playing video games, smoking pot, pretending like they just transcended us. They're all holier than thou. They're no longer damaging the Earth. And we tell them, no, you guys are underneath Nevada. You're slaves. Like, I don't think they want that getting out. It's like The Truman Show. The Truman Show, and here's something else about that movie. If you've seen it, he's the only one. So you have like a, 10,000 to 1 ratio. You got one actor who doesn't know he's an actor. Or rather, I'm sorry, you got one real person and then 9,999 actors. There's no way he's going to see his way out of it. And they had people in his close proximity to reinforce it. In Space Cadets, which was a movie about faking space travel, it was a reality TV show where half the people thought they were really in space. They had a 2 to 1 ratio or something. So they need to have a certain number of liars to maintain the illusion. We call them shills, trolls, information volunteers. That's what they call them now. Because they don't want facts to wake anybody up. Lee Dion says, you said, why don't they show us with a phone before? And that's their response. Yeah, that's what I said. I said, if this thing was real, in fact, you're right. I just said that. I said they would take their iPhone and they would just show us the damn ball. And then they would show us their face and say, look, this is me. That's the ball. Instead of this anonymous footage that's pure CGI, totally fake, or the footage from inside where they don't show you the ball from the inside. So here they finally do it. They finally answer us. And all he can do is show us a corner of the ball and flip the phone. And I'm telling you, there's something wrong with the amount of parallax. I think we were looking at a screen 10 or 15 feet away, and he knows it. That's what's so messed up about this. I mean, it's kind of funny in a way, but you know, they know that they're lying. And what I don't do is I don't get into the habit of giving them the benefit of the doubt anymore. I don't like argue with them like, oh, come on, admit it. Bubbles in space are real and space is fake. What I do instead is I just talk to them like adults, like, okay, so you fooled 90%, but you're not fooling a growing contingent of us. And we don't get dumber. And people who've been dumbed down can get smarter. So you've got a problem. And we kind of have this open dialogue. And funnily enough, one of the, I think it was one of the launch directors for NASA, put a big penguin behind his desk. I'm like, why are they doing this? And I asked him, I said, did you have IPS authorization to display that penguin? No response. Listen to this. Warning, sharing misinformation can seriously harm those around you. This is just being shared. This is from UN Geneva on Twitter. Misinformation is damaging our world. It's almost like if we keep saying the earth is flat, it's going to get flat if it wasn't flat. I actually had someone say that to me. They said, well, what if it's not flat? I said, it will be by the time we're done with it. And he was like really frightened by that notion that we could literally change the facts with words. And that's not how it works. If it's not flat, no amount of advocating a flat earth theory will make it so. And it's same with the ball. You can keep saying it's a ball, but until you provide us some kind of evidence, we're not going to accept it. But just because you have 99% bamboozled into thinking it's a ball doesn't make it one. Okay, misinformation is damaging our world. It hijacks our emotions, taps into our weaknesses, and tricks us into contributing to a chain of events that can harm us all. Don't get fooled by misinformation. Now, what's intriguing about this approach is that this is almost word for word what I wrote in the Auto Hoaxer Handbook, where I said that automatically believing in agitprop taps into your emotions, and it tricks you into contributing to chains of events like voting away your freedoms because of this or that threat. Like, okay, well, we shouldn't have the right to travel because space junk could knock a plane down. Or we shouldn't be allowed to breathe in public because of this. I mean, they're constantly making up things that if you believe in it, yeah, it's going to modify your behavior. Non-existent threats. That's pretty much the nature of this thing. So they get you to believe in anything they can manipulate your behavior about with ease just by tapping into it. But it's fascinating here is that they're just trying to say, well, make sure that you only accept our misinformation. Because the information they're giving out is tapping into emotions, tricking people into contributing to chains of events that are obviously harmful. I mean, nobody makes any, I mean, this is one thing. Whatever you think about this pandemic, you can't argue that the cure hasn't been worse than the disease itself, that the economic damage is probably far worse than anything that, I mean, there's no way to even put a price on it. So they're right, sharing misinformation, but in a way, again, like I said, it's super subjective. They want you to share their worldview, reinforcing information. Misinformation is a meaningless term because it's too subjective. The official story of 9/11 is history, the one that was reported by the news, which we know to be misinformation, disinformation, wrong, propaganda, fake. But it's in the history book. Now, if you call it like it is, like if I were to show you a video right now of the South Tower blowing up with no plane hitting it, they would call that misinformation because it contradicts their fairy tale. There were no planes on 9/11. And that's not even a controversial statement. It used to be a few years ago, maybe. But now if you think planes hit the building, you're ignorant of the facts that are right there that you could search, especially now. In this last 6 or 7 months, it seems like, leading up to the 19th anniversary of 9/11, there have been so many videos popping up of things that we didn't see in the mainstream news. Other points of view of the towers where nothing was hitting these things. Nothing. Real Red Dragon says, I don't want to go to a re-education camp. Well, you already have. That's the good news. See, the good news is home FEMA camps are the new normal. They don't want you traveling. So you're not going to go anywhere. And then 2, the re-education camp already happened. That's called K through 12. And then some people volunteer for higher levels of indoctrination. But you've already been through it. So this is this is your re-education in a way. Because that was a maleducation. I mean, if you accept the basic premise of, well, even the premise of science by consensus, which seems to be the main thing. They want to make sure that you believe the panel of individuals with white robes and whatever BS they spew. I kind of think it's funny, though, how you have all these governors, all these politicians, and you got these very almost priestly-like characters like Fauci out there telling us to behave, stop cavorting around, the devil's going to get you. And now they're just starting to seem like nagging, just like a nagging religious leaders trying to tell us, trying to like that. They're speaking to us like that. Like it's almost like the morality squad. Like they're not even serious anymore. And people just seem to ignore it. I mean, I know there are instances here and there. I watched a pretty bad one. I think it was in Canada where there was an individual opened up his barbecue for Thanksgiving, and the police came over and I believe they cuffed him. Anyway, listen to this. Again, this is just describing how your memes are like viruses. So it says, you should always ask yourself, why are you posting this content? A small share can have big consequences. Yep. Look what one underheated bowl of bat soup did to the whole world. Another one, what you share on social media can have far-reaching consequences in the real world. Please take the time to verify facts before you share. Yep, because misinformation kills. This is a new push. That's why I'm bringing this up. The new thing is vaccinate your mind. Put a mask over your mind. Mentally wear a mask to screen anything that comes out of your mouth. I actually know of a blogger who's made some unflattering posts about me who's suggested that I'm actually a mass murderer. What do you think about that? I'm a mass murderer now because of my opinions. I mean, it's absurd, but... Okay, so let me move on. A few other topics. 75 years ago, Hermann Goering testified at the Nuremberg trials. He was asked, how did you make the German people go along with all of this? He replied, quote, the only thing a government needs to make people into slaves is fear. And if you can figure out something to make them scared, you can get them to do anything you want. So it's pretty clear to me that entertainment for our entire lives has always been propaganda to get us to accept certain fears, and that the entertainment is really just a side effect. It's very, very tasty poison. The UN encourages people to pledge to pause before sharing information online. I mean, they're ruining Twitter. Have you noticed? Anytime you're tweeting something good, it's like, are you sure you want to tweet this? Are you sure? It's like, yeah. That's why I wrote it. Like, the whole point of Twitter that made it fun is people are flippantly just running their mouths, speaking their mind, unvetted, uncensored, unfiltered, raw reality. It's the only place you can get it is Twitter. It's the only interface with the real world. That's why it's such contested ground. I mean, really, it's literally that bad. I mean, it's volatile. Because what you have is a publishing platform that can reach anybody in the world and anybody can do it. And it could happen almost accidentally. Like, hypothetically, let's say Donald Trump mistakenly retweets something, just the wrong meme. It just has dramatic repercussions. A meme showing that, yeah, David Hogg is an actor, that's not his real name, and he used to portray a young mental patient named Adam Lanza. And it didn't end well. So, and you bring that up, it opens a can of worms. They don't want that. So they're trying to get people to not share. Fascinating, right? It's like, wait, we should be sharing more now. Like, if we're going to be locked up in our houses and separated and segregated, then shouldn't we compensate by sharing more? But no, they're clearly not for that. It says this campaign is based on research that indicates that if you take a brief pause before sharing information, you will lessen your inclination to share shocking or emotive material. Do you remember that movie Equilibrium? It was with Christian Bale, 2002 film, American sci-fi. So in the future, again, because our future is going to suck, every movie tells us so. John Preston, an enforcement officer in the future, in which feelings and artistic expression are outlawed, and citizens take daily injections of drugs to suppress their emotions. After missing a dose, he begins to experience emotions that makes him question his actions, and he tries to remain undetected by the suspicious society in which he lives. So, Equilibrium is about the banning of emotions for the point of world peace. Now, we can't have emotions because it causes war. It says here, and this is in Libya, a totalitarian city-state, it was established by the survivors of World War III. All emotions and emotionally stimulating objects blamed for causing the war have been forbidden. Those violations are called sense offenses. So if you're a sense offender, you'll be put to death. Like you create a painting, you write a poem, you tell a joke. So it's all about maintaining equilibrium, total stasis, totally stagnant. So I thought it was a boring movie, but I mean, that's kind of the point, I guess. So I would recommend it. Or just pay attention to what's going on in the real world today, because that's kind of what they're suggesting. And this is coming from the UN. So again, it says, research indicates that taking a pause before sharing information can lessen your inclination to share emotive material. Deadly consequences. During the pandemic, wrong information can be deadly. So this message wants you to take a 5-second pause before anything that you share gets shared. So if you're going to share something on Instagram or Twitter, they want you to wait for 5 seconds to increase media literacy. But I mean, this again, it's so contradictory, because if they increased media literacy, then people wouldn't believe this stuff. They would identify the information from the misinformation. So I don't know how well this will work out. I almost want to hijack pledge to pause, which is the UN's hashtag, and say pledge to pause and use it for calling out the fake news. Because, really, there has to be some measure of objectivity. And nowhere in here are they suggesting that anybody be objective about it. It's like, no, if it's not MSM, it's to be feared. Going through some comments here. Okay, I did see something I wanted to bring up. This is having to do with the Colin Kaepernick ongoing drama. I notice patterns quite a bit when it comes to this stuff. So a couple of things. His last pass was thrown 19 days before Trump goes into office. 19 days after 11/3, there seems to be a great deal of activity. He announces he's ready to play again. So anyway, here's today in Alcatraz. He says, today I was on Alcatraz Island at the Indigenous Peoples Sunrise Gathering in solidarity with those celebrating their culture and paying respects to those that participated in the 19-month occupation of Alcatraz in an effort to So anyway, this is on Thanksgiving Day. I think they called it Unthanksgiving somewhere here. But he's out here in solidarity with this group. And again, indigenous people. And it's a 19-month occupation. And the number 19 seems to stand out in this one. But here he goes on to say, if there's one thing I can take away from today, is that we're only getting stronger, larger. I see strength in everybody, the dancing, the rituals. That's our resistance. We continue to fight for justice, for freedom. The football star's words were met with cheers and applause before the ceremony continued into the morning hours and the sun began to rise over the island. And now the case is being made, and I've seen this all over the Twitter sphere, that this is the greatest living example of the implementation of systemic racism in even the heights of the NFL. You get that high, and you're still falling under this system. So whether you believe in that or not, that's the narrative, and that's what they've constructed around this character. And someone sent this to me too, very early on, 2016, 2017, a few associations with JFK made with this particular character. It says, as JFK aptly noted 60 years ago, a president should be a moral leader in the crusade for human rights. So what you've seen is this dynamic established between Donald Trump and Colin Kaepernick, who's one of the more visible heads of this civil rights movement. And now it's moved into this abolitionist movement. And it's, kind of interesting. They took the lexicon of abolition to advocate for communist slavery. But my point is, there's a definite there's a bit of a beef here between Trump and Kaepernick. And many specifically blame Trump for this guy being sidelined for 4 years now, almost 4 years. Actually, and so now he's released 4 weeks of these essays, and he's making these comments, these points about the police, about opening the prisons, So it's fascinating to watch this story kind of emerge, because we had kind of predicted this several months ago based on this predictive model, this analysis of the world stage as a world stage. And we've identified a very strong martyr, sort of a Christ complex with Colin Kaepernick. And again, there's a lot of depth into this level of story writing. You get into the name Colin and Kaepernick, and Colin and Nicholas have the same meaning. They derive from the same word, which means victory of the people. Kaepernick comes from Copernicus. So you've got Nicholas Copernicus, which is, of course, the Copernican revolution was started by the Copernicus. So you have it's encoded into the name. And here's another interesting one. Game-worn gloves hit auction block, bloodied and signed. So I didn't know that football players bled from their hands on the field from throwing the ball so much or something. I thought they were a little more pampered than that. But whatever the case is, I'm suggesting that this is just a prop in a story trying to convey to the public that you're dealing with a very elevated